I am Qin Xian, a man living two lives. In my past life, I was a war correspondent, but a bomb blast sent my soul into this world. Now, I am a hunter in a village struggling through a terrible drought and a month of endless snow. I live with my widowed sister-in-law, Su Wanxiu, and her younger sister, Su Yun. We are all that remains of our family after the deaths of my brother and father. Returning home from the freezing mountains one night, I brought back only a single rabbit. Despite my exhaustion and the bitter taste of the hard sorghum cakes we eat to survive, I felt the warmth of home. Su Wanxiu cares for me like a mother, and Su Yun brings a playful light to our dark, quiet house. Life here is incredibly difficult, and I often find myself comparing our meager meals to the delicious food I remember from my old life. Everything changed when Su Wanxiu pulled me aside for a serious talk. She told me she wanted me to marry Su Yun. I was stunned by the sudden suggestion, but as I looked at Su Yun, who is young, beautiful, and full of life, I knew I could never say no. I am the only man left to protect them, and making her my wife seems like the best way for us to stay together and survive this harsh winter. Life is hard right now because of a natural disaster and our family's lack of money. But things took a sudden turn when my sister-in-law, Su Wanxiu, suggested I marry her younger sister, Su Yun. She wants to protect Su Yun from a local bully named Li Tai, who has dangerous connections. I have always liked Su Yun, so I quickly agreed to become the head of the household and protect both women. The wedding happened immediately. That night, I was nervous but excited. I cleaned myself carefully and joined Su Yun in her room. While the night was a bit awkward due to my lack of experience, Su Yun was kind and gentle, resting in my arms until morning. When I woke up, something incredible happened. A golden light appeared in my vision, showing a digital status panel. I realized I have a system that rewards me with skill points for close interactions with my wife. As someone who traveled to this world from another life, I was thrilled to finally have a special power. The panel shows my health, my skills in archery and tracking, and a special cultivation technique. I decided to test the system again the next morning. Su Yun was shy and embarrassed because it was daylight, but she stayed with me. However, I noticed that the system did not give me any points for our morning session. I realized the system only rewards me at night. It seems I have to follow certain rules to grow stronger. Despite the strange nature of this power, I am happy. Now that I have a way to improve my skills, I feel more confident that I can provide for my family and keep them safe from the troubles of this harsh world. Life in this world is vastly different from my past. Here, as the man of the house, I am treated with a level of respect and service I never knew before. Su Yun, though young, has stepped into her role as my wife with grace, helping me dress and tending to my needs. Even at breakfast, my sister-in-law, Su Wanxiu, ensures I eat the only portions of meat available, insisting that as the provider, I must stay strong. I feel guilty eating while they have none, but I know the only solution is to hunt more successfully. However, a new shadow has fallen over our home. Su Wanxiu returned from the village grain shop shaken and upset. A local named Li Tai harassed her, demanding to marry Su Yun and even suggesting he take both sisters. He gave us 10 days to agree, threatening us with his brother's connections to the Wild Wolf gang. I was filled with rage. No one will touch my family. I promised them I would handle it, though I knew I needed more than just a hunter's skills to face such a threat. To protect them, I stayed home, but I spent every night focusing on my mysterious system. I discovered that by keeping Su Yun happy and relaxed, I earned more skill points. Over the next week, I experimented and realized that the more care I show her, the faster my points grow. By the 7th night, I had finally saved up 57 points. While the women slept, I crept into the kitchen and called up my golden status panel. I saw that I finally had enough points to activate my family's old health cultivation technique. My father once told me this technique made our ancestors great warriors. With a deep breath and a pounding heart, I prepared to spend my points. I am done being a simple hunter. To keep my wife and sister-in-law safe from the likes of Li Tai, I must become a true martial artist. I finally used my points to level up my health cultivation. As soon as I did, a warm energy rushed through my body, chasing away the winter chill. I looked at the golden panel and saw that I had reached the 9th grade, also known as the skin refining stage. My skin now looks like bronze and feels as tough as leather. To test my new strength, I lifted a heavy water jar with ease and even broke a thick piece of wood with a single punch. My hand didn't even have a scratch. While I am not yet a godlike warrior, I am now much stronger than any normal man. I feel confident that I can finally handle Li Tai and protect my family. The two women in my house have lived in fear for too long, and I am determined to end this trouble. The next morning, I grabbed my bow and arrows. Su Yun looked terrified, thinking I was heading into the dangerous mountains while the village bully was still looking for us. I calmed her down by explaining that I was only going to see the village blacksmith, Uncle Wong. I need him to reinforce my weapons with iron. At the blacksmith shop, Uncle Wong was surprised that I wanted my bow made heavier and stronger, but I insisted I could handle the extra weight. As he worked, we talked about Li Tai. Uncle Wong warned me that the man is a pest, and that his brother's connection to the Wild Wolf gang makes him dangerous. He offered to help me, mourning the fact that good people like my father and brother passed away, while rascals like Li Tai continue to cause misery. Hearing his hammer strike the iron, I felt a cold focus. I am no longer the weak person I used to be. With my upgraded body and reinforced weapons, I am ready to face whatever comes next to ensure my wife and sister-in-law can live in peace. Chen Xian was talking with Wong Daming when a small boy wearing a little leather cap and a blue jacket came out from the inner room, barefoot. It was Wong Daming's son, Wong Hai. "Dad." Wong Daming turned around, startled. He quickly dropped his hammer and rushed over, scolding, "You silly boy. Don't you know to wear shoes before coming out? If you catch a cold, it'll cost us a lot to treat." He picked the boy up and carried him back inside. Chen Xian watched and sighed, feeling sorry for Uncle Wong. Aunt Wong had died of illness, just like his own mother, leaving father and son to depend on each other. Wong Daming had to be both father and mother. It wasn't easy. A moment later, the boy ran out again. "Brother Xian." Chen Xian smiled, picked him up, and tapped his little nose. "You naughty kid, Xiao Hai. You're already 7 years old and still forget to wear shoes? It's freezing outside." "I forgot." "Hee hee. You little rascal," Chen Xian said, patting his head. Just then, Uncle Wong came over with a steaming bowl of sorghum porridge. "This looks really thin," Chen Xian thought to himself. It seemed Uncle Wong's family was struggling too. The porridge was much thinner than what he had at home. "Come on, eat up," Wong Daming said. "Coming, Dad." I woke up because I was hungry. Wong Hai quickly got off Chen Xian and sat on the small table nearby, drinking eagerly. "Delicious, delicious, father." By the time Chen Xian returned home, 2 hours had already passed. The two women in the house were busy in the kitchen, while Chen Xian stayed in his room, testing a new bow made with iron ore. He was getting used to the strength of the new weapon. For a hunter, a new bow was like a new partner. It took time to get familiar with it. He needed to know exactly how much strength was required to draw it fully. Otherwise, his aim would suffer. So he kept pulling the bow again and again, practicing without rest. Before long, his stomach began to rumble. Feeling the protest from his stomach, Chen Xian frowned slightly. He had eaten well in the morning and hadn't done any heavy work that day. Why was he hungry so soon? What he didn't realize was that after becoming a martial artist, his body consumed much more energy than an ordinary person's. The stronger one became, the more food, especially meat, was needed to maintain strength. If a martial artist went too long without eating meat, their body would weaken, and they could even lose their strength and return to being an ordinary person. By noon, no one had to call him. The smell of food alone brought him out of his room. He was starving. On the table were sorghum porridge, sorghum cakes, and even a small bowl of rabbit meat, glistening with oil. Chen Xian's mouth watered at the sight. "There's meat today? Is it a holiday, sister-in-law?" He joked happily. "It's specially prepared for you," Su Wanqiu said as she set out the chopsticks. "We women don't mind, but a man like you can't go too long without meat." That was only part of the reason, though. There was something else she didn't say aloud. Chen Xian had been full of energy every night since his wedding, never seeming to rest. He clearly needed the extra nourishment. Of course, as his sister-in-law, she couldn't say that directly. It could be said that Su Wanqiu, the eldest sister-in-law, was truly thoughtful and took care of the family in every possible way. She just had a rather hard life. "No need for that. Let's eat together," Chen Xian said, feeling embarrassed. Times were tough. and it had been who knows how long since they last had meat. He couldn't bring himself to eat alone. Ignoring the two women's protests, he insisted on giving them each a piece of rabbit meat. That was only after he strongly insisted, otherwise, they wouldn't have eaten any. In the end, the two women each took a small piece, eating slowly. By the time they finished their sorghum porridge, the tiny piece of meat was still not gone. Watching them, Chun Xian felt a deep ache in his heart. He had to go into the mountains. Tonight, he had to deal with Li Tai, that troublemaker. Only when the two women at home were safe could he feel at ease. Night fell. Chun Xian dressed neatly, carried his bow and quiver, and fastened his hunting knife at his waist. Quietly, he opened the door and slipped out. Outside, everything was silent. The snow had stopped. Under the silver moonlight, Chun Xian felt a bit tense, his breath forming faint white mist in the cold air. Whether it was the body's original owner or himself, this was the first time he had ever taken a life. Phew. After calming himself a little, he walked toward Li Tai's house. About half an hour later, he arrived. To his surprise, the scoundrel wasn't asleep. Through the paper window, he could see a dim light flickering inside. Chun Xian crept closer. He wet his finger, pressed lightly, and poked a small hole through the paper window. Then, squinting through one eye, he looked inside. "Brother, I'm really counting on you this time. You have to help me." Inside, Li Tai's face was flushed from drinking, and his speech was slurred. "I'll help you," said Li Jin, sitting across from him in a fur-lined coat that looked quite expensive. "But let's make this clear first. You need to settle down. Once you're married, live a proper life. If you run short of money, I'll help you. But you must give our Li family a few more children." Drinking wine, he looked at his only younger brother. It gave him a headache. Their parents had passed away early, and the two brothers had depended on each other since childhood. Fortunately, he had made a bit of a name for himself by joining the Wild Wolf gang. But this younger brother of his really worried him. He had never been interested in studying and was always getting into fights. As he grew older, he spent his time drinking, gambling, and wasting money. If he weren't his own brother, he would have slapped him long ago. A few days ago, his brother said he liked the daughter of the widow from the Qin family. At first, he thought his brother was up to no good again and didn't want to get involved. But after his brother promised again and again that this time he was serious, that if he could marry this woman, he would settle down and live properly, he softened. He had come back this time for that very reason. I hope he's telling the truth. If he dares to lie again, I'll stop caring about him for good. He sighed helplessly at having such a troublesome brother. He himself had been with women, but none had ever given him a child. That was one of the main reasons he had been so lenient with Li Tai. He hoped his brother could continue the family line. He just wished his brother would truly keep his word. As for whether the widow from the Qin family would agree or not, he hadn't even considered it. He had a good position in the Wild Wolf gang and plenty of connections. If she dared to refuse, he would simply take her by force. To him, that was no big deal. Outside the window, every word of their conversation reached Chun Xian's ears. Monsters. He was furious, his face cold and his eyes filled with anger. Tonight, these two brothers must be stopped. Just now, when he saw Li Jin, even from behind, that broad, powerful figure showed he was no ordinary man. Even if he wasn't a trained fighter, he was much stronger than most. Chun Xian thought about waiting for another time to deal with Li Tai to reduce the risk. But now, he knew he had to end it completely to prevent future trouble. He took out a piece of black cloth and covered his face. Then, he took out a thumb-thick wooden tube from his pocket. It was hollow inside and filled with a special sleeping powder used to deal with wild animals. He lit it with a small fire starter. At once, a faint white smoke appeared. Chun Xian held his breath and inserted the tube through the window. Suddenly, a light fragrance spread through the room. What's that smell? Li Jin's sense of smell was unusually sharp, and it had saved him from danger many times over the years. What? What smell, big brother? Li Tai's face turned red, his eyes unfocused, and his speech began to slur. Something's wrong, Li Jin shouted suddenly. He felt a wave of dizziness. The shout startled Li Tai, sobering him up a little. He sniffed hard and said, "It does smell like something." Before he could finish, his body went limp, and he collapsed onto the table. Outside, Chun Xian watched closely. The moment Li Jin shouted, he was ready. He drew his newly reforged bow to its full strength. Through the small hole in the window, Chun Xian squinted with one eye, aiming at Li Jin's back, right where the heart would be. A sharp sound of an arrow broke the silence. How dare you? Who dares attack Master Jin? Li Jin roared in anger. After years of surviving in the underworld, his alertness was far beyond that of Li Tai, who only cared about drinking and gambling. The instant he heard the arrow, he moved to the side. But Chun Xian, a ninth-rank warrior, had shot with full power. Too fast. Even though Li Jin reacted quickly, he was no trained fighter. The arrow missed his vital spot, but still struck his shoulder. Seeing this, Chun Xian broke through the window, drew the short blade from his waist, and without a word, lunged forward, attacking Li Jin. What nerve you have! I'm a member of the Wild Wolf gang. Are you looking for trouble? Li Jin glared fiercely as he shouted. Pain shot through his shoulder, forcing him to reveal his gang identity, hoping it would scare his opponent away. But clearly, he was wrong. Chun Xian sneered coldly in his heart. Even if Li Jin were the emperor of the Great Xia Empire, he would still die today. The two moved closer and closer. Seeing this, Li Jin endured the pain in his shoulder, grabbed a table, and hurled it fiercely at Chun Xian. Humph! Chun Xian let out a cold snort and punched the table flying toward him. With a loud crash, the table shattered into pieces. That punch showed just how powerful Chun Xian was. A martial artist. Li Jin muttered in shock, his eyes widening, pupils shrinking rapidly. A martial artist? How could that be? He froze in disbelief. Chun Xian saw his chance. He kicked hard, his foot slamming into Li Jin's chest. The force sent Li Jin flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! The sharp pain made him cry out miserably. It felt as if his whole body had fallen apart. He curled up like a shrimp, clutching his chest. The pain was unbearable, piercing and deep. Struggling to lift his head, he looked at Chun Xian in fear. Please, spare me. If I've offended you, I apologize. If it's money you want, take it, just let me live. The words martial artist weighed heavily on him, forcing him to beg for mercy. In this world, ordinary people had long feared martial artists deep in their hearts. Even someone like him, hardened by years of danger, was no exception. But Chun Xian didn't hesitate. Though he knew no martial techniques, he had watched plenty of martial arts dramas in his past life. He leapt high into the air, then drove his knee hard into Li Jin's chest. Ah! Li Jin screamed again in agony. Seeing this, Chun Xian quickly covered his mouth with one hand and drew his knife across Li Jin's neck with the other. Blood gushed out, but Chun Xian didn't move away, letting it splash onto his clothes. Beneath him, Li Jin struggled in his final moments, his body twitching in resistance. However, even though he was stronger than most people, he was still no match for Chun Xian, a trained fighter. In the end, Li Jin's eyes widened, and he stopped moving. Chun Xian's breathing grew heavy. For both the original owner of this body and for him, this was the first time taking a life. Although he had seen many such scenes as a war reporter in his previous life, actually doing it himself filled him with fear. And now, the lifeless Li Jin was staring at him with blank eyes. After a moment, he finally calmed down a little. He then walked over to Li Tai, who was sleeping soundly like a log. Just like before, he drew his knife across his neck. Unlike his brother Li Jin, Li Tai didn't even make a sound. In a way, he was lucky. When killing Li Tai, Chun Xian felt a strange sense of calm, no longer the same fear as before. Is this getting used to it? He muttered softly. Afterward, Chun Xian didn't forget to search the bodies. Li Tai had nothing on him, not even a single coin. Unlucky, Chun Xian cursed under his breath. Then he searched Li Jin. After a careful search, he found something. A book? Chun Xian didn't believe someone like Li Jin would read for leisure. Under the dim oil lamp, he looked at the cover. The Art of Inner Harmony, what a treasure, he said with delight. It was exactly what he needed. He had always been outmatched by Su Yun, that clever girl. With this book, he might finally have a chance to turn things around. Haha, Chun Xian couldn't help but grin. Finally, he found some silver on Li Jin, about 5 taels. For his family, that was a small fortune. I guess I've done a good thing for the people. Chun Xian thought for a moment and felt that he was right. If even a low-ranking member of the Wild Wolf gang carried such a large amount of money, it showed how badly the villagers in this area had been oppressed. He looked at the 2 bodies. Then his eyes fell on the flame of the oil lamp. An idea came to him. Under the cold moonlight, the ground was covered in white snow. At Li Tai's house, flames rose high into the sky. After taking one quick look, Chen Xian let out a sigh of relief and hurried back home. Creak. The wooden door made a sharp sound as it opened slightly. When there was enough space for one person, Chen Xian slipped inside sideways. After closing the door and locking it, he turned around. Oh no! He couldn't help but shout softly, startled. The main room was dark, but the silver moonlight shone faintly through the window. In front of him, he could see a shadowy figure. See, sister-in-law, where did you go so late at night? Su Wanqiu sat on a small stool, her voice quiet and calm. I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a short walk. Chen Xian had first thought of saying he went out for some air, but he wasn't sure when Su Wanqiu had noticed him, so he came up with this awkward excuse instead. A walk? In this freezing weather? Huh, you must be in a really good mood, little brother. I'm impressed. Hee. Chen Xian knew she was teasing him, but he didn't want to tell her the truth and make her worry, so he just smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, Su Wanqiu lit the oil lamp on the table. The warm yellow light quickly filled the room. She lowered her head to put out the fire stick, then slowly looked up. Oh no! Chen Xian's heart sank. Sure enough, when Su Wanqiu raised her head and saw him clearly, her mouth opened in surprise. Just as a sharp cry was about to break out, Chen Xian quickly covered her mouth. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. It's fine. Just don't make a sound, okay? I'll let go now. When Su Wanqiu nodded, he released her and stepped back. At that moment, Su Wanqiu looked terrified. Even under the dim light, Chen Xian could see that her face was pale. But then, she suddenly stepped forward and began checking him all over in a panic, muttering, Are you okay? Did you get hurt? What on earth happened to you? Seeing how worried she was, Chen Xian felt a warmth in his heart. To have such a caring sister-in-law in this life was truly his good fortune. Even in her fear, when she saw the blood on him, her first thought was to make sure he was unharmed. How could he not be moved by that? Chen Xian gently held her hands to stop her and said reassuringly, Sister-in-law, I'm fine. This blood isn't mine, really. Look, I'm not hurt at all. As he spoke, he moved his arms to show her. When she saw that he was indeed uninjured, Su Wanqiu patted her chest in relief and silently thanked the ancestors of the Chun family for their protection. After muttering a few words to herself, she glared at him and said coldly, Come to my room and explain everything clearly. Then she turned and walked inside. Sigh. Chen Xian let out a helpless sigh. He scolded himself for being careless. He had forgotten about the blood on his clothes. Now there was no avoiding an explanation. He slowly followed her into the room. Su Wanqiu sat on the bed without saying a word, just staring at him. Chen Xian also stayed silent, his eyes wandering around the room. Finally, Su Wanqiu spoke softly. Tell me, where did you go? If you don't explain properly, I'll call Yuner. No, please don't, sister-in-law, Chen Xian said quickly, waving his hands. Yuner was still young. If she found out about this, she would be frightened. So he had no choice but to tell Su Wanqiu everything that had happened from beginning to end. After speaking, he just stood there, waiting to be scolded. You. Su Wanqiu pointed at him, opened her mouth, but couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. After a long pause, she sighed, stood up, and said irritably, Next time, tell me in advance if something like this happens. What if something bad happened to you? What would Yuner do then? Be left alone like me? All right. I promise I'll tell you next time. Chen Xian quickly nodded. Take off your clothes. Huh? Chen Xian looked confused. There's so much blood on your clothes. How can you go out like that? Take them off. I'll cut away the stained parts and patch them up for you. Su Wanqiu gave him an annoyed look. Oh, okay. Thank you, sister-in-law. He felt a bit embarrassed. Just now, some inappropriate thoughts had flashed through his mind. How shameful. After taking off his outer coat, Chen Xian went back to his room. He gently lifted the corner of the blanket and slipped inside. Just as he was about to hold Su Yun, the girl suddenly murmured, Where did you go? Chen Xian was startled. He thought about saying he went to the restroom, but before he could, he heard Su Yun's soft breathing again. Phew, he felt relieved. So she was just talking in her sleep. You little girl, he muttered softly, just wait until I learn that special technique. Then we'll see how you handle it. He said it half-jokingly, then gently held her in his arms. Before long, the sound of their steady breathing filled the room. In Su Wanchio's room, under the dim light of the oil lamp, she carefully cut away the blood-stained parts of Chun Xian's coat. After checking it thoroughly, she sewed new fabric over the damaged spots. When she finished, she burned all the blood-stained scraps. Only then did she finally feel at ease. Lying on the bed again, she silently prayed to the ancestors of the Qin family, asking them to keep everything safe and protect Qin Xian. Oh no, something's happened. Someone come quickly. Early in the morning, shouts came from outside. Qin Xian, who had gone to bed very late the night before, heard the noise but couldn't get up. His eyelids felt too heavy to open, and it all seemed like a dream. Beside him, Su Yun was awakened by the commotion. She shook him gently. "Brother Xian, wake up. It sounds like something happened outside." It's fine, it's fine. What could possibly happen?" Chun Xian mumbled sleepily. But the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. "What's wrong, Brother Xian?" Su Yun asked, noticing his strange expression. "Nothing. It just sounds like something happened. I'll go take a look. You stay here and don't go anywhere." He quickly got out of bed. Su Yun also got up to help him dress, but when she looked for his outer coat, it was nowhere to be found. "That's strange," she said. "Where's your coat? I remember it was right here last night." "Oh, I went outside during the night. It's probably still out there. You stay in bed. It's too cold. I'll go find it." He hurried out of the room. If this girl went looking for it herself and ended up in Su Wanchio's room, that would be hard to explain. When Chun Xian reached the main hall, he immediately saw his coat lying on the table. He glanced toward Su Wanchio's closed door and sighed softly. His sister-in-law was truly thoughtful, but she hadn't come out despite all the noise. She must have been exhausted from the night before. Without thinking further, he quickly put on his coat and stepped outside. The fire last night had burned down Li Tai's house. It was still dark, and he had left in a hurry. He needed to check if anything important had been left behind, just to be prepared. "Someone come quickly. Something's happened." At that moment, not far away, a thin man wearing a yellow jacket, less than 1.60 meters tall, was shouting loudly from house to house. It was Huang Tong, the village guard of Shuangang village. He was a bit simple-minded, but a good person. Whenever someone needed help, he would always lend a hand without asking for money. Just a meal was enough. Usually, he watched over the village entrance or patrolled around. Since there were no other houses near Li Tai's home, he was the one who discovered the situation early that morning during his patrol. "What's going on, Xiao Huang? What happened so early in the morning?" Old Lu, who lived next door to Qin Xian, came out as well. Being woken up so early made the wrinkles on his forehead deepen. "Uncle Lu, it's Li Tai's house. It was burned down. Everything is gone." Huang Tong stammered as he spoke. "What? That troublemaker from old Li's family?" Old Lu's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly asked, "Is that boy all right?" I don't know, but everything's gone." Huang Tong scratched his head. He had only seen the ashes and hadn't checked carefully before running off to tell everyone. "Oh dear, I just saw Li Jin come back yesterday. Could it be that both brothers are gone? Then old Li's family would have no one left. What are we going to do now?" Old Lu stomped his foot anxiously. Although Li Tai had a bad reputation, his late father, Old Li, had been a good man. If both brothers were gone, the Li family line would truly end. Chun Xian, watching from the side, quietly curled his lips. People like that deserve what they get, he thought. They only waste food and air. "Hey, Chen's boy, don't just stand there. Come help me go take a look. What kind of disaster is this? Oh heavens, can't you let our village have some peace?" "Oh, coming." Chun Xian was unhappy. Being scolded so early in the morning annoyed him, but there was no point arguing. Still, Old Lu was a good man, respected by everyone in the village. So, even though he was reluctant, Chun Xian hurried over to help the old man walk. The two of them went to Li Tai's house. When they arrived, the place was already surrounded by villagers. As soon as they saw Grandpa Lu, everyone automatically made way for him. At that moment, Chun Xian let go of the old man's arm. Even with Chun Xian's help, Grandpa Lu was still bent over, breathing heavily. Chun Xian looked around at the ruins before him. After confirming that nothing was left, he finally felt a bit relieved. By then, Grandpa Lu had caught his breath and quickly asked, "How is it? Is everyone safe?" "Grandpa Lu, not really. Look over there." Those two blackened shapes on the ground are probably Li Tai and his brother. People say troublemakers live long, but I guess that's not always true. The one speaking was Mrs. Nyo, the wife of the village wine seller, wearing a bright cotton jacket. Even though someone had died, she didn't look shocked at all. Instead, she seemed almost pleased. "You child, how can you talk like that? We're all from the same village. A death is a serious matter." Grandpa Lu scolded her angrily. "What? Did I say something wrong? You know what kind of person Li Tai was. Always causing trouble in the village. He bullied neighbors, stole things, and owed us money for wine without paying back. When we asked for it, he even threatened us. Someone like that. Well, it's no surprise this happened." Mrs. Nyo grew more and more worked up, as if she had some deep grudge against Li Tai. You. Grandpa Lu was so angry he couldn't speak. Sorry, my wife didn't mean it that way," said Mr. Nyo, hurrying over with an embarrassed smile. He grabbed his wife's arm, trying to pull her home. But Mrs. Nyo refused to stop. "What? Did I say anything wrong? It's true. That troublemaker made life hard for everyone. Now he's gone. But what about the money he owed us? Troublemaker. Scoundrel. Rascal. It all." Uncle Nyo was getting more and more angry as he cursed. Uncle Nyo's wife was so upset she couldn't be stopped. In the end, he had no choice but to forcibly carry her home. "Nyo, you're just a coward. You got bullied, lost your money, and you don't even dare to say a word. I really was blind to follow you. Let me go. Let me go." What a shrew. After Uncle Nyo took his wife away, Mr. Lu shook his head and sighed helplessly. "Mr. Lu, don't say that. Aunt Nyo is usually very kind. That's right. Aunt Nyo has been good to us. Yes, this isn't her fault." "Exactly." Mr. Lu didn't expect his words to cause such anger among everyone. Everyone started defending Aunt Nyo. Seeing this, Chen Xian was secretly happy. After all, everyone knew well who Li Tai was and who Aunt Nyo was. In his eyes, Mr. Lu was just an old fool. He even seemed a bit arrogant because of his age. Seeing the crowd getting angry, Mr. Lu quickly changed his tone. "Old man, I just feel sorry for the last of the Li family. I didn't mean to defend that troublemaker Li Tai. After all, he was an elder in the village and was quite old." With that, the others who were watching didn't say much more. Looks like old Lu isn't completely senile. He even knows how to explain. Chen Xian admired the old man a little. Despite his age and unsteady walk, his mind was still quick. "Should we report this to the authorities?" At this moment, Mr. Lu asked again. But no one answered him. If it were others, they would definitely report to the officials, since deaths like this should be handled by the authorities. But Li Tai? Forget it. Let it go? It's just a bother. Mr. Lu shook his head repeatedly, glaring at the two charred bodies on the ground, and cursed bitterly. "You little troublemaker. You really deserve to die." However, I thought of old man Li. They both grew up wearing open-crotch pants, so I could only tell the not-so-smart Wong. "Little Huang, you should go to the government office." At noon, people came to the government office. There were two constables. After roughly inspecting the burn marks, they announced it was an accidental fire. At this time, 3 burly men arrived. One of the men approached the 2 constables, whispered something, then pointed at the ground. The constables nodded and smiled, then left the village without saying a word. Meanwhile, the 3 big men directed Huang, who had been here all along. They told him to call all the villagers to come here. Every household must send someone, or else the Wild Wolf Gang would be unkind. Huang, hearing they were from the Wild Wolf Gang, became even more nervous and stammered. He hurriedly went door to door calling people. At this moment, at Chen Xian's house, they were having lunch. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Brother Chen Xian, go quickly to Li Tai's house." Su Wanxiu, who was eating, dropped her chopsticks on the floor when she heard the voice. Her face changed with worry as she looked at Chen Xian across from her. "What's wrong, sister?" Su Yin found her strange and looked at her curiously, then bent down to pick up the chopsticks. As she bent over, Chen Xian shook his head at Su Wanxiu, signaling her not to panic. He got up to open the door. It was Huang. He asked, "What's the matter, little Huang?" Huang had already gone to many houses, exhausted and unable to straighten his back. He stammered, It's the Wild Wolf Gang. People are here, telling us to go to every house." Now, hearing it was the Wild Wolf Gang, Chen Xian frowned. Su Wanqiu looked terrified. Suyin thought her sister was afraid of the wild wolf gang, so she quickly comforted her. It's okay. We always pay on time, so they won't trouble us. They probably just want to announce something. Don't be scared, sister. Okay, I understand, sister. Su Wanqiu quickly nodded. However, her lips were trembling slightly, but Su Yun, being a bit clueless, didn't notice. At this moment, Chen Xian turned around. Seeing his sister-in-law's frightened expression, he felt a bit guilty. He thought, if I had just kept quiet, she wouldn't be so scared now. It's okay. I'll go check. I already looked in the morning, and there was nothing there. No problems at all. Don't worry. As Yuner said, it's probably just something the Wild Wolf Gang wants to announce. Yes, sister. Look, Brother Xian agrees with me. It's nothing. Don't be afraid. That troublemaker deserves to be scolded. Su Yun clenched her teeth tightly and snorted coldly, then continued to comfort her sister. She was happiest about Li Tai's death. Chen Xian looked at the angry little girl and felt a bit amused. Her emotions were all on her face. She really was just a child. All right, I understand. You go now. Don't cause trouble. Be very careful. Do you hear me? Yes? Faced with Su Wanqiu's warning, he naturally understood what she meant. After leaving home, when he returned to Li Tai's house, it was already crowded with people. Double Ridge Village only has a few dozen households, and it looked like everyone had come. It made sense. With the tyranny of the Wild Wolf Gang, these simple villagers really didn't dare to stay away. Chen Xian stood silently among the crowd, not speaking, his eyes scanning the three big men from the Wild Wolf Gang at the front. These three clearly weren't good people. They were dressed in black, each carrying a long knife at their waist. Especially the man in the middle, with a face full of rough features. He looked a bit like a silly character from a movie in his past life, but he was even more fierce. After a long while, the rough-looking man spoke. His voice was hoarse and made people feel a little creeped out. We are here to tell you that this time, the Wild Wolf Gang has lost a good disciple for your Double Ridge Village. When he spoke, not only Chen Xian, but all the villagers looked confused. What did he mean? For a moment, the villagers started whispering among themselves, murmuring quietly. Be quiet. Seeing this, the rough man was displeased and shouted sternly. Suddenly, the villagers here all stopped talking. They stood straight and looked at him together. Big Fool was very pleased with this. He showed a small smile, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by a look of sadness. Now, everyone was even more confused. What exactly is he trying to say? Big Fool then continued. Last night, thieves entered Shuanggang Village. To protect your village, my Wild Wolf Gang disciple fought the thieves bravely. In the end, you saw what happened. There was a fire, and both of them lost their lives. Li Jin was one of our best disciples in the Wild Wolf Gang, and he was also from your Shuanggang Village. Someone like him dying is a loss to our gang and to your village. Therefore, I hope each household in Shuanggang Village can contribute 20 large coins to properly bury Li Jin. This is also to honor his sacrifice for your village. By the end, he looked like he was about to cry. But, perhaps because men don't shed tears easily, he didn't cry at all. His performance left Chen Xian stunned. Big Fool was really good at acting. Except for not crying at the end, he could have scored 9.9 out of 10. He was truly impressive. It's a talent to be so shameless. For the villagers, 20 large coins was a big amount, especially after experiencing droughts and snow disasters. Claiming it was for Li Jin's burial was just nonsense. Really, it was just money going into their pockets. Suddenly, the villagers became furious. Life was already hard, and now they had to pay 20 large coins to those two troublemakers from Lao Li's family. This made them lose some of their fear of the Wild Wolf Gang and these three men. They started to complain. Some brave villagers even spoke up, saying, Sir, that's Li Tai. Li Jin and his brother Li Jin accidentally caused the fire. They're not thieves. Please, sir, see the truth clearly. Yes, sir. Please, sir, be kind. Our lives are very hard. We pay you on time every year, and we really don't have much money left. Please, everyone, have mercy. However, when faced with the simple villagers of Shuanggang Village begging for help, the response was a loud shout from the Big Fool. Shut up. You troublemakers, are you looking for death? Next to him, two strong men drew their long knives in response. The sound of the blades ringing echoed in the villagers' ears. Under the sunlight, the two long knives emitted a cold, threatening aura, and the surrounding snow was white and thick. Suddenly, no one dared to speak. At this moment, the big fool stopped pretending and sneered cruelly, his face full of flesh. He glared fiercely, sweeping his gaze over everyone. Everyone who met his eyes lowered their heads in fear. After a circle of glances, all the villagers bowed their heads, including Chen Xian. This money, you have to give it, whether you want to or not. I'm putting it right here. If you don't give it, my brothers and I will go straight to your house, he said. He paused briefly, then shouted loudly, "Hand it over." The three strong men, the fierce look of the big fool, the threat of the two long knives, and the notorious power of the wild wolf gang in this area made the villagers of Shuanggang village afraid. They honestly handed over 20 large coins. Among the crowd, Chen Xian watched these honest villagers, saw them count the money over and over, and then reluctantly handed it to the big fool. His heart was cold. This world is like this. Strength is everything. It made him even more eager to become a high-level martial artist. Only then could he have a chance to control his own life. Back at home, Chen Xian told the two women everything exactly as it happened. The people of the Wild Wolf Gang are just like bandits. Bandits. Su Yun's face turned red with anger. Life is already hard, and their family didn't have much money to begin with. The older sisters had told her this before. Now, they had to give away 20 large coins again, which made things even worse. She clenched her delicate fists tightly in anger, but had nowhere to vent her frustration, so she punched the air a few times to release her feelings. Su Wanqiu had been sitting there all along. When she heard the news, her face relaxed a lot. As long as Chun Xian's matter was not discovered, that was the best outcome. As for the 20 large coins, she felt heartache. But, with her arm unable to compete with her thigh, and the Wild Wolf Gang members not being easy to deal with, they were ruthless villains who ate without leaving bones. She knew she couldn't win. "Forget it. Let's just consider it paying for peace," she said softly, then continued with her sewing. Faced with the Wild Wolf Gang, villagers like them could only suffer being bullied. All right, Yinner, don't be angry. 20 large coins are not much. I can go into the mountains and catch a few rabbits instead," Chen Xian comforted Su Yun, who was still upset. Suddenly, loud curses came from outside. "It's all your fault, old man. You insisted on calling the officials. Now look, every household has to pay 20 large coins. Are you happy now, old fool, relying on your age to act superior? How hateful. Yeah, now we only have a few large coins left. How are we supposed to live in the future? Boo-hoo." The curses were loud and clear. Chen Xian immediately understood what was happening. "What's going on? Who's shouting? I'll go see," he said. The little girl, who had been sulking just moments before, suddenly changed her expression and looked eager to go see the commotion. As expected of a woman, still a woman without much thought, Chen Xian held her back. "What's wrong?" Brother Xian, seeing her innocent-looking face, he felt exhausted. "Sigh, can't you see what's obvious?" This little girl truly proved the saying from her past life. Big chest, no brains. But then he thought about it, and quickly dismissed the insult. It wasn't right to call her that. He decided she was too young and simple-minded, which was better. Or, more accurately, more straightforward. "Stop staring and stay quietly at home." Su Wanqiu put down her sewing and glared at Su Yun, who was eager to see the excitement. Immediately, the little girl calmed down. She stood still, afraid to move, and lowered her head. She was most afraid of her older sister. Seeing her embarrassed, Chen Xian also smiled. But he was noticed by Su Yun, who shot him a fierce, charming look. However, this scene in Chen Xian's eyes looked very interesting. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Until the sun set, the sound of cursing Uncle Lu never stopped. Knowing he was in the wrong, he stayed inside and didn't come out. No matter how harsh the villagers' words were, he didn't respond. In the main hall, Chen Xian sighed. Before today, Uncle Lu was a respected elder in the village, but in just one day, he became the target of everyone's insults. It was truly sad, but he didn't feel much sympathy, because it was his own fault. If he hadn't sent someone to the government office to find someone, none of this would have happened, and each family wouldn't have lost 20 big coins. It was just a case of reaping what you sow. The insults continued until dinner time. For dinner, the small table still had 3 bowls of steaming sorghum porridge and a dish of wild vegetables pickled by Su Wanqiu. That was all. And the sorghum porridge wasn't as thick as it had been a few days ago. Seeing this, Su Wanchio sighed helplessly. There's not much sorghum flour left at home, so we'll eat it a bit thinner tonight. Not only was there not much, but the rice jar also only had a few bowls of sorghum flour left. No worries, sister-in-law, this is fine. Eating too much at night isn't good for digestion. Chen Xian picked up his bowl and drank a big gulp. It was really a big gulp, but the porridge was too thin. The little girl next to him saw this and felt sorry for him. She wanted to share some of her sorghum porridge with him, but Chen Xian didn't take any. He didn't have much to begin with, and if he ate Su Yun's, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it later at night. But inside, he felt warm and smiled at her. Then he looked at Su Wanchio, who was eating with her head down, and said, "Sister-in-law, buy some more tomorrow. Let's wait a bit longer. We can hold on for a few more days." Su Wanchio paused slightly with her chopsticks, looking hesitant. After giving 20 large coins to the 3 thugs of the Wild Wolf gang, there was less than 50 coins left at home. Now, she wished she could split a large coin into 2 to spend. Moreover, although the heavy snow had stopped in recent days, the mountain was still covered with thick snow. At such times, even Chen Xian going into the mountains to hunt might not be able to find game. It's better to save money. The price of grain now changes almost daily. They don't know how much sorghum flour they can buy with the remaining money. If they can't hold on anymore, they might have to buy some sorghum flour to drink, mixed with poorer quality wheat bran. But doing so makes Chen Xian and Su Yun suffer. Seeing this, Chen Xian didn't say much. After dinner, when Su Yun was cleaning up and heading to the kitchen, he took out the silver coins he had found on Li Jin last night and handed them to Su Wanchio. "What is this?" Feeling the heavy silver in her hand, she immediately guessed where it came from. Chen Xian simply nodded without saying much. Then he told her to keep the money and not worry about it. Okay. Su Wanchio quickly nodded, no longer looking so worried, and a faint smile appeared. This money was a lifeline for their family. Because they lost 20 large coins during the day, she had been feeling gloomy, but now she felt much better. Brother Xian is really capable. Yuner is lucky to follow you. Thanks also to sister-in-law for managing the household well. At this moment, Su Wanchio's eyes also shimmered with a faint moisture. As Chen Xian said, running the household was really not easy. "What's wrong, sister?" At this time, Su Yun had finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen. Seeing her eyes slightly red, she quickly asked, "It's nothing. Something got into my eyes, and it hurts a little." "Oh, let me see." After the 2 women in the house finished washing up, they briefly chatted before each went to their own rooms. Only Chen Xian sat alone on a small stool in the main hall. The only thing with him was an oil lamp on the table. He sighed unexpectedly. This world has its downsides. After dinner, there's nothing to do, so you can only go to bed. The long night slowly drags on. Besides studying the character, Kuan, and then sleeping, there's really nothing else to do. Even though he has been in this world for a while, he still finds it hard to accept. However, today, he didn't go into the room with Su Yun for a special reason. He took out a book called Household Techniques that he had secretly obtained from Li Jin. He leaned closer to the oil lamp. Using the dim yellow light, he turned the pages one by one. Until he reached the last cover of the book, Chen Xian's heart was a little nervous as he called up his interface. Name, Chen Xian, lifespan, 1855, realm, 9th grade, refining skin. Cultivation technique. Health preservation technique. Minor success, 0/100. Skills. Basic archery, 5/10. Basic tracking, 6/10. Household techniques, 0/10. Skill points, 27. Sure enough, a look of surprise appeared on his face. After reading the Household Techniques book, it was automatically added to his interface. It seems his guess was correct. Add some points to Household Techniques. Suddenly, the number of skill points increased, dropping to 17. At the same time, unlike last time, this time, a warm flow appeared in his abdomen, and he could clearly feel that this warmth was not flowing to his limbs, but was like a small snake moving toward his 5th limb. The little brother who had been hanging down just moments ago suddenly leaped like a fish out of water and transformed into a dragon, vivid and roaring, full of anger, ready to do something. At this moment, Chen Xian didn't have time to study the interface anymore. He hurriedly rushed into the room, lifted the quilt, and in Su Yun's surprised cry, this dragon began to sway. One night, with sound, early morning, almost the same time as usual, Chun Xian opened his eyes. You and Su Yundu spent a very satisfying journey, rewarded with 15 skill points. 15 points. Receiving so many points at once made him speak a classic phrase right away. At this rate, he would gather enough points to upgrade his health practice in just a few days. I wonder if upgrading the health practice again can reach the 8th level? The more Chun Xian thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, like a cat scratching him. No choice. This world is too harsh. He must improve his strength quickly so he can survive peacefully. And he slightly looked down at Su Yun in his arms. Also to protect you better, and enjoying the daily contactless dressing. When the two of them left the room, Su Wanxiu had already prepared breakfast. Yun, help Brother Xian wash his face with hot water. I'll bring the breakfast. Okay, sister. Chun Xian watched the two women walk into the kitchen. It's so nice. The man's status in this world was his greatest pleasure. At home, he hardly had to worry about anything. Just this alone was far better than men in the previous world, Blue Star. After he finished washing up, Su Wanxiu had already set the breakfast on the table. It was still 3 bowls of sorghum batter, but much thicker than last night, and there were sorghum pancakes too. But the pickled wild vegetables were gone. Probably finished eating. He guessed in his mind, since they weren't very good and didn't fill him up. With Su Wanxiu's personality, if the batter was so thick, she wouldn't be stingy with a few wild vegetables, right? As for Su Yun, seeing the thick sorghum batter, she exclaimed, Sister, this batter is so thick. Yesterday, you said there wasn't much sorghum left at home. Why is it so generous today? Smack. Su Wanxiu gave her a slap on the head and said angrily, Do you think your sister is stingy? No, I was just joking. Don't be upset, sister. Don't be upset. Even after getting a light slap, Su Yun still smiled happily and comforted her sister. Moreover, Su Wanxiu didn't really want to hit her. It was just a gentle tap. Eat breakfast. Su Wanxiu was used to Su Yun's playful attitude. Okay, sister, hee. Su Yun still looked like a child, giggling happily. Seeing this scene, Chun Xian felt warm inside. The bond between these sisters is really strong, and although he has only been here for a little over a month, he truly feels the warmth of this family. Although the food and clothing in this world are not as good as before, the cozy feeling of a small family is something Chun Xian had never experienced before. After finishing the millet porridge and a flatbread, he put down his bowl, rubbed his stomach, and thought he was about 70% full. I'm done eating. I will go into the mountains later. Today? Both girls asked almost at the same time. Yes, Chun Xian nodded and then stood up. After exercising last night, he had been thinking about going into the mountains today. Although he received some silver from Li Jin last time, he couldn't stay at home forever. Without income, that little silver wouldn't last long. 3 mouths to feed. And the rabbit he caught last time was already eaten. Now that he is a martial artist, just eating these small animals isn't enough. His body can't handle it. He needs to hunt larger prey. Although it's not snowing now, the snow in the mountains is still very thick and dangerous. Maybe we should wait a bit longer? Yes, Brother Xian. Sister is right. With such thick snow, and him going into the mountains alone, the two girls were naturally worried. It's okay. I've been into the mountains before. If I'm careful, it's safe. Chun Xian ignored their concerns and started putting on his raincoat. Seeing this, Su Yun immediately put down her chopsticks, quickly walked over, and helped him with his clothes, as well as organizing his bow and quiver. Soon, under Su Yun's care, Chun Xian was fully dressed. After moving his hands and feet to check if everything fit well, he said, I will come back early. Today, if sister-in-law goes to the grain shop in the village, Yun'er will go with her. I'm leaving now. Watching Chun Xian leave, Su Wanxiu showed a hint of worry on her face. Poor Xian, he's so young, but has to carry the whole family. Our sister can't do much to help him either. Yeah, she sighed. In the mountains, Chun Xian's breath was visible in the cold air. He looked down at his leg, half buried in the snow. Fortunately, he was a 9th-rank martial artist. Not only could he withstand the cold, but compared to last time, he still had some energy left. Unlike before, he had stopped a few times to rest. After catching his breath, he began to scan the area. There were no signs on the snow. He listened carefully, but apart from the howling wind, there was nothing else. Chen Xian looked disappointed. It seemed there was no more prey in this area. Gurgle, gurgle. After such a big effort in the mountains, he was already hungry in the morning, and now his stomach was protesting. He looked up at the sun directly overhead, which was already noon. Stop making noise and hold on. Chen Xian leaned against a nearby tree, feeling a bit annoyed. What should I do? He habitually opened his panel. He looked at the flickering panel in front of him. He noticed the skill bar showing basic tracking technique, 6 out of 10, which gave him an idea. He currently had 32 skill points available. He had planned to save them to improve his health cultivation technique. Should I try to upgrade the tracking technique? He muttered softly. He didn't have many points. Only 4 were needed. Let's try, he decided quickly. Add points to basic tracking technique. Suddenly, the panel changed. It now showed intermediate tracking technique, 0/20. At the same time, Chen Xian felt his senses change. The most obvious difference was that he could see farther and more clearly, as if he had a built-in double lens. Suddenly, he felt a great sense of joy. For a hunter, seeing farther means being able to spot prey from a greater distance. Moreover, his hearing and smell had greatly improved. These changes made him very happy. He secretly scolded himself for being so foolish. If he had known earlier, he should have upgraded his tracking skills sooner. In that moment, his confidence soared. He didn't hesitate and continued heading into the mountains. Half an hour later, suddenly, he heard a faint creak sound. Is that? Chen Xian moved slowly toward the sound, carefully controlling his steps to make as little noise as possible. He moved very slowly. Sure enough, after about half an incense stick's worth of time, he finally saw the source of the sound. It was a silly roe deer eating leaves from a small tree. And the sound was actually made by chewing. Wow, my ears are amazing. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have heard this. This intermediate tracking skill was so powerful. What about a higher level? Prey was right in front of him, and Chen Xian couldn't help but imagine what a top-level skill would be like. But soon he calmed down. Carefully, he took down his bow from his back and drew an arrow from his quiver. He used both arms to draw the bowstring. The bow was fully drawn. His improved eyesight made it easy to aim at the grazing roe deer. Stop! With a sharp arrow call, a black shadow shot out. Eek! Chen Xian's arrow hit the roe deer's neck steadily. Eek! Immediately, the mountain echoed with the roe deer's scream. Seeing this, Chen Xian exerted force with his legs, leaping into the air and flying toward the deer. This is a 9th-rank martial artist, though only the lowest level, still far beyond ordinary people. Watching the struggling roe deer on the ground, Chen Xian drew a short knife from his waist and stabbed it a few more times into the rolling animal. After a moment, the roe deer twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Phew, finally dead. It's quite tough. Chen Xian let out a breath of relief. Seeing the blood flowing from the roe deer and still steaming, I suddenly split my mouth into a smile. I felt proud and happy. Chen Xian stood up and kicked the deer with his foot. His smile grew even wider. This silly roe deer weighed at least 60 jin. It would feed their family of 3 for many days. Just as he was about to carry the deer down the mountain, suddenly, a creaking sound came from nearby. The sound was footsteps on the snow. Someone, his heart jumped in surprise. He quickly looked around carefully. In these deep mountains, there had been many cases of hunters fighting each other. After all, not only hunters from their village, Shuanggang, lived here. And life was so hard now, and animals were hard to find. This roe deer was a tempting prize for hunters. Sure enough, after a moment, 2 hunters appeared, dressed similarly to him. But they looked very thin. Even with their raincoats, he could tell at a glance. Especially the shorter one, with a yellowish face and pale lips, showing signs of long-term poor nutrition. Good luck, my friend. The taller one spoke first, but his eyes kept staring at the deer lying on the ground. Hee, just a bit of luck, Chen Xian replied with a smile, seeming friendly, but his body was tense, and he held his short knife tightly. If these 2 made any move, he would not show mercy. Are you from that village? The tall man asked. What do you mean by that? Chen Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Was he trying to find out where he was from? Haha, no need to be so nervous, friend. I was just asking casually. The villages nearby all rely on these mountains to survive. So we're all like family, right, family? Haha, he really had no shame. He sneered inwardly, but he also played along and said, yeah, Mostly, we live off the mountains. Since we are family, you see this big roe deer. You can't finish it alone. Let's split it in half. If we catch more game in the future, we will share with you too. The tall man hadn't spoken yet, but the shorter man couldn't wait to speak first. He hadn't eaten well for a month, let alone had meat. Looking at the roe deer on the ground, he swallowed saliva eagerly. Meat. This is meat. The tall man's expression wasn't much better. Greed was obvious on his face. Hey, Qinshian sighed. The two thought he had given in, and their smiles grew wider. But, in the next moment, they were stunned. Qinshian forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, using almost all his strength. The effect was clear. He shot out like a leopard. He drew his short knife and aimed it at the tall man's neck. Suddenly, blood spurted out. Even as he died, the tall man's face kept smiling. It's so ironic. The shorter man, seeing the tall man fall straight to the ground, didn't react at first. He froze in place. He didn't react, but in Qinshian's eyes, he was very happy. Qinshian quickly stabbed a few more times. The shorter man followed the tall man's steps and fell too. But his eyes were bulging. He looked unwilling to die. After killing both, the fight lasted only a few breaths. They were confident because they thought Qinshian was alone and underestimated him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for Qinshian to kill these two. Living is hard, but you still choose to die. Qinshian's voice was calm as he looked at the two bodies on the ground. This was his second time killing someone. His heart was no longer disturbed. Looking at the short knife with still warm blood, Qinshian slightly raised his eyebrows. That was human blood, and he disliked it. He wiped his clothes on the bodies of the two men. Then he checked them again. Empty pockets. Bah? Poor ghosts. So unlucky, Qinshian cursed softly. He ignored the bodies and carried the deer on his back, then started walking down the mountain. The way down the mountain was much harder than going up. Moreover, Qinshian was carrying a 60-pound deer. Under the thick snow, one careless step could cause a fall. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, it was already completely dark. Good, it's dark now. After all, his prey today was quite big. Life is getting harder every day. Even just eating enough is a problem. Qinshian's family is fortunate. They not only have food, but also meat. Most villagers in Shuanggang village are simple and honest, but there are a few with bad intentions. When they see something valuable, they might do anything. And during the day, Qinshian goes into the mountains to hunt. At home, only two women are left. If something bad happened, it would be terrible. Qinshian panted, listening to the sound of his footsteps on the snow as he walked toward home. Brother Xian still hasn't come back, said Sister. Suyin kept walking back and forth in the main hall. After a few steps, she reached the window and looked outside. Every time she looked, her disappointment grew. May the ancestors of the Chun family bless him, protect Brother Xian to return safely. If he can come back, I am willing to sacrifice my lifespan. Su Wanqiu clasped her hands together, constantly praying for Chun Xian's safety. What should we do, sister? As time passed, Su Yun's heart sank to the bottom. She started to imagine all sorts of bad things. She was so anxious, she almost cried. Don't worry, good people will be rewarded. Brother Xian will be fine. Su Wanqiu came over, hugged her, and gently patted her back to comfort her. But her eyes involuntarily looked outside the window. A cloud of worry was on her face. If something really happened, not only would her sister become a widow, but the family would fall apart. Moreover, old Chen's family would have no descendants. She would feel ashamed to face the ancestors of the Chen family. Suddenly, a faint sound came from outside the house. Su Yun quickly broke free from her sister's embrace, ignoring whether it was Qin Xian, and immediately opened the door and rushed out. Before Su Wanqiu could step outside, she heard her excited voice, Sister, sister, Brother Xian is back. Hearing this, Su Wanqiu hurriedly went to the door. At this moment, Su Yun, holding Qin Xian's arm, was walking over. The little girl looked very excited, pointing at the deer behind Qin Xian, and was almost speechless with amazement. Sister, look, so big, so big. Since they were side by side, Su Wanqiu didn't see the deer behind Qin Xian and found it strange. What a big, big deer. It wasn't until Qin Xian entered the house and threw the deer onto the ground with a dull thud that she finally saw clearly. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with shock. This, so big, Chen Xian was exhausted now, sitting on a stool with Su Yun helping him. He was panting heavily, feeling both tired and hungry. But seeing the expressions of the two girls, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, feeling proud. At this moment, Su Wanxiu circled around the silly deer on the ground, walking in circles, her eyes shining. She was touching here and there, looking very eager. Chen Xian could clearly see her swallowing saliva. Haha, it seems this little girl is really craving it. But now, this will last us for a while. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu quickly recovered after the surprise. She first poured a cup of hot water into Chen Xian's hand, speaking tenderly. Are you frozen? It's so cold today. Drink some warm water first. I'll go heat up some food for you. It'll be ready soon. That's good. That's good. Chen Xian took a sip of hot water. It wasn't cold at all. Carrying such a heavy deer and walking so far made his back sweat. He was just hungry. That tight feeling in the chest and back. Not long after, Su Wanxiu brought over a large basin, about the size of 2 heads. The scene was warm and steaming. Eat quickly, I'm starving. I bought a lot of sorghum flour this time. Next time you go into the mountains, I'll prepare some sorghum pancakes for you. You can eat some when you're hungry. Otherwise, being in the mountains all day without food is the body. As she spoke, Su Wanxiu looked guilty. She had thought about this today when Chen Xian went into the mountains, but there really was no more sorghum flour at home. Even a good cook can't do much without ingredients. Feeling helpless. Thank you so much, sister-in-law. Indeed, going into the mountains requires bringing some food. The consumption is too high, and it's really exhausting. Chen Xian held a big basin, eating a pancake and some sorghum porridge. It was simple, but it tasted very good. Before long, he finished the basin of sorghum porridge and pancakes. Burp. Chen Xian let out a satisfied burp, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and felt clean. His tiredness was gradually fading. His gaze fell on the two women. They were squatting on the ground, discussing how to use different parts of the roe deer. Of course, most of the talk was led by Su Wanxiu, while Su Yun, the young girl, just nodded along. This hide needs to be carefully processed. I can make a jacket for Brother Xian. Yes, these legs can be preserved by salting, so they last longer. Tomorrow, we can use the bones to make soup to nourish you too. Yes, yes. Nourish ourselves. Listening to Su Wanxiu speak one sentence after another, all related to him, a smile appeared on Chen Xian's face, and he felt warm inside. Having such a big sister-in-law in this family, he was satisfied. The rest of the work, he didn't need to worry about at all. Even when he wanted to move the roe deer to the kitchen, Su Wanxiu refused. Instead, she told Su Yun to boil some hot water, let him wash up and go to bed early. He had been tired all day. The roe deer was left in her hands. In the room, Chen Xian was alone on the bed. Su Yun was helping in the kitchen. After all, if Su Wanxiu had done it alone, it would have taken until late at night to finish processing the roe deer. Next. Even in the kitchen, after reaching an intermediate level in tracking skills, he can now clearly hear the sound of cutting meat. Wow, sister, this roe deer is quite fat. What are you feeding it? Sister, this meat is very firm. It must taste great braised. Sister, these bones are so thick. They must make a delicious soup. Lying on the bed, Chen Xian shook his head with a helpless smile. This little girl is really greedy. All right, stop causing trouble here. Go back to your room. Brother Xian has worked hard all day. Help him relax a bit. Su Wanxiu sighed inwardly. They are both married women now, but she still acts like a child. Oh, Su Yun stuck out her tongue and then got up to go back to her room. However, her eyes still lingered on the roe deer, and she moved very slowly. Hurry back, stop staring. If you keep looking, I won't cook meat for you tomorrow. Su Wanxiu looked at her with a bit of annoyance. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the little girl ran off like a rabbit. Su Wanxiu looked at her sister, first sighed, then smiled. Last night, Su Yun was very satisfied and received 20 skill points as a reward. Early morning. The moment Chen Xian opened his eyes, he saw the information from last night. 20 points. Wow, that's quite a lot. Now he is almost certain that the number of points he gains is not only related to the satisfaction level of the little girl in his arms, but also closely linked to his mood. It seems that the silly roe deer really made her very happy last night. Well, last time it was just a little rabbit, mostly eaten by him. After all, he is the pillar of the family, and both women are willing to indulge him in a way that he can't refuse. So, it's no wonder she is so greedy. Today's breakfast: cornmeal porridge with bone broth, and of course, meat inside. Cornbread. Seeing the steam rising from the bowl and the oily glisten in the batter, with tiny oil beads visible to the eye, Su Yun sniffed deeply, pressing her little nose close and taking several big sniffs. Sister, brother Xian really. Gulp. Smells so good. You. Su Wanqiu pointed at her forehead with a finger. Really hopeless. Her mouth was watering so much she couldn't say a word. But it's not entirely Su Yun's fault. The Qin family hasn't had such greasy food in a long time. Every day, they only eat millet porridge, just enough to fill their stomachs. For this breakfast, the three of them felt very satisfied. The millet porridge was cooked with venison bone broth, which tasted really delicious. Even Chun Xian himself felt the difference. He felt warm all over. After breakfast, the two women in the house started tidying up. Chun Xian was cleaning his bow and arrows. Today, he didn't plan to go into the mountains, just resting and relaxing. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be so early? Chun Xian opened the door and saw Uncle Wong was standing outside, looking a bit awkward. His rough hands kept fidgeting with his clothes. He looked nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Chun Xian sensed something unusual and smiled as he said, Uncle Wong, come in first, and we can talk. Ah, okay. In the main hall, Wong Daming stood there looking strange, hesitant to speak. Chun Xian had a faint guess. Thinking about how tall and strong this man was, and considering their current situation, borrow some grain. He then said, Uncle Wong, please sit down for a moment. I'll get you some water. No, no need. Little Xian. Wong Daming kept waving his hands. But Chun Xian didn't listen and headed toward the kitchen. Ah. Seeing this, Wong Daming could only sit on a small stool, looking awkward as he sighed. His eyes showed struggle. If it weren't for Xiao Hai, a proud man like him wouldn't lower himself to ask the Qin family, especially to someone like Chun Xian, a younger generation. But there was no other choice. Their family was truly running out of food and water. He was okay with eating leaves, grass, or mixed stew if necessary. But the child is not doing well. It's been a long time since there was any business, and now he can't even earn a big amount of money. Sigh. After a moment, Chun Xian carried a sack from the kitchen. He went over to Wong Daming and handed it to him. What's this? When he saw the sorghum flour inside the bag, his eyes immediately welled up with tears. Little Xuanzi, your uncle really can't manage anymore. Thank you so much. Seeing him like this, Chun Xian felt a twinge of sadness in his heart. In his memory, the relationship between the two families has always been good. In the Qin family, they are hunters. Sometimes, when fixing bows and arrows, Wong Daming would do it for free. And when the Qin family caught game, they would also send some to Wong's family. After Grandma Wong passed away, life became even harder. Then came natural disasters, making things even worse. All right, Uncle Wong, there's no need to be like this. Just consider this as payment for fixing your bows and arrows in the future. Hurry back home. Little Hai is alone at home, and it's so cold. Okay. If you need anything, just come anytime. Uncle will make sure to help you. After Wong Daming left, Su Wanqiu came out of the kitchen. Uncle Wong really has a hard time. Yes, it's very tough. Fortunately, we have Xiandi at home, or who knows what would happen. Also, big sister-in-law has worked hard too. The two looked at each other and smiled. In the following days, Chun Xian continued hunting in the mountains as usual, but each time he returned empty-handed. Fortunately, he caught a roe deer the first time, which could last a while if saved carefully. But other families in Shuanggang village were in a different situation. According to Su Wanqiu, some families were only eating once a day. Faced with this, Chun Xian could only sigh and do nothing. In this situation, being able to protect his own family was already very good. Late at night, in the kitchen. Name, Chun Xian lifespan, 1855th realm, 9th rank, refining skin, cultivation technique. Health preservation technique, minor success, 0/100 skills. Basic archery, 5/10. Intermediate tracking, 0/20. Bedroom control technique, minor success, 0/20. Skill points, 101. Finally, enough skill points have been accumulated. Add points to health preservation technique. He shouted in his mind. Suddenly, A familiar warm flow appeared at his chest, then spread out to his body, strengthening him. It took about the same time as last time, just a few breaths. He looked at the panel again. The first thing he saw was that the realm section had changed. Chen Xian was very excited. He had reached the 8th rank, refining muscles. But his excitement only lasted a moment, disappearing when he saw the progress of the health preservation technique. Cultivation technique, health preservation technique, mastery. The progress bar disappeared. His excitement suddenly sank. The joy of breaking through was gone. Without the progress bar, it meant he couldn't improve this technique anymore. What should he do next? Even if he had spare skill points, they would be useless. As for the cultivation technique, it was too difficult. At least, he hadn't heard of anyone in the village who had it. Chen Xian grabbed his hair, feeling frustrated. It was so hard. It was like going to a brothel, seeing beautiful girls, only to realize it was almost overwhelming. Our ancestor was too useless. Couldn't he have left a good cultivation method? He vented his frustration by blaming the Chun family's ancestor. He didn't sleep all night. Before, his favorite thing in the morning was seeing the message that showed how many skill points he gained. Today, he still got 20 points. But he felt nothing at all. This morning, even when faced with greasy sorghum batter and leftover pieces of braised roe deer from yesterday, Chen Xian felt no interest at all. What's wrong, Brother Xian? Unlike Su Yun, the carefree girl, Su Wanqiu immediately noticed his unusual behavior. It's nothing, sister-in-law. I didn't sleep well last night. Not wanting to worry her, he came up with a fairly reasonable excuse. Then take a rest today and don't go into the mountains. At this point, Su Wanqiu paused, looking a bit troubled. Chen Xian was curious. His sister-in-law usually has a straightforward personality, so this was unusual. Yesterday, when I was washing clothes, I met Aunt Li. She said that a few days ago, 2 hunters from Nyotu village next door went missing and haven't come back for several days. While speaking, her sharp eyes stared directly at Chen Xian across from her. It seemed she wanted to see if his expression changed. But, to her disappointment, Chen Xian's face first showed surprise, then regret. Su Yun looked shocked, dropping her chopsticks onto the table, and worriedly looked at him, saying, "Maybe you shouldn't go into the mountains today? It's too dangerous, haha." Chen Xian chuckled softly. He didn't give a detailed explanation, but bent down and picked up a stone placed under the table. The 2 women didn't understand his intention. In the next moment, Chen Xian applied a little force. Suddenly, the stone split into 2. Su Yun exclaimed in surprise. Even the usually calm Su Wanqiu looked at him with disbelief. Thinking quickly, she asked, "Did you break through?" "Yes." Chen Xian nodded slightly and said, "I'm now a 9th rank martial artist. You should be more at ease now." Sometimes, showing off a little muscle in front of the 2 women was more effective than 1,000 words. With strength in front of them, it was more convincing than anything else. However, for Su Wanqiu, she might have just suspected earlier, but now she was starting to believe that the deaths of those 2 people from Nyotu village definitely had something to do with Chen Xian. However, he still believed in his heart that he would not hurt others without reason. It must have been those 2 people who did something to force him to act. She was very sure of this. Since that's the case, those 2 people deserve to be punished. Chen Xian went into the mountains. There were only 2 women at home. Su Yun still couldn't believe that her husband was now a martial artist. She went to her sister Su Wanqiu's side, hugged her from behind, and asked, "Sister, am I dreaming? Can't you see? It's not a dream." She stopped her sewing, tilted her head to look at her, and said seriously, "This must be kept secret. Don't tell anyone, understand?" "Why?" Su Yun was very confused. She didn't understand why her sister said that. A martial artist. That's a martial artist. If her husband is a martial artist, who would dare to bully them in the future? At least in this village, they would be the most powerful. Clap. Su Wanqiu patted her little head. She said seriously, "A big tree attracts the wind. Be low-key. A 9-rank martial artist is just a bit stronger than ordinary people, but if someone uses sneaky tricks, they might still be in trouble. So stay low-key. Do you understand?" "Oh." Su Yun nodded, seeming to understand, but not quite. She was too young, and she had been with Su Wanqiu since she was little, so she thought very simply, like a child. But, right now, Su Wanqiu was truly happy inside. Although she was teaching Su Yun in this way, Having a 9-rank martial artist in the family was a big deal. At least, it had been many years since someone in this village reached that level. In the mountains, as the temperature rose, the snow began to melt. But the mountain became harder to walk on. However, Chun Xian was now an 8th-rank martial artist, and his strength and speed had improved greatly. In just 1 hour, he reached the deep part of the mountain. The snow is melting, the temperature is rising, but I still don't see a single living thing. Chun Xian frowned deeply. He looked further into the mountain. Should I go even deeper? He whispered softly, a hint of fear in his eyes. Going further would mean entering the back mountain. There is a rule in Double Peak Village. Hunters do not enter the back mountain. Otherwise, it's a life and death risk. His older brother had proven this. His brother entered the back mountain, got seriously injured, and almost lost his life. I'm already at level 8. I should be fine, he thought confidently. Reaching level 8 gave him strong confidence, much stronger than his brother's. Be careful, but it should be okay, he nodded firmly. Then he took a step forward, heading toward the back mountain. As he entered, Chun Xian stayed alert, watching his surroundings carefully. The back mountain had a strange, chilling feeling, so cold it felt like it could cut through him. Even now, at level 8, he could still feel it. He walked nearly dozens of miles into the mountain, but found nothing. The sun was starting to set, and he estimated it was time to head back. He thought about exploring a different direction tomorrow. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly heard a faint, clack-clack sound. His heart jumped with excitement. He quickly moved toward the sound. After searching for a while, he finally saw the target in a snow pit, a small white fox. It was very tiny, about the size of 2 palms. Chun Xian looked disappointed. Such a small white fox wasn't worth much. The fox didn't notice the hunter nearby and happily ate pine nuts falling from the trees. Forget it. I'll catch it and give it to Su Yun to play with, he thought. It wasn't much meat anyway, just a small gift for her. They had been married for days, but he hadn't given her anything yet. This could make up for it. He took a small stone from his pocket. It was too small for an arrow, so it wouldn't kill the fox. He aimed carefully at the little white fox, ready to throw. It was no use trying my best. With a shout of, "Rest," a stone turned into a dark shadow and hit the little white fox steadily. Chun Xian quickly ran over, looked at the unconscious little white fox on the ground, checked it carefully, and was relieved when he confirmed it was still alive. This little one was really at risk of being accidentally crushed. Just as he carefully put the small creature into his pocket, suddenly, a voice came from behind. Interesting, I didn't expect a hunter to be an 8th-rank martial artist. How interesting. Startled, Chun Xian shivered and immediately turned around. He saw a man in a long white robe standing about 10 meters away, roughly 1.8 meters tall, with a faint smile on his face, observing him. With such a low temperature, this person is only wearing a thin, long robe, and I can tell his strength at a glance. His mind quickly processed the information, and he analyzed the situation instantly. Cannot fight. He put down his bag, clasped his fists, and respectfully asked, "May I ask who you are? Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. I just took a liking to the white spirit fox in your hand. Would you be willing to give it to me? As for the price, you can name it." Although the man appeared calm and spoke kindly, for some reason, it gave people a feeling that they couldn't refuse. But when Chun Xian heard that he was only interested in this white spirit fox, he relaxed. Without hesitation, he took the white spirit fox out of his pocket, hesitating whether to give it or throw it. Suddenly, a strong attraction came from both of his hands, and in the next moment, the white spirit fox flew directly toward the man. At this moment, Chun Xian's eyes widened as he watched this magical scene. Is this palm absorption? Just a little toy. The man in white gently stroked the white spirit fox in his arms. He responded to Chun Xian's question at the same time. Then he asked, I can't take the white spirit fox for free. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's not too much, I can consider it. At this moment, Chun Xian's mind was racing quickly, analyzing the situation. He didn't know if the man in front of him was telling the truth or just making polite talk. To him, the white spirit fox was nothing special. It was of no real use. If it was given, it was given. At least, he hadn't planned to ask for anything in return just a moment ago. But the man's move earlier, gently inhaling, caused the white spirit fox to fly automatically into his hand. It felt like being suddenly drenched with cold water on a hot summer day. He wanted to learn. So he made up his mind and tentatively asked, "Can I try the technique you just used?" "Haha, good kid. You're brave and honest." The man in the white robe chuckled softly. The man in front of Qin Xian looked more and more different each time he saw him. At least, he didn't seem like a hunter. He analyzed the situation, was smart. He was also brave, a talented person. But this inhalation technique, although he called it a small trick, that was only relative to himself. Thinking about it, he wondered, why not try? He cared about his reputation. And besides, today, he finally caught the white spirit fox. He was happy. In the next moment, the man disappeared from Qin Xian's sight. What's going on? Before he could react, the man appeared in front of him again, with a cool sensation on his forehead. "Close your eyes and carefully feel it," the man's voice sounded in his ear. Seeing this, Qin Xian immediately closed his eyes, and suddenly a strange scene appeared in his mind. At the same time, the man's voice rang out again. Inhalation technique. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Qin Xian opened his eyes again, the man was gone. Is this the inhalation technique? Qin Xian's eyes were still full of shock. After a moment, he recovered and quickly summoned his panel. Name, Qin Xian. Lifespan, 1855th realm. 8th rank, refining muscles. Cultivation technique. Health preservation technique. Proficient. Skills. Basic archery, 5/10. Intermediate tracking, 0/20. Bedroom control technique. Minor success, 0/20. Palm absorption, not suitable for cultivation. Skill points, 21. Not suitable for cultivation? Seeing the words behind the palm absorption skill on the panel, Qin Xian was suddenly stunned. What does this mean? The system has recorded the skill, but it cannot be cultivated. Is it because my strength isn't enough? Qin Xian thought for a long time and felt that this was probably the reason. Suddenly, he felt very frustrated. This was no different from going to a brothel. He shook his head with a bitter smile. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a cold winter, all things began to recover. As the temperature rose, the snow in the mountains had completely melted. Animals and wild beasts came out to look for food. However, more and more people started to hunt in the mountains. Even some ordinary villagers began to enter the mountains. Although dangerous, it was a helpless choice. There was nothing to eat at home. The mountains were dangerous, but sometimes they could catch rabbits or pick mushrooms to fill their stomachs. But even with more people entering the mountains, it didn't affect Qin Xian. Since his first time going into the back mountain, he had been hunting on the outskirts for the past month. As for why he didn't go deeper into the mountain, it was because he was scared. Can you imagine a giant snake several meters long, as thick as a man's thigh? Its tongue was half a foot long. Qin Xian only took a quick look, and he was so scared he nearly lost his soul. He slowly retreated, being very careful, afraid the snake would notice him. When he reached the outskirts of the back mountain, he gathered all his strength and ran down the mountain. After that day, Qin Xian didn't go into the mountain for 5 days. It was too terrifying. Whenever I think about it now, my heart can't help but tremble. Indeed, the story about Double Ridge Village is not just a rumor. Going into the back mountain is a life and death challenge. Facing that thing, even an 8th rank warrior's legs feel weak, let alone ordinary hunters. However, even on the outskirts of the back mountain, Qin Xian has gained quite a lot recently. Now, in the kitchen, most of the space is filled with the game he has brought back. Rabbits, roe deer, wild boars, and even a white tiger. He estimates he won't be able to finish eating it all in a few months. When he's no longer worried about his stomach, Qin Xian doesn't feel like going into the mountain anymore. Today, the weather is rare and good. After a long winter, all the clothes at home are damp. So Su Wanxiu took little Su Yun outside to hang the clothes to dry and washed everything that needed cleaning. After lunch, the two of them went to the village's rice shop again. They never sit still. Meanwhile, only Qin Xian is at home. He took out the old reclining chair he hadn't used in a long time and placed it at the door to sunbathe. It feels so comfortable. He sighed unexpectedly. Looking at the panel in front of him, name, Qin Xian, lifespan, 18 to 55, realm, 8th rank, refining muscles, cultivation technique, health preservation technique, proficient, skills, advanced archery, advanced tracking, bedroom mastery, great success, palm absorption, not suitable for cultivation. Skill points. 589 in a month. He upgraded everything he could, and still, he gained 589 skill points. It's like being extremely thirsty and getting drowned at the same time. Before, he only thought about skill points. Now, he has so many extra points, but nowhere to use them. It's really frustrating. I should have asked that man for a cultivation method. Why bother with that palm absorption? I can only watch, but not use it. He felt a bit regretful. How can I get a cultivation technique? Chen Xian rubbed his temples. It's really giving him a headache. During this time, he also asked some of the older villagers, but they were simple folks, some of whom had never even been to the county town. Of course, there was no useful information. Just as he was feeling upset and confused, he heard a familiar voice nearby. What should we do, sister? Will our family only be able to eat meat from now on? But I can't even eat that. These were all voices of Su Yun. Since her tracking skills improved to a higher level, his hearing had become even sharper. He could hear farther away. In fact, these two women were still hundreds of meters away, but he could hear Su Yun clearly. After a moment, the two women arrived in front of Chen Xian. Su Wanqiu looked worried, while Su Yun held his hand tightly and said anxiously, "The grain shop in the village isn't selling anything anymore, and the shopkeeper said this situation will last a long time. Brother Xian, what should we do in the future? Don't worry. I am here." Chen Xian patted her head to comfort her, then looked at Su Wanqiu and asked confusedly, "Why?" "There's chaos. A fight is coming," Su Wanqiu said slowly. She repeated exactly what the grain shop owner had told her. It turned out that, after the natural disaster, many parts of Dachau were suffering. Some places even had cases of people eating each other. In response, Dachau did nothing. So, it naturally led to chaos. Chen Xian sighed. Fortunately, Yunzi County is currently safe. The county government is probably controlling grain supplies to prepare in advance. But this has made life very hard for ordinary villagers. The drought had already reduced harvests, and these supplies were used up over the winter. Otherwise, the villagers wouldn't have risked going into the mountains to find food. Now, grain supplies are also controlled. This means they are giving up on villages like theirs. Or perhaps officials and merchants are colluding to raise prices. Compared to the first reason, he believed the latter was more likely. After all, the more chaotic the world, the easier it is to make money. There's not much problem in a short time. The family has enough food, so don't worry. Compared to other families, their situation is much better. They are considered lucky. However, at this moment, Su Yun, the young girl, drooped her head and looked unhappy. Eating meat every day is too boring. Chen Xian was speechless too. Other families wish they could eat meat, but they can't. She is lucky to be eating so much that she doesn't want it anymore. Her mouth is quite spoiled. What nonsense are you talking about? In today's world, just being able to eat enough is already hard. You still have meat to eat and you're not satisfied? If you don't want to eat, then don't. If you're hungry, you'll eat after a few days. Su Wanqiu scolded her. Now that she is married, she still doesn't understand proper behavior. At this moment, she was truly angry inside. She thought about teaching her a good lesson this time. She can't be so reckless anymore. She's grown up now and shouldn't act like a child. Big sister. I was just joking, Su Yun quickly explained, seeing her sister's angry look with tears in her eyes. You shouldn't say that. You're not the same as before. You need to manage the household well. Look around. Which family in the village can have 3 meals a day? Our family is already doing so well. And you still say such things. It makes me so angry. Su Wanqiu became more and more excited, her chest rising with emotion. Got it. Sob. Big sister, I won't say it again in the future, Su Yun said while wiping her tears. Humph. Su Wanqiu snorted coldly and turned her head away, no longer looking at her. Suddenly, the young girl looked at Chen Xian, who was still sitting, seeking help. He understood her meaning perfectly. Actually, Chen Xian was also a little unhappy just now. The girl was a bit too outspoken. Now, life is hard for every family. As Su Wanqiu said, their family can have 3 meals a day and eat meat every meal. That's already much better than many others. At least, in Shuanggang village, it is like that. So, when Su Wanqiu scolded her, he didn't say a word. However, now it seems that the young girl probably knows she was wrong. And, ultimately, she is just too young. In her previous life on Blue Star, She was still in high school at her age. So I patted her hand and pointed to the room, saying, "Go inside first." Seeing this, the young girl looked up slightly, fearfully glanced at her sister, and seeing she didn't speak, she looked at Qin Xian. After he nodded again, she lowered her head and walked into the room. At this moment, Su Wanqiu also sighed and looked at Qin Xian with an apologetic expression, saying, "Sorry to trouble you." It's okay." Yin'er didn't mean any harm. She was just speaking casually. Give her some time, and she will grow to be like her sister-in-law, able to manage this family well, hopefully. Su Wanqiu also felt helpless. She had spoiled this younger sister too much. "I'm going to cook now." Just as she was about to enter the house, Qin Xian called her back. "Wait, sister-in-law. What's the matter?" "Brother Xian." Su Wanqiu turned around and asked. "Sister-in-law, I saw you hesitating just now. Is there something you want to say?" As a hunter, his observation skills are very sharp. Just now, he noticed that her expression was unusual, only changing after scolding Su Yun. And he guessed that this young girl, Su Yun, might not know something, and it could be dangerous, which is why she acted that way. Therefore, after Su Yun entered the room, he asked, Su Wanqiu hesitated immediately. Actually, when she was at the grain shop, she overheard some words, but, just as Qin Xian guessed, there is danger. So she was reluctant to speak. Seeing this, Qin Xian advised, "Sister-in-law, I'm not a child anymore, and you see, I'm not stupid. If there really is danger, I wouldn't go and interfere. Besides, I'm now a martial artist, so I can protect myself, right?" Hearing this, Su Wanqiu nodded slightly. Indeed, he is not a reckless person. Then she spoke. "Black market? Black market?" Qin Xian was surprised to hear about this place for the first time. "Yes, it's the black market. I overheard about it by chance at the grain shop. Although the government controls the grain and flour, the black market is where you can buy them. It's said that the black market has a big background. Not only can you buy and sell freely, but if you have money, you can get anything. But it's very expensive. And I've heard that the people there aren't easy to deal with. That's why I hesitated to tell you." Su Wanqiu shared everything she had heard. After hearing this, Qin Xian's heart was immediately moved. Because of the phrase, "as long as you have money, you can buy anything." Does that mean even martial arts techniques? Really? I must go there. He made up his mind right away. But now, he faced two problems. First, he didn't know how to get to the black market. He needed to ask the grain shop owner about it, which shouldn't be a big problem. Second, money. Their family's current funds came from what they took from Li Jin last time, and they had already spent some of it. This little money definitely wasn't enough. Fortunately, a few days ago, he hunted a large white tiger in the back mountain. It weighed about 600 jin, around 300 kilograms, and its fur was still intact. It should sell for a good price. As for whether it was enough to buy the martial arts technique, he wasn't sure. After all, the original owner was just an ordinary hunter with knowledge limited to Double Ridge Village, and he had rarely been to the county town. How could he know about martial arts techniques? That's all for now. Our family isn't in a rush, so there's no need to take such risks. Got it. I understand. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Seeing his attitude, Su Wanqiu felt a bit regretful. But now that she had already said it, there was nothing she could do. She just nodded and then went into the house. Qin Xian sat outside, waiting until evening. Looking at the nearby houses, only their house and one other had smoke coming from the chimney. Life this way. This world. No wonder people are starting to rebel. Qin Xian still did not go into the mountains, but after breakfast, he left the house. Su Wanqiu saw this and also showed worry. With her clear mind, she immediately understood what he was planning. "I wonder how it will turn out," she said softly, stopping her sewing. Next to her, Su Yun was confused about what her sister meant and wanted to ask, but remembering she was scolded just yesterday, she held back her words. After Qin Xian arrived at the village rice shop and asked the owner about it, he was disappointed to find out that the owner didn't know how to get into the black market. He only knew the location. Moreover, it was all within the same village. The owner kindly advised him not to go there unless absolutely necessary. The black market was safe inside, but once outside, it was dangerous. There were many cases of scams and theft happening almost every day. Every year, many risked their lives to go into the black market and never returned. Qin Xian nodded politely to show his thanks. But, at this moment, his mind was like a sieve, nothing went in. It wasn't that he wanted to take this risk willingly, but he had no choice. It was the only way he could hope to get a cultivation manual. Although he was now an 8th-rank warrior, he was a notable figure in this village. But once he left the village, he was just an ordinary person with little influence. And chaos had already begun. The world was becoming more and more chaotic. Everyone knew something was coming, and he had to prepare. He needed to strengthen himself. He had to go to the black market. But he didn't even know where it was yet. Without that, it was like the journey was over before it started. This was really frustrating. Chen Xian was feeling very annoyed. He lowered his head and walked back, kicking at the stones on the ground. His mind was full of thoughts about cultivation manuals. He was so focused that he didn't even notice when he passed by Wong Daming's house and called out to him. Xuanzi, Xuanzi. Wong Daming raised his voice and called a few more times. Only then did he notice. So he quickly replied, "What's wrong, Uncle Wong? I didn't hear you just now. What's wrong with you, kid? You look like you've lost your soul. I called you a few times, and you didn't hear me. I thought maybe I was upset because I lent you grain and you didn't pay it back." No, that's not it. Chen Xian hurriedly waved his hands. Haha, just joking. You're such a kid. Hee hee. After being teased by Wong Daming, Chen Xian's irritation eased a lot. He then asked, "Uncle Wong, is there something you want to tell me? Is there no food at home? It's okay, just enough. Your uncle isn't a lazy person. Spring has come, and with my build, I may not be as strong as you, but I can still catch wild chickens and rabbits. I've caught quite a few." Wong Daming was the kind of person who could rely on his own hands and wouldn't trouble others. Last time, he really had no choice but to borrow grain from Chen's family. That's good. If it's not enough, just tell us. We still have some food at home. While talking, Chen Xian also went to the stove. Wong Daming poured a cup of hot water for him, then continued, "Uncle Wong really thanks you for lending the grain that day. Without it, it would have been hard to get through. I'll pay you back when I return." Chen Xian heard this, put down his cup, and asked with doubt, "Does that mean you're leaving the village? Where are you going?" Wong Daming sighed and explained, "I love staying in the village. I wouldn't want to leave. It's just that the officials sent a message, calling all blacksmiths in Yunzi County to come to the town to make weapons. You know how chaotic things are now. It's probably the officials preparing in advance. He had no choice. The officials' orders had to be obeyed. If you didn't go, they would come and arrest you. What about Xiao Hai? He'll come with me. You know, it's just us father and son. Wherever I go, he has to come along." Although he felt sorry, it was an unavoidable situation. Yes, there's no other way. Chen Xian nodded. Uncle Wong was like both a father and mother to him. It was him. But it's also good. Even though there's no pay, they promised food and lodging, which is pretty good for these days. Wong Daming smiled and said, "My demands are simple. As long as my son and I can eat enough, that's all I need. By the way, what happened just now? You looked lost and distracted." Then, Chen Xian told him about the black market. To his surprise, Wong Daming was shocked and quickly said, "Kid, why did you go to that place? If you can't buy rice and flour, that's okay. You're good at hunting. Just focus on eating enough." But after hearing this, Chen Xian's body trembled, and he stared intently at Wong Daming. "What's wrong? Uncle Wong, do you know about the black market? Where exactly is it?" "No, I don't know. Don't ask me." Wong Daming shook his head and waved his hand, denying everything. Chen Xian could tell from his expression that he was lying, so he kept asking. No matter how he questioned, Wong Daming refused to say anything. He even warned Chen Xian not to go there, saying it was too dangerous for ordinary people. Hearing this, Chen Xian suddenly had an idea. It's dangerous for ordinary people, but not for him. After all, he was a martial artist, and Wong Daming had watched him grow up. His character was trustworthy. So he said, "Uncle Wong, I am now a martial artist." "What?" Wong Daming looked surprised but still didn't believe him. "Xuanzi, lying isn't good. Our village hasn't had a martial artist in many years. Don't try to fool me." Sighing inwardly, Chen Xian knew that no one really believed him these days. He looked at a thick iron rod nearby. He grabbed it, slightly exerted his strength, and the iron rod in his hand bent into the shape of a bow. Wong Daming felt like he was dreaming. He thought the iron rod might be defective, so he tried it himself. But the bent iron rod showed no change in his hands. That iron rod, without at least 600 or 700 pounds of strength, was useless. Clearly, only a martial artist could have such power. Only now did Wang Daming finally believe that Chen Xian was a martial artist. Good, good, good. Wang Daming cheerfully said, good, 3 times in a row, his expression becoming more excited. He muttered to himself, Old Chun, Xiao Xuanzi has made it. He's a martial artist now. Your family's ancestral grave must be smoking with pride. You left too early. The family was left to the children. Big brother also looked for you a few years ago. Now, Xiao Xuanzi has become a martial artist. You don't need to worry about this family anymore. Now you can rest assured down there. Chen Xian stood quietly nearby, listening to every word he said. By the end, Wang Daming's eyes were red. It's hard to imagine that such a rough man was crying at this moment. In his memory, only Wang Dama's hand had ever made him cry. It seems that Uncle Wang and Dad really had a special bond. At this moment, Wang Daming wiped his tears with his sleeve, and a smile appeared on his sad face, an expression of deep relief. He patted Chen Xian's shoulder hard and said, Good boy, you've made it. After learning that he was a martial artist, Wang Daming finally told him the location of the black market entrance. However, he warned him to be careful even if he entered as a martial artist. He also shared some news. There might be a draft for the army. The first to be drafted would be hunters like him. This was also an opportunity for him, like getting official rations. But Chen Xian only nodded politely on the surface. On the way home, he was worried and thoughtful. He kept thinking about what he could do if the draft really happened, how to avoid going. Join the army? No way. Official rations weren't that good. War meant death. He definitely didn't want to go. In the main room, Su Wanqiu and her sister were making new shoes. They looked like they were for Chen Xian. Big sister, do you think my sewing has improved? Su Yan held up the shoe she made and asked proudly. But unexpectedly, Su Wanqiu didn't react at all, as if she hadn't heard her. The young girl suddenly felt a bit strange and called out, Sister. Huh? Su Wanqiu finally snapped out of her thoughts. What's wrong? Sister, what were you just thinking? I called you several times, but you didn't hear me. She felt that her sister was acting a little odd today, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. Anyway, she seemed different from usual. Are you still angry? Thinking of this, Su Yan looked at her with a guilty feeling. No. Before she finished speaking, Chen Xian walked in from outside. Brother Xian, look. I made you new shoes. What do you think? Seeing Chen Xian, Su Yun immediately ran over and held up the new shoes in front of him like a treasure. Not bad. They look good. Keep it up. The new shoes in front of him made Chen Xian temporarily forget about the matter of enlisting. After examining them carefully, he encouraged the young girl like a caring elder. Hee. Of course. From now on, all of Brother Xian's shoes and clothes will be made by me. They will get better and better. Encouraged by Chen Xian's praise, she was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Seeing her smile, Chen Xian also felt much happier. This young girl, that's what makes her special. Her emotions show on her face. Like a child, simple and pure. Late at night, Chen Xian quietly went to the kitchen, looking at the prey he had caught recently. After carefully checking everything, he sighed helplessly. Only the big white tiger was valuable. The rest were just ordinary things, not worth much. He decided to go to the black market tomorrow. During the day, Wang Daming also warned him that the world might really be getting chaotic. At this moment, he needed to improve his strength quickly, so he could better protect himself and the 2 women at home. Just as he was holding a kerosene lamp, ready to return to his room, at the door, Su Wanqiu was standing there without him knowing. He was startled, and his face changed color. Sister-in-law, you, come to my room. I have something to talk to you about. After saying that, she turned and went inside. Once again, I went to my sister-in-law's room. It was a very familiar scene, but I also roughly knew what she was going to say. After thinking for a moment, I decided it was better to clarify things so she wouldn't worry. As soon as I entered Su Wanqiu's room, she asked directly, Are you going to the black market? Exactly. I thought to myself, she is really a perceptive person. Sometimes I really want to ask, is Su Yun really her biological sister? Why are their personalities so different? But since she already asked, I nodded slightly, prepared for this. I replied, yes. After getting the clear answer, Su Wanqiu sat there and let out a long sigh. Neither of us spoke again. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a long silence, Su Wanqiu spoke softly. Since you've made up your mind to go, I won't say much. But there's one thing. You must promise me. Hearing her words, I understood she meant I was going. So I quickly said, "Sister-in-law, just tell me. Be sure to be careful. Before doing anything, think about Yunner at home. Never act impulsively. Don't worry, sister-in-law. You know I'm not reckless." Hearing this, Su Wancho nodded. She was right, not reckless. Then she continued, "Don't get involved in things that don't concern you. Just pretend you didn't see anything. The black market is a mixed place, and no one can say for sure what will happen. Also here, take this." She took a jade pendant from under her pillow. Gently stroking it, she looked reluctant but still handed it to me. "Sister-in-law, I can't really help you with anything else. This jade pendant is worth some money. When you reach the county town and find a job, consider this a small token of my goodwill." This jade pendant was a family heirloom of the Su family. Since my parents passed away, she had kept it. She had planned to give it to Su Yun after some time. But tonight, she looked at it again and again in the kitchen. She knew the situation at home. That's why she thought of this jade pendant. "Sister-in-law, it's not possible. This is very precious. I remember it is your Su family's ancestral heirloom." Chun Xian immediately recognized this piece of jade pendant, and it left a deep impression on him. This was worn when she married her late older brother. At that time, Su Yun also said, "This jade pendant has been passed down in their Su family for hundreds of years." Later, Chun Xian carefully examined it again. "Take it." Su Wancho's attitude was very firm. "As long as it can help you, it doesn't matter if it's precious or not. It's just an old object to me, not edible, and of no use. Go back," she said, pushing him out and then closing the door. She leaned her whole body against the door. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad," she muttered to herself. Tears slid down her face and fell to the ground. That jade pendant is her Su family's heirloom. How could she bear to part with it? Outside the house, Chun Xian felt a bit upset. For his sake, Su Wancho even took out their only family heirloom jade pendant. How could he not be touched? At this moment, he tightly clenched the jade pendant in his hand. A door, two people, at this moment, both are for the sake of a family. Early in the morning, Su Wancho prepared a hearty breakfast. Braised wild chicken, soup made from wild boar bones, and a stack of about a dozen sorghum cakes. Suddenly, the entire main hall was filled with a rich aroma. "Wow, so much! Brother Xian, are you going into the mountains today?" Seeing such a rich breakfast and so many sorghum cakes, Su Yun immediately asked Chun Xian beside her. Because, usually, she only prepared this when he was going into the mountains. "Probably so." Chun Xian sat down and started eating breakfast. "Probably so?" Su Yun looked puzzled. "What does that mean?" "It's like this." After taking a bite of the cake, he continued, "Today I need to go to the county town to sell the big white tiger at home and see if I can buy some rice and flour." "County town?" The little girl immediately got excited when she heard this. She hasn't been there before. So, he moved beside her and said with a hopeful look, "Brother Xian, can you take me with you?" Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Chun Xian hadn't had time to refuse. Su Wancho scolded her harshly. Usually, she might just say a few words, but this time, Chun Xian was going to the black market. How could he take her along? Even if he wasn't going to the black market, it wouldn't be safe to bring her. After all, the distance from here to the county town is over 10 miles, and who knows if it's safe. Chun Xian is a martial artist, which is good, but bringing an ordinary woman like her is like carrying a burden. It's definitely not safer than going alone. Her sister really acts on impulse. Just yesterday, she was scolded, and now this again. It's exhausting. She's just a child. Seeing Su Yun crying as she was scolded, Chun Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. But he didn't speak up for her. This little girl is like a stubborn donkey, needing some time to be taught a lesson. After a not-so-pleasant breakfast, Su Wancho brought over a large sack and handed it to Chun Xian. "This is what I made last night. I took apart a few sacks and sewed them back together. It should be big enough to hold that big white tiger." When Chun Xian took the sack, he noticed her hands were red and covered with many small needles. He immediately felt sorry for his sister-in-law. She silently sacrifices for the family and for him. It's just a simple task, taking apart and sewing sacks, but it's very troublesome. It takes time and effort. He guessed she started working after he left last night, not sure how long it took, and this morning, she got up early again to prepare breakfast. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Chun Xian said sincerely from his heart. After packing the big white tiger, Chun Xian said a brief farewell and left home. At this moment, In the main hall, only 2 women were there. Su Yun rested her head on her hand, quietly repairing her shoes, not daring to speak. Seeing this, Su Wanqiu ignored her. Her sister really seems to never grow up. She can't be too kind to her. Otherwise, you are just a child. Double Post Village is about 10 miles west, and soon you will reach Yunzi County. In my memory, he seems to have come here only once, back when his older brother was still alive, and they were selling hunted game in the county. He was carrying a large white tiger that weighed about 600 jin, around 300 kilograms. Fortunately, Chun Xian is now an 8th-rank martial artist. Otherwise, he might not have been able to carry it. The entrance to the black market is not inside the county, so he doesn't need to go into the town. This also saves him the entrance fee. After nearly 2 hours, Chun Xian arrived at the moat on the east side of Yunzi County. Ferry crossing. There are a few small boats, each with a boatman wearing a straw hat and black clothes. This is the entrance to the black market. These small boats are used specifically to send people to the black market. One of the boats already has several people on it. When Chun Xian arrived, the boatman shouted, 10 big coins to enter the black market. Chun Xian thought to himself, that's really expensive. Just paying this entrance fee is a lot of money. But he paid honestly and got on the boat. Unexpectedly, after he got on, the boatman shouted, let's go. Then, the small boat smoothly headed toward the center of the lake. Chun Xian looked around. There are 10 people on the boat, including the boatman. Although everyone is sitting close, no one is talking. Chun Xian didn't know if there was a rule against talking on the boat, so to avoid trouble, he sat in a corner with a burlap sack beside him, holding it tightly. Young man, your bag is pretty heavy. If I had known, I would have charged you double. The boatman was rowing with some effort. Sorry, sir. I didn't know the rules. Next time, I will pay more. Suddenly, he was called out, and Chun Xian was startled. But the boatman also paused, a little surprised. Sir, he smiled slightly. Next time, bring me a pot of wine. The boatman said softly, then added, don't forget, huh? Chun Xian really wanted to roll his eyes. He only said it casually, but he didn't expect the old man to take it seriously. Does, next time, mean there won't be one? What a thick skin. However, since it was his first time in the black market and he was unfamiliar with the place, he dared not offend anyone. Reluctantly, he replied, all right, I will definitely bring you a pot of wine. After that, the small boat fell into silence, except for the sound of water. About half an hour later, buildings appeared one after another. An island. This is the black market. Once the boat was docked, everyone started to get off, with Chun Xian being the last. That thing of yours should fetch a good price. Also, you can't cause trouble in the black market, or you'll lose your head. Just as he was about to step off, the boatman suddenly gave a reminder. Chun Xian was surprised. He had been holding that bag the whole time. How did the old man notice? But he respectfully cupped his fists. Thank you for the reminder, sir. I understand. Then he stepped off the boat. The black market is divided into 4 areas: east, south, west, and north. Each area deals in different goods, and Wong Daming had told him about this. He believed he was in the eastern part. Following the blue stone-paved road and the signs, he headed toward the east area. Soon, a huge gate appeared in his view. Above the gate, the words, Eastern Region, were written in a flowing, dragon and phoenix style. At the entrance, there was a lounge chair covered with what looked like animal fur. A middle-aged man in blue clothes was lying there with his eyes closed. Behind him, 2 tall men, about 1.8 meters, stood on either side, each with a long sword at their waist. Seeing this, Chun Xian approached respectfully and said, Sir, I am here in the Eastern Region to sell some hunted beasts. However, the man in blue on the chair didn't even open his eyes and replied indifferently, Booth fee is 10 big coins. 10 more, again 10. Although Chun Xian felt sad, he still honestly took out 10 large coins and handed them over. The man on the right took the money, and the man on the left immediately threw him a wooden sign. It was engraved with the number 038. Seeing that he looked a bit confused, the man on the left knew this was his first time entering the black market. So he explained, Booth 38, find it yourself. Thank you. Chun Xian nodded in thanks, and then carried his sack inside. After he left, the man in blue sitting on the chair spoke. Literally, you're quite kind. Hee. Lord Yuan. That person looks like a rookie just starting out. I was just warning him to avoid trouble and not cause problems for the boss. Yeah, you're thoughtful. Oh, Yuan Hong stretched lazily. This is so boring. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this job as the head of the Eastern region. The title sounds big, but really, I'm just a gatekeeper. So boring. Be careful, you two. I'll take a quick nap. After saying that, he closed his eyes, and soon, faint snoring could be heard. The two behind him exchanged knowing smiles. This Lord Yuan really doesn't care about small details. He can sleep anywhere. The trading market in the Eastern region is very large. It's not just stalls, but also shops. However, most of these shops are rented by big families or influential people. Ordinary folks, even if they have money, they don't have the right to rent. Soon, after wandering around a big circle, Chen Xian found booth 038. This is the stall? He couldn't believe it. Even if his mind was shattered, he wouldn't have guessed this was a stall. There was a wooden sign stuck in the ground, with the red numbers 038 on it. Around the sign, a circle was drawn, about 1 meter in diameter. This was the stall. Really frugal. Thinking for a moment, he could only come up with the word, frugal. Carefully, he dragged the big white tiger out of the sack and tidied it up. Then, within the circle, a large white tiger was lying on its limbs, with its head raised high, although its body was lowered. Although it was just a dead tiger, it still looked quite impressive. After finishing everything, Chen Xian clapped his hands, not caring about the dirt, and sat down on the ground, waiting for someone to come and buy. Fortunately, not long after, someone passed by his stall, but they only pointed and looked, never asking about the price. Chen Xian could tell these people were just ordinary folks, not even martial artists. Although the white tiger was full of treasures, they couldn't afford it. And of course, they had no money in their pockets and no courage to speak. About half an hour later, Chen Xian started to feel a little anxious, because no one had asked about the price. And this half hour also showed that in this large Eastern market, there were very few people. Why is no one here? He had spent 20 big coins to get into the black market. If he couldn't sell it, it would be a huge loss. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Just then, a small, black-clad dwarf came to his stall. He had a round face, especially his eyes, which looked like small green beans, quite amusing. He carefully examined the tiger. Just as Chen Xian thought he was just looking around like everyone else, the dwarf spoke. How much for this tiger? Hearing someone ask about the price, Chen Xian was happy, but also a bit embarrassed. Because he didn't know how much the tiger was worth or how much to ask for. So he could only nervously ask, name your price. If it's okay, I'll sell it. Hearing this, the black-clad dwarf raised an eyebrow and said displeased, Is this your first time in the black market? Now Chen Xian felt even more frustrated. Did his forehead say newbie or something? He hadn't said anything special. How did this person guess right away that it was his first time in the black market? Seeing his confusion, the dwarf smiled and explained, You just said that because you don't know the value of this tiger, so you asked me to set a price, right? Yeah. Seeing himself exposed, Chen Xian could only nod. This is better. People who often come to the black market usually ask the appraiser inside to look at their items and give a price. Of course, this service costs money, and it's not cheap. But it's much better than selling things blindly like a fool. Suddenly, Chen Xian gave an awkward smile. So that's how it is. No wonder. Thank you, brother. Chen Xian clasped his hands in thanks. Then he carefully put the tiger back into the sack and prepared to find the appraiser he mentioned earlier. Come with me. I'll take you there, so you won't waste time wandering around aimlessly. Thanks. Chen Xian carried the sack on his back and followed behind him. Did you catch that tiger? Just lucky. Hee. Luck is also strength. And looking at that tiger, brother, your strength isn't weak. Hee. It's okay. Their conversation seemed casual. But Chen Xian wasn't stupid. He knew this person was actually trying to find out about his strength. He was cautious and tried to pretend casually or just joke around. Soon, at the far east corner, a short man in black stopped. He pointed to a small house nearby and to an old man with white hair who was leaning on the table and seemed to be asleep. He said, That's the appraiser, Old Qin. Then he loudly called out, Old Qin, business is here. Wake up, who is it? Disturbing my sweet dreams. You're asking for trouble. Woken up? Old Qin was unhappy. Just now, he almost had a deep conversation with a girl in his dream. He opened his eyes and immediately cursed, Li Feng, you dog. Always loafing around, making me watch this and that. No time for sleep. Get lost. It turned out, the short man in black was named Li Fong, and he was a member of the black market. That's why he could freely enter the black market. He usually hung around here, browsing stalls and picking up bargains. But sometimes he couldn't be sure about something, so he often came to find old Qin. At first, he thought that Li Fong was just a black market person, so he gave him some face. But as Li Fong kept coming to him more and more, old Qin got annoyed. However, Li Fong was a clever person and often brought good food, wine, and even invited him to some entertainment venues. Gradually, old Qin continued to look after him. Over time, their relationship became quite close, almost like good friends. This time, it's not me, but this gentleman here. I'm just helping you find business. You should buy me a drink, he said, pointing to Chen Xian. Hearing this, old Qin stood up slowly and walked over casually. But he didn't look at Li Fong kindly. Buy me a drink? You already owe me many drinks, and you still have the nerve to say that? Your face is thicker than the city wall of the county office. After cursing and feeling satisfied, he looked at Chen Xian and asked, what do you want to see? Just to be clear, no matter what it is, whether it's valuable or not, I, the old man, will charge 20 big coins for each item, and pay first. This black market is really shady, just as the name suggests, completely dark. And so are the people. Chen Xian cursed silently in his mind about the black market. But he had no choice. He didn't know how much this tiger was worth. He could only painfully take out 20 big coins and hand them to old Qin. So, do you think you should thank me? Old Qin asked. Not bad, not bad, Chen Xian replied. This time, old Qin's attitude was much better. He weighed the big coins in his hand and smiled. In that moment, Chen Xian even had a feeling. Could Li Fong be the one pulling the strings for old Qin? They seemed to be working together on these shady deals. But since he had already paid, there was nothing he could do. When he took out the big white tiger from the sack, old Qin's attitude changed. He looked very serious and carefully examined the tiger. After a while, he finally said, a crystal white-jaw tiger. It's been many years since I saw this kind of tiger, he added, then looked at Chen Xian with a meaningful gaze. Did you catch it? However, at this moment, he had no interest in talking to the old man. This creature called the white-fanged tiger sounded impressive just by its name, so he eagerly asked, how much is it worth? Old Qin didn't answer immediately, but extended a hand. 500 taels of silver. It's New Year's Eve. I wish all the readers, whether you've read this book or not, a happy new year. May the new year bring you endless joy, bravery, and success. Most importantly, may you earn a lot of money. To the female readers. Well, I don't know if there are any. Anyway, you're becoming more beautiful, rich and good-looking, surrounded by loyal friends. Happiness for all book friends is the most important, and I hope I can achieve good results myself. 500 taels. Chen Xian's mind was completely filled with this number. Even though he knew the white tiger was valuable, he didn't expect it to sell for so much. 500 taels should be enough to buy a cultivation technique, right? Nowadays, 500 taels is a huge amount of money. No matter how rare the technique, it shouldn't be too outrageous, right? Oh, by the way, suddenly, his gaze fell on old Qin standing nearby. This old man must be experienced and knowledgeable, so he decided to ask. He wasn't really thinking about whether the old man would be willing, anyway. Right now, Chen Xian's only thought was to ask. If he didn't get an answer, it wouldn't be a big loss. He saw a smile appear on Chen Xian's face. People say a smile is the best way to approach others, so he just asked. Old Qin, may I ask, are cultivation techniques sold in the black market, and how much do they usually cost? You want to buy a cultivation technique? Before old Qin could answer, Li Fong, standing nearby, spoke first. Yes, Chen Xian nodded. But he was wary of him inside. This guy didn't seem like a good person. Stop causing trouble. You can't tell good from bad, and you don't know anything about cultivation techniques. Don't ruin things for others. Qin Lao glared at Li Fong. Did he not understand this kid's little schemes in his heart? Looking at Chen Xian's clothing, he appears to be an ordinary hunter. He probably just reached the martial artist level and hunted a rare white-jaw tiger with glowing crystals. He's thinking about selling it to buy a skill manual. That's not easy. Maybe he has a bit of compassion. So I said, the value of skill manuals varies, and they are rare. Many are fake in the black market. If you really want to buy one, Go to the Treasure Pavilion in the West District. It's a bit more expensive, but at least genuine. That's all I'll say. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Elder Qin. Chen Xian looked sincere and respectful, bowing deeply. Meanwhile, Li Fang's face looked unhappy. As Elder Qin just said, Chen Xian is like a fat sheep, easy to target. Li Fang has ideas, but after Elder Qin's interference, Chen Xian escaped. Can he be happy about that? Oh, by the way, you don't need to sell the glowing crystal white jaw tiger here. Take it directly to the Treasure Pavilion in the West District. They will buy it too, Elder Qin added. Thank you, Elder Qin. I'll go right now. Chen Xian thanked him again, carrying the big white tiger, heading toward the West District. After he left, Li Fang was unhappy and asked, You ruined my business. Elder Qin, get lost. I'm doing this to do good. Look at this person, he looks honest. It's not easy to find such a person. Do you feel guilty about tricking him? Elder Qin didn't want to argue and turned back to his small hut. What's conscience? Can it feed you? Li Fang sneered. He's been an orphan since he was young, and he's survived by being ruthless. Now this old man is telling him about conscience? What nonsense. At this moment, Elder Qin, just like before, leaned on the table and closed his eyes. Li Fang was confused. This old man is also greedy, so why is he being so kind now? It's strange. He shook his head and sighed, then left. In the West District, opposite the East District. But getting into the West District didn't cost him any money. The West District and East District are completely different. This place feels more like a small market. There are rows of little shops, giving off a vibe similar to storefronts on Blue Star. Each shop has a sign above the door with the name of the shop and a big sign at the entrance listing what they sell. There's quite a lot of people here. Compared to the East District, this place is much busier. But Chen Xian isn't really in the mood to look around. He is searching for the Treasure Pavilion. Finally, he spots a large entrance in the middle of the West District. Treasure Pavilion. Like the other shops, there is a wooden sign at the entrance. Anything you want, as long as you have the money. Although it's just a few words, it sounds very confident. Chen Xian is impressed by what's written on the sign. He walks into the Treasure Pavilion. The first thing he sees is a long, dark red counter, about 3 meters long. It looks like it's made from valuable wood. At this moment, a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, with a strong build, a bushy beard, and wearing a light gray leather jacket with a white fur collar, is writing something with a brush. It's hard to imagine such a big man giving off the impression of a bandit. He seems to be busy writing something. Chen Xian doesn't pay much attention. He gently puts down his bag and asks, Shopkeeper, I have a white fang tiger with a crystal pendant. Do you want to buy it? Chen Jingting, a well-known disciple from the Qin family, was injured unexpectedly and couldn't advance further in martial arts. Later, he was assigned to be the shopkeeper at the Black Market's Treasure Pavilion. The Qin family is one of the 3 major families in Yunzi County. He lifts his head and looks at Chen Xian. Actually, he sensed Chen Xian the moment he entered the shop, but he was busy checking recent accounts and didn't have time to pay attention. However, when he heard about the white fang tiger with a crystal pendant, he became interested and put down his brush. When he saw Chen Xian, his eyebrows slightly raised. He was dressed very poorly and looked very thin, like a typical village hunter. As a level 8 warrior, he didn't feel anything unusual. After all, the white fang tiger with glowing crystal teeth isn't something an ordinary hunter can hunt. So he confirmed, Is it really the white fang tiger with glowing crystal teeth? Are you sure? Mr. Qin from the Eastern District has already checked it. It shouldn't be wrong. That old man has seen it? Then it must be fine. He then walked out from behind the counter, looked at the large sack on the ground, and pointed at it, asking, Inside here? Yes, shopkeeper. Chen Xian opened the sack and took out the white fang tiger again. Good stuff. As soon as the tiger appeared, Chen Jingting only glanced at it casually and couldn't help but praise. He was a warrior, and years ago, when he was at level 9 and hunting in the mountains with other disciples from his family, he had also hunted a white fang tiger, so he recognized it at a glance. However, compared to the one he had previously, this one was at least half again as large. Did you hunt it? Chen Jingting asked the same question as Mr. Qin. This white fang tiger with glowing crystal teeth was too big. Its strength was stronger than the one he had hunted before. Remember, back then, The 3 level 9 warriors had to put in a lot of effort to finally kill it. That's why he asked just now. And seeing Chun Xian so young, if he truly had such strength and there were no issues, he would be a talented person. However, I still answered his question, just hiding a little bit of the truth. Haha, don't take it the wrong way. I'm getting old, and when I see someone young and capable like you, I get curious and ask a few more questions. Chen Jingting just smiled when he saw this. Chun Xian also nodded, ignoring any compliments about himself. Their eyes returned to the hanging crystal-white jaw tiger on the ground. Although they knew for sure it was this tiger, Chen Jingting still carefully checked it. The more complete the hanging crystal-white jaw tiger was, the more valuable it was. Also, the time it had been dead was shorter, which was better. After inspecting it all around, he looked at Chun Xian and asked, "How much are you asking for? How much are you willing to pay, shopkeeper?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jingting smiled. He didn't expect that the young-looking hunter, who seemed honest, was actually quite clever. But he didn't mind too much. After all, Old Qin had already looked at it, so he probably gave a rough idea of the price. And he also admired Chun Xian in his heart, so he didn't hesitate and said, 550 taels of silver. What do you think? Chen Xian was surprised at first. This price was much higher than Old Qin's estimate. It shouldn't be. From his expression, Chun Jingting guessed that the price was high, but he had intentionally done that. It was just to build a good relationship. After all, 50 taels was not much. It was worth it. Deal. In situations like this, hesitating would make him look foolish. Although he was a bit suspicious, who could refuse money? Chun Jingting nodded and was about to go get the silver, but Chun Xian stopped him. Shopkeeper, I want to buy a technique. You don't have a technique to upgrade your skills? Chun Jingting turned around, surprised. Without a technique to improve, it's very difficult. That's not it. I only know a very common technique, which isn't very useful, so I want to exchange it for a better one. I see, he suddenly understood. Thinking about it, it made sense. As an ordinary hunter, what good technique could he have? As a martial artist, he knew very well that a good technique was very important for a martial artist. A good martial art not only has greater power, but also helps better strengthen the body. Especially for beginners, a good technique can lay a solid foundation and greatly improve future training. However, 550 taels seems like a lot, but for buying a good martial art, it's not enough. Moreover, a good martial art usually isn't available on the market. It's kept by families or powerful groups. They won't just sell it openly. Shopkeeper, feel free to say what you want, Chen Xian said, seeing his hesitant look and not understanding what he meant. All right, I'll be honest, Chen Jingtian said without hesitation. With that little money, you're only getting trash techniques, and the good ones are impossible to buy. What? Suddenly, Chun Xian's heart sank. You can't buy a good martial art. What should he do now? He felt overwhelmed. He took a risk coming to this black market hoping to buy a decent technique. Now the shopkeeper says that with this amount, he can only get junk, and from his expression, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Was this risk all for nothing? Without connections, you're too poor, Chen Xian thought bitterly. Actually, there's another way, but it depends on whether you're willing, Chun Jingtian said slowly. What way? Although he knew there was no free lunch in the world, he really had no other options now. If there was a chance, he wanted to hear it first. As for everything else, there's no time to think about it now. Have you heard of the Chen family in Yunzi County? The Chen family? Chen Xian shook his head. He knew nothing about them. He had rarely left his village, so his understanding of the county was blank. He knew nothing. Hearing this, Chen Jingtian became even more interested in him. After all, for a big family like the Chen family, they don't accept just anyone. First, they want high talent. Second, they want a clean background. The cleaner, the better. Clearly, Chen Xian met both of these requirements. Of course, right now, it is only his word. If he really wants to join the Chen family, they will definitely send someone to investigate thoroughly later. To join the Chen family, as long as you perform well enough, you'll get skills, resources, everything you want. But you must be absolutely loyal to the Chen family. Otherwise, I think I don't need to say more. You are smart and understand the consequences. Chen Xian left the treasure pavilion, carrying 550 taels of silver. He didn't immediately agree to join the Chen family. After all, he knew nothing about the Chen family, and becoming part of the Chen family would mean losing some freedom. Moreover, according to the shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion, he needs to perform well to have a chance. Just a chance, and he still doesn't know how much he will have to pay to get that chance. So, he told Qin Jingtian he would think about it before giving an answer. Since he didn't find the skills he wanted in the black market, he didn't plan to stay longer. But before leaving, he bought some food and daily supplies, filling a large sack before leaving the black market. At the ferry crossing, unexpectedly, the boat back was still the same boatman. But this time, he was alone on the boat. To go back, he still had to pay 10 large coins. This time, Chen Xian was very quick to agree. After all, besides buying these food supplies, he still had more than 450 taels of silver. 10 large coins was a small price. But he also thought to himself that the black market was really like a money printing machine. Money was needed to enter, to buy things, and to leave. All of this already added up to a huge amount. Moreover, there were traders and merchants involved in the transactions, and they surely had to pay the black market too. But what should I do about this skill? Sitting on the boat, Chen Xian felt a bit conflicted. He really didn't want to follow the path Qin Jingtian gave him. But the skill. What's wrong, young man? You sold a big tiger, earned quite a bit of money, bought so many things, yet you look like this. Suddenly, the old man, who had been silent, spoke. Immediately, Chen Xian was startled. Sure enough, he saw it right away. This old man is not an ordinary person. Although he is a boatman, he should not be underestimated. He quickly put on a smile and respectfully said, "Sir, I'm so happy. How can I not be? These things will last us a long time." "Nonsense. You little trickster," the old man scolded with a smile. Although his words exposed him, Chen Xian was not embarrassed. Instead, he smiled. "At least you called me sir. If you're confident, tell me more. Maybe I can help you." Chen Xian looked at him with a complicated expression. What does this old man mean? Help him? Really, he wondered quietly. Are there such kind-hearted people in the black market? But then he thought, even if he didn't know this old man's strength, he could sense that he was definitely not weak. Someone like him wouldn't have bad intentions toward him. There's probably no need for that, right? Besides, buying a martial art is just that. There's nothing to keep secret. He told the old man his purpose for coming to the black market and also mentioned that Chun Jingting from the Treasure Pavilion said good martial arts are impossible to buy. That kid is right. Even if you buy from the black market, it's trash. And you, little guy, are daydreaming. You think you can buy martial arts with so little money? You're really bold. However, faced with the old man's teasing, he could only sigh and spread his hands helplessly. Sir, I don't know either. I've only been to the county town a few times. In my village, besides me, there isn't a single warrior. Do you think I have much knowledge? Haha. That's true. The old man paused, then continued rowing. He hadn't considered this point. For an ordinary villager like him, martial arts and similar things are almost impossible to access unless they get extremely lucky. Soon, the boat reached the shore. After Qin Xian carried the sack ashore, he said to the old man, "Next time I come, I'll bring you some wine. Don't worry, I won't forget." As for when the next visit would be, he didn't know. But from their chat just now, he felt this old man was a good person, and he also had some small plans of his own. At this moment, the old man stroked his beard, looking a bit strange. He had only spoken casually, not expecting that the young man would remember even after leaving. He found the young man quite interesting. "Forget it. Let's try," he said. Then he called out to Qin Xian, who was about to leave. "Kid, catch this." In an instant, a blue shadow flew toward him. Qin Xian reacted quickly, reaching out swiftly and catching it steadily. Only then did he see clearly. The 9-turn secret technique. This is a skill. In that moment, Qin Xian's pupils widened rapidly. His breathing grew heavy with disbelief as he looked at the blue cover of the skill book. This was the skill he had dreamed of. He suddenly looked up sharply. At this time, the old man had already rowed away some distance. "Grandpa, you, this?" Qin Xian shouted loudly. He truly couldn't understand why the old man would give him this skill. They had only met once, so why? Even if he was a good person, this was a bit too much. "Consider it a gift for calling me Grandpa, the old man's voice drifted to the shore. "And I give you 3 months. Train to perfection and come back to see me. Remember, you only have 3 months. The old man's voice grew softer, and his figure gradually disappeared. At this moment, Qin Xian, standing on the shore, bowed respectfully toward where he disappeared. "Don't worry, Grandpa." Phew. Then, he carried a sack and headed home. Night fell. Inside the Chen family's main hall, a familiar kerosene lamp flickered, its tiny flame dancing. At this moment, two women sat on small stools, absent-mindedly doing needlework. Suddenly, Su Yun exclaimed, "Oh no!" A drop of blood appeared on her index finger. Su Wanqiu saw this and knew she was worried about Chen Xian, so she comforted her. "It's okay, don't worry." However, it was better if she didn't say anything. But after she spoke, Su Yun looked even more worried, her voice almost crying. "Sister, I've never been hurt when I first learned to sew. Now that I've been pricked by a needle suddenly, is it a bad sign, like the elders say?" Normally, they were not far from the county town, and she had gone early in the morning. Now it was dark, and she hadn't returned yet. Even if she bought something, it wouldn't take this long. Also, during the day, she felt her sister was completely different from before, even if she didn't show it on the surface. But several times, when she called her, it was like she didn't hear. She felt uneasy inside. She wasn't stupid. She knew that if her sister was acting like this, there must be something else going on with Brother Xian, and her sister probably knew but hadn't told her. "Rude. What nonsense are you talking? That's just superstition. How can you believe it? Don't speak so carelessly." Su Wanqiu immediately snapped at her, like a cat with its fur on end. In the past, she might have just smiled and said nothing. It was just superstition after all. But today, her mind was too chaotic, and her temper grew impatient. She sighed. Putting down her sewing, she moved beside her and gently hugged Su Yun in her arms, softly comforting her. "Don't worry. Brother Xian is a martial artist. He's definitely fine. Maybe something delayed him, but he should be back soon." I understand, sister. I won't say anything foolish. Brother Xian will come back safe." Su Yun leaned into her sister's embrace, her voice still trembling with tears, but she was very determined. Su Wanqiu stroked her hair and nodded. But inside, she was even more worried. Her words just now were meant to comfort Su Yun. In truth, she was more worried than her. That was the black market, a place full of chaos. Even if he was a martial artist, no one could guarantee he wouldn't be targeted by bad people. "I hope. No, he'll be fine." Her worry faded, replaced by firm resolve. She couldn't imagine something happening to Chen Xian. Then her family would be gone. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. Both women shivered almost simultaneously. Su Yun was about to stand up, but was stopped by Su Wanqiu, who asked cautiously, "Who?" "Sister-in-law, open the door." "It's me, Xian Di." Hearing the familiar voice, Su Yun immediately shook off her sister's hand on her shoulder, ran to the door, pushed aside the table blocking her way, and opened it. When she saw Chen Xian, she threw herself into his arms and cried loudly. At first, Chen Xian was confused. He had gained a cultivation technique, carried a large sum of money, and bought a lot of rice and flour, so he felt very happy. But when he saw his sister-in-law's expression, he suddenly understood that the two women at home had been worried about him all along. Moreover, compared to Su Yun crying in his arms, his sister-in-law had probably been worried since the moment she left home. He felt a wave of guilt. It's okay. I'm back now. Sorry. I'll be more careful in the future. I was delayed this time, but next time I will come back earlier, okay?" Chen Xian patted Su Yun in his arms and comforted her. At the same time, he nodded slightly at Su Wanqiu nearby. She also nodded slightly, but her eyes were red. "Whatever you want to do in the future, you must tell me, okay?" Su Yun looked up, tears in her eyes, and looked at him. "Huh?" Chen Xian looked confused, and then glanced again at Su Wanqiu, who shook her head. Only then did he realize that this little girl was not stupid. Had she guessed something? "Okay, you promise." Su Yun rubbed her face on his clothes and wiped her tears. Suddenly, Chen Xian was amused by her action. He promised. "I promise, I will tell you in the future. Is that okay?" "You still laugh. So annoying." She broke free from Chen Xian's embrace and went to Su Wanqiu to complain. "Look at him, sister." All right. Xian Di is back, and that's enough. Don't worry about anything else." She was also feeling tired. Just now, she looked like a wife eagerly waiting for her husband to return. Now, she was acting like a child again. "Really, just look at what good things I brought back." Chen Xian also intentionally interrupted them. He placed a large sack on the ground and called them over before opening it. Then, he began to count the items one by one. "Look, This is a big bag of flour. This is rice. And these are eggs. Oh, this is pig fat. Sister-in-law, you can use it later for cooking. It smells very good. And here, a big bag of soybeans. You can fry or boil them. Inside the sack, it was like a treasure chest. Soon, it covered the entire floor. At this moment, seeing the many items on the ground, both women almost dropped their jaws in surprise. Chen Xian sat on a small stool, not speaking, just smiling as he watched them. Suddenly, Su Yun, the young girl, squatted down, touched the rice, then tilted her head and looked at Su Wanqiu with excitement. Sister, this is rice. It really is rice. Rice was a rare thing in the Qin family, or even in the whole Shuanggang village. No one knew how many days it had been since they last ate rice, maybe half a year. Su Yin had even forgotten what rice tasted like. It's rice. It's rice. Su Wanqiu also couldn't help but nod, her eyes filling with tears of happiness and excitement. And this, flour. Sister, I want to eat flour. Okay. And this, soybeans. The young girl became more excited the more she looked, even holding a handful of soybeans against her face. But she quickly let go of her hold, accidentally dropping a few grains on the ground. However, she no longer cared about that. Her eyes were now drawn to a package of shiny white stuff. Is this sugar? This time, she asked Chen Xian. Yes, he nodded slightly, confirming. The young girl couldn't wait any longer. Like a hungry child, she pinched a few grains and put them in her mouth. Very sweet, she showed a sweet smile, then stood up and hugged Su Wanqiu nearby, crying again, Sister, look, so many good things. Our family finally has food to eat. Boo-hoo. Yes, so much. We have food now. At this moment, Su Wanqiu couldn't hold back her tears and started crying happily. Really, although they only faced a natural disaster this year, since she married into the Qin family, she had never seen so many good things. After the disaster, life became even harder. Not only did they see such things, but they didn't even dare to dream of them. But now, they were truly happening before their eyes. How could she not be excited? In this scene, the two women hugged each other and cried happily. Chen Xian, sitting on a stool, also sighed with emotion. This could be considered a sudden wealth, especially compared to Shuanggang village. No wonder the two women looked like that. He stood up and walked over to them. He wrapped his arms around both women and said with a very firm tone, From now on, our life will get better and better. Don't worry, I will make sure you live a good life. After saying that, he held them tightly. At this moment, Su Yun was fine and believed wholeheartedly in Chen Xian's words. Su Wanqiu also believed, of course, but feeling the man's presence, her face turned red and her heart beat faster. Unconsciously, she lowered her head slightly. This warm atmosphere was soon broken by Chen Xian. He chuckled awkwardly. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. He was hungry, really hungry. So he said, Sister-in-law, I'm hungry. Please make me some food first. Dinner. The three of them ate happily. Although it was still mainly millet porridge and similar simple food, they ate more happily than usual. Such comfort, Chen Xian gently touched his round belly, knowing he was very hungry today and had gone to the black market. Su Wanqiu had prepared extra food just in case. She initially wondered if she had prepared too much, but seeing the empty bowls on the table, she felt relieved that Chen Xian could eat a lot and was glad she had prepared enough. After dinner, the two women sent Chen Xian to his room to rest. They told him not to worry about the rice and flour they brought back. Chen Xian, familiar with their personalities, didn't say anything and simply went to his room. He was eager to see what kind of martial art was in the 9-turn secret technique his master had given him. He took it out of his pocket and looked at the blue cover. At that moment, Chen Xian felt his hands trembling a little. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then started flipping through the pages carefully. Half an hour later, Chen Xian closed the book. He called out his interface panel. Name, Chen Xian, lifespan, 18 out of 55, realm, 8th rank, refining muscles, cultivation techniques, 9-turn secret technique, 1st volume, not yet entered, health preservation technique, proficient, skills, advanced archery, advanced tracking, mastery of bedroom techniques, palm absorption, not suitable for cultivation, skill points. 629, he had just finished reading the 1st volume. No wonder he felt like he hadn't had enough. It turned out this book only recorded the first volume. But to start this volume, he needed 300 skill points. Over the long time he had the system, he learned many things. The most obvious was that higher-level techniques and skills require more points, especially as the realm advances. Getting started with this technique costs 300 points. If his master said that reaching perfection would take at least several thousand points, then with his current rate of about 20 points a day, 3 months would give him around 2,000 points. Would that be enough? He shook his head vigorously, deciding not to worry about it now. He would focus on practicing first and think about the rest later. Add some 9-turn secret technique, Volume 1. Suddenly, a familiar feeling came from his chest. But this warm flow was much stronger than before. In fact, he could feel his chest getting hotter and hotter. Gradually, Chun Xian's face turned red, and beads of sweat appeared clearly on his forehead. So hot, so hot. Chun Xian frowned deeply. Could it be some evil technique? His mind involuntarily thought of those evil practices from TV shows on Blue Star in his past life, which eventually led to madness and chaos. But he quickly pushed this thought out of his mind. No way. His master wouldn't harm him without reason. To him, his master was like an ant, insignificant. Sure enough, after a few breaths, the hot flow in his chest started circulating to his limbs. So comfortable, so comfortable. At that moment, Chun Xian almost moaned. Just as before, when the hot flow reached his limbs, it would usually disappear. But, unexpectedly, the warm flow in his limbs actually reversed and flowed toward his dantian. Suddenly, his entire abdomen became hot. So hot, so hot. Chun Xian couldn't help but whisper. Fortunately, the door was closed, and the two women were busy tidying up, so they didn't notice. After a long while, the heat in his dantian gradually subsided. Phew, he exhaled deeply. Mu Ren opened his eyes. He immediately checked his panel. Name: Chun Xian, longevity, 1870ths, realm, 8th rank, refining muscles, cultivation technique, 9-turn secret technique, Volume 1. Small success, 0/400. Health preservation technique, proficient. Skills: advanced archery, advanced tracking, bedroom mastery, great success. Palm absorption, not suitable for cultivation, skill points. 329. His realm was still at the 8th rank, refining muscles. It seems that small success isn't enough to break through the realm. Soon, he noticed that his longevity had changed. 15 years. He clearly remembers that the lifespan column always showed 55. Even after he advanced from 9th to 8th rank, it never changed. At first, he found it strange. According to the rules, a martial artist's lifespan should be much longer than an ordinary person's. The village elders once said that some strong fighters could live for hundreds of years. Now it seems those words are true. It looks like the 9 Revolution secret technique is far better than the health-preserving techniques. They are not even in the same league. But why did the old man give away such a precious skill so easily? Why? He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't find an answer, so he gave up. Then, his eyes returned to the panel, and he started studying it again. After reaching small success, I need 400 points. That's not enough. Chun Xian looked at the number behind the 9 Revolution secret technique on the panel and sighed. Fortunately, he had saved up quite a few skill points recently, which was a relief. He closed the panel and took off all his upper clothes. He looked himself over. His dark skin now looked clear and shiny. Chun Xian saw a pair of scissors on the bedside table. He picked them up and sharply cut into his biceps. Surprisingly, sparks flew out. But he didn't feel any pain at all, and there was not even a mark on his skin. Wow! At this moment, Chun Xian was stunned. Bronze skin and iron bones. These 4 words suddenly appeared in his mind. Phew, he calmed his excitement. Although his realm was still 8th rank, he could clearly feel his strength had increased a lot. And this skin, it was really thick and tough. In the past, his strength was only enough to fight about 10 ordinary people, maybe a little more. But that was without weapons. Now, even with weapons, if he avoided vital spots, he wouldn't need to worry at all against ordinary opponents. At this moment, Chun Xian felt full of confidence and pride. At least, in this nearby village, he is unbeatable. Now, he is looking forward to testing his strength against Su Yun tonight. His body has become so strong that he looked down at his groin and said, "Brother, you should also become stronger. Chun Xian showed a hopeful expression. It's not surprising he thinks this way. It seems Su Yun's fighting ability keeps improving. When he is strong, she is strong. He can't understand it at all. Usually, the best result is just a tie, and he is often at a disadvantage. This greatly hurts Chun Xian's pride. He insists that he must become stronger, the kind of strength that leaves others far behind. This is about a man's dignity. That night, Chun Xian finally took the lead. He turned the tables and became the one in control. Compared to him, those weak little dogs are nothing. He would describe himself as a mighty Komodo dragon. But Su Yun really exceeded his expectations. She is getting stronger and stronger. It feels like there is no end to her improvement. In the early morning, Chun Xian woke up with a smile. He had 30 skill points. Last night, the system rewarded him with 30 skill points for his performance. He looked at his shiny, glowing skill panel. He now has 359 skill points. At this rate, he only needs 2 more days to reach his goal. He started to hope that the next level of the 9-turn secret technique could help him reach the 7th rank. Breakfast. Today's meal was very rich. It was like celebrating the new year. There was porridge, sugar rice cakes, fried soybeans with wild chicken, and plain pancakes. The whole main hall was filled with a delicious smell, especially the dish with soybeans and wild chicken. The aroma of wild chicken mixed with soybeans was so tempting that it made his stomach rumble. While others could only eat enough to fill their stomachs, the Chun family's breakfast was so abundant. Wow, this rice cake dipped in white sugar is so delicious. Sister, try a bite. This fried wild chicken with soybeans is so fresh. This porridge, this rice, it really smells fresh and nice. At breakfast, Su Yun was the most lively girl. She ate something and immediately started commenting. Her little mouth was so busy, she couldn't stop talking. Next to her, Su Wanqiu saw this. This time, she didn't scold her for talking too much. Instead, a happy smile appeared on her face from the bottom of her heart. At least, Chun Xian hadn't seen her so happy in a long time. Last time, it was probably when she married his late brother. As for him, he was also very excited inside. He finally didn't have to drink that terrible millet porridge or eat millet pancakes. It was really disgusting. Porridge and plain flour were much better. After breakfast, Chun Xian took a few jin of rice, some sugar, and some soybeans and left. He was going to Wong Daming's house. While he still hadn't left the village, he wanted to help him make a new bow and arrows again. After all, with the cultivation of the 9-turn secret technique, his strength had increased again. And, in just a few days, this technique could be upgraded again. His old bow was definitely not suitable anymore. His only worry now was whether Wong Daming's craftsmanship could make a bow that suited him. Soon, he arrived. Uncle Wong, there was no one by the stove. Chun Xian called loudly inside. Coming, coming. Is that little Xuanzi? Wong Daming's voice came from inside. After a moment, he came out wearing a coat. Boy, you came so early in the morning. What's the matter? Of course, I need your help, uncle. Here, this is for you. And also to give little Hai a change of taste, he handed over a bag. Wow, what good stuff. Wong Daming hadn't opened it yet, but he asked with a smile. Rice, sugar, and plain flour. Did you go to the black market? Wong Daming was completely surprised. He had just told him the location of the black market entrance the day before. He didn't expect that boy had gone yesterday. Yeah, you really have guts. Although Wong Daming asked like that, once he heard him say it, his heart suddenly sank. Because of his relationship with old Chun, sometimes he really treats him like his own child. Fortunately, you're okay. If something had happened to you, the Chin family would have no heirs. You, kid, are too impulsive. Even though Chun Xian was standing confidently in front of him, he still felt scared inside. It was too frightening. When he first told him about the black market entrance, he regretted it that very night. But he thought that Chun Xian was usually very careful, so even if he knew about it, he probably wouldn't go easily. Who would have thought? If something had gone wrong, he would have felt ashamed to face old Chun. All right, uncle, I know you've always been good to me. Nothing's wrong now, so don't worry. Seeing his reassurance, Chun Xian felt touched. You reckless kid. No sense of caution. Wong Daming was angry when he saw him smiling so cheekily. I know I was wrong, uncle. I'll be more careful from now on, I promise. Chun Xian put his arm around Wong Daming's shoulder, smiling as he admitted his mistake. Forget it, forget it. In the future, don't go there. Even though you're a martial artist, many martial artists die in the black market every year. You need to think carefully about everything. Your family still depends on you to support 2 women, and you're still so careless. Wong Daming slapped his shoulder hard. Chen Xian still looked shameless and carefree. Tell me, what's the matter? I need to report to the government office tomorrow, so I have one more day. Already so soon? Yeah. Wong Daming nodded. He thought he had more time, but yesterday someone from the government came, and now he had to go tomorrow. And the person who summoned him looked very anxious. It seemed that the situation wasn't good. Could it be that Yunzhe County is also in danger? Not only he thought this, but Chen Xian also considered these possibilities. His brow furrowed. Seeing this, Wong Daming comforted him. Don't be afraid. It probably isn't that dangerous yet. I think there's still some time, or they would be conscripting soldiers. Hopefully, Chen Xian couldn't figure out what was really going on. However, the matter of conscription must be taken seriously. I just obtained a skill manual, and now the most important thing is to accumulate skill points. If I get caught and forced to join the army, that would be the end of me. No matter what, I must avoid it. If it comes to that, I will hide in the back mountains. If I can't find him, there's nothing he can do to me. All right, tell me, what do you want from Uncle? Although Wong Daming is a rough man, his heart is gentle. Seeing this young guy, he guessed the situation roughly. But when it comes to the army draft at the government office, there's nothing he can do. Just like now, if the government asks him to go, he can't refuse. Otherwise, he would face jail. Well, Chen Xian took down the bow on his back and said, help me reforge it. Reforge again. Wong Daming was surprised. Hadn't he just forged it a few days ago? Now, this bow needs at least several hundred gene of strength to draw fully. Could it be? Faced with his doubt, Chen Xian only said that recently he felt he didn't need full strength to draw the bow, so he wanted to reforge it while he still had the chance. Regarding this, Wong Daming nodded, thinking maybe his strength had increased a bit. Then he asked, how much power do you want this new bow to have? At least 1,000 gene as a base, and, ideally up to 1,500 gene. What? How much? Wong Daming was stunned. 1,500 gene. His voice even rose a few pitches. Little Schwanzi, do you even know how heavy 1,500 gene is? If I forge a bow like that, can you even draw it? Actually, he was worried that Chen Xian was aiming too high, which is why he said so. After all, when he was young, he used to forge weapons at the government office. Although he himself isn't a martial artist, he still has some understanding of martial artists. He remembered that back then, 2 constables at the government office were 9th-rank martial artists, and their strength was about 700 or 800 gene. Moreover, they were 9th-rank martial artists who had been in that rank for a long time. In his opinion, Chen Xian, just having recently reached that rank, wouldn't be able to draw a bow with 1,500 gene of force, not even a 1,000 gene bow. He didn't know that now Chen Xian had already become an 8th-rank martial artist. His strength had long surpassed 1,000 gene, especially after practicing the 9-turn secret technique, which brought him close to 2,000 gene. He mentioned 1,500 gene because, 1. The more powerful the bow, the higher the quality of materials needed, which Wong Daming might not have. 2. He estimated that forging a bow of 1,500 gene was probably his limit. Anything higher might be too difficult for him to make. This 1,500 gene was the result of careful thought. Don't worry, Uncle. You should know me better. I'm not reckless. I have a plan. You. Wong Daming sighed. He looked at him with complicated eyes and finally nodded helplessly. But he muttered, you're just like your father, stubborn and determined. Once you set your mind on something, no one can change it. You're really cut from the same cloth. He slowly took the bow to the furnace and said, come back tonight to pick it up. Forging such a strong bow isn't something you do in a short time. All right. Thank you, Uncle. I'll go back now and come to get it tonight. When he got home, Chen Xian's stomach started growling loudly. What's going on? He was a bit confused. He had just eaten breakfast not long ago. It was only a little over an hour, and he had eaten quite a lot. White flour pancakes, porridge, soybeans, and wild chicken. The food was rich in oil and water. So why was it gone so quickly? Could it be that after practicing the 9-turn secret technique, his body's energy consumption increased? Chen Xian thought about it. The only difference from yesterday was that he had practiced this technique. Grumble, grumble. At this moment, his stomach made another protest. Big sister-in-law. Big sister-in-law, he shouted loudly inside. He was hungry, so of course he looked for his sister-in-law. He decided to eat. Anyway, there was plenty of food at home now, so he didn't need to worry. But after a while, he still didn't hear Su Wanchio's response. Yunner, Yunner, he called again. Still no answer. The two women at home usually don't go out, mostly just to the river to wash clothes. Forget it, forget it. I'll do it myself. So, they went to the kitchen and started looking around. They checked if there was any leftover from the morning, but they were disappointed. The kitchen was spotless, not a single hair left. I'll do it myself. With only themselves around, they had to do it on their own. Chen Xian cut off a hind leg from a wild boar. After roughly chopping it into large pieces, he lit a fire and started cooking. Once the water boiled, he threw the big pieces of pig leg into the pot. He cleaned off the blood. He also wanted to add some rice wine to remove the gamey smell, but there was none at home. After boiling for a while, he took out the meat and washed it clean. He also cut a piece of pork fat from yesterday's leftovers and added it to the pot, letting it melt, filling the kitchen with a rich pork aroma. Then he added the large pieces of pig leg again. He stir-fried them vigorously, added salt, soy sauce, and finally some essential broth. He covered the pot and let it simmer. He stood by the stove, watching the fire. As the cooking time went on, the delicious smell filled not only the kitchen but even the main hall outside. Big sister, it smells so good. What did you make? At this moment, the two women, after washing clothes, returned home. Suyin thought her sister had already started cooking something earlier. It smelled so wonderful. Her craving was instantly triggered. No, I didn't make anything. Su Wanchio also looked puzzled. Could it be? They exchanged a quick glance, both thinking of the only possible explanation. But no way. They both denied it in their hearts. There was no way Qin Xian could cook. They hurried to the kitchen to check and saw him sitting on a small stool, shaking his head and humming some little tune. Brother Xian, are you cooking? Su Yun's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at this scene. She still couldn't believe it. Her husband actually knew how to cook. How does it smell? Delicious, right? Qin Xian smiled proudly. Wow, it smells so good. Su Yun nodded heavily, swallowing her saliva in agreement. She was clearly playing the supportive role. Hee hee, I'll give you a big piece later. Then she looked at Su Wanchio. Sister-in-law, you should try my cooking later. But she wasn't like Su Yun, who was always eager to eat. She had already eaten enough this morning and wasn't hungry at all. Still, she was curious. Was he hungry? She asked. Didn't you just have breakfast not long ago? Are you hungry again? Yes? I'm hungry. Qin Xian didn't feel embarrassed and explained. After becoming a martial artist, I burn more energy, so I get hungry faster. I saw you all weren't home, so I cooked myself something. Hearing this, a trace of guilt appeared in Su Wanchio's eyes. Qin Xian, as the main pillar of the family, carried the household on his shoulders. He was only 18. She didn't expect that. Because of her oversight, she didn't even realize he was hungry. Actually, it's not her fault. As an ordinary farmer's daughter, she wouldn't know about the needs of a martial artist. But she felt that Qin Xian, as the man of the house, should manage the household well and not let him do everything himself. Now, even something simple like eating wasn't done properly. She felt guilty about it. Qin Xian, being thoughtful, saw her feelings and took the blame himself, saying, Sorry, sister-in-law. I should have told you. It's my fault. If anything changes in the future, I will tell you in advance. Yes, definitely. Su Wanchio was deeply touched. Her little brother-in-law was really caring and considerate. At that moment, she couldn't help but envy her sister Su Yun, having such a good husband. Qin Xian's cooking skills were truly impressive. At least, Su Yun's mouth was full of oil from eating, and she kept praising him. As for Su Wanchio, perhaps still feeling guilty or wanting him to eat more, only took a small bite. But the taste truly amazed her. At the very least, it was not inferior to her own cooking skills. After eating almost an entire large pig leg, Qin Xian finally felt full. Burp, he let out a long, satisfied burp. Looking at the pile of bones on the table, Qin Xian made a clicking sound with his tongue. His eating capacity. If he were a food streamer in his previous life, he would definitely be a big eater. Now I should be able to hold on a bit longer. As Qin Xian guessed, after eating so much meat, He didn't experience the same stomach discomfort in the afternoon as he did in the morning. However, he also didn't skip lunch. Although he wasn't hungry, he still felt he could eat more. By evening, it was getting dark. Seeing that it was about time, Chen Xian told the two women and then headed to Wong Daming's house. I wonder if Uncle has finished forging the bow, because making such a big bow in such a short time made him a little worried. Moreover, Uncle is leaving Shuanggang village for the government office tomorrow. If the bow isn't ready, that would be a problem. At this moment, Wong Daming's house was bustling with activity. The sound of hammering and clanging kept going. Uncle Wong, is my bow ready? Almost. Find a place and sit anywhere. Wong Daming didn't look up and kept working hard, sweating as he hammered. Brother Xian, Wong Hai ran over when he saw him. He reached out and, in a cute voice, said, Brother Xian, hug. Okay, come here, brother will hug you. Chen Xian picked him up and saw that he had some white sugar on his mouth. Smiling, he asked, Oh, you still have sugar on your lips. Is it sweet? Wow, so sweet, so sweet. Thank you, Brother Xian. Dad said you gave it to me. I haven't had something sweet in a long time. It's so tasty. As he spoke, he stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. He showed a very happy smile. This kid, today I gave him some sticky rice cakes and a small dish of sugar. He ate 5 pieces and kept eating. He's not afraid of getting a stomach ache. Wong Daming turned his head at this moment, seeming to scold his son, but his honest smile betrayed him, and the love in his eyes was obvious. It's okay. Kids love to eat sweets. Besides, it's only 5 yuan. It won't hurt their stomachs. If they don't eat enough, they can come to my house later, and I'll give them plenty. No need. That's rare stuff. White flour and sugar, so you can't eat too much. Overeating might cause problems. Before Wong Hai inside, Chen Xian's arms could speak. Wong Daming by the stove quickly declined. It's fine, Uncle Wong. No need, really. Once I finish forging this bow, I need to tidy up, so I won't go. Wong Daming didn't want to trouble him, deep down. Chen Xian saw this and thought for a moment, but didn't say more. Then, he played with Wong Hai nearby. About an hour later, Wong Daming by the stove suddenly burst into cheerful laughter. Finally done, little Schwanzi. This bow took quite a bit of effort from your uncle. Wong Daming walked over holding the bow. At first glance, Chen Xian felt this bow was extraordinary. He put down Wong Hai and took the bow. As soon as he held it, he felt a strange coldness, almost like it was frozen. Ha ha. Seeing this, Wong Daming also laughed loudly. Is it very cold? I added cold iron to the bow. I got this material unexpectedly many years ago and kept it at home. This time, I'm giving it to you, kid. Although Wong Daming spoke casually, for a blacksmith, the more precious the ore, the more vital it is. To forge a bow weighing 1,500 jin, he had to give up a lot. Thank you, Uncle Wong. Chen Xian sincerely appreciated him. This treatment was like he was family. He, Wong Daming, honest and simple, shyly rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Then he urged, try it quickly and see if it can handle 1,500 jin. Although he forged the bow, he could only estimate its strength because he didn't have enough strength himself. This was the first time he forged such a powerful bow. He looked forward to it eagerly. Okay. After Chen Xian nodded heavily, he tightly gripped the bow with his left hand and placed his right hand on the string. His arms gradually began to exert force. Hi, he shouted loudly. In an instant, the bow was fully drawn, then he released it. Good bow. Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a hunter, he could tell the quality of a bow immediately. This bow, after being fully drawn and released, showed no signs of deformation. Based on his feeling, he estimated that it could withstand over 1,500 jin, a unit of weight. Thank you, Uncle. This bow is at least 1,500 jin, he said. Hee. Kid, you're more than just a 9-rank. Looks like you're about to be exposed, Wong Daming said with a mischievous smile, looking at him. Chen Xian felt a bit embarrassed. But soon, he put on a smile and said apologetically, Sorry, Uncle. I didn't mean to hide it. I just didn't tell my sister-in-law and Yuner. I thought it would be better to stay low-key to avoid trouble. All right, no need to explain. I understand. You're right. Being low-key is better, especially as the world gets more chaotic. Keeping some strength hidden is wise, Wong Daming said without anger. Actually, when he heard Chen Xian wanted to forge a bow over 1,500 jin, He had some guesses. He was just testing to see if it was really as he suspected, without meaning to pry into Chun Xian's details. All right, go back now. You don't need to come to see me off tomorrow. The officials will pick people up from each village, Wong Daming told him. Okay, uncle, when you go to the county office, be careful. Safe travels. As for Xiao Xuanzi, I won't say anything more, Chen Xian replied respectfully, bowing to him. Then he took out 10 taels of silver from his pocket to give to him. Wong Daming immediately became anxious. Kid, why are you giving me so much silver? I'll be staying at the county office with food and lodging. I won't need it. You keep it. You have 2 women to support at home. I have plenty left. Keep it. When you get to the county, buy some things for Xiao Hai. Don't worry about us, Chen Xian insisted, forcing the silver into his hand before running off with the bow. This child. Wong Daming looked at his child's departing figure, sighed, and shook his head. Then he looked at Wang Hai, who was now looking very innocent. It would be great if he could be as promising as Xiao Xuanzi. The father just hopes his son will succeed. After returning home from Wang Daming's house, Su Wanqiu had already prepared dinner. At the dinner table, Chun Xian mentioned that Wang Daming would be going to the county office tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Wanqiu also sighed. Little Hai is still so young, and now he has to go with Uncle Wong. It's really him. Yes, he's so small. I wonder if he's used to it. But Chen Xian was quietly eating and didn't say much. There's nothing he can do about this kind of thing. Besides, what else can they do if he doesn't go? Every family has its own difficulties. By the way, when you left in the evening, Uncle Lu's son took them away. He said they're moving to the town to live. Yes, I saw that Uncle Lu's son was dressed quite well, and he had a fancy carriage. Very impressive, Su Yin added from the side. If they're leaving, then just go. Staying in the village isn't very welcoming anymore. He didn't have much feeling about Uncle Lu. Since the last incident, whenever villagers pass by here, they curse and complain. It's not directed at their family specifically, but since their houses are just a wall apart, it's quite annoying to listen to. Now that they've left, it's much quieter. After dinner, Chen Xian went back to his room to practice his new bow. Pull, loosen, pull, loosen. He practiced over and over until he felt the bow and himself were one. Then he stopped. The next day, as soon as he opened his eyes, he gained 30 skill points again. Just a little more. Looking at the skill points on his panel, it was now 389. After tomorrow, the 9-turn secret technique could be upgraded. Early in the morning, Chen Xian left his house. Although Wang Daming said he didn't need to see him off, he still decided to go and take a look. Just then, when he arrived at Wang Daming's house, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in official patrol clothes, with dark skin and a stern face, sitting by the stove as if someone owed him money. This man is named Tong Shuren. He is responsible for picking up the blacksmiths from several nearby villages this time. Chun Xian saw this and cupped his fists, smiling as he greeted him. Thank you, sir. As the saying goes, a smile is the best way to show respect. Tong Shuren nodded slightly, but did not stand up. Chun Xian didn't say anything about it. After all, he was an official, and he was just an ordinary young hunter. It wouldn't be proper for the official to stand for him. At this moment, Wang Daming was carrying 2 large burlap sacks, with Wang Hai following behind, coming out from the back room. Seeing him, Wang Daming spoke. You, kid, didn't say you wouldn't come to see me off? But you're here. This is Lord Tong Shuren, here to pick us up. Look, I don't have much, and we're about to leave. Your coming is just a waste of time. Hee, I thought about it, and I still want to see Uncle off. I can't just let it go in my heart. Chen Xian smiled simply. In this village, their family had the best relationship with Wang Daming's family. Besides, as a younger person, it was proper for him to come. All right, since you're ready, come with me. The carriage is at the village entrance. We need to go to other villages too, so let's not waste time. At this moment, Tong Shuren interrupted them, standing up to leave. There were still many villages to visit, and he didn't have time to listen to their family disputes and wasting time. Okay, sir. We're leaving now. We're leaving. Wang Daming immediately smiled and nodded. Then he took Xiao Hai and followed behind him. Chun Xian also saw them off to the village entrance. After Wang Daming's father and son got on the big carriage, Chun Xian approached Tong Shuren, took out 2 taels of silver from his pocket, and smiled as he handed it over. Lord Tong, this little bit of silver isn't much. Consider it a token of respect for your tea. Wong Daming's family appreciates your help. Tong Shuren, who had been expressionless, saw the silver and his face immediately changed, smiling broadly. He took the silver without hesitation, patted Chun Xian's shoulder, and praised. This boy has potential. Not bad, not bad. Don't worry, I will take care of Wong Daming. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Chun Xian forced a smile and bowed in gratitude. After the carriage disappeared from sight, Chun Xian spat heavily. Bah? What a joke. Last night, I fought fiercely for the first time and gained 35 skill points. Hee hee. Looking at the message in the corner of his eye, Chun Xian showed a proud smile. Last night, for some reason, during a sparring match with Xiao and I, he unexpectedly took the lead for the first time. In the end, he let her go only after she begged for mercy repeatedly. Finally, I feel like I am in charge. Panel. The first thing to do every morning is to open the panel. Enough. He already had 424 skill points available. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from outside. Chun Xian looked toward the door. Through a small, he could clearly see Su Wanchio's figure. Last night, although her voice was very soft, with his hearing, he could hear it clearly. It seems the door wasn't closed properly last night, and her voice was too loud, so sister-in-law must have reacted like that. He sighed. He felt sorry for his sister-in-law. She was young and widowed. Such hardship for her, he sighed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. Unless, after breakfast, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, then wiped his oily mouth with his sleeve. Chun Xian told the two women that he needed to study a cultivation technique today and that they shouldn't disturb him unless necessary. In their puzzled gazes, he entered the room. Big sister, why is brother Xian suddenly studying some cultivation technique? Xian is his own person. Just listen to him. Don't be like a child and secretly watch. That would ruin his important work. Do you want me to scold you? Su Wanchio warned her with her eyes. Chun Xian's personality was well known to her, and she also knew that when studying a cultivation technique, it was best not to be disturbed. In the room, Chun Xian overheard the conversation between two women and smiled. Only his sister-in-law could control Su Yun. He shook his head lightly. Then he summoned his panel. Name, Chun Xian, lifespan, 1870ths, realm, 8th rank, refining muscles, cultivation technique, 9 turns secret technique, upper part, small success, 0/400, health preservation technique, proficient, skills, advanced archery, great success, advanced tracking, great success, bedroom control technique, great success, palm absorption, not suitable for cultivation, skill points. 424, I wonder if I can reach the 7th rank. He muttered softly, but his eyes were full of hope. Add points to 9 turns secret technique, upper part. Boom. Chun Xian truly felt a slight rumbling in his chest. Suddenly, a more powerful surge of heat erupted than last time. But it was not gentle like before. This time, it was fierce, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, rushing to every limb. So hot, so hot. In an instant, Chun Xian felt like a big furnace. He broke out in sweat all over, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans constantly appearing on his forehead, dripping onto his clothes. In just a moment, he was soaked through. Then it hurt so much. This warm flow seemed to destroy every part of his body and then repair it. Cycle after cycle. Chun Xian clenched his teeth, endured the sharp pain, trembling all over, without making a sound. He did this to prevent the two women outside from hearing and worrying. It seemed that his limbs had been strengthened, and the pain gradually lessened. The fiery heat began to fade. At this moment, Chun Xian finally felt he could breathe a sigh of relief. But the warm flow started to flow back to his dantian. Suddenly, the previously weakened heat intensified again. The entire dantian felt as if it was ignited, and the sweat on his body evaporated instantly, turning the room into a sauna. Even the temperature in the room rose a few degrees. Chun Xian's brows furrowed in pain. It was too hot. He felt as if his dantian was about to explode. Ancestor, please finish quickly. I can't take it anymore, he whispered in pain. In the past, he wished for this warm flow to last as long as possible, but now, he really couldn't hold on. It was too uncomfortable. He estimated that his whole body temperature was at least 50 degrees. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened by the 9-turn secret technique, or else, with his previous physical condition, he might not have been able to endure it. Finally, after about half an instant stick of time, the warm flow began to weaken and the heat subsided. At this moment, Chen Xian let out a sigh of relief. During this half-instant stick of time, he even felt like he was going from life to death. Gradually, the warm flow decreased until it disappeared completely. He opened his eyes. Suddenly, a bright light shot out from his eyes. System panel. Chen Xian hurriedly summoned the system panel. Name: Chen Xian. Longevity: 18 out of 100. Realm: 7th grade. Bone refining. Cultivation technique: 9-turn secret technique. Upper part: proficient, 0/600. Health preservation technique: proficient. Skills: advanced archery, great success. Advanced tracking, great success. Bedroom control technique, great success. Palm absorption, not suitable for cultivation. Skill points: 24, 7th grade. 7th grade. Chen Xian was very excited. Although he had guessed this earlier, seeing the panel actually show the 7th grade, bone refining, realm made him uncontrollably happy. His longevity had increased quite a bit. It seemed that the elders in the village were right. Some big figures could live for hundreds of years. But, even after reaching the 7th grade, the palm absorption skill still showed that it couldn't be cultivated. Does it mean I need to reach the 6th grade? Chen Xian guessed, but he wasn't sure. However, he was very curious. What kind of martial art was palm absorption? Why were the cultivation requirements so high? Forget it, forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Things will work out when the time comes. We'll see then. He forcefully slapped his cheeks. Then he felt the changes in his body. Strong. Very strong. That is how he feels now. Suddenly, he threw a punch. Bang, 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 a series of loud cracking sounds echoed in the air. So fast, so powerful, he looked at his fist in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. That punch was actually thrown by him. Sound burst. As someone who had received higher education on Blue Star, for him to produce such a sound burst, the speed must have exceeded the speed of sound. Scientifically speaking, that means his punch just now broke the sound barrier. Is this the strength of a 7th-rank martial artist? More importantly, that punch was not even full strength. Maybe I can play with the snake in the back mountain? No, no. Chen Xian shook his head hard and slapped himself. Getting carried away, getting carried away. I dare to think of anything. That snake, its gaze, even from afar, made him feel a chill just thinking about it. Next, he continued to examine his body. Recently, he had been eating a lot of meat, and his muscles had become fuller, especially the perfect curve of his biceps. If he entered a bodybuilding competition now, he would definitely win a gold medal. Cats, cats. He moved casually, and his joints made cracking sounds. It felt so good. Chen Xian tilted his head and showed a satisfied smile. Tomorrow, he would go into the mountains. The days that followed were the same as usual. Chen Xian went into the mountains during the day. After reaching 7th rank, his range of activity in the back mountain expanded, but he tried to avoid the territory of that snake. However, one day, perhaps out of boredom, he really wanted to try confronting that snake. People and snake, eyes meeting. Suddenly, the back mountain boiled with excitement. The snake was furious when it saw someone so boldly invading its territory. It raised its entire body and roared loudly. During the thunderstorm, Chen Xian only felt a dark shadow rushing toward him. Luckily, he was prepared and dodged the snake's tail attack. However, after the deep pit several meters wide on the ground, Chen Xian decided he would never try to fight this snake again. He ran as fast as he could, using all his strength. It was so frightening, just a tail, and it could create such a deep hole in the ground. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the snake's tail hit him directly. After that, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. At night, he focused on earning skill points. To get more points in one night, he worked very hard, using all his strength. It was rare to earn 35 points in a single night. It was very difficult. Sometimes, he wondered what kind of creature Su Yun was, who seemed so fearless. Was it really true that strength comes from facing strong opponents? The only time he was in charge, he lost repeatedly afterward. It made him so angry. Since he reached the 7th rank, his appetite increased again. Now, he needed to eat at least 5 meals a day, and each meal was huge. Honestly, his daily food intake was enough for a normal family to eat for several days. Fortunately, after spring began and the temperature rose, many wild animals appeared in the mountains. There was only one person in the back mountain. Although he ate a lot, he also hunted a lot, so there was no shortage of food. Life was getting better and better, especially since Qin Xian still had a few hundred taels of silver. However, compared to the Qin family, many households in Shuanggang village were struggling more and more. In spring, even if they had no food at home, they could risk going into the mountains to hunt. They could survive that way. But now, people were dying. There had been 4 or 5 attacks by wild animals. Someone has died again. This has made the villagers of Shuanggang afraid to go into the mountains easily. Even when they do go, it's only 4 or 5 men together, usually on the outskirts. But they rarely catch enough game to share. Fortunately, they can gather some wild fruits, pine nuts, and other things to keep going. That day, Qin Xian went hunting as usual, coming back from the back mountain. He carried a cloth bag on his back. Inside was a deer. Not long after entering the village, near Wong Daming's house, he heard loud crying. Qin Xian stopped. He listened carefully. Wong, why did you have to leave like this? What will your father and I do now? Wah wah wah. You, how could you leave us? What about me and the children? Ah. The sound was coming from Wong's house and Lu Yu's house. How could both families have accidents at the same time? Could it be? Realizing something serious had happened, he quickly went over. These 2 houses are next to each other. At this moment, many people had gathered there. What happened? Wong's family and Lu Yu's family are dead. The speaker was Huang Tong, the village guard. Whenever something happened in the village, he would be there. How did they die? It's because of going into the mountain. Not long ago, someone died, and they still wanted to go into the mountain, thinking it would be safe together. But now, Wong and Lu Yu are dead. Only the little boy from the Jin Mao family survived. Everyone else is gone. Oh heavens! You're pushing us villagers of Shuanggang to death. It was Li Damao, speaking with deep sorrow. Qin Xian approached Wong's house. He saw a broken body, with a face covered in blood and flesh, unrecognizable as Wong. Wong's parents knelt on the ground. Wong's wife held his body and cried loudly. Wong's uncle looked on, as if he had lost his soul, staring at Wong. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian felt very sad too. Wong was about his age, and they used to play together when they were young. Although he later became a hunter, the 2 of them interacted less. But just thinking about the lively Wong in the past, and now seeing him lying cold on the ground, his appearance ruined, makes my heart very sad. He let out a long sigh. Things like this, losing a loved one, is very painful, especially for Uncle Wong and Aunt Wong. He shook his head, feeling helpless. As for Lu Yu's family, he died, leaving behind his wife and child. That family, with a widow and orphan, will have an even harder life in the future. Moreover, when the head of the family is gone, the household can't last much longer. The villagers can only help with the aftermath now. They can't do much else given the current situation. Helping them? They don't have the ability. Their own lives are barely maintained. Most of them are now eating grass and drinking water made from leaves. And Qin Xian? He's alone. How many people can he help? This world is forcing people to the brink of despair. Back home, Qin Xian looked serious. Su Wanqiu immediately knew something was wrong. She asked, "What happened, Brother Xian?" Then Qin Xian told her everything about Wong and Lu Yu's family. Suddenly, the main hall fell silent. Although Su Wanqiu had only been in this village for a few years, the people here were very friendly to her. Usually, they were polite and courteous. Now, 2 people had died, and everyone was feeling sad. Su Yun, standing nearby, had tears in her eyes. After a long while, Su Wanqiu sighed deeply and shook her head, showing her helplessness. Brother Xian, can we help them? Su Yun, with red eyes, looked at Qin Xian across from her. Yinner, be quiet. Before Qin Xian could speak, Su Wanqiu snapped at her. There are so many families in the village. What can we do to help? Brother Xian can hunt some prey every day now, but he's a warrior and needs more food. Our family isn't wealthy, so how can we help? It's not that she's heartless or unkind. It's just that her family can only barely get by. There isn't much left. Qin Xian's appetite is too big. It's really hard to help. She knows that Su Yun is kind-hearted, but even if she helps 1 or 2 families, others might have opinions. Sometimes, good intentions don't get good results and can even lead to trouble. People's hearts are hard to read, especially in times like this. All right, sister-in-law, don't say more. It's just kindness, okay? Everyone eat, then go to sleep after. But then she added, later, I'll send some meat to those two families. There's still enough at home anyway. Night falls. Chen Xian leaves home with 2 small bags of meat. She delivers them to Lu Yu's family and Ah Wang's family. However, Lu Yu's family has a child, so she gives a little more there. After leaving these 2 families, her mind still keeps replaying how Ah Wang's sister-in-law was crying and crying, full of pain. All she can do is softly comfort her. There's nothing more she can do. As for Lu Yu's husband, he didn't cry or cause trouble. He was so calm it was frightening. He looked at the meat she brought, but his expression was blank, just mechanically nodding. It seemed like he had lost all his energy. Sigh. At the door of her house, Chun Xian sighed softly. Without the pillar of the family, leaving a widow and orphan, life feels like the sky is falling. Lu Yu's husband's situation is somewhat normal in comparison, but it's really sad for the children. She shook her head. Life is just too hard. Inside the room, after each day, Su Yin falls into a deep sleep as usual. She calls up the system panel. Name, Chun Xian lifespan, 18 out of 100 realm. 7th rank, refining bones, cultivation technique. 9 turns secret technique, upper part, mastered, 0/600, health preservation technique, mastered, skills, advanced archery, great achievement, advanced tracking, great achievement, courtship skills, great achievement, palm absorption technique, not suitable for practice, skill points. 589. Once the skill points are credited tomorrow morning, it will be enough. This system is quite troublesome. The skill points from the previous night only arrive in the morning. It's like delayed payment. I wish they were credited instantly. Chun Xian shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. Maybe he moved a little too much, and Su Yun in his arms made a slight protest. But, in the next moment, her breathing became steady again. The next day, after breakfast, Chun Xian told the 2 girls and then went to his room. Big sister, brother Xian is going to study his cultivation technique again? Last time he studied, he looked like he had just been washed clean. What kind of technique is that? Su Yun, resting her chin on her white jade hand and tilting her head, asked curiously while watching Su Wanxiu put away the dishes. Her eyes were full of curiosity. She really wanted to peek through the door to see what was going on, but she didn't dare. It's nothing. Just come to the kitchen with me when you're free. Don't worry about other things. And don't think about sneaking a peek at Brother Xian practicing his technique. If I catch you, I'll give you a good scolding. Su Wanxiu said this, then made a gesture as if she was about to hit her with chopsticks. No, sister. I definitely won't peek. Su Yun quickly waved her hands in fear. Seeing this, Su Wanxiu then carried her dishes and headed to the kitchen. Sighing, Su Yun looked at the door of the room. Although she was curious, she knew she couldn't disobey her sister's words. In this family, Su Wanxiu was always very cautious about anything related to Chen Xian. Even if she didn't know whether sneaking a peek at his practice would have any effect, since he told her not to disturb him, there must be a reason. So, when Su Yun had the slightest thought of sneaking a peek, she immediately suppressed it. In the room, Chun Xian slowly opened his eyes. He immediately summoned his system. Name, Chun Xian, lifespan, 18 out of 100, realm, 7th grade, bone refining. Cultivation technique, 9 turns secret technique, upper part, great success, 0/1000. Health preservation technique, proficient, skills, advanced archery, great success, advanced tracking, great success, indoor control technique, great success, palm absorption, not suitable for cultivation. Skill points, 24, still 7th grade. Although he had guessed this before, reaching the great success stage of the 9 turns secret technique didn't necessarily mean advancing to the 6th grade. But, seeing the information on the panel still made him a little disappointed. Moreover, the next level requires 1,000 skill points. At his current speed, it would take over a month. Fortunately, it's enough. Chen Xian let out a breath. According to the time his grandfather gave him, it was sufficient. However, although still 7th grade, he felt a huge increase in strength. Looking at his well-shaped left arm, he thought. With one punch, I could probably hit 7 or 8,000 Jin, or even more, he roughly calculated in his mind. For some reason, his mind suddenly recalled the snake in the back mountain. Haha. Chen Xian shook his head and then smiled. He really had a bit of an obsession with that snake. The next day, after breakfast, Chen Xian packed the white flour cakes and smoked dried meat that Su Wanqiu made for him, preparing to go into the mountains. As he opened the door, raindrops started falling, hitting his face with the wind. It's raining. Yes, it's raining. It just started not long ago. Hopefully, with this spring rain, the villagers will have a good harvest this year, Su Wanqiu said expectantly behind him. Because she knew that the villagers had no extra food to plant as seeds, waiting only for spring. Yesterday, when she was washing clothes, many farmers had already begun planting. This spring rain came just in time. However, the rain was not good for Chen Xian, so he suggested, Brother Xian, maybe you shouldn't go into the mountains today. It's raining, and it's very slippery up there, but this little rain isn't a problem. No worries, sister-in-law. I'm leaving now. He put on his hat and headed to the back mountain. The rain was really heavy. Even with his hat, the strong wind and raindrops still hit his face hard. Moreover, under the heavy rain and wind, the plants in the mountain made rustling sounds. It seriously affected his sight and hearing. He had been wandering in the back mountain for several hours and hadn't seen a single thing. What should I do? It was already noon. Could he really go back empty-handed today? Since returning from the black market, he always had good luck, empty-handed. He couldn't even remember the last time he went back empty-handed. Unknowingly, Chen Xian had stepped into the territory of the snake without realizing it, until he saw the snake coiled on a huge rock, facing the heavy rain, flicking its tongue. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, as the owner of this territory, the snake saw him immediately. Its huge head opened its mouth wide, hissing at him. Oh, roar! Oh! Faced with the two large snake eyes staring at him, Chen Xian's body hairs stood on end. But this time he didn't run in fear because the snake didn't attack him right away. What's going on? Chen Xian frowned. This wasn't typical behavior for the snake. Before, he sometimes entered this area, but every time, as soon as the snake saw him, it would go crazy and chase after him. It never gave him a chance to stay here. Why was it just talking this time and not attacking? Chen Xian sensed something strange, squinting his eyes. Although the heavy rain affected his vision, after a moment, he finally understood. The big snake was laying eggs. Through a small gap in the coiled black snake, a white snake egg was barely visible. Haha, Chen Xian chuckled softly, understanding now. No wonder the snake had been roaring so loudly earlier. He had been puzzled, since he had crossed paths with this black snake a few times before. Usually, it just warned him briefly, and its voice wasn't this loud. Now it seemed that it was in pain. Maybe now is the best time to kill it. Thinking this, Chen Xian suddenly felt braver. As a hunter, even though this black snake was a bit bigger and more aggressive, it was still a snake. So, during egg-laying, it should be at its weakest, especially at the moment it laid eggs. That would be the best time for him to strike. Time to do it, Chen Xian made up his mind. First, his strength had improved greatly, giving him more confidence. Although he was still at the 7th level, his current power far surpassed that of ordinary 7th-level warriors. Second, this black snake's territory was very large. Hunting in the back mountain, he always had to be careful to avoid its domain. Sometimes, if he was not paying attention, he wouldn't notice it. This had caused him to be chased and attacked by the snake many times. Because of that, he had lost quite a few prey. So, when the snake was weak, he would strike. And also, test his current strength. Oh, roar! The black snake kept roaring, in pain from laying eggs, and not far away, there was a human. Although, in its eyes, this human was always chased by it. But, now it was at its weakest, so, it kept roaring and warning this human. As for Chen Xian, he seemed to hear nothing, standing quietly. However, his eyes were fixed on the snake, waiting for the moment it laid its eggs. That would be his chance to strike. Splash, splash, heavy rain poured down. The sound of rain mixed with the snake's roars. One person and one snake faced each other in the back mountain. At this moment, Chen Xian transformed into a hunter for the first time. One hand held a bow, and the other tightly gripped an arrow. He was waiting for the perfect moment. Oh, roar! Oh, roar! Suddenly, the snake let out a series of urgent hisses. Immediately, Chun Xian's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he knocked the arrow. He used all his strength with both arms, his eyes burning with focus. He aimed at the snake's vital spot. Stop! Under the heavy rain, a sudden sound of an arrow shooting through the air. This arrow, so fast that even Chun Xian, who shot it, could only catch a faint shadow. Not to mention, the snake had just laid eggs. It had no time to react. Pierce. Chun Xian even heard the sound of the arrow piercing into the snake's body, breaking through its skin. Oh, roar! The snake, just after enduring the pain of giving birth, was already weak. Now, with another arrow hitting its vital spot, the sharp pain made it roar non-stop. It thrashed its body against the surrounding rocks, venting its pain. Hit! At this moment, Chun Xian shouted in his heart, and in a flash, he shot all the remaining arrows from his quiver. At this moment, the snake was just a living target. One arrow after another, its body, eyes, and head. Chun Xian shot instinctively, aiming at whatever part he saw. When his hand, reaching for the quiver, ran out of arrows, he finally realized there were no more arrows left. Boom! This black snake, several meters long, finally couldn't withstand after being hit by dozens of arrows. It fell from the large rock, crashing fiercely into the trees. Where the snake rolled, one tree after another broke apart. It showed how heavy the snake was. Meanwhile, Chun Xian still stayed in place, not taking a step forward. His chest heaved, and he gasped heavily. Although it was just a moment, it seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Even now, he felt his legs trembling a little. Few after a long while, Chun Xian took a deep breath in the pouring rain. Creak, creak. His feet made sounds as they stepped on the muddy mountain. He slowly and carefully approached the snake, until, after seeing its full form, he stopped again. He listened carefully, with patience and attention. He needed to be sure that this snake was completely dead, with no breath left. Snakes are very resilient, and this snake had taken over this area, no longer just a wild beast driven by basic instincts. So, Chun Xian was very cautious. If he was careless, and this snake bit him in its last moments, even with his current body, he might not be able to handle it. Is it dead? There was no sound of breathing, and he didn't hear his heartbeat either. With his current hearing, and being so close, if this snake was pretending to be dead, he should be able to hear it. But, because he was cautious, he first moved to the tail of the snake, slowly approaching the vital spot. He pulled out the arrow that was halfway in. Clatter! The arrowhead was covered with snake skin and flesh. Rainwater dripped onto the arrowhead, and the light-colored snake blood flowed down the shaft into his hand. Next, Chun Xian reached into the wound at the vital spot with his right hand. He carefully searched inside the snake's body, up, down, left, and right. In the next second, a fist-sized, bright red snake gall appeared in his hand. He chuckled, grinning widely. This thing was a good treasure, great for nourishing the body. Moreover, it was from this snake. That made it even more valuable. He carefully placed it into a cloth bag he carried with him. His gaze turned back to the snake on the ground. Now, his problem was, what should he do about this large black snake that was several meters long? This thing, don't even think about bringing it home. If it appeared in the village, it could scare people to death and cause chaos. Well, it's dead now, but we can't take it back. Chun Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. This time, there wasn't such a big sack. What should I do? Rubbing his forehead, after a long pause, the only idea he had was to take it directly to the black market to sell. However, carrying this snake around would be too noticeable. As for cutting it into pieces, that's possible, but the value would drop a lot. Just the full snake skin alone is worth a lot. Forget it, let's go home first and think about it tomorrow, he sighed. But he couldn't just leave the snake here. It needed to be hidden well. He also hid the snake egg, which was about the size of a small egg, that the snake had laid. Doing all this wasn't because he was worried about others getting the benefit. In the back mountain, no one else dared to come except him. It was mainly to prevent other wild animals from coming. Is the sky torn open? He looked up at the dark sky and muttered in annoyance. Under the heavy rain, Chun Xian was already soaked through. Getting wet all over made him feel uncomfortable. Finally home, from a few dozen meters away, even in the rain, he could clearly see the scratches on the wooden door. Before today, he had never been so eager to get home. He just felt too uncomfortable all over. So he quickened his steps. At the door, after a whole day of rain, the potholes on the ground had turned into small puddles. Looks like I need to fill them with soil tomorrow. He was fine, but his two women at home, if they accidentally slipped near the water puddles, that wouldn't be good. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knocking on the door. Open up, it's me, he habitually called out to his sister-in-law. As for why he didn't call her by her name, Su-yun, he didn't know either. He just felt used to calling her that. Come, brother Xian. Familiar sounds of furniture and ground scraping came from behind the door. Creak. The wooden door opened, revealing Su Wanchio's unattractive appearance. Actually, Qin Xian had advised her many times that there was no need to dress so badly. Now, the people in Shuanggang village are struggling just to eat, and no one cares how a widow looks. Besides, every woman loves beauty. Su Wanchio is only in her early 20s. Now, she looks ugly and old, which is very unattractive. If you weren't used to it already, honestly, her face covered in dense fake moles was so unappetizing it made him feel a bit sick. But Su Wanchio simply said she was used to it and refused his concern. Hurry in, you're probably soaked all over. I've asked Su Yin to prepare dry clothes for you. Okay. Thank you, sister-in-law. Qin Xian felt warm inside. He trusted his sister-in-law to take good care of the household. She was thoughtful and considerate, always thinking of everything. She had already prepared dry clothes at home, waiting for him to return. After entering, Su Wanchio closed the door and quickly helped him take off his raincoat. Su Yin then took the bag from his hands. Hey, what's inside? Still moving? At this moment, Qin Xian, with arms open, smiled, and said after Su Wanchio helped him remove his coat, We didn't catch anything good today, just 2 big white rabbits. I'll give one to you and one to sister-in-law to raise and have fun with. Wow, rabbits! Su Yin opened the bag. 2 snow-white rabbits snuggled at the bottom. Seeing them, she was so excited. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. The girl reached out and gently stroked the frightened rabbits to comfort them. Let's play with them later. Go prepare hot water so I can help Brother Xin clean up. Su Wanchio's sharp eyes glared. Su Yun was so scared she immediately let go of the rabbits and stuck out her tongue at Qin Xian, then hurried to the kitchen to prepare hot water. This child is really... Sigh. Su Wanchio also felt helpless. There was nothing she could do about her sister. Her husband was already soaked from the rain, but she was still there playing with the rabbit. She really is carefree and thoughtless. Hee, sister-in-law, it's okay. Yuner is still young. Seeing these 2 cute rabbits is normal. Don't scold her. You just spoil her like this. Go to your room and wipe yourself off so you can feel better. Su Wanchio rolled her eyes at him, but was secretly very happy. Having such a good man like Qin Xian caring for her, she felt at ease about the future. What is this? Seeing the wrapped object in Qin Xian's hand, Su Wanchio asked curiously. This is a good thing, very nourishing. I've been using a lot lately, so I thought I could use a boost. Hee. Qin Xian showed a strange smile and then went into the room. At this moment, Su Yun carried a basin of hot water from the main hall to the room. When passing by Su Wanchio, he made a silly face. Just now, she heard Qin Xian clearly talking. Her heart was filled with happiness. Umph! Su Wanchio glared at her sister and snorted coldly in response to her provocation. The next second, Su Yun hurried into the room, afraid to look back at her sister. When Qin Xian came out dressed in clean, dry clothes, the small table in the main hall was already filled with delicious food. A large basin of meat, really the size of a wash basin, steaming hot. Since his appetite increased, Su Wanchio always used such a big basin for the meat. Sometimes, it still wasn't enough for him. As for this, Su Wanchio could only sigh about her little brother-in-law's big appetite. Besides this basin of meat, there was rice, broth made from animal bones, and plain pancakes. This meal at the Qin family was enough to last other families several days. After a busy day in the back mountain and fighting a snake, Qin Xian was already very hungry. He plopped down on a small stool, picked up a piece of meat from the big basin, and started eating eagerly. Su Wanchio kindly served a bowl of soup and placed it in front of him. Eat slowly, don't choke. Drink some soup first to warm up, okay? Sister-in-law, Qin Xian replied while chewing on some meat. At this moment, Su Yin finished tidying up his wet clothes and came into the main hall to sit down and start eating dinner. By the way, sister-in-law, Do we still have any of the food we brought back last time? Thinking about going to the black market, Chen Xian asked. There is still some left, but not many. Why? Are you going to the county town again? Su Wanxiu, being very clever, immediately guessed his intention. Yes. Chen Xian nodded. I need to go there. Just in time, I want to buy some more. Brother Xian, are you going to the county town again? Are you planning to sell something? At this moment, Su Yun, sitting opposite, put down his chopsticks with some confusion. Last time, Chen Xian went to the county town to sell that big white tiger. But this time, there's nothing at home to sell. There are some game in the kitchen, but they are just ordinary wild boars, deer, and so on, all for eating. It's a big snake, very big, several meters long. Chen Xian put down his chopsticks and gestured with his hands. Huh, Brother Xian, you're lying. There's no such big snake. Su Yun, the little girl, looked unconvinced. She's seen snakes before. In the mountain near the village, snakes sometimes appear. But the longest she's seen is just over a meter, about the thickness of an arm, last year. At that time, she was so scared her face turned pale. Hee. Chen Xian smiled, but didn't say anything, continuing to gnaw on the meat from the big bone. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu, sitting beside, slightly frowned and looked at Chen Xian from head to toe. Did you really hunt such a big snake? After dinner, Su Wanxiu called him over after her sister went back to her room. Chen Xian sighed inwardly. His sister-in-law is really different. He was just joking around with Su Yun earlier. Although he was telling the truth, for an ordinary person, a snake several meters long is too shocking to believe. It's hard to accept, but Su Wanxiu believed it. Really? Chen Xian nodded slightly. In the next moment, Su Wanxiu's face turned pale instantly. A snake several meters long. Just thinking about it made her feel scared. Moreover, she had to kill it. Her heart felt like it had fallen to the ground. Ancient ancestor of the Qin family, please bless us. Luckily, you're safe. That was too dangerous. How can you be so brave? A snake several meters long. Oh my. At this point, Su Wanxiu was starting to stammer, seeming quite frightened. Seeing this, Chen Xian immediately went over, pulled her into his arms, gently patted her back, and kept comforting her. It's okay, sister-in-law. I'm strong now. That big snake just looks big. Killing it is just a few arrows. It's not a big deal. Don't be afraid. Relax, relax. Under his comfort. After a while, Su Wanxiu struggled free from his embrace, looked up slightly, and stared at him seriously with sharp eyes. Brother Xian, in the future, when you're outside, no matter what you do, you must think of Yuner at home. She's so small, she can't be without you. Our family can't be without you. You only know that Lu Yu died, and the remaining orphan mother and child are so pitiful. If it weren't for our family giving some help, in this situation, we could really starve. If something happens to you, our Qin family will be gone. Seeing her getting more and more excited, Chen Xian had no choice but to interrupt her and promised, Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'm not a child. I won't be reckless. And do you really think I'm afraid of death? Don't worry. Are you sure? Of course. You promise? I promise. Finally, after Chen Xian's repeated assurances, Su Wanxiu let him go. Sighing, she said, She wished she hadn't said anything. Sometimes, not speaking might be better for everyone. At least, she wouldn't have to worry about him. Late at night, after finishing his tasks, and once Su Yun was asleep, Chen Xian went to the kitchen. He took out a snake gallbladder about the size of a fist. The reason he came here to hide away from the two women was because he was afraid they would ask questions and cause trouble. Snake is so powerful, its gallbladder must be very valuable. He weighed it in his hand. It was at least a pound. Chen Xian didn't hesitate. He took a big bite directly. To his surprise, the gallbladder had no fishy smell at all. Instead, it was a bit sweet and fragrant. Gently biting down, the gallbladder melted in his mouth, feeling like jelly from Blue Star. The fist-sized gallbladder was gone in just a few bites. Nothing unusual. Chen Xian wiped his mouth with his sleeve, feeling a little disappointed. He had heard that snake gallbladders are good for nourishing the body, especially from a snake. But after eating it, he felt nothing at all. He was a 7th-rank martial artist, so he was very sensitive to his own body. However, after eating the gallbladder, he only felt a cool sensation, nothing else. But then, he was proven wrong. A hot, fiery flow appeared in his dantian. Unlike the warm flow from system upgrading techniques, This hot flow was very wild, crashing through his dantian and attacking all parts of his body. At this moment, Chun Xian's face turned red, and his whole body felt like millions of ants biting him. But he clenched his teeth tightly, not making a sound, fearing that the two women at home would notice. It hurts so much. This is killing me. Chun Xian cursed wildly in his mind, saying every insult he could think of, but the hot flow kept growing stronger and more intense. No, I can't go on like this. If I do, I'll die from the pain. He plopped down on the ground. He tried to control the hot flow using the 9-turn secret technique. Once he failed on the second attempt. After trying countless times, finally, this out-of-control heat flow was gradually brought under control. It was no longer in a wild, uncontrollable state. It became gentle and calm. Few at this moment, Chun Xian felt like someone who had just been rescued from drowning. Gradually, the pain completely disappeared, and instead, a warm, pleasant feeling arose. The acupoints that had been damaged by the heat flow also began to repair themselves. It felt like every pore was opening up, becoming more and more comfortable. Chun Xian let out a soft hum, feeling very comfortable. After some time, Muran opened his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly. Chun Xian's brow furrowed slightly, feeling uncomfortable all over. The next moment, he saw a layer of grayish substance on his hands. He moved his palm slightly, and this grayish stuff, like ash, peeled away from his skin, revealing a white, jade-like complexion. Is this me? He looked at his hands in disbelief, white and smooth. He quickly took off his shirt, and the same grayish layer floated away. His whole body and hands, just like before, were clear and shiny. In the next second, he moved to the water basin, looking at his reflection in the dim yellow oil lamp light. Yesterday, he was a dark-skinned man, but now he looked as white and tender as a young boy. This appearance, in his past life, would have made a young master at a club drool with envy. But now is not the time to admire his handsome face. He felt a different sensation throughout his body. System, a panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Chun Xian, longevity, 18/150, realm, 6th grade, refining acupoints, cultivation technique, 9-turn secret technique, upper part, great success, 688/1000, health preservation technique, proficient, skills, advanced archery, great success, advanced tracking, great success, bedroom control technique, great success, palm absorption, uninitiated, 0/300, skill points, 54 watt. 6th grade. It's really level 6 now. A large black snake gallbladder has helped him reach the 6th level. After completing the 9-turn secret technique, his skill points increased from 0 to 688. Does this mean that in about 10 days, he will have enough points to fully master the 9-turn secret technique? Chun Xian was stunned and silent for a long time. He laughed loudly inside. If he weren't at home with two women, he would really want to laugh out loud freely. He's now at level 6. And finally, the palm absorption technique can be practiced. After breaking through to level 6, his lifespan increased again. He carefully looked at the information on his display. Level 6. What does refining aperture mean? Regarding cultivation, Chun Xian mainly relies on the system display. Other than that, he's not much different from Xiaobai. Honestly, without the system, he's just an ordinary young hunter from Double Post Village. He sat cross-legged, carefully sensing his whole body. Suddenly, a faint silver glow appeared from the acupoints all over his body. He looked again carefully. It turned out that faint silver glow was emitted by a strand of hair-thin thing. What's this? Early morning. Su Yun's scream echoed through the Chen family. What happened? What's wrong? Outside the house, Su Wanxiu, who was preparing breakfast, heard her sister's scream. She hurriedly pushed open the door. When she saw it, she was immediately stunned. Big sister, Xindi. Both women spoke almost at the same time. In the main hall, the two women, with their eyes almost glued to Chun Xian. They stood still, making him feel a bit guilty. Those who didn't know might think he did something wrong to them. He scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. It's still me. Can you two stop looking at me like that? He also felt helpless inside. Yesterday, after breaking through to the 6th rank, I was so excited that I forgot I had completely changed. That's why there was that scene this morning. Now, the two women looked at me as if I were a monster. Su Yun was even more over the top, occasionally pinching here and there with her small hands. So smooth, so tender, so soft. They kept repeating these words nonstop. This gave Chun Xian a headache. I told you, it's because I advanced another step in my cultivation. The reason is hard to explain, so just eat. Let's eat. He ignored their gazes, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and started eating porridge and meat buns. I have to say, Su Wanchio's cooking skills are truly excellent. As long as you give her ingredients, there's nothing she can't do. She's really a model wife and mother. Seeing this, Su Wanchio, although still confused inside, also started eating her breakfast. However, Su Yun, the little girl, still hadn't touched her chopsticks. Instead, she asked, "Brother Xian, can I also practice? I want skin as white and tender as yours." She said this while touching her hand and face, looking a bit disgusted. Honestly, Su Yun's skin is also very good. But such things are all about comparison. Compared to Chun Xian now, she looks a bit dull. At this moment, even Su Wanchio's chopsticks stopped, and she looked at Chun Xian with anticipation. Seeing the two women look at him all at once, Chun Xian had no choice but to stop eating and think about what to say. But he was also confused by their question. Practicing cultivation? He was a complete beginner. If not for the system, he wouldn't know anything. The original owner of this body had cultivated for so many years, but hadn't even learned a basic health practice. It's clear how difficult it is to become a martial artist. Moreover, he only achieved his current state after reaching the 6th rank. That makes it even more difficult. However, to prevent the two girls from feeling too disappointed, he thought for a moment and said, "Maybe in the future I can find a suitable cultivation method for you. I don't know yet. Don't worry, I will pay attention. Deal?" Brother Xian, Su Yun, the young girl, seemed afraid he might change his mind, so she quickly agreed. Hee. Chun Xian smiled and said nothing more, continuing to eat his breakfast. After breakfast, Chun Xian was not in a hurry to go to the back mountain. The heavy rain was still falling, with no sign of stopping. By the window, he looked at the pouring rain and the gloomy sky outside. That's good. It makes it easier for him to bring the big snake into the black market. After all, with this weather, few people would go out. This rain can't keep falling like this. Suddenly, Su Wanchio appeared beside him. Why? Chun Xian turned his head, a bit confused. You know, the farmers in the village recently planted rice seedlings. These seeds are what they struggled to grow during winter, even going hungry for. If the rain continues like this, the seedlings in the fields might drown, and the farmers' lives. Su Wanchio didn't finish her sentence, but it was clear that the farmers' lives would become very difficult. Sigh. Su Wanchio sighed softly, looking a little sad. Although, Chen's family didn't need to worry about these things now, but they all belonged to the same village. And Duangong village didn't have many households left, most of which were farmers. If the rain kept falling like this, the village might soon disappear. Rain falls, and women get married. Natural disasters and calamities. These are not things ordinary people can control or influence. Yes, Su Wanchio nodded slowly. She understood this truth well. But thinking about these things made her feel a bit emotional. When are you going to the black market? She didn't ask about his trip to the county town, but directly mentioned the black market. Really, I can't hide anything from my sister-in-law, Chun Xian thought with a bitter smile. So I can only honestly say, later. The goal is too big, it might attract attention, and, I might not come back tonight, so don't wait for me. Okay. Evening. The sky has darkened. After putting on the raincoat, wearing the straw hat, and holding a burlap sack, Chun Xian briefly explained his plan and then left home to go to the back mountain. It's really heavy, in the dark night, under heavy rain. On the road to the county town, Chun Xian carried a snake on his shoulder, with the sack tied around his waist, and the snake egg inside the bag. Although there weren't many people at this time, to be safe, he covered the snake's head with a large cloth. But, since the black snake was very big, part of its body was still visible. Fortunately, it was completely dark now, and the snake was all black. If you didn't look carefully, you probably wouldn't notice. However, his current look still attracted a lot of attention. After spending a few hours, he arrived again at the familiar ferry crossing. And he saw the familiar old man. There were a few people on the small boat, just like last time. As soon as they saw each other, Chen Xian respectfully called out, "Old sir." The man, who had been dozing and waiting, slightly lifted his hat when he heard the familiar voice, and his drooping eyelids raised a little. When he saw it was Chen Xian and noticed the large object he was carrying, he initially wanted to tease him a little. But in the next moment, his old eyes suddenly widened, pupils dilating rapidly, and he tensed up. But then, sensing that the thing on his shoulder had no breath, he relaxed again. "Good boy, you really surprised this old man." He. "Old sir." Chen Xian grinned. He knew he couldn't hide this from the old man. Next, he heard the old man sternly shout, "Everyone, get off. Make the next boat. Hurry up, get moving." "What? Old fool. Are you looking for death?" A strong man on the boat suddenly refused to go down. They had been waiting for a long time. Everyone was almost there, and now they wanted him to go. The rain was so heavy, he felt upset about it. But in the next moment, the old man raised his hand and gently patted him. Instantly, the strong man was knocked backward, flying into the lake and splashing water as high as a person. "Does anyone else want to wash off in the water and stay on the boat?" The old man looked around, and an invisible pressure appeared. It made the few people still on the boat tremble. "Not brave enough, not brave enough. Old sir, I'll go now." "Humph. Refuse a toast only to take a penalty. You scoundrel, what's this trick?" Chen Xian, standing at the dock, watched this scene. He was deeply shocked. The old man just gently slapped the strong man in the air. There was no contact at all, yet the strong man was forcefully knocked into the water by that slap. From the height of the splash, you could tell how powerful that slap was. "Kid, why are you just standing there? Come up." "Oh, I'm coming." Chen Xian snapped out of his surprise and quickly responded. Carrying his snake, he took a step onto the boat. Suddenly, the small boat tilted sharply. "Oh," Chen Xian thought to himself. Just as he was about to pull back his foot, the old man shouted loudly, "Hey!" In an instant, the tilted boat regained its balance. "Come up." "Ah, come up." "Oh, okay." Chen Xian was completely stunned. Carefully, he slowly stepped onto the boat with his other foot. It was steady. The boat was very stable. But the boat was now quite deep in the water, almost level with the surface. "Old sir, isn't this going to capsize?" Chen Xian looked around the boat and asked worriedly. "Nonsense, my boat can't flip." The old man rolled his eyes. "What strength does he have? If it flipped, that would be a joke. Let's go." The old man at the front of the boat started rowing. The small boat, which was carrying the heavy black snake weighing 1,000 pounds, slowly started to move. "Kid, where's the old man's wine?" This question made Chen Xian feel awkward instantly. He had forgotten about it, and he hadn't gone to the town, so he didn't know where to buy wine. Then, he gently placed the still-shouldering black snake onto the boat's deck and apologized. "Sorry, sir. I really didn't have time this time. Next time, I promise I'll bring some." "Humph. Next time? Is there really going to be a next time?" The old man snorted, looking very unhappy. But he didn't pursue it further. Instead, he asked, "How is your 9-turn secret technique Cultivation coming along?" "Almost there." "Almost?" The old man frowned slightly, still not fully convinced. But in the next moment, he stopped rowing and seemed to understand something, though he wasn't sure. He asked suspiciously, "Almost complete?" "Yes, sir," Chen Xian honestly replied. "No way, how could it be? It's only been a short time. How could it be already perfect?" The old man kept muttering to himself. He couldn't believe what Chen Xian said. Chen Xian also found it strange. Why did the old man react so strongly? Is it strange to reach the perfect stage in cultivation? And even without the black snake's gallbladder, he could finish within the time the old man set. Suddenly, the old man's figure appeared beside him from the front of the boat, his old left hand resting on Chen Xian's forehead. In an instant, everything happened so quickly that Chen Xian didn't have time to react. But he still felt a strange sense of closeness to this old man, believing he wouldn't hurt him. So, he sat quietly, letting the old man's hand rest on his forehead. After a long while, the old man withdrew his hand. "You're really close to perfection," but he still looked doubtful. After a long time, he looked at the snake beside him and said, "No wonder. With a 6th rank level and practicing the 9-turn secret technique, it's reasonable that you could kill this Earth Spirit Snake." "The Earth Spirit Snake? That one?" Chen Xian pointed to the black snake beside him. "Don't you know what this is called?" "Generally, 6th rank creatures avoid it. meaning only those who have cultivated the 9-turn secret technique to such a strong level can fight it. Wow. Grandpa's words made Chun Xian suddenly curse loudly. A chill ran down his back. A 6th-rank creature would avoid this earth spirit snake. He was a 7th rank back then. Luckily, he encountered the earth spirit snake during its nesting period. Otherwise, he would have been doomed, like a mouse trying to fight a cat. Seeing his frightened expression, Grandpa asked, "What's wrong? Am I wrong about this?" "Grandpa, I was a 7th rank when I killed it," Chun Xian said with a bitter smile. "What? You said 7th rank?" Grandpa's voice automatically raised a few levels. "No way." He shook his head in disbelief. "Killing this earth spirit snake at 7th rank? Are you joking?" Seeing his disbelief, Chun Xian explained how he managed it. "Boy, I really think you're lucky, or maybe not very smart." He kept shaking his head. "It's unbelievable that such a clueless person could have almost perfected the 9-turn secret technique. It's just not fair." Sigh. Grandpa sighed tiredly. Then he returned to the front of the boat and continued paddling. Chun Xian sat beside him, thinking to himself, "Oh, he was too brave." Later, the two of them chatted casually. The small boat moved across the lake, creating ripples on the water. But soon, Chun Xian realized something was wrong. This isn't the way to the black market. Where was Grandpa taking him? "To my house." Grandpa seemed to see his confusion and said immediately, "To your house?" "Yes." "Why are you going to the black market? Are you selling this earth spirit snake?" "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Grandpa turned his head to look at him, with an expression like he was looking at a fool. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Grandpa? Is there a problem?" The old man now gave him a sharp slap in the face, but in the end, he held back his impulse. With some helplessness, he asked, "Are you really short on money? The last time you sold that tiger, you made quite a bit, right? How long has it been? Did you spend it all? Don't you know the value of this earth spirit snake? Still selling it? You're really clueless." Despite his anger, Chun Xian didn't get upset. Instead, he humbly asked, "Sir, I really don't know what this earth spirit snake is used for." "You." The old man was almost speechless with anger. He didn't understand. How did he manage to cultivate to the 6th rank? He had no common sense at all. He sighed. Though feeling tired, he still explained, "The earth spirit snake, although still a low-level monster, is one of the best among low-level monsters. Warriors eating the blood and flesh of monsters can greatly help their cultivation. Its blood and flesh are effective for warriors below and at the 6th rank. Monsters, besides being hunted in deep mountains, are also raised by powerful forces. But no matter what method is used, you can't easily get them. Moreover, compared to those raised monsters, the earth spirit snake is even more effective. This thing," the old man pointed at the earth spirit snake beside him. "You say you sold it? Are you crazy?" Now it all made sense. Chun Xian understood now. No wonder after eating the snake gall of the earth spirit snake, his cultivation jumped directly from the 7th to the 6th rank. Even his 9-turn secret technique improved so much. Such a treasure, he was actually going to sell it. What a big fool he was. "Thank you, sir. I really didn't understand these things. If you hadn't explained to me, I might have really." Chun Xian was truly very grateful to the old man. Haha. The old man also felt helpless. Is this what they call the luck of a fool? The small boat moved slowly on the water surface. During the heavy rain, water bubbles appeared and vanished like fleeting flowers. After about half an hour, they arrived under a small bridge. "Here we are, get off the boat." The old man threw down his paddle, lightly tiptoed, and in the next moment, stepped onto the small bridge. Chun Xian's eyes sharpened. Wow, so impressive, he secretly admired. Just now, the small boat didn't shake at all. His control of strength was truly remarkable. When it was his turn, the movement became much bigger. Carrying the earth spirit snake, he leapt into the air, and in the next moment, the boat tilted and rocked. It splashed water a half-meter high. With a loud bang, Chun Xian reached the bridge deck. He shook his head, thinking, "I can't compare, I really can't." Then, he followed behind the master. Rain was falling, and the two moved forward slowly. Soon, a luxurious mansion appeared in sight. The building was all black, surrounded by a white wall, so he couldn't see inside. As they got closer, a large gate about 10 meters high and 5 meters wide appeared. It was a dark red wooden gate, carved with strange patterns. Anyway, Chun Xian couldn't understand them. Above the gate, There was a big plaque 2 meters wide with the words, Qin Residence, written in a lively style. At the gate, 2 stone lions, about 3 meters tall, sat on either side, looking very majestic. Qin Residence. Is the master also surnamed Qin? What a coincidence, so Chun Xian tentatively asked. Master, is this your home? How is it? Very grand, right? The master turned around, grinning, showing his big white teeth, looking proud. Yes, very grand. Of course. At this moment, the master no longer looked like a boatman, but very proud. Open the door. I'm back, he loudly shouted inside. After a moment, the dark red gate made a deep, dull sound and opened. A girl in a green dress and a silk skirt appeared. She had a delicate face with a pointed chin, and her eyebrows and lips were charming, giving her a mature woman's vibe. Her eyes were especially captivating. Looking at her, she seemed both youthful and mature at the same time. Master, has very good taste, Qin Xian thought highly of her. Master Chun, you're back. The girl bowed politely, showing respect to the master. Stop bothering me with these annoying things, the old man said impatiently, waving his hand. Then he turned to Qin Xian behind him and said, Come in. He strode inside. Qin Xian hurried to follow. As he passed by the girl in green, she nodded and smiled. At that moment, Qin Xian was momentarily stunned, but he quickly recovered. He awkwardly smiled. Seeing this, the girl also held back her laughter and said, Young master, you can just leave the things on your shoulders and waist here. It's quite spacious here, and carrying them around is a bit troublesome. Thank you very much, miss. Qin Xian nodded repeatedly. She's really charming. Just a smile, and she's so captivating. He secretly scolded himself for being so weak. It was so embarrassing. After they left, the girl closed the door again, and the heavy silence returned. Wow, it's so big, Qin Xian couldn't help but marvel. In front of him was a courtyard at least half the size of a football field. There were rock gardens, pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water, everything you could imagine. Not to mention the many flowers and plants he couldn't even name. This is really a wealthy family. He never expected that the seemingly ordinary boatman, though Qin Xian never doubted his strength, would live in such a luxurious house. Such wealth, and doing boatman's work. No wonder he hadn't thought of it before. They crossed the long courtyard, then went around a winding corridor, finally stopping at a house door. The old man paused. Without saying a word, he pushed the door open. Qin Xian followed closely behind. As soon as they entered, a rich scent of ink and books filled the air. Inside the room, rows of bookshelves stood neatly, filled with all kinds of books. The old man sat in a deep red armchair, crossing his legs, pointing at the shelves. These books are my private collection. From now on, you can read them freely. All of these are carefully collected by me. Everything you can think of. Just pick what you want to read. Thank you very much, sir. Qin Xian bowed respectfully. He felt deeply moved inside. These books are exactly what he needs right now. Although he has already reached the 6th level of cultivation, it is thanks to the system, not his natural talent. He is aware of this himself. More importantly, he is almost a blank slate when it comes to cultivation. You could say he is learning everything on his own through exploration. After all, the original owner was just an ordinary rural farmer, so what could he know? The old man brought him here intentionally, to help him learn more. How could he not be touched by this? The old man and he are not related by blood. Just calling him old man and giving him the secret cultivation manual, then allowing him to freely read these books. This is almost like a father giving his child everything. By the way, do you know how to read? Qin Xian, still feeling touched, was suddenly asked if he could read. It felt strange, like a feast of seafood in front of you, and someone asks if you want to eat. Very odd. But he quickly replied, Yes, I do. Old man. Good. Then I won't need to find a teacher for you, said the old man as he stood up. He continued, Don't go back home for now. Stay here. I don't come here often either. If you need anything, ask Xiao Lu. She's the girl in green clothes. Her name is Lu Rushi. She knows this place well. Okay, got it, Qin Xian replied. But then he suddenly shook his head. No, I can't, old man. I have people at home who need me. I can't stay here. At home, Su Wanqiu and Su Yun are waiting for him to return. If he stays here, those 2 women will be worried sick. Plus, he needs points. He can't be without Su Yun. He really wants to read these books, but he just can't do it now. Then take them with you. This place is so big, you won't lack a place to stay, the old man said confidently. And, do you know there's going to be a war? Things are about to get chaotic. Only the county town will be safe. Everywhere else will be dangerous. It's perfect, you can bring them here, and it will be good for everyone. Is it really going to start fighting? Chen Xian asked. Do you think I would lie to you, you brat? The old man rolled his eyes, looking at him with tiredness and a bit of frustration, as if he thought he was foolish. He wondered, what is his status or strength? Why would he need to deceive him? He thought the heavens must be blind to give him such a talent for cultivation. No, I didn't mean that, sir. I was just asking. I heard in the village that the blacksmith was summoned by the officials, and I thought it wouldn't happen so soon. I didn't expect. It's almost going to start fighting, Chun Xian hurriedly explained. He had no doubt about this old man and respected him very much. Don't worry about that. It doesn't concern you. The fight will happen, but it's not a big problem. The old man left the room. Chun Xian was left alone. At this moment, he didn't read any books but thought about what the old man had just said. What does he mean? That there will be a fight, but it's not a big deal, he frowned deeply. These words. It seemed the old man knew something. Just then, he heard faint footsteps outside. Chun Xian turned to look. It was Lu Rushi. Young master, Chun Yi said before he left that from now on, you will be the young master of this estate. If you need anything, just ask. Did the old man leave? Chun Xian asked quickly. Lu Rushi looked surprised but quickly responded, yes, young master. Chun Yi just left. Is this person Chun Yi's younger relative? He was dressed very simply. Simple. She initially thought he looked worn out, but now that he is the young master, that description didn't seem right. Now, Lu Rushi was very curious. Since she was bought and brought here, she had been in this estate for a few years. All along, she had never seen Chun Yi bring anyone back. And he rarely came back himself. Almost once a month, and each time he stayed only a short while. From her memory, this was the first time Chun Yi had brought someone back. And, right after, he became the young master. How could she not be surprised? All right, from now on, please just call me young master Lu. Also, don't call me young master. I'm not used to it. Just call me Chun Xian. Lu Rushi hesitated immediately. After all, she was just a servant in this mansion. Chun Xian asked her not to call him young master. So she didn't dare to call him by his name. Most importantly, this was what Lord Chun had instructed. However, since he didn't want her to call him that, she thought for a moment and said, then I will call you young master. Is that okay? All right. Chun Xian didn't bother to argue over the title anymore. Young master, do you need me to prepare hot water for a bath? I see your clothes are wet. Having managed this mansion for so many years, she still had some good judgment. No need. I will leave soon and go back home first to pick someone up. Please prepare the boat and 2 more rooms. Understood, young master. The sky was completely dark. A small boat slowly moved across the lake. The heavy rain continued. Raindrops the size of beans hit the lake's surface, creating bubbles. There was a constant splashing sound. At this moment, Chun Xian still felt a bit dazed. Just earlier, he was an ordinary hunter. He had to go into the mountains every day to hunt. He never thought that a trip to the black market would turn him into the young master of a luxurious mansion. Is this sudden wealth or a lucky break falling from the sky? He wondered to himself. As for why the old master was so kind to him, he had thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't quite understand why. Was it just because of that one loud call of old master back then? Why exactly? He kept thinking about it, but he didn't suspect that the old master had any bad intentions toward him. At least, nothing showed so far. And, with his status and strength, he probably didn't need to worry about that, right? Here we are, young master. At the bow of the boat, Lu Rushi's arranged boatman's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's our honor to serve young master. The boatman, around 40 years old, was very respectful. After getting off the boat, Chun Xian headed straight home. Without the snake, he moved faster. Chun family. In the main room, a kerosene lamp flickered on the dining table. The tiny flames swayed gently. On both sides of the table, Sawangku and Suyun sat facing each other. Suyun yawned. Her eyelids felt heavy. Usually, after spending time with Chun Xian, she would fall into a deep sleep early. But now, it was already late at night, so it was understandable that she was a bit tired. If you're really sleepy, you should go back to sleep. I'll wait here, Sawonku said, her head lowered as she sewed a new piece of clothing. The temperature was rising. Wearing a cotton-padded jacket was no longer suitable. Plus, after Qin Xian became a martial artist, his body changed a lot, and his old clothes no longer fit. She needed to make more clothes quickly. Just then, she was sewing while waiting for him to return. No need, sister. I'm fine. I want to wait for Brother Xian to come back. If he doesn't, I feel uneasy. If you're sleepy, you can go home first. She was used to the feeling of Qin Xian lying beside her. When he wasn't there, it felt like something was missing. And the daily routine they shared had become a habit. Once she stopped doing certain things, it felt strange. Most importantly, she was worried about Qin Xian's safety. All right, then if you're sleepy, just rest your head on the table for a while. Don't worry, everything's fine. Brother Xian is very steady. He won't take any risks. Yes. I understand, sister. Seizing the moment, Suyun rested her arm on the table, propping her chin. She tilted her head, watching her sister sew. It wasn't that she was lazy, but her sewing skills weren't as good as her sister's, so she didn't do it. Sister, is what Huang Tong said outside today true? Bored, she suddenly remembered that right after Qin Xian left the house, Huang Tong ran around the village, claiming that the emperor had angered the heavens, causing droughts last year, snow disasters, and now rain disasters. He was also shouting that a war was coming soon. Hurry up and run if you want to escape. I don't know. Su Wanqiu gently shook her head, but she sighed inwardly. She didn't know whether there would be a war, but life was definitely getting harder. It felt like life was becoming impossible. All winter, heavy snow fell. When it finally stopped and spring arrived, the villagers, hungry and desperate, planted their seeds, waiting for the harvest. But unexpectedly, it started raining again, and the rain grew heavier, with no sign of stopping. Looking at the situation, if the rain continues, the rice seedlings in the fields will drown. It's like forcing people into a corner with no way out. She's grateful that Qin Xian is at home and has become a martial artist, ensuring her family's food and drink. But if there's a war, what should they do? The officials will surely conscript men to fight, and hunters like Qin Xian will be the first chosen. Then what about Yinner? What about the Qin family? And her? If Qin Xian gets hurt or something happens during the war, she would feel like the sky is falling. Worry showed on her face. Elder sister, what's wrong? Your face looks so pale. At this moment, Su Yin also noticed her unusual expression. It's nothing, maybe it's just the oil lamp's light. Oh. Su Yin nodded slightly, then seemed uncomfortable with her arms supporting her chin, so she changed to resting her hands on her cheeks. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by familiar voices. Open the door, sister-in-law. It's me, Xian's younger brother. Coming. Su Yun hurriedly ran to open the door, faster than a rabbit. What? We're leaving the village? Su Wanqiu exclaimed in surprise. Just now, Qin Xian had entered the house, and before he could sit down, he told them they would leave Shuanggang village tomorrow. They would go to the county town, and, from his tone, it seemed they wouldn't be returning here again. No wonder she felt this way now. Su Yun, standing nearby, looked just as confused. Therefore, Qin Xian patiently explained, it's probably just good luck. Last time I met that old man, maybe he saw my talent for cultivation and wanted to train me. Also, trouble is coming soon, and this place isn't safe. I usually stay out during the day. If a fight breaks out, I can't stay here unless I never leave the house, which makes me worried. So, I think moving to the county town is better. There, I won't have to worry about food and drink, and the place is better too. Such a large, luxurious house. How could it be bad to live in? But he hasn't told the two women about this yet. Could there be problems? Su Wanqiu, standing nearby, didn't say it directly, but Qin Xian understood her meaning. Don't worry, it will be fine. He gave her a reassuring smile. Do we really have to leave here? Su Yin looked a bit reluctant. After living in Shuanggang village for many years and getting to know the people here well, she felt uncomfortable about moving to a new place where she didn't know anyone. All right, since Brother Xian has made arrangements, let's leave. As long as the three of us are together, it doesn't matter where we go. Well, okay. Although reluctant, Su Yin nodded. Qin Xian didn't dare ignore Su Wanqiu's words. All right, let's pack up. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Qin Xian was also very eager inside. His urgency wasn't because of the so-called luxurious house. For him, It was just a bigger, prettier place to sleep. More importantly, it was because of the books his grandfather kept hidden. Those books were what he needed most right now. He knew too little about this world and cultivation. To be honest, his knowledge was limited to Shuanggang village and the mountains behind it. As for Yunzi County, he knew very little. Now, with chaos approaching, he needed to learn more about this world and martial arts. Only then could he better protect himself and the two women at home. What about the food at home? In the kitchen, there were still many game Chen Xian had hunted, and she had made a lot of smoked meat. Are you taking all of these away? Those are no longer useful, so just give them to the villagers. Consider it my final contribution to the people of Shuanggang village. Chen Xian thought for a moment and spoke. All right, I will go door to door tomorrow and deliver some. Of course, Su Wanqiu had no doubts about his decision. Don't take the rabbit. I want to keep it. At this moment, Su Yun quickly spoke up, worried that her sister might also take the rabbit away. Got it. Just the rabbit, the rabbit. Su Wanqiu pointed to her forehead with a finger and said, of course, the rabbit couldn't be taken away. It was a gift Chen Xian gave to her and Su Yun. Not only Su Yun was reluctant, but she was too. The next day, you and Su Yun had a decent journey. You gained 20 skill points. Huh. Chen Xian muttered softly. He also raised his eyebrows. 20 points. He hadn't received so few points in a long time. He looked down at Su Yun, still sleeping. Gently stroking her forehead, it seemed this little girl really didn't want to leave here. His mood was a bit sad. He had now figured out this system. Getting so few points could only mean two things. First, he was not capable, but he quickly dismissed this idea. His strength and resources were solid now. So, it must be the second reason. This little girl didn't want to leave Shuanggang village. After all, she had lived here for a long time and had feelings for the place. Now that she had to leave suddenly, it was understandable that she felt upset. It's understandable. Unlike Chen Xian, who came here halfway and didn't have much attachment to the village. The only special person was Wong Daming. He felt genuine care from him. But he was leaving too, so this village no longer meant much to him. For breakfast, just like usual, Su Wanqiu prepared everything early. White rice porridge, smoked meat fried with soybeans, rice cakes with sugar. Of course, a big bowl of meat was essential for every meal. During breakfast, the three of them ate silently. No one spoke. Su Wanqiu and Su Yun felt a little sad about leaving the village where they had lived for many years. Chen Xian, on the other hand, was eager to leave quickly and see those books. Clatter, clatter. Chen Xian drank his porridge and ate big pieces of meat from the bones like a cow. Soon he put down his chopsticks and let out a big burp. He was full. Then he said, later, I will move all the meat from our house to the big rock at the village entrance. There's a pavilion where it can stay dry. Huang Tong will notify everyone to come and share it there. No need for my sister-in-law to go door to door, which will be easier. Okay, then I and Su Yun will stay home to pack our daily clothes and other things. Come back soon. Su Wanqiu thought it was a good idea. It would be more convenient this way. The heavy rain kept falling. It had been 3 or 4 days. At this moment, on the big rock at the village entrance, there were several hundred pounds of hunted animals. There were wild boars, foxes, pangolins. Basically, everything you could think of. Brother Xian, what are you doing? Huang Tong, the village guard, was usually here. He saw Chen Xian carrying a bunch of hunted animals early in the morning and placing them on the big rock. Looking at the animals, he swallowed saliva repeatedly. Meat. All of this was meat. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time. In the past, sometimes, if a family had meat, kind neighbors would share some with him to satisfy his craving. But since the disaster, not only was there no meat, but each family was struggling to feed themselves, let alone share with him. Recently, he had been eating leaves or digging up wild vegetables to stew and eat. Occasionally, catching a grasshopper was considered a treat. He didn't dare go into the mountains to hunt. He was a bit silly, but he was still afraid of dying. Hey, do you want to eat some? Chen Xian held a wild boar leg and asked him. Yes. Huang Tong was honest, smiling foolishly, showing his big yellow teeth. Looking at the wild boar leg in his hand, his eyes lit up brightly. His throat kept moving as if swallowing. Chen Xian liked this very much. He was straightforward and honest, saying what he thought. Sometimes, dealing with such people makes things easier. Here you go. Chen Xian didn't tease him anymore. He simply threw the wild boar leg over. Huang Tong caught it quickly with both hands, then immediately hugged it tightly. It looked a bit funny, but he asked seriously, "Really? You're giving this to me?" "Yes, I'm really giving it to you." But, suddenly, Chen Xian paused. At that moment, Huang Tong saw his hesitation and, for some reason, hugged the wild boar leg even tighter, afraid he might take it back or say he wasn't giving it. He looked at Chen Xian nervously. Seeing this, Chen Xian chuckled mischievously but didn't tease him anymore. He continued, "You have to help me with some work." "Okay, I love working." Huang Tong immediately relaxed and asked, "What kind of work?" "Brother Xian, you go door to door and tell everyone to come here. I want to share some meat with them. Be quick." Hearing this, Huang Tong's face showed surprise, and he couldn't believe his ears. Did he hear right? He's sharing the meat? He confirmed again and asked, "Really? You're not joking?" He already stuttered a little when speaking, and now it was worse. "Yes, really. Go now." "All right." He nodded heavily, then ignored the heavy rain and ran out of the pavilion, clutching the wild boar leg tightly. This was now his most precious thing. He had to carry it everywhere. It has to be said, the appeal of free stuff is huge. This is true everywhere. When Chen Xian said he would share the meat with their village, the villagers of Shuanggang village were a bit in disbelief. After all, it was meat. Some families hadn't eaten this kind of meat in a long time. There was only Chen Xian, the hunter in the village. Only he dared to go into the mountains to hunt. And only his family always had meat to eat. After returning from the back mountain, the sack was always full. Although he came back very late each time, someone still saw him. Every day, at mealtime, Chen's chimney was smoking. Who wouldn't envy or be jealous? Some even thought about sneaking to Chen's house to steal some food. But then they remembered that he wasn't afraid of wild animals in the mountains, and he was from the same village. If he got caught, he would lose face in the village. So, even though he doubted what Huang said, he still hurried here in the rain. Soon, the pavilion at the village entrance was crowded with people. These people looked pale and had sunken eyes. They looked like they hadn't eaten well for a long time. When they saw the pile of wild animal meat on the big stone, their eyes lit up. Although the rain was loud, Chen Xian could still hear them swallowing nervously. It seems they are really craving it, he thought. "Old Xian, is what Huang said true? Are you really going to give us the meat?" asked Grandpa Qin. Chen Xian remembered him because his only son had also died in the plague. Now, he had only a daughter, and Qin's family depended on each other. "Yes, I really gave it to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked Huang to tell you." "Why?" "Everyone knows the situation now. You are capable, but hunting isn't something you can do every day. If you share the meat now, what will your family do if you can't hunt later?" Hearing this, Chen Xian felt a strange but warm feeling. At this moment, they still thought of him first, instead of just asking for meat directly. It made him think of what people said in his past life, that old people turning bad was nonsense. It was just that some people were never good. Blaming old people was unfair. "Old Qin, don't talk nonsense. How could Brother Xian not catch any prey with his skills?" "Right, everyone," said Chun Tian, a well-known bachelor in the village. His parents had died early, and now he was alone. He was usually lazy and liked to eat. So, he never married a wife. The only difference between him and Li Tai, who was killed by Chun Xian himself, is that he doesn't have a good older brother. Otherwise, this person might not be better than Li Tai. At this moment, Chun Tian looked at Chun Xian with a flattering smile, praising him. "Brother Xian is the most capable person in our village. Our family has so much food that we can't finish it. Seeing our difficulties, he came to help us." He was now afraid that old Qin's words would make Chun Xian regret. If that happened, the opportunity he was about to get would slip away. He was really eager for this chance. He kept licking his lips, which looked pale and lacked color. His face showed greed. Seeing this, Chun Xian sneered inwardly. He didn't even look at him and instead said to old Qin, "It's okay, old Qin. I'm leaving the village today. I can't take the food home, so I'll give it to everyone." "What? You're leaving? Where to?" "Things are chaotic now, and it's unsafe outside. In the village, with your skills, you won't go hungry. Why leave here?" Old Qin was truly anxious now. Although his family's relationship with the Chen family wasn't as good as Wang Daming's, he had a lot of respect for Chun Xian's father because he was older. Plus, his only son had died from the plague, making him the last of his family. He couldn't just watch Chen's family also become extinct. If he didn't persuade him now, how would he face Chun Xian's father later? At least, he was like an older brother to Chun Xian's father. Don't worry, old Qin. It's fine. I'm going to work in the county town. It's a good job. You can rest assured. I'll give you more meat later. Hearing that he was going to work in the county town, which was a good job, the people around couldn't help but start talking. They praised him one after another, saying he was promising, and that the Qin family was truly lucky. County town. That's good. Very good. Old Qin nodded excitedly. This was definitely a good opportunity, much better than hunting in the village. Qin Tian, who had just been ignored, showed no embarrassment. Instead, he looked proud and loudly said, I told you, Brother Xian is the most capable. Now he's going to work in the county town. Right, everyone. However, everyone in the village knew about his character. They all ignored him. Once again, he was overlooked by everyone. Even with a thick skin, he couldn't hide his embarrassment. He smiled awkwardly, lowered his head, and said nothing. All right, everyone is fellow villagers. There's no need to say more. You all know how I've been over the years. These days, life is hard for everyone. Xiao Xian has little ability to help, so I brought some meat as a small gift. I hope you don't mind. It's not, of course not. It's been a long time since we had meat. Don't be so modest. Thank you so much. Yes, thanks to you, we finally got to eat some meat. One compliment after another. Although some were just polite words, most were genuine thanks. The villagers of Shuanggang village are honest people, with few bad ones. Then, Chun Xian began distributing the meat. Elderly people in the family got priority, and he gave them a little extra. For people like Grandpa Qin, who had no young workers, he gave a bit more. No one objected to this. Even if someone like Chun Tian wanted to say something, he dared not. As the meat on the big stone grew less and less, and the best parts were all taken, Chun Tian looked increasingly anxious. But he didn't dare to cut in line. He was afraid of angering Chun Xian. If Chun Xian decided not to give him any, he would regret it forever. At the village square pavilion, the rain was still pouring. But the villagers of Shuanggang, gathered under the pavilion, showed rare smiles. Some of them received about 10 jin of meat, while others, like Grandpa Qin, got over 20 jin. They were saving the meat to eat over many days. People talked in small groups, lively and cheerful. But without exception, they praised Chun Xian or envied the good son his family had. Chun Xian just smiled faintly. He didn't do this for fame or anything else. After all, he was an outsider and didn't have much emotional connection to the people of Shuanggang village. Since these meats are no longer needed, I might as well do a good deed and share some kindness. Hee, Brother Xian, it's my turn now. It's my turn. At this moment, Chun Tian's face was full of smiles as he approached the large stone. But his eyes were fixed tightly on the items on the stone. There was also a wild chicken and a piece of wild boar meat. Gulp, he swallowed hard. No one else was around. He was the last one, so these belonged to him now. He couldn't hide his excitement. He was already thinking about how to cook the meat. Stewed, steamed, or maybe a mixed dish. However, Chun Xian didn't make a move after waiting for a long time. But for the meat in front of him, he still felt a bit embarrassed to rush. Brother Xian? It's my turn now. Thank you so much. But Chun Xian still ignored him. At this moment, the others also stopped talking and quietly watched. They didn't look pleased with Chun Tian either. Now that Chun Xian was ignoring him, Chun Tian felt secretly happy about it. Then, Chun Xian looked at Uncle Qin nearby and asked, Where's Lu Yu's husband? He's at home, I think. After Lu Yu had her accident, she seemed a bit off. Uncle Qin remembered how Lu Yu's husband used to greet him with a smile. Even during disasters, life was tough, but he remained optimistic. Now, he was silent and rarely left the house. He felt sad about it, but he also felt helpless. Sigh, Uncle Qin sighed. Chun Xian didn't say anything and instead handed the remaining wild chicken and wild boar meat to Uncle Qin. Please take these to her home. I won't go myself. Uncle Qin accepted them and nodded. Thank you on behalf of Lu Yu's family. Oh, no, that's mine. Brother Xian, that's mine. It's my turn now. Chun Tian suddenly got anxious. Since the widow from Lu Yu's family had already received some, he felt like he had nothing left. You? Chun Xian looked at him with disdain. Yes, me. Since you've already given her family some, what about me? I have nothing now. Could there still be something at Brother Xian's house? Chun Tian's mind started to wander. He saw Chen Xian spread his hands and smile, saying, "No, there's nothing left, really nothing. That's all there is." His smile looked very annoying in Chen Tian's eyes. But for the sake of meat, he didn't dare to offend him and could only lower his voice and say, "Brother Xian, everyone has received their share. I am from Shuanggang village too, so I shouldn't be the only one left out, right? I believe you're not like that, Brother Xian, are you? Haha." Chen Xian sneered inwardly. He was being flattered, but he didn't care about that. There's no other way. It's really gone. And Lu Yu's family needs it more. I think as a grown man with hands and feet, you wouldn't mind these things. He then deliberately raised his voice to the villagers around him, saying, "Am I right?" No matter what these villagers were like before, now they had gained from him, so they naturally sided with Chen Xian and agreed. Yes, yes, of course, Xuanzi did nothing wrong. Why you? Chen Tian turned around, looked at these people, smiling, pointing at them, but he was so angry he couldn't speak. Good, 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 he laughed angrily. Are you all bullying me? We're all from the same village, and you're all bullying my family. Only I am left out. Then he pointed at Chen Xian again, saying, Xuanzi, you really want to do this, huh? He no longer called him Brother Xian. Now he called him Xuanzi. There was also a threatening tone in his words. So what? What are you going to do? Since they had torn apart their relationship, he decided not to pretend anymore. With a loud bang, he struck the large stone with his short knife, then pointed the knife at him, saying, If you don't want your hand, keep pointing at it like that. Do you think I dare not cut off your hand? A man with hands and feet, eating and drinking all day, bullying villagers, and now you come asking for meat. People like you. Living is just a waste of air. Dying is a waste of land. You might as well burn yourself, so you don't shame your father. Little Xuanzi, you. Chen Tian's face immediately turned very pale. What do you mean? He suddenly saw the small knife in his hand disappear and appear next to his neck. Just tell me, what's wrong? My meat, I want to share it with whoever I want. Do you have any opinions? If you're brave enough, go fight for it and share with everyone. Speak up. With a loud shout and a glare in his eyes, Chen Tian visibly trembled all over. His face suddenly looked very scared, especially because of the cold feeling on his neck, which made him quickly pull his hand back from Chen Xian. No, I don't dare. Brother Xian, I have no opinions. I don't want the meat anymore. You can take the knife. He was very regretful now. If he had known, he wouldn't have said those things and offended him. Now, not only did he not get any meat, but he also lost face in front of everyone. It's really a loss of both wife and soldiers. He was so regretful he felt sick. Don't, little Xuanzi, let's talk nicely. He might be a fool, but he's still from our village. Don't be impulsive. Killing people is also against the law, and it's not worth it. Old Qin, who was nearby, was worried that Chen Tian might accidentally hurt Chen Xian with his knife, so he quickly tried to persuade him. Yes, Xuanzi, don't be impulsive. Listen to old Qin, right, Brother Xian? Others in the pavilion also started to persuade him. Chen Xian snorted coldly and then put away his knife. Get lost, he cursed angrily. Okay, I'll go. At this moment, Chen Tian was so scared he didn't dare say another word. He ran away in a panic. Seeing this, the people in the pavilion also relaxed. They weren't worried about Chen Tian. They just didn't want Chen Xian to break the law. All right, the meat is all shared. I'll go back and tidy up. I'll leave the village later. Chen Xian clasped his hands in front of him and said goodbye to the villagers. Come back when you have time. I'll have Aunt Qin clean the house for you for a while. Yes, Xuanzi, remember to come back when you're free. You're really something now. Let's go. At the village entrance, both Su Wanxiu and Su Yun stopped and looked back toward their home. Their faces showed sadness. They even had a feeling that this time, it might be hard to come back again. Yes, let's go, Su Wanxiu said, forcing herself to turn away from home. But her eyes started to tear up. Although Chen Xian's older brother had left early, they had lived there for many years. Of course, they had feelings for the place. Little Xuanzi, in the heavy rain, suddenly, Grandpa Qin's voice was heard. He was walking over with his old legs, followed by Grandma Qin. Grandpa Qin. Chen Xian quickly went to him. He helped him, noticing he was out of breath. You don't have to come. If you fall in this heavy rain, it would be bad. No, I can't help but see you off. My wife feels the same, Grandpa Qin said, holding his hand tightly, showing his reluctance. Yes, we should see you off. After all, you've benefited so much. Not coming would be unkind, Grandma Chin added. As she finished speaking, figures appeared from nearby. People from Wong's family, old Yuan's family, and almost everyone who had benefited from him. He even saw Lu Yu's family, holding their child, coming over. They looked expressionless but nodded slightly at him. At that moment, Chun Xian felt overwhelmed with emotion. He truly felt the kindness and honesty of the villagers of Shuanggang village. His eyes grew moist. All right, you need to hurry. The county seat isn't close. Be careful on the way. If you have the ability, leaving here is good. Unlike us, who are not capable. Once you leave the village, surviving can be a problem. Yes, Grandma Chin also spoke. You have such a bright future. Your father would be so proud if he were awake. When you get to the county, work hard. Got it. Chin Xian felt a bit choked up. All right, let's go. Grandpa Chin, with his rough hands, patted his head and smiled. This kind of smile came from his heart, genuinely happy for him. Yes, Chin Xian nodded heavily. He went to stand beside the two women. In the heavy rain, the three figures gradually disappeared from the simple villagers' sight in Shuanggang village. Old Chun. It's a pity you can't see this anymore. Grandpa Chin shook his head and sighed. Black Market, Ferry Dock. Su Wanxiu and Su Yun were still lost in their sadness about leaving home. But Chun Xian was completely fine now, although he was truly touched by the scene of everyone seeing him off at the village entrance. Honestly, sometimes, when the atmosphere is right, people's feelings naturally come out. He still liked those honest villagers. As for the two women, he didn't mind. People are emotional creatures, especially women. It would be better in a few days. Right now, he was worried about how to get to Chen's house. Grandpa didn't see him leave either. There was a boat here, but he didn't know if it went to Chen's house. Young master. At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice came. Chun Xian looked in the direction of the voice, and it was the middle-aged man who had sent him away from Chen's house last night. Young master? Both Su Wanxiu and Su Yun looked at Chun Xian with confusion. Let's talk about it later. Yesterday, he only told them he would come to the county town, nothing more. Su Wanxiu nodded. At this moment, the middle-aged man's boat approached the shore. Uncle, have you been waiting here for me to come back? Chun Xian had some guesses in his mind, but wasn't sure. Haha. Yes, young master. All the boats here go to the black market, so I've been waiting for you to return. The middle-aged man showed a simple, honest smile. Thank you. Don't mention it, young master. It's what I should do. You're too polite. Chun Xian's thanks made him feel a bit uneasy. After all, he was just a servant of the Chin family. He couldn't accept such gratitude. Then, Chun Xian first went onto the boat to put the things into the cabin, then helped the two women onto the boat one after another. Young master, let's go, the middle-aged man softly called out, then rowed the boat toward Chin's residence. Inside the cabin, the two women had many questions they wanted to ask, but thinking it wasn't the right time, they had to hold back. Next to them, Chun Xian smiled mischievously, but it was just a quick flash. Clatter, clatter. The heavy rain hit the boat, making loud sounds. The middle-aged man at the front rowed with effort. At this moment, Chun Xian asked, Uncle, what is your surname? Young master, no need to be polite. My surname is Lu Zhua. I am one of the 3 boatmen of Chen's residence. Usually, when someone needs to go out, we are the ones to help. Young master, just tell us what to do. He was a clever man. After learning from Lu Rushi that this was the young master of Chen's residence, he had some ideas. After all, boatmen are at the very bottom of the social hierarchy in Chen's residence. If he could build a good relationship with this young master, things might get better for him in the future. So, after seeing him off, he kept waiting here. All right, then I'll trouble Uncle Lu in the future when I go out. Chun Xian paid attention to first impressions. Uncle Lu gave him a good feeling, and he would probably go out often later, so it would be convenient to have someone familiar nearby. That's my honor. From now on, I'll be your dedicated boatman, but you'll need to tell Manager Lu about it. Even if he was willing in his heart, he couldn't make the decision himself. Okay. Chun Xian nodded, then returned to the cabin. At the front gate of Chen's residence, the two women froze in place, staring in disbelief at the mansion before them. Just the gate alone was worth more than a dozen of their own. Even if they had never seen much of the world, this dark red wooden door looked expensive. And there were 2 large stone lions at the entrance. Big sister. Su Yun was a little nervous, grabbing Su Wanchio's arm. Meanwhile, Su Wanchio looked at Chen Xian, also feeling very nervous. Both women were ordinary villagers from the countryside, never having seen such a luxurious mansion. It felt a bit like Lady Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. Naturally, they were nervous. Chen Xian spoke to comfort them, saying, "This is the place. Relax and think of it as home. After staying here for a while, you'll get used to it." Then he walked to the door and knocked firmly a few times. "Open up, I am Chen Xian." After a moment, the door opened, and Lu Rushi appeared. She smiled and said, "Young master is back. These two are Madame Chun and sister-in-law, right? Come in quickly." Without caring about the heavy rain, she hurried over to the women, warmly pulling them inside the mansion. "What a wonderful person," Chen Xian smiled, thinking that Lu Rushi was truly extraordinary. He then strode into the mansion. It must be said that Lu Rushi was truly a clever and delicate person. With just one glance, she immediately saw that Su Wanchio and Su Yun were unusual. The shock on their faces, even a bit of panic. But once she called them sister and younger sister, the two women gradually returned to normal. At first, their expressions were stiff, hesitant to speak much, just listening and nodding mechanically. Now, they could chat happily with Lu Rushi, exchanging a few words. They no longer felt awkward. Seeing this scene, Chen Xian, who had been standing nearby, felt relieved. Truly worthy of being the manager of such a big mansion. Her eye for people and her way of doing things are different. He admired her deeply. Living in such a different environment really makes a big difference in people. At this moment, a maid dressed in red approached Lu Rushi, bowing respectfully. "Manager, the hot water is ready." He nodded, and then, holding Su Wanchio's hand, kindly said, "Sister, with so much rain, your clothes are quite wet. Go take a bath and change into dry clothes. Although it's spring now, the temperature is still a bit low. Don't catch a cold." "Oh, thank you, sister." "Thank you, Sister Yun." "Thanks, Sister Lu. You're so kind." Su Yun, the younger girl, adapted even faster than Su Wanchio. This was also thanks to her easygoing personality. After the red-clad maid took the two women to bathe, Lu Rushi finally came over to Chen Xian and respectfully said, "Shall I also take the young master?" "Yes." Chen Xian nodded, then added, "Thank you, Miss Lu." "Oh, it's nothing, young master. These are just my duties, no need to thank me. That's how it should be." In the room, behind a 3-meter-long screen, mist swirled around. Chen Xian sat in an oval wooden tub, enjoying the warmth of the hot water. He exhaled slowly. His mood became much more relaxed. "Young master, lunch is ready. Manager Lu asked me to remind you." A maid's voice came from the room. Just now, she was supposed to help him undress and bathe, but he refused her. Although it's common for servants to assist with bathing in this world, he still felt a bit uncomfortable with a stranger doing so. "Got it." Chen Xian rested his head on the edge of the tub, eyes closed. It felt so good he didn't want to get out. He was feeling a bit dizzy. Indeed, money is the root of all evil. He shook his head vigorously, then wiped his face with a towel. He felt more awake. "I'm hungry too." He stood up. Just then, a mirror was directly in front of him. His gaze naturally fell on it. Not bad, not bad. You have some strength, but your hair is a bit too white." He seriously commented on his appearance. When Chen Xian arrived in the hall, he was a bit surprised. The hall was really large. Based on previous world standards, it was at least 200 square meters. Looking up, the ceiling was about 10 meters high. The entire hall was furnished with dark red wooden furniture, all decorated with intricate carvings. It was clear these weren't cheap items. At this moment, a round table about 1 meter in radius was already filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Chen Xian recognized a fish and a plate of green vegetables, but the rest of the dishes he didn't know at all. He counted quickly and found there were more than 20 dishes. Wow, he thought, impressed by the large meal typical of a wealthy family. Just a lunch, but so many different dishes. It's different from what he's used to. However, although there are many styles, they still seem too few. It's not enough to fill him up. When he was in the village, he used to eat from a big bowl. At this moment, Lu Rushi, standing nearby, seemed to notice his confusion, so she explained, "Young master, you'll understand once you try it." "Really?" Chen Xian looked curious, feeling a bit puzzled but nodded in agreement. After he sat down, the two women entered the living room. Chen Xian was stunned. Su Yun was wearing a light blue gauze dress, with a pair of silver earrings that sparkled faintly, even with her slightly weak eyesight. The light blue outfit made her fair skin stand out even more. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, she looked youthful and charming, with captivating starry eyes. She seemed like a village girl transformed into a noble lady. People say clothes make the person, and she looked very different after just changing her outfit and tidying up a bit. What surprised him most was Su Wanxiu. She was wearing a long, slightly tight red dress that showed off her impressive figure. Usually, in the village, her loose clothes hid her shape, but now her curves were obvious. She looked very confident and attractive. Most importantly, the fake mole on her face had finally disappeared. Su Wanxiu was even whiter than her sister Su Yun. Maybe because she had just taken a bath, her cheeks had a faint blush, and now she was slightly lowering her head with a shy look, which made Chen Xian's heart beat faster. These two sisters were very different. Su Yun looked like a small, slightly green grape, pretty but a little shy. Su Wanxiu, on the other hand, looked like a ripe, juicy red peach, full and tempting, making people want to taste her. Honestly, it seemed like Chen Xian's late brother was very lucky. Under strong pressure, a flicker of excitement appeared in my heart, and I smiled. I called out, "Come over and sit down. We've been walking all morning and we're hungry. Wow, so many delicious foods." I'm so tempted. Su Yun still looked carefree and cheerful as always. Seeing the table full of dishes, her eyes lit up, and she was almost drooling. Su Wanxiu, whether because her clothes were too tight or for some other reason, looked a bit nervous. After they sat down, Lu Rushi, sitting nearby, spoke up to introduce the food. "These dishes are made by a famous chef from the town. You should try them. But one thing, the snake meat in front of the young master is for him only. You two can't eat it." "Earth spirit snake?" "Yes, young master. Only martial artists can digest it. Ordinary people shouldn't eat it, as it might harm their health." Suddenly, Chen Xian understood what she meant earlier. The earth spirit snake is a low-level magical beast, not something ordinary mountain prey. Moreover, the elder said it was very helpful for a martial artist training. So he stopped looking at other dishes and directly picked up a piece of snake meat to taste. It was delicious. It had a melt-in-your-mouth feeling, and a warm sensation quickly traveled down his throat into his body. He felt a gentle warmth all over, and his hunger lessened with this comforting feeling. Truly different, he was very happy inside. If it weren't for the circumstances, who would want to spend every day holding a bowl of meat and gnawing on it? It was time-consuming and tiring, like a glutton. But now, just eating a piece of earth spirit snake meat felt more satisfying than a whole plate of food. Finally, he thought, he would never have to be a food glutton again. At the dining table, Su Wanxiu was very reserved. She ate slowly, rarely reaching for food. Several times, Chen Xian had to remind her before she finally picked up a chopstick. Su Yun, on the other hand, was happily eating, her mouth full of food, and she was enjoying herself. In the end, Su Wanxiu couldn't stand it anymore and said a few words to her, which made her settle down a bit. But with so many delicious foods, she didn't last long. Seeing this, Su Wanxiu could only shake her head. Finally, he gave up and stopped caring about her. In the study, Chen Xian sat in a round chair, holding a book quietly and reading. After lunch, he came here, until the room's light dimmed. He felt it was hard to see clearly, so he closed the book. He leaned back in the chair and rubbed his tired eyes. "The Great Xia dynasty has been over 5,000 years, Chen Xian muttered softly. "This book, A Brief History of Great Xia, records the events from the founding of Great Xia to the present. Of course, it only follows the timeline from the start of the dynasty. It describes the founding of Great Xia, reaching its peak, then decline, followed by division and internal chaos. This chaos lasted nearly 500 years. During this time, kings fought for power. There were many battles, and countless people died. Although it was still called Great Xia, the royal family was basically a puppet during these 500 years. This continued until over 300 years ago. A talented ruler suddenly appeared, ending the chaos. He also reset the calendar. That's why now it's the 358th year of the Great Xia calendar. But it also records that this emperor suddenly died at 300 years old, without saying why. This puzzled him a lot. For warriors, especially emperors like him, dying from illness was very rare. Most likely, they died of old age. But it shouldn't be. He was very confused. Forget it. If I can't understand, I won't think about it anymore. Chen Xian shook his head. He knew that as a small person, he couldn't understand the affairs of emperors. He put the book back in its place, closed the door carefully, and then left. In Su Yun's room. Big sister, I still feel like I'm dreaming. I can't believe I'm living in such a nice room. This room was much bigger than the Qin families in Shuanggang village. Xiao and I was walking around the room, touching here and there. She was very curious about everything. A 1-meter-long dressing table was especially beautiful, with many delicate accessories on it, which she loved to look at. She kept fiddling with a half-height copper mirror. Meanwhile, Su Wanqiu sat quietly on a nearby chair, just watching. She didn't say a word, but her smile showed how she was feeling right now. Today, she was very happy. After lunch, Lu Rushi took them on a tour of the house. She explained everything in detail. It took about 2 hours. She still couldn't imagine a house that took 2 hours to walk through. It was a big surprise to her. The best part was that she didn't have to pretend to be ugly every day anymore. She was a woman, just in her early 20s. Although there was no mirror at home, sometimes when she was in the kitchen filling water, she could see a blurry reflection in the water jar. She thought she looked ugly. If not for worrying about gossip, who would want to live like that? Now it was all over. From now on, she wouldn't have to do that anymore. After her bath today, when she looked at her real reflection in the mirror, she almost cried. So many years of suffering. It was too hard. Suddenly, a creaking sound of the door opening brought her back from her thoughts. When Chun Xian appeared in the room, Su Yun, the little girl, ran happily over and hugged his arm, looking like a happy child. Brother Xian, look. Do I look good with these earrings? Lu Jie gave them to me. She tilted her head so he could see the earrings clearly. Very pretty, very pretty. Our Yuner is the most beautiful. Chun Xian smiled and gently patted her head with affection. Although sometimes Su Yun acted like a little child, that was okay. Her emotions showed on her face, no need to guess. Thank you, Brother Xian. She gave him a big kiss. At that moment, Su Wanqiu, sitting nearby, saw this scene and her face turned slightly red. This child is too shameless, she thought helplessly. As the older sister, she was still here, but she didn't know how to stop her. So he quickly stood up. As she got up, her silky red dress instantly straightened, highlighting her proud curves. Just the act of standing made this visual effect so striking that Chen Xian found himself a bit mesmerized. His eyes were fixed on her. That passionate gaze was noticed even by Su Wanqiu. Now, her face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, almost touching the tempting curve of her neck. At this moment, Su Yun let out a soft exclamation, looking at Chen Xian, then following his gaze to his sister. Knowing it was not good to stay here any longer, Su Wanqiu hurriedly said she was going back to her room and quickly left Chen Xian's room. On the luxurious big bed, Chen Xian's back and thighs were sweaty. It was clear that their recent activity was very intense. Today, Su Yun was especially excited, as if her fighting spirit had risen to a new level. But he also felt that he was not falling behind today. He felt more confident with each challenge. Even with the strong attraction of the young girl, he managed to stay firm and not give in. Finally, the two fought to the peak. And surprisingly, Chen Xian was the winner. Even he couldn't believe it at this moment. What's going on today? Such bravery. He thought about it and found nothing special. His cultivation hadn't improved, still at the 6th rank. Could it be? Suddenly, he remembered something. Snake meat. The only difference today was that he ate the meat of a land spirit snake. Could that be the reason? After thinking for a long time, he guessed it was probably this. Snakes are naturally lustful, and since it was land spirit snake meat, it should be even more special. At this moment, Su Yun, still excited and not asleep, was using her fingertips to trace circles on his chest. Chen Xian looked down. Seeing her thoughtful expression, he also felt strange. Usually, this girl couldn't hide things. If she had something to say, she would say it immediately. Why is she like this today? So he gently pinched her chin, lifted it slightly, and looked into her eyes, asking, "What's wrong? Is everything okay here? This bed is quite big, comfortable for 2 people to sleep on, but I still haven't fed you enough. Why do you look a little unhappy?" At this moment, Su Yun looked confused, hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Chen Xian felt uncomfortable. So he spoke again. Just say what you want to say. We've been married for so long. There's nothing to hide. Do you like older sister? It seemed she had made up her mind and finally spoke. Do you like older sister? Chen Xian didn't expect her to ask that. His mind went blank for a moment. Like, of course. Who doesn't like their sister-in-law? Hee hee. I guessed right. Su Yun suddenly changed her expression, looking happy as if she had guessed correctly. He was stunned. At that moment, it felt like his brain wasn't working properly. Just a moment ago, he thought Su Yun was going to scold him and was wondering how to answer. But now, seeing her expression, she didn't seem angry. Is she as unpredictable as a child? He sighed deeply, feeling a bit helpless. But since this little girl had already said it, Chen Xian saw no reason to hide it anymore. Still, he didn't say it so directly. Of course I like sister-in-law. Humph. Su Yun was clearly unhappy with this answer. She snorted and her delicate nose twitched. Brother Xian, don't pretend to be stupid. You know what I mean. Now it was Chun Xian's turn to feel awkward. He unconsciously touched his head, not expecting her to be so direct. But after thinking about it, since she asked so straightforwardly and didn't seem angry, he honestly replied, yes, I like her. That's good. What do you mean? Now Chen Xian was confused again. What does that's good mean? Seeing his confusion, Su Yun leaned her head on his chest and slowly explained. Brother Xian, you don't know how hard sister-in-law has it. She came to this family not long ago, and Brother Chen left. Sister-in-law is only in her early 20s, and she's already a widow. Sometimes, I see her secretly crying alone in her room. When speaking about this, Su Yun looked up with tears in her eyes, full of sadness. Do you know? When Brother Chen was seriously injured, they didn't even share a room. That's what my sister told me herself. She seemed worried that Chen Xian wouldn't believe her, so she specifically said it was Su Wanqiu who told her. What? Really? Yes. Su Yun nodded seriously. It should be true. Chen Xian recalled that the original brother seemed to have a bad cold, lying in bed and unable to move. In that state, it was impossible to do physical activities, and even touching might be difficult. Also, my sister told me you're not an ordinary person. You're a martial artist. In the future, you'll probably have women around you. She told me that even if you have many women later, don't get upset. Be generous. As long as you're good to me, that's enough. Hearing this, Chen Xian felt very touched. Su Wanqiu is truly a good sister and a good sister-in-law. She already prepared Su Yun in advance. After all, his system is quite improper. In the village before, even if he had ideas, he couldn't act on them. Moreover, he didn't like the villagers either. Even if he looked for someone, she hoped it wouldn't be worse than Su Yun. But now, everything is different. After coming to Yunzi County, he will meet more people. He couldn't guarantee he would find someone suitable. Although this world values men especially, particularly martial artists, that's even more true here. But he genuinely likes Su Yun. Even if he looks for someone else, he would communicate with her first. Unexpectedly, Su Wanqiu had already helped him brainwash her, so there was no problem at all. Right now, if Su Wanqiu were here, he really wanted to hold her face and kiss her fiercely to thank her. And Su Yun, lying in her arms today, also saw Chen Xian looking at Su Wanqiu with strange eyes, which gave her some ideas. She also felt sorry for her sister. She was young and already a widow. Moreover, Brother Xian is very kind and strong. She felt she was starting to feel a little inferior. Thinking that he would find a woman in the future, she thought it might be better to be with her sister instead. If they were still in the village before, she wouldn't dare have such thoughts. Sister-in-law considering marrying her younger brother-in-law. People say it's frightening. She's not stupid. But now that they are in the county town, no one knows them anymore. That's why she dares to have this idea. Moreover, if Chen Xian has more women around him in the future, and she gets bullied, there will be someone to help her. This is her little secret plan. So, what does sister-in-law think? Su Wanqiu, a beautiful woman, was walking in front of him and had returned to her normal self. Don't you think he was tempted? That would be too hypocritical. Although Su Yun spoke, the decision still depended on Su Wanqiu's attitude. After all, she is the sister-in-law, and he is the younger brother-in-law. Even in this world, such things are not something to talk about openly. Of course, I will talk to her. Don't worry, as long as you want, I will persuade my sister. I'm all right then. Chen Xian pretended to hesitate and finally agreed reluctantly. In an instant, he felt like vomiting. He was so good at pretending. Right now, he was so happy inside, but looked so miserable. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Oomph. Suyun's delicate hand sharply hit his chest. You're not happy about this. Fake on the outside. Who are you kidding? Your eyes almost fell onto your sister earlier. Your face is really thick. The little girl was very dissatisfied and angry. She was upset because he was pretending too much. Bold. Dare to plot against your own husband. You need a good lesson. The little girl hadn't realized what a good lesson meant, but in the next moment, after feeling the heat there, she blushed immediately. Inside the room, a lamp cast light, reflecting two writhing figures. Outside, the sound of rain. Inside, heavy breathing, every sound clear. Yesterday, your bravery was extraordinary, completely conquered, awarding 45 skill points. Early morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, a message appeared. 45 points. Wow, that's a lot. It seems last night was a complete success. System. A usual summon. A shining golden panel appeared before his eyes. Name. Chun Xian Longevity. 18/150 Realm. 6th rank. Refining Aperture. Cultivation Technique. 9 turns Secret Technique. Upper part. Great Success. 688/1000. Health Preservation Technique. Proficient. Skills. Advanced Archery. Great Success. Advanced Tracking. Great Success. Bedroom Control Technique. Great Success. Palm Absorption. Not yet learned. 0/300. Skill points. 149. Still not enough skill points available. As the cultivation level increases, more points are needed. The upper part of the 9 turns Secret Technique requires 1,000 points to reach perfection. And the lower part? It's probably a terrifying number. Also, there's the palm absorption skill. The scene with the man in white is still deeply imprinted in his mind. Since it takes 300 points to get started, it's likely to require even more later. It's a long road ahead. Leaning against the bed, he watched Su Yun still sleeping and sighed. He wondered if talking with Su Wancho might earn him more points. Chun Xian whispered to himself. He wasn't sure about that yet. If it's really possible, he'd work hard, spending the first half of the night with his older sister and the second half with his younger sister. Or, maybe together? In the corridor of the backyard garden, the sky was gloomy. Heavy rain continued. It was only a few steps from his room. Chun Xian wandered over here. Young master, you woke up early. A clear voice came from afar. A graceful figure appeared at the end of the corridor. It was Lu Rushi. After a moment, she reached Chun Xian's side. Unlike yesterday, today she wore a light blue silk dress and pink shoes. Her hair was a bit messy from the wind and damp in some places. But one thing remained unchanged. Her eyes were still enchanting. Even after seeing her many times, he still found it hard to resist, especially when she smiled. That made it even more difficult. He looked away from her eyes. Getting used to it, Chun Xian said calmly, "Sir, can you tell me about your past? It would help me understand you better," Lu Rushi suddenly asked. "I am very curious about what makes this person special and why Lord Chen chose him. Such a big mansion is practically a gift to him." "Me? Yes." At this moment, Chun Xian's face looks complicated. It's true that he was sent to this world by a cannonball several months ago. He went from being an ordinary hunter in a small village to a 6th-rank warrior. This change is like night and day. Of course, he would keep this secret to himself, even from the women around him. He smiles slightly and says, "I'm just an ordinary hunter who unexpectedly took up martial arts, then went to a black market, met the master, and the rest you already know. It's that simple, that's simple." Lu Rushi feels very envious. These 4 words sound simple, but without talent in martial arts, how could he catch Lord Chen's eye? Then Chun Xian asks, "And you?" "She is young and very beautiful, managing such a big mansion. It must not be easy." "Me? Like the young master, I am very lucky. Lord Chen noticed me, and that's how I got to where I am today." At this moment, Lu Rushi's gaze falls on a white flower in the garden, swaying in the wind. She recalls the first time she met Lord Chen. She was only 14, already looking somewhat mature. She was captured by bad people and taken to the black market. If nothing unexpected happened, she might have been bought by an old man or a rich person to be a maid, or possibly a concubine. That was her life. That day, it was raining and windy, with a dark sky. She happened to be on Lord Chen's boat heading to the black market. Fortunately, he saw her at first glance and immediately bought her. Later, she was brought to this mansion. Someone taught her music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and also helped her practice martial arts. He cared for her like a father, even though they rarely spoke. But deep in her heart, Lu Rushi already regarded him as a real father. Then we are the same. Yes. The two look at each other and smile together. In the following days, apart from eating, Chen Xian spent almost all his time in the study. In just a few days, he went from knowing only a little about the world and martial arts to having a basic understanding of both. He was no longer a novice. At this moment, sitting in a round chair, he was holding a book about the levels of martial arts training. Martial arts are divided into 9 levels. Levels 9, 8, and 7 are the lower 3 levels, collectively called low-grade martial artists, which are easier to train. Levels 6, 5, and 4 are the middle 3 levels, and over 99% of martial artists have reached this stage. Most martial artists are stuck at the lower 3 levels for their entire lives. Especially from level 7 to 6, without enough talent for training, it's almost impossible unless they forcefully invest a lot of resources. Even with a huge amount of resources, progress becomes very difficult afterward. The upper 3 levels are not recorded in this book. Chen Xian closed the book and frowned slightly. Why is there no information about the upper 3 levels? In the past few days, he had searched almost all the books in the study about training, but they only recorded up to the middle 3 levels. There was no mention of the upper 3 levels. Could it be that his grandfather's collection didn't include this information? Forget it, forget it. If it's not there, then it's not. He casually tossed the book onto the table. Then he summoned his panel. Name, Chen Xian, lifespan, 18 out of 150, realm, level 6, refining qi. A cultivation technique, 9 turns secret technique, upper part, great success, 688/1000. Health preservation technique, proficient. Skills, advanced archery, great success. Advanced tracking, great success. Bedroom control technique, great success. Palm absorption, uninitiated. 0/300. Skill points, 304. His idle skill points had accumulated to 304. He was just a little away from reaching perfection in the 9 turns secret technique, upper part. Just 2 more days at most. Since eating the snake meat from the earth spirit snake every day, Chen Xian felt like a different person. The eagle seemed to be energized, fighting so fiercely that Su Yun was overwhelmed and kept begging for mercy. Every day, he gained 40 skill points. However, there has been no news about Su Wanqiu. Yesterday, Chen Xian couldn't help but ask about it afterward. But this young girl refused to say anything, which made him very anxious. Immediately, he gave her a stern lesson with a stick, not letting her plead for mercy. Actually, Chen Xian's worry wasn't because he was attracted to Su Wanqiu's beauty. He wasn't that easily controlled by his younger brothers. He just wanted to know, if talking to one more person, could he get more points? Because right now, he needed this the most. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Chen Xian looked through the window. The rain has stopped. These days, the sound of rain accompanied him while reading. No wonder he felt a bit strange when it stopped. He shook his head and smiled faintly. At this moment, a maid's voice came from outside the house. Young master, dinner is ready. Got it, Chen Xian responded, then stretched lazily and got up to leave the study. At this time, a red-clad maid stood outside the door, her head slightly lowered. Let's go. In the main hall, Su Yun and Su Wanqiu were already waiting for him. Lu Rushi was also standing nearby. When Chen Xian entered, Su Yun immediately waved to him excitedly and said, Come eat. Brother Xian, today Lu Jia has prepared new dishes. They look so delicious. While speaking, the girl unconsciously swallowed her saliva. Coming. Chen Xian walked over, affectionately patted her head, and even nudged her nose, jokingly saying, You're really quite greedy. There are so many good foods every day, and you still haven't had enough. Look, your face has gotten a bit round these days. Su Yun was suddenly flustered and quickly asked Su Wanqiu beside her, Sister, look, have I really gained weight? Do I look uglier? The young master is joking. Yun Mei is naturally beautiful. Even if she gained weight, she still looks good. Before Su Wanqiu could speak, Lu Rushi comforted her. At this moment, Chen Xian didn't continue teasing her, and instead looked quite puzzled. What's going on? He noticed that Su Wanqiu's face looked a bit strange after he came in. At the dinner table, for people are having dinner. Previously, Lu Rushi refused to eat with them, but she couldn't stand being nagged by Su Yun. A few days ago, she finally agreed. Chen Xian was chewing snake meat, which was a must-have at every meal. He was glancing at the three women. Su Yun was still the same, eating happily and very actively. Su Wanqiu looked preoccupied, as if she had something on her mind. Lu Rushi didn't seem to have anything special. She was acting like a gentle lady, eating slowly and carefully. Even though Chen Xian had seen her like this many times, he couldn't help but stare at her a little longer. Could it be that Su Yun said something? He thought it was probably about that. He also wondered if the little girl was reliable in handling things. Now he was a bit regretful. If he made Su Wanqiu angry, it would be bad. Starting things off on the wrong foot would make everything more difficult later. Let's test her. Thinking this, he said, "Sister-in-law, eat some vegetables. I see your bowl is almost empty." Huh? Okay. Su Wanqiu looked surprised, clearly distracted and not focused on eating. But Chen Xian could tell from her reaction that Su Yun had probably said something. Whether she was willing or not, he wasn't sure, but she didn't seem angry. Otherwise, she wouldn't react like that. After dinner, Chen Xian went back to his room first, because after Su Yun finished eating, she kept chatting with Lu Rushi, asking questions and talking. Su Wanqiu sat quietly nearby, listening. He knew this kind of women's post-meal chat wasn't suitable for him to stay and listen to. In the room, Chen Xian lay on the bed like a big character, staring at the ceiling, with his mind blank. He had been reading all day. His body didn't feel tired, but his mind was exhausted. This feeling was exactly like when he was in his third year of high school on Blue Star, preparing for exams. "System," he called out of habit. The familiar golden panel appeared before his eyes. But he only took a quick look and then withdrew. This thing, he now looks at it many times a day. Sometimes unconsciously, he calls it out to look at. Number of points, still the number of points. Chen Xian sighed. He had also tried practicing himself before. Take the palm absorption, for example. He had been eager for a long time. He tried many times, but the points shown afterwards still remained 0, useless. It's really so useless. His talent is too poor. Forget it. He pouted in frustration, then closed his eyes. His mind was too tired. After a moment, the room was filled with the sound of snoring. He fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xian felt his lips were wet and uncomfortable. He groggily reached up and wiped his mouth. Just as he was about to continue sleeping, he suddenly woke up. He saw Su Wanqiu sitting beside the table. She was resting her chin on her hands, her phoenix eyes fixed on the oil lamp on the table. She was staring into space. Where was Su Yun? Why wasn't it her? Although he didn't know how long he had been asleep, the time of day suggested it was already quite late. And how did Su Wanqiu appear in his room? At this moment, many thoughts flooded his mind. "Are you awake?" Suddenly, Su Wanqiu's gentle voice sounded in the room. Chen Xian, who was still pretending to sleep, couldn't keep up the act anymore. "I'm awake, sister-in-law," he said softly, then slowly sat up and asked, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Come and sit properly. I have something to tell you." Su Wanqiu looked very serious. Chen Xian even felt that. Just then, she really seemed like an elder. She behaved very obediently and sat across from him. Between them was an oil lamp. Their eyes met. She said she had something to tell him, but when he sat down, she didn't speak right away. And, just like he saw during the day, Su Wanqiu looked worried. Several times, her mouth was slightly open, but she still didn't say anything. Seeing her so hesitant to speak, Chen Xian understood. And at this moment, she appeared in the room without hesitation. It was obvious that Su Yun had arranged this, and he already knew what she wanted to say. As a caring man, he knew he had to be brave now. After all, such matters shouldn't be left for a woman to speak first. So he didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Sister-in-law, are you willing?" His question stunned Su Wanqiu, who was sitting opposite him. She didn't expect Chen Xian to be so straightforward. A few days ago, when Su Yun mentioned this matter to her, she felt like her heart had fallen to the ground. It was so absurd. As Chen Xian's sister-in-law, she was married through her brother's matchmaking. She never thought she would end up with Chen Xian. Even now, she remembered the moment Su Yun spoke those words. She was completely stunned. Her mind went blank. When she finally recovered, she was furious and scolded her sister. But she didn't expect that Su Yun, who had always been afraid of her, was no longer afraid. She said that she, a woman in her early 20s, was a widow, which was very pitiful, and she felt sorry for her. As she spoke, she started crying loudly. Seeing her younger sister, whom she had raised since childhood, so distressed for her, her anger disappeared instantly, and she started crying too. The two sisters hugged each other tightly. At this moment, Su Wanqiu recalled what Su Yun had said. Big sister, Brother Xian is very kind and cares for me. You saw that too. If we were still in the village, I wouldn't dare say such things. But now, it's different. Here, no one knows us, and you also said that Brother Xian is not an ordinary person, he's a martial artist. In the future, he will surely have women around him. You're so young. Even if I find someone else for you, I wouldn't feel at ease. It's better if we, as sisters, take care of Brother Xian together. We can keep each other company. If someday, other women around him bully me, you can help me. Isn't that good? Sigh. He sighed and looked seriously at Chun Xian across from him, asking, do you dislike me? After all, no, how could I? I definitely won't dislike sister-in-law. She hadn't finished speaking when Chun Xian interrupted her. He wasn't foolish. When Su Wanqiu asked that question, he already guessed what she was worried about. After all, she was a widow, and he himself was quite capable now. The Chun family's good days depended entirely on him, Chun Xian. It's understandable that she would worry about this. So, what he needed to do now was to completely dispel Su Wanqiu's doubts, and also to show his attitude. He then promised, sister-in-law, don't worry. Whether I have other women in the future or not, you and Yuner are always the most important to me. Always. Really? Su Wanqiu asked, confirming. Really? Chun Xian nodded firmly. At this moment, he was very serious, and these words came from his heart. Then, in a few days, I'll think it over, and you. Come over. Su Wanqiu's voice grew softer and softer, and the last two words were so faint they sounded like tiny insects. Her delicate face was blushing, and she lowered her head shyly. She didn't dare to look at him. But in a few days, Chun Xian couldn't wait anymore. It wasn't because he was attracted to Su Wanqiu's beauty, but because he was eager to see if adding another woman would change the system. Right now, he really needed skill points. And it was getting late, and Su Yun hadn't appeared all evening. He guessed she probably wanted him to be with Su Wanqiu tonight. The moment was urgent, and he had to act. He had to win her over. He knew Su Wanqiu was a typical traditional woman. She had agreed verbally, but who knew if she would change her mind after going home and start overthinking or refuse? Sometimes, delaying was worse. So, Chun Xian stepped closer and squatted down beside her. He grabbed her hand. Suddenly, Su Wanqiu looked like a frightened rabbit, trying to pull away in a panic. But she forgot. Chun Xian was a martial artist. How could her little strength succeed? Don't do this, Brother Xian, she begged softly. Everything happened so quickly that she was completely unprepared. But at this moment, how could Chun Xian agree? Instead, he took a step closer, one hand wrapped around her waist, and his face leaned against her. In an instant, Su Wanqiu's whole body went numb. Brother Xian, she was so anxious, she almost cried. She really wasn't ready. Second sister-in-law, Chun Xian's voice was deep, trying to make her feel more comfortable. Yuner hasn't come back for so long. Don't you understand what she means? Since you've already agreed, there's no need to worry. Don't worry, I will always treat you and Yuner well. As Chun Xian finished speaking, Su Wanqiu, whose body was tense, relaxed a lot. But she still kept her head down, silent. She neither agreed nor refused. Seeing this, Chun Xian took the opportunity to stand up slowly, holding her in his arms, and continued. These years have been you, but it won't be any more from now on. Then he bent down, whispering softly in her ear, since everything has naturally come to this, why not make it official now? Second sister-in-law, Chun Xian's warm breath brushed her earlobe. At this moment, Su Wanqiu's whole body felt tingly and numb, and her heart completely collapsed. Her body was so soft she couldn't sit steadily, leaning fully on Chun Xian. With her eyes closed, her face was full of mixed feelings. She kept asking herself over and over. Chun Xian didn't rush her, just held her like that, waiting. Finally, Su Wanqiu spoke. A simple, one word. Chun Xian's heart was stirred. His heartbeat quickened. He directly picked up Su Wanqiu in his arms, showing his excitement. At this moment, Su Wanqiu's face was flushed her beautiful eyes tightly closed, not daring to look at him. Second sister-in-law, let's go. Don't call me that anymore. That title was like her last line of defense in her heart. Quick-witted, Chun Xian immediately changed his words. Wanxiao, it's late. It's time to sleep. His voice was gentle and tender. He reached the bed, and a big moment was about to unfold. Turn off the lights. All right, at this moment, the man is the most obedient. Chun Xian gently waves his hand, and the lights go out. Suddenly, the room is completely dark. There are soft sounds of clothes being taken off. What? Su Wanxiao thought it was over, so she directly covered her head with the blanket, turned to the side, and turned her back to him, feeling shy. Chun Xian was stunned. How could these two sisters be so formidable? He thought that after eating snake meat, he was invincible, at least in Su Yun's eyes. But this? No way. First-time experiences shouldn't be like this, no matter what Su Wanxiao thinks. Anyway, he couldn't get past this hurdle. Moreover, the system also has requirements. So, morning. Chun Xian felt as if his eyelids were extremely heavy. He couldn't open his eyes no matter what. But suddenly, his mind was filled with a series of mechanical sounds. He was immediately startled. Successfully collected the famous item Spring Water, reward. 100 skill points for the host, collecting the famous item Spring Water grants a 10% skill point bonus. You and Su Wanxiao shared an unforgettable experience, earning 40 skill points from the bound spouse Su Yun, plus 4 points from the Spring Water bonus, Chun Xian's eyes suddenly opened wide. At this moment, he felt no sleepiness at all. In front of him, the previous sounds now flickered as a series of messages. This famous item, Spring Water. What is this? Even in his past life on Blue Star, he was a scholar who traveled through many countries. Indeed, Western women are quite skilled. He had experienced this during his work trips. But he really didn't know what this famous item was. Famous item? Chun Xian muttered to himself. No wonder, last night, he was the one who was defeated and left in disarray. Even after multiple battles, he still couldn't win. And according to what was shown, the skill points still came from Su Yun, not Su Wanxiao. Why? Last night was Su Wanxiao. He couldn't understand, so he immediately called out in his mind. System, the panel appeared. Name, Chun Xian, lifespan, 18 out of 150, famous tool, Spring Water, skill point bonus 10%, spouse bound. Su Yun, realm, 6th grade, refining aperture, cultivation technique, 9 turns secret technique, upper part, great completion, 688/1000, health preservation technique, proficient, skills, advanced archery, great completion, advanced tracking, great completion, inner room control technique, great completion, palm absorption, not yet learned, 0/300, skill points, 448 something changed. There are now 2 new sections on the panel, famous tool and spouse. Bound to Su Yun. Does this mean that no matter how many women are around him in the future, he can only gain skill points from Su Yun? Does that mean this little girl now has to approve any women entering his life? Chun Xian's heart immediately turned sour. He felt like he lost control. This and indecent system. He vented his frustration at the system. After a while, he finally calmed down. He looked back at the panel and studied it again. Famous tool, Spring Water, skill point bonus 10%. He didn't understand it fully, but it seemed to mean there are many famous tools, each with different attribute bonuses. He thought for a long time, and attributes felt like a more fitting word. But then the problem arose. How could he know what kind of famous tool it is without trying? And this must be very rare, so he shouldn't guess. Open a blind box. He remembered a popular thing from his previous life on Blue Star. Chun Xian cursed aloud. He was really a bit overwhelmed now. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Su Wanxiao, used to waking early, was awakened by his voice. Seeing his strange expression, she thought she had done something wrong herself. She is not a child like Su Yun, and she is not easy to fool. It's about practicing martial arts. Really? Absolutely true. As she spoke, he deliberately reached out and touched her proud white shoulder. Su Wanxiao's delicate face immediately turned red with embarrassment. During the daytime, don't do that. She rolled her eyes at him. But those charming, captivating eyes in her gaze held a special allure in his eyes. His temper flared up instantly. Since there was anger, Of course, he needed to calm it down. So, ignoring Su Wanchio's protests, they had another passionate and lively fight. In the room. At this moment, Su Wanchio looked just like a newlywed wife, taking care of Qin Xian by helping him dress and tidying his slightly messy hair from the recent excitement. "Thank you for your hard work." He gently kissed her on the forehead. Feeling his tenderness, Su Wanchio smiled softly. Although she didn't say anything, she was very happy inside. The two of them dressed neatly, and just as they opened the door, they saw Su Yun sitting on the railing of the corridor nearby. Hearing the noise of the door opening, she immediately ran over happily. "Hee, congratulations, sister, and congratulations to brother Xian." The little girl was very happy. Her sister had finally escaped from suffering, and it was all thanks to her, her little sister, which made her proud and genuinely happy for her. Over the years, since she became aware, she knew her sister's hardships. But, from now on, that would never happen again. Su Wanchio tapped her forehead with her jade finger, then hugged her. "Thank you, Yinner." Su Yun shook her head and looked at her sincerely. As long as sister is happy, that's all that matters. Next to them, Qin Xian watched their deep sisterly bond. That's wonderful. As for how the two of them would serve Qin Xian in the future, Su Yun had already thought it through. During this time, she planned for her sister to stay with Qin Xian. According to her words, they were like newlyweds, and her sister had suffered for many years. She needed to enjoy herself more. Regarding this, Qin Xian had no objections and was confident he would complete the task. He worked cultivating the neglected farmland of Su Wanchio. In the study, this time, Qin Xian was not in a hurry to read books. Instead, he looked at the panel in front of him. Name: Qin Xian, lifespan: 18 out of 150, famous tool: spring water, skill point bonus 10%, spouse bound. Su Yun, realm: 6th grade, refining aperture, cultivation technique, 9-turn secret technique, upper part, great completion, 688/1000, health preservation technique, proficient, skills, advanced archery, great completion, advanced tracking, great completion, indoor control technique, great completion, palm absorption, uninitiated, 0/300, skill points, 448, enough points, I wonder if. The perfect realm of the 9-turn secret technique, upper part, will have any surprises. He sat cross-legged, feeling a bit excited. Add points to 9-turn secret technique, upper part, he shouted inwardly. A familiar warm current appeared again. Like a rushing flood, it quickly flowed to his limbs, strengthening his body. Qin Xian could clearly feel his body gradually becoming stronger. At the same time, he noticed that when this warm flow passed through the acupoints, it would disappear a little. Meanwhile, the faint silver glow in the acupoints all over his body was also brightening. Is this what 6th grade refining of the apertures looks like? He was no longer a novice in martial cultivation. He had read almost all the books about cultivation in the study. Reaching the 6th grade, all 108 acupoints in his body began to generate qi, which could enhance his strength and was essential for practicing martial skills. This was also why some martial techniques could only be practiced after reaching 6th grade, like palm absorption, which requires controlling qi to cultivate. Moreover, the qi stored in the acupoints also strengthened the acupoints themselves. The two complemented each other. After about half an hour, Qin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately checked the panel. Indeed, there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Still 6th grade, refining aperture. Actually, right after the warm flow disappeared, he had already sensed it. To advance from the 6th level to the 5th level, the most important condition is that the energy in the acupoints is full. Right now, only about half of the acupoints are filled. There is still some way to go before reaching full capacity. He chuckled bitterly, realizing he had overthought things. Advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level is no longer as simple as moving from the 2nd to the 3rd. But that's normal. Each level in the middle stage has a big gap in strength, not just a small difference. While lower levels might sometimes face opponents stronger than them, middle levels find it much harder. However, he has gained some benefits. His lifespan has increased by another 10 years. Now, his lifespan is 160 years. This means, unless something unexpected happens, he can live at least until he is 160. I wonder when the master will come, since the 9-turn secret technique, upper part, is now complete. He needs the lower part of the technique. If not today, I can ask Lu Rushi later. This master, he has such a big house, but doesn't live here. He doesn't know where he goes every day. He's really a strange old man. Just as he was about to get up and pick up the book he hadn't finished reading yesterday, suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the house. In the next moment, the door was pushed open. Lu Rushi, young master, Master Chen has come. He wants you to go see him. Master is here? Where is he? Such coincidence. He was just thinking about the master, and now he's here. He's here. He's at the pavilion in the small garden. Lu Rushi also looked surprised. According to her usual experience, Master Chen would come here at least once a month. It hadn't been many days since the last visit. Just now, she didn't expect him to come suddenly, and he looked very urgent. So, she hurried over. Quick, come with me. Master Chen is very anxious. Okay. Chen Xian put down the book in his hand and immediately followed Lu Rushi to see the master. The two arrived at the pavilion. Young master, I'll go first. Chen Xian nodded slightly, then walked into the pavilion. Before he could speak, the old man pointed to the stone bench opposite and said, Sit down. Thank you, sir. After taking a seat, he asked, Sir, you called me here so suddenly. Is there something you want to tell me? Suddenly, the old man's face showed a moment of surprise. Then he smiled and said, Little Lu is like that. Every time I give her an order, it's the same. Nothing special. Today, I just had a sudden idea to come see you and ask how your training is going. Ah. Chen Xian thought it was something important. But it seemed that the old man held a very special place in Lu Rushi's heart. Maybe there are other feelings involved. It's not just about being a benefactor. What? Have you reached the perfect stage in your training? In the pavilion, upon hearing that Chen Xian had already completed the upper part of the 9-turn-secret technique, the old man exclaimed in surprise. His deep-set eyes widened with shock. He looked at Chen Xian as if he were seeing a monster. Last time, when Chen Xian was close to finishing, he personally sensed it. He was still quite a bit short. But just a few days ago, he had already reached perfection. He knew well that the later stages of this technique were much slower to master. Because the 9-turn-secret technique is considered a mid to upper level body cultivation method. It requires eating a large number of magical beasts or powerful herbs to help speed up the training. A large amount, but none of these were available in the estate. Relying only on that earth spirit snake was impossible. Even he, at the great achievement stage, took half a year to reach perfection. And that was already quite fast. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Are geniuses really so unreasonable? The speed of this training is just too crazy. The old man's gaze on him was full of envy. If only he had Chen Xian's talent back then, he might have gone even further. But now, there's no chance. In the pavilion, the old man remained silent for a long time. After a long while, he stood up and sighed. If I had known you were doing well, I would have come to your study to find you. Let's go to the study. Chen Xian was confused by his words. What does this mean? Is he leaving again after just arriving? But he quickly got up and followed him. When they entered the study, the old man asked him, Do you feel something strange? Even though I have so many books here, there are no manuals or martial arts techniques. Chen Xian nodded and said, At first, I thought it was strange, but then I realized it makes sense. Why? Such manuals are very valuable. They shouldn't be kept here casually. It might not be safe. The old man nodded thoughtfully. But then he changed the subject and said, You have a point, but not entirely true. Actually, I keep my manuals right here in this study. What? Impossible. Chen Xian looked at him with disbelief. He had looked at all the books in this study, at least their titles. There was definitely no manual among them. He chuckled softly. The old man smiled proudly and then walked to the corner of the room. He pointed to the wall directly opposite and said to Chen Xian, Go on, push hard. Yes, sir. Could there be a secret passage behind this wall? Chen Xian wondered silently. He extended his right hand and pushed gently, but the wall didn't move at all. Huh. Chen Xian made a small sound of surprise, then turned to look at the old man. Push harder. Haven't eaten today? The old man glared at him. Huh. Chen Xian felt wronged. He hadn't pushed very hard just now, but he was a 6th-rank martial artist. Even a gentle push would exert at least 200 gene of force. That was quite strong. He was worried that if he pushed too hard, the wall might collapse. But since the old man said so, he decided not to overthink it. Huh, he shouted loudly. but the wall still didn't move. At this point, he sensed something was off. There must be something behind that wall. Otherwise, it would have fallen long ago. Then he used his other hand as well, both arms pushing with all his strength. Suddenly, veins bulged on his forehead. This time, he didn't hold back at all. Creak! The wall slowly started to move backward. Seeing this, Chen Xian's eyes widened. At the same time, the energy inside his acupoints burst out instantly. This time, he even used the energy in his acupoints. With a loud sound, the wall opened like a door, revealing a narrow gap about a person's width. Inside, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. Fu Chen took a deep breath. Although it was only a short moment, it was very tiring. His arms felt slightly sore. Not bad. Not bad. The old man behind him clapped and praised. This wall is made of deep-sea stone, weighing over 20,000 pounds. You managed to push it. Among the 6 ranks, in terms of strength, you're quite exceptional. Chen Xian sighed and said helplessly, Grandpa? This secret room is so hidden. Most people wouldn't be able to find it even if they looked. No wonder you kept the cultivation techniques here. Huh? That's right. The old man looked a bit proud. He specially obtained this piece of deep-sea stone to hide these techniques. Even this wall was built by him personally. No wonder ordinary people can't do it. Let's go inside and take a look. The old man took out a fire stick and went in first. Chen Xian followed behind. Under the faint light, they descended about 10 steps. Another door appeared. Another door. Chen Xian felt a bit nervous seeing it. It was as if he could hear his thoughts. The old man turned around, chuckling as he looked at him. Forget it, forget it. After all, he's the old man. He couldn't let the old man do all the hard work, right? Just as he was about to push the door again, the old man moved first. Gently pushed. The door opened. Immediately, Chen Xian forced a smile that was even more awkward than crying. Grandpa, are you playing with me? This old man was really like a child. Ha ha ha. The old man burst into loud laughter. In the small space, his hearty laughter filled the room. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Go inside. The cultivation techniques are inside. Seeing that Chen Xian looked somewhat displeased, the old man also stopped. The two entered a dark room. The old man lit an oil lamp inside. The dim yellow light quickly filled the darkness. A row of bookshelves appeared. However, there were only a few books on them. At this moment, the old man became serious. He walked over to the bookshelf, picked up the book on the far left. The 4 characters, 9-turn secret technique, appeared in Chen Xian's eyes. Back then, I almost lost my life for this skill. Humph, those court dogs. Thinking about how he was chased for a long time because of this skill, he felt very angry. It's not a top-level skill, so why bother? In the end, he had to escape to this remote Yunzi County to avoid being hunted. But he was still badly injured. After so many years, not only was his injury not healed, but his martial arts level also dropped by 1 stage. And Chen Xian, watching the angry look of the old man, didn't dare to speak. Here, practice well. At this moment, the old man threw the 9-turn secret technique to him. This is complete. That's why I gave you the upper part last time, to see if your talent is enough. Now it seems you are qualified. What if I'm not talented enough? For some reason, these words slipped out without him thinking. The old man was silent. After a long while, he looked at him and finally said 2 words, kill. Just 2 words, but Chen Xian felt a bone-chilling cold. Do you think I'm cold-blooded, Grandpa? Chen Xian hesitated, not knowing what to say. Cold-blooded? I don't know. Chen Xian shook his head, with a complicated expression. Then, the old man was very dissatisfied with his answer and scolded angrily. Remember, this world is a world of survival. The weak have no voice. No one will help you for no reason. I saw your talent in cultivation and wanted to give you a chance. If you can't make it, I will have to kill you. This skill almost cost me my life. And if you're useless, you don't deserve to practice this skill. If you regret it, go back to your village and continue living as a hunter, living a peaceful life. Weak. Unworthy. These 4 words kept echoing in Chen Xian's mind. Indeed, after coming to this world, if it weren't for the system, the outcome. He exhaled deeply. His confused eyes became firm. He respectfully bowed to the old man and said, Thank you for your guidance, sir. I understand now. Good. That's more like it. Over the years, Chen Xian was the only one with such talent he had ever met. But he hadn't faced many hardships. If he continued like this, big problems would surely happen later. It seems he needs to be disciplined from time to time. There are 4 more books, all about martial arts techniques. You can look at them yourself. I'm leaving now. It's too boring here. In the dark room, Chen Xian looked up at the dark gray stone ceiling above. If the old man had said he wanted to go back to the village, would he have attacked? He remembered the expression on the old man's face when he said the words, kill, which was cold and emotionless. In that moment, it felt like he was a different person. Ah, he shouted angrily. He slapped his face hard with both hands. I don't want to think about it anymore. Since I've made my choice, dwelling on it won't help. Besides, I have a system. How could I be weak? Then he went to the bookshelf. Without even looking, he stuffed the remaining 4 books into his arms. This dark room is really stifling, he cursed as he left the dark room. At this moment, the old man in the study, hearing his angry shout, smiled with a face full of wrinkles. When Chen Xian appeared in the study, he saw the old man sitting in a rocking chair, crossing his legs, rocking slightly, looking at the brief history of the great Xia he had read. It seems you've had some realizations, the old man's voice sounded, but his eyes never left the book in his hand. Yes, I have. Was there ever a moment you resented me? No. The path of a strong person is full of dangers. This time, Chen Xian answered very firmly. Good. The old man shouted loudly and put down his book. His expression became more excited. This was the result he wanted. Only like this could he survive better in this harsh world. Sit. The old man pointed to a chair nearby. Chen Xian didn't hesitate and sat down directly. At this moment, even he didn't realize that his mood had started to change. Once, I was just like you, even more naive. People who know me say I am a good person. But you have to stay alive first. Can you imagine? Just one word from a warrior, and everyone in my family was killed overnight, except me. If I hadn't hidden in the cellar, I don't know how many times I would have been hurt inside. Thinking about those past events, the old man clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. Cough, cough, cough. Because he was too excited, he kept coughing. Chen Xian stood up and went to his side, gently patting him, then asked, and then what happened? Then, the old man suddenly sneered. I spent all my money to find a master and learn martial arts. Then I found that warrior and cut his flesh piece by piece, torturing him harshly until he died after I took the last piece. The last word, died, was spat out through clenched teeth. Chen Xian, who had been gently patting him, also felt as if that word had drained all his strength. After a long while, he finally calmed down. He looked up at him with a hoarse voice. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. If you want to live better, you have to rely on yourself and become stronger. Hearing this satisfactory answer, the old man smiled with relief. For many years, he had been unwilling to think about this, but today, for Chen Xian, he endured the pain in his heart and spoke out. This was not a waste of his effort. At this moment, Chen Xian came behind him and placed a hand on his shoulder. While pressing, he slowly said, Old man, I have also killed people, 4 of them. Oh, the old man was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that. Looking honest, he had also killed people. There was even a hint of excitement on his face. This made him feel that the old man might have become a bit strange because of his past experiences. Come on, tell me everything. Hearing this, Chen Xian shook his head. He really thought the old man was a little odd. But he still explained in detail about killing Li Tai and Li Jin, the 2 brothers, for the women in his family. He also talked about killing the 2 hunters to get the prey he worked hard for. Although you were forced to do it, you did well. The old man rarely praised him. Yeah, I was forced, Chen Xian sighed, thinking back to the first time he killed someone. That feeling of fear, he still couldn't forget it. There was no other way. It was a year of natural disasters, drought, then heavy snow. The villagers couldn't even feed themselves. Many people died just to survive. Luckily, he became a martial artist, and life at home got a lot better. Now, he thought, if he hadn't become a martial artist, the consequences would have been terrible. Suddenly, the old man sneered. Natural disasters? No, those are man-made disasters. Immediately, Chen Xian's hand, which was resting on his shoulder, stopped. He asked confusedly, Grandpa, what do you mean? If it's not natural, then it's man-made. Of course. That's impossible. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe him, but this was just too unbelievable. Could such things really be controlled by people? Yeah. The old man sneered and asked, "You've read quite a few books here, right? Haven't you noticed anything strange? Grandpa, what are you referring to? Stupid. About martial arts records. Have you ever seen any above the 4th rank? Even the middle 3rd rank is only mentioned in a few words. Don't you find that strange, huh?" After his reminder, it seemed to be true. At that time, he also found it strange. But now, hearing the old man's tone, there must be a problem with it. "So, what's the real reason? You've read this book, right?" The old man didn't answer directly, but pointed to the book on the table, The Brief History of Daxia. "Yes, I've read it. Tell me, is there anything strange?" Qin Xian thought for a moment and then shared his doubts. That genius emperor's death was too abnormal. Of course it's not normal. You should know that this emperor was a once-in-a-millennium genius. It is said that he was almost at the peak of martial arts before he died, at just over 300 years old. But the cause of his death is not recorded anywhere in history books. And when the new emperor ascended the throne, he issued an order forbidding any discussion of this matter, threatening to punish anyone who dared. Many people lost their heads over this issue back then. Thinking back, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. At that time, the court's inspection department was arresting people in large numbers, even publicly beheading them in the marketplace. This went on for 3 full years. No one knows how many people died. Since then, no one dared to talk about it. All records of this event in the books were completely erased. That's ruthless. Qin Xian was just listening to his grandfather talk about this, and he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. 3 years of killing, and all records erased. This clearly shows that the old emperor's death was suspicious. But they weren't afraid. If you dared to speak out, they would kill you, until you dared not to speak anymore. This new emperor gave him the feeling of being like Qin Ershi from Blue Star. Ruthless? Ha. His grandfather sneered and continued, "You don't know what this emperor did afterward. That's real ruthlessness. Is there something even more ruthless?" Qin Xian couldn't help but ask. Of course, after that event, the emperor issued another decree. All sects within Daxia, big or small, must submit to the court and hand over all their martial arts techniques. Anyone who dared to resist would be wiped out. Do you know how many sects there are in Daxia? At least thousands. At that time, the entire Daxia was in chaos. Some sects had been passed down for thousands of years and were very powerful. Of course, they wouldn't just submit and hand over their techniques. But what happened? The military was sent to suppress them. No matter what sect they belonged to or their connections in the court, they were simply exterminated and all their techniques were seized. Countless traditions were destroyed in an instant. Even in the court, many people were implicated, and some were even linked to their entire families. This killing went on for 20 years. Only a few sects managed to escape from the Great Summer, and very few indeed. During this time, life for warriors was extremely dark. Everyone was cautious, hiding their true intentions. Even those from different sects kept silent, fearing for their lives. 20 years, Qin Xian murmured to himself. How many people had he had to kill? This was not the behavior of a ruler, but that of a butcher or a tyrant. Moreover, the emperor ordered all records related to martial arts cultivation to be altered. Information about the higher 3 levels of cultivation was forbidden to be recorded. That's why you can't find any records about these levels. Also, for some reason, over the years, very few people have broken through to the top 3 levels of cultivation, and most of those were officials or court members. Only a few scattered individuals managed to reach the top 3 levels in the years after the first 20. In the following years, no one was heard of breaking through. Many who did manage to reach the top 3 levels disappeared without a trace, either hiding or, perhaps, dying. Every time he thought about this, Qin Xian felt a strange fear. Fortunately, in recent years, the emperor has not caused more trouble. Maybe he had killed too many people and finally felt guilty. Haha, the old man sneered. However, since then, almost all the top cultivation techniques have been kept hidden in the palace. Only a few lucky ones still have access to them outside. So now, apart from the court, most warriors practice very ordinary techniques. Of course, many warriors join the court just to improve further. My 9 transformation secret technique was considered above average back then, but now, it's definitely top tier. That was why he risked his life to steal this technique. But even after getting it, he was badly injured. Over the years, because of this injury, his martial progress not only stalled but actually regressed by one level. Sometimes, he wondered if he regretted it. A little. And what about the so-called natural disasters you mentioned? How does that relate to all this? Qin Xian still felt confused. Even if the emperor destroyed many sects and stole countless techniques, it still had nothing to do with natural disasters. The old man wasn't entirely sure, but over the more than 5,000 years of Daxia's history, there has never been a drought followed by heavy snow for nearly half a year. If the rain hadn't stopped, no one would know how long it would last. This is very strange. Also, the old man seemed to remember that a long time ago, there were ways to control the weather. The old man left. Before leaving, he told Qin Xian he would give him a task in the black market, but didn't say what it was. In the study, Qin Xian sat quietly in a round chair, deep in thought. Today, he finally truly understood. If not for the old man telling him, he wouldn't have known these things. Even the books had been altered by the emperor. It's quite shocking. It's not as extreme as the first emperor of Blue Star burning books and killing scholars, but it's close. Leaning back in the chair, Qin Xian closed his eyes and kept reviewing what the old man said. The new emperor ascended the throne, reigned for 3 years. This was probably to hide the old emperor's cause of death. The sect was destroyed. 20 years. More importantly, it was aimed at martial artists. Because this is a martial world where martial artists are respected. For ordinary people, if a martial master went on a killing spree, the consequences would be serious. From the emperor's point of view, there's nothing wrong with speaking the wrong words. Of course, this is just his guess. But according to what the old man said at the end, if this disaster was man-made, then the emperor's intentions are terrifying. After all, the most hurt by such disasters are ordinary civilians. That's really frightening. Thinking of this, Qin Xian suddenly opened his eyes, a look of fear in his gaze. His breathing became a little faster. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. And, although the old man didn't say it directly, from his expression, it seemed that breaking through to the third level of the realm wasn't a good thing. Does the court not allow high-level martial artists outside their control? I hope it's not true, Qin Xian muttered to himself, worry showing on his face. For several days, Qin Xian's condition remained poor. Even someone like Su Yun, who is carefree and easygoing, could see through this. The two women asked him about it, but he just said it was a matter of cultivation to brush them off. Today, Su Wanqiu stayed with her. Since she was taken in, apart from the first few days, the two sisters have shared responsibilities clearly, each taking a day, which is quite fair. At this moment, just after a big fight, Su Wanqiu was lying in his arms, breathing a little uneven. Although he had a powerful weapon and unmatched fighting ability, she was still an ordinary woman. Compared to Qin Xian, a 6th-rank warrior, her stamina was naturally much less. Moreover, Qin Xian had just played some tricks with her. Originally shy and wanting to refuse, Su Wanqiu thought about how he had been in a bad mood these days, so she gave in. But, thinking about that position just now, lying on her stomach, kneeling, with her hands tied behind her back with clothes, being lifted from behind, now she was blushing all over. She slightly looked up and peeked at Qin Xian, leaning against the bed. She couldn't understand what kind of thoughts a normally honest person like him could have. Are you spying on me? Come on, weren't you satisfied just now? No, I was satisfied. Su Wanqiu hurriedly surrendered. She was a bit scared that he might do it again. Haha, just joking. You got scared. Qin Xian happily laughed, holding her tighter. Today, he had finally vented some feelings. His mood felt much better. Today, Brother Xian is in a good mood, and sister is even more impressive during breakfast. Su Yun saw Qin Xian rarely smiling and couldn't help praising her sister. You should know, Qin Xian hadn't smiled much these days. Although his face didn't look bad, there was a gloomy feeling about him. Because of that, the usually carefree Su Yun hadn't dared to speak much these days. Also, her sister reminded her that Qin Xian might have encountered problems, so she should be careful. So, these days, she kept her mouth shut, but she was almost going crazy. All right, I won't do that anymore. Just eat your food, Qin Xian smiled. He was quite thick-skinned. Sitting beside him, Su Wanqiu blushed and secretly rolled her eyes at him. Okay. Su Yun happily raised her chopsticks like a child celebrating. But her next words made Su Wanxiu feel even more embarrassed. Big sister, how did you do it? Can you teach me? Cough, cough, cough. Chen Xian almost spat out his food when he heard that. Su Wanxiu's face turned even redder. Angrily, she pinched his side hard and shot him a fierce look. It was so embarrassing. Chen Xian felt innocent. Who knew Su Yun would ask such a thing? As for her pinch, it was just like tickling him. But he had to leave quickly because Su Wanxiu's gaze looked like she wanted to hurt him. Time to run. In the study, Chen Xian spent most of his daytime here. Now, he sat on the ground, looking at the panel in front of him. Name, Chen Xian, lifespan, 18 out of 160, famous weapon, spring water, skill point bonus 10%, spouse bound. Su Yun, realm, 6th rank, refining aperture, cultivation techniques, 9 turns secret technique, lower part, not started, 0/2000. Health preservation technique, proficient, skills, sun tracking arrow technique, not started, 0/200. Cloud flowing body technique, not started, 0/200. Beast taming technique, not started, 0/300. Sky cutting blade, not started, 0/200. Advanced arrow technique, great success. Advanced tracking technique, great success. Bedroom control technique, great success. Palm absorption, not started, 0/300. Skill points, 332. The old man's collection of 4 martial arts, including bow, body technique, sword, and beast taming. Each beginner level requires at least 200 skill points. They all seem pretty good, but now he's in a dilemma. With only 332 skill points, he can only upgrade 1 martial art. The 9 turns secret technique, lower part, requires too many points, so he's not considering it for now. Which one should I choose? Chen Xian stroked his chin, looking at the martial arts on the skill list, going over them again and again. If only he could get more skill points. Absorb the palm. The middle-aged man in white robes left a deep impression on him. He was truly obsessed with this martial art. Add some absorb the palm, he shouted in his mind. Next moment, a blurry figure appeared in his mind, raising a hand to absorb the air. Suddenly, Chen Xian inexplicably gained some memories. Every time the figure moved, his memories increased a little, until the figure completely disappeared. At this moment, Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The display on his panel changed. Absorb the palm, small success, 0/500. The next level needs 500 points. Such a high cost. He clenched his teeth, feeling distressed. His skill points were already limited, and this time it was even worse, especially with the 9 turns secret technique waiting to consume more gold. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Chen Xian could only sigh and shake his head helplessly. After sighing, his gaze fell on the books on the nearby shelf. He slowly extended his right hand, turned his palm into claws. A faint glow flickered inside his acupoints. Next moment, a book automatically flew into his hand. Nice, nice, Chen Xian smiled with satisfaction. But it's still not enough. A book's weight is just for fun. In real combat, it's not very useful. So he reached out again toward the bookshelf and tried once more. Creak, creak. The wooden bookshelf and the bluestone floor made harsh screeching sounds. Next, the bookshelf was pulled to just 1 step away from him. Good, Chen Xian shouted excitedly. This bookshelf probably weighs at least 100 kilograms, and he hadn't even used all his strength. How about that one? Suddenly, he thought of something. He stood up and went to the entrance of the secret room. That day, after the old master took him inside, the wall had been slightly open like this the whole time. He couldn't fully close it, unless he pushed from inside, but that would be foolish. He didn't know how the old master had closed it after building it. Standing before the wall, he took a deep breath. At that moment, all the energy points in his body opened fully, glowing like tiny silver lamps. A total of 108 points lit up his entire body. Breathe in, Chen Xian shouted loudly. But the next moment, he was disappointed. The wall didn't move at all, no reaction whatsoever. Looks like I was overthinking it, Chen Xian said with a bitter smile, waving his hand. After all, even for him, moving this wall required his full strength, including his physical power. It was known that even without using the energy from his points, his body strength alone was over 13,000 pounds. Forget it. If it won't close, then it won't close. Anyway, the room inside was empty now. Half a month passed quickly. During this time, except for resting at night, Chen Xian spent all his time practicing the absorbing palm. He had roughly figured out that, at the minor mastery level, the absorbing palm could pull about 500 pounds of weight. Not only that, he had also found creative ways to use it. When he pulled with full force and then suddenly stopped, it was like slamming the brakes on a speeding carriage. He remembered the first time he tried it on a small tree. With a sharp, the tree snapped into several pieces. If that had been a person, the result would have been quite powerful. During this period, he also became more skilled at controlling the energy within his points. He even felt that the energy inside seemed to have increased slightly. Besides the absorbing palm, he had also advanced both the flowing cloud movement and the sky-splitting blade to the minor mastery level within half a month. In just over 2 weeks, his strength had grown tremendously. Before, he only had raw power, but now his speed and attack power were on a completely different level. At this moment, in the back garden, Chen Xian was trying to combine the flowing cloud movement with the sky-splitting blade. His whole body was drenched in sweat. "It's still a bit too much," he muttered. Both techniques required energy from his points, and using them together consumed too much. Brother Xian. Brother Xian." At this moment, Su Yun's voice came from nearby. This little girl was shouting excitedly and waving at him from afar. Now, Su Wanxiu, Lu Rushi, and the little girl were walking toward him together. As soon as they reached him, the little girl couldn't wait and asked, "Sister Lu said she wants to take us to the county town to look around. Are you going? Go to the county town?" Chen Xian looked confused. "Why go there? Everything at home is fine. We regularly buy daily necessities, so there's no need. I saw Yun Mei feeling a bit bored staying at the house, so I thought we could all go to the county town to relax and have fun," Lu Rushi explained. Chen Xian chuckled softly, but looked at Su Yun. It was probably her idea. But then again, even though the mansion is big and beautiful, they've been here for a month and are starting to get tired of it. Going to the county town to walk around and relax sounds good. "All right, I'll go with you." "Great." Seeing him agree, Su Yun happily ran over and hugged him. Sister Lu said there are many beautiful jewelry in the county town. As long as I like something, she will give it to me. "Oh, you." Chen Xian gently patted her forehead. Then he reached out to touch her head again. Lu Rushi watched this scene with a strange feeling of envy in her heart. It's been a long time. She had come to understand Chen Xian quite well. He was very kind to both Su Wanxiu and Su Yun. Unlike other martial artists who treat women as mere playthings, he was truly different. He spoiled the two girls, especially Su Yun, with great affection. At this moment, Su Yun's face was beaming with happiness, and Su Wanxiu also had a gentle smile as she looked at her sister. Compared to herself, she hoped Chen Xian would love her sister even more. Of course, Chen Xian was also very good to her, much better than the men in the village treated their wives. The four of them took a small boat to the black market ferry dock. "Young master, Manager Lu, I will wait here for you." Lu Zhua respectfully looked at the four people who had already reached the shore. "Thank you, Uncle Zhua. You're welcome, young master. It's what I should do." Lu Zhua was very grateful to Chen Xian. Since the last time, Chen Xian had become his personal boatman. Lu Rushi also increased his monthly pay, though not much, which made the other two boatmen jealous. At the east gate of Yunzi County, when the three women appeared, a commotion immediately started. Su Yun, with a mix of innocence and maturity, wore a light yellow dress that showed off her fair skin. Su Wanxiu, after being influenced by Chen Xian, looked even more charming. Her figure was just as good as Su Yun's, if not better. But the most eye-catching was Lu Rushi. Everyone was stunned by her. Her eyes, unintentionally charming, made even Chen Xian pause for a moment when he first saw her. And these were just ordinary city guards. However, after paying their entry taxes, they smoothly entered the town. After the women left, one young soldier approached a middle-aged soldier, looking sneaky, and said, "Hey, why didn't you search them? These women are really attractive. We can't play with them, but touching them a little wouldn't hurt. Are you crazy? Once you see women, you can't stop. You'll end up dead in a woman's hands someday." Liang Yu glared at him with fierce eyes and scolded. This kid really had no sense of judgment. The women looked ordinary, and the man who followed behind looked like a pretty boy, giving him an inexplicable pressure. Remember, he was a 9-rank martial artist. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the captain of the city guards. It's just that they're too beautiful. The women in the county's brothels are nothing compared to these women. They're just common makeup. Even though Liang Yu scolded him, Fan Sin still couldn't forget them. He had no other hobby but being lecherous. Every month, as long as he wasn't on duty, he would definitely go to the brothels. Although being a city guard in the sun and wind wasn't easy, the pay was good. Otherwise, he might really starve to death just on his monthly wages. All right, go stand properly. That kind of woman isn't someone you should worry about. Okay, boss. I'm going now. In the county town. This time, Su Yun was holding Lu Rushi. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu was walking alongside Qin Xian. At this moment, Lu Rushi was introducing the general situation of the county town to the young girl. Yunza County, it is surrounded by tall city walls, with a moat on the east and south sides. To enter the city, you can only go through these two gates. Inside, the town is divided into 4 areas: east, west, south, and north. The west area is also the wealthy district. Most of the people with status in the town live there. The north area is where ordinary people live, and it is the largest of the 4 districts, with many alleys. Nearly 70% of the town's population lives there. With so many people, it can get chaotic. So, the safety in the North District is worse than in the others. There are frequent thefts and petty crimes. The South District is the marketplace, full of shops, and the busiest area. Events and gatherings usually happen there. The East District, where Chun Xian and the others are headed, is where the government offices are located, and the local militia is stationed there. At this moment, Chun Xian and his group called a carriage to go to the South District. After all, the town is quite large. Walking there wouldn't be a problem for Chun Xian and Lu Rushi, since they are martial artists. But Su Wanxiu and the others couldn't do that. The carriage moved slowly along the main road. Chun Xian sat at the back, while Su Yun sat by the window, lifting the curtains slightly, sticking her head out curiously, like a curious child, looking outside and asking questions. Lu Rushi sat beside her, patiently explaining. As for Su Wanxiu, she sat quietly. She was not someone who liked crowds. In the village, she usually stayed at home and rarely visited others. If it weren't for her sister's strong desire to go out and see the world, she wouldn't want to leave at all. After about half an hour, the carriage stopped. "Honored guests, we've arrived at the South District," the coachman outside called out. Hearing this, everyone got out of the carriage and paid the fare. It's lively here, looking at the street vendors calling out on both sides of the road. Qin Xian couldn't help but feel emotional. Everyone says a battle is coming, but the lively scene with people coming and going doesn't seem like it at all. Wow, so lively. Sister Lu, look. Is that candied hawthorn? Su Yun jumped down from the carriage, looking excited. She pointed at a vendor selling candied hawthorn, holding Lu Rushi's hand. Chun Xian clearly saw her swallow hard. Such a foodie, he thought, shaking his head helplessly. Yin Mei, today, whatever you want to eat, sister will pay. Eat your fill. Oh, thank you, Sister Lu. The excited girl hugged Lu Rushi and kissed her. Suddenly, Lu Rushi's face turned red. How improper. On the street, what kind of behavior is that? Su Wanxiu was really annoyed by her younger sister. Seeing Lu Rushi's embarrassed look, she immediately scolded her. Sister, I've just never seen such a lively place before. I got so excited, she pouted and acted cute towards Su Wanxiu. You. Su Wanxiu's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. It was really hard to deal with this younger sister. Since she got close to Qin Xian, her courage seemed to have grown a bit. Back in the village, whenever she glared, Su Yun would be so scared she wouldn't dare speak. Now, although she was acting cute, she still looked playful and mischievous. All right, since today is a rare outing, let her indulge a little. Chun Xian stepped in to smooth things over. There was no way to stop her from going out. They couldn't just let Su Wanxiu keep scolding Su Yun here. Plus, the charm of these 3 women was too strong. Just after getting out of the carriage, passing men couldn't help but glance a few more times, some even stopping. Go home and get ready, Su Wanxiu said sharply, then led the way forward. Chun Xian immediately followed, walking side by side, softly saying, having fun when you go out. When we get back, I'll help you deal with this little girl, just like I do with you. Don't worry, I'm very fair. As he spoke, he gently patted her head in front of everyone. However, what she received in return was a big eye roll from Su Wanxiu. Bah, she spat at him. She really had no shame. Meanwhile, behind her, Lu Rushi had returned to normal. She pointed at Su Yun's forehead with her delicate finger. You really can't be helped. Let's go. Don't you want to eat something delicious? Hee hee. At this moment, Su Yun shyly stuck out her tongue. But the next second, she smiled and took Lu Rushi's hand, following along. On this big street, from start to finish, it was about a kilometer long. There were stalls selling food, books, small items, countless in number. Chen Xian was dazzled by the sights. Of course, the happiest person was Su Yun, who acted like a mischievous child, running around and looking at everything. When she saw something tasty, she eagerly wanted to try it. As for what Su Wanxiu said about going back to tidy her up, she had long forgotten it. Gradually, even Su Wanxiu was influenced by the lively atmosphere around her. Seeing some interesting things, she was curious and reached out to try them. Although she didn't say it openly, as long as she was involved, Chen Xian bought everything. Although she didn't say much on the surface, her appreciation for Chen Xian's attentiveness made her feel touched. Having such a husband, what more could a wife ask for? After the four of them had wandered through the entire street, it was nearly noon. Young master, there's a restaurant nearby. The food is quite good. Shall we go and try it? Lu Rushi suggested. All right, let's take a break. They are also tired, Chen Xian agreed. Whether they ate or not didn't matter much. Along the way, both Su Yun and Su Wanxiu had eaten quite a bit. But seeing how they were panting a little while walking, they were probably really tired. Then I'll lead the way. The four arrived in front of a 3-story restaurant. Mohe Xian. That's a nice name, Chen Xian praised. It was clearly a cultured person's choice, unlike some other inns or restaurants. Very fresh and elegant. Of course, not only is the name good, but the owner here is also quite nice, Lu Rushi said mysteriously. The owner is also good. Chen Xian looked at her with confusion, not understanding what she meant. Yes, young master. If you have time later, I will introduce you, she said. After hearing this, Chen Xian's curiosity was piqued. Having interacted for so long, he also understood Lu Rushi's character. Not many people could catch her eye. Just as the four of them were about to go inside, a young servant dressed in gray shorts carried a tray of leftover food from the guests and came out. Passing by the four, he bowed respectfully. Hello, Miss Lu. It's been a long time. Please go ahead inside. I will be there shortly. Lu Rushi seemed to know what he was about to do, nodded slightly. Go ahead. I will go to the private room myself. Then she pulled Su Yun and headed inside. However, Chen Xian did not move. He just stood at the door, feeling curious. He wanted to see what the person was going to do with the tray. Su Wanxiu saw that he didn't go in and stayed beside him. The young servant reached across the street and then shouted loudly, Kids, there's food. Come and get it. After a moment, dozens of children ran around a corner. They gathered around the servant. One after another, they eagerly stretched out their small hands, grabbing food from the big tray. Everyone, don't fight, don't fight. The servant held the tray, and, despite the children fighting over the food, he was not angry. Instead, he patiently encouraged them. Brother Xian, it seems the owner of this restaurant is kind-hearted, Su Wanxiu said upon seeing this scene. Yes, he is a good person. This kind of thing definitely wasn't something a young servant could do alone. It must have been arranged by the owner Lu Rushi mentioned. Although the food was leftovers from some guests, for these children, it was like delicacies from the sea and mountains. Let's go inside. Yes? Just as Chen Xian turned to enter the restaurant, he suddenly froze. Why is it Shanghai? Among the dozens of children, Shanghai was now holding a bone and gnawing on it. Although only a few bits of meat remained in the cracks of the bone, he was still chewing vigorously. Chen Xian hurried over, shouting, Shanghai, Shanghai. He ran quickly while calling out loudly. While Wong Hai was struggling to eat the meat between the bones, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Startled, he dropped the bones and ran away. Seeing this, Chen Xian became worried and used his swift footwork. He lightly tiptoed, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Wong Hai from the sky. He quickly embraced the fleeing boy, but Wong Hai was struggling hard to break free. Chen Xian was afraid of hurting him, so he shouted loudly, Shanghai, it's me. Look, it's me, Brother Xian. Suddenly, Wong Hai and his arms stopped struggling. He slowly looked up, his face full of fear, but when Chen Xian saw his face clearly, he immediately hugged him tightly and started crying loudly. Brother Xian, it's really you, sniff. Sniff? Brother Xian, Xiaohai missed you so much. I finally see you. I haven't been eating enough every day, and someone has been bullying me, Brother Xian. Sniff. Sniff. Wang Hai was crying so hard that he was heartbroken. Even though he had many questions in his mind, at this moment, he could only gently pat his back and comfort him, saying, "It's okay now. Everything is fine. With Brother Xian here, no one will bully you anymore." Finally calming down, Wang Hai looked up again. He kept sniffling. At this time, Su Wanqiu also ran over. When she saw him, she recognized Xiao Hai. His face was dirty and covered in grime, with a bruise on his forehead. His hands were filthy, with mud stuck between his nails. He was wearing tattered clothes, and he looked even thinner than before in the village. Suddenly, her eyes filled with tears of concern. Wang Haibian was chewing his food while Xie Dao spoke. When he did, Su Wanqiu's tears couldn't be held back anymore. They fell one by one onto her clothes. Next to her, Su Yin wanted to speak several times, but Chen Xian, knowing his friend's personality well, stopped him and shook his head, signaling her not to ask yet, that Xiao Hai should eat his fill first. Although he also had many questions he wanted to ask. After a long while, Wang Ha finally stopped eating. Su Wanqiu took a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and asked with concern, "Are you full?" "Yes, I'm full. I can't eat any more," he nodded strongly, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his face. Seeing his smile, Su Wanqiu felt her heart break. She hugged him close. Such a young child. What had he been through? He used to be the best-behaved child in the village. She never thought he would turn out like this. If they hadn't met by chance, he might have become a beggar. In this chaotic world, he might disappear someday. Thinking of this, her heart ached even more. At this moment, Chen Xian came over. He placed his hands on Wang Hai's small shoulders and asked the question he wanted to know most. "Xiao Hai, where is your father?" "My father?" Just moments ago, Wang Hai still had a smile, but suddenly he burst into loud crying. "You, my father. My father. He was beaten to death." Suddenly, Chen Xian was stunned. Wang Daming was dead. Wasn't he taken by the county office to make weapons? And that day, he even gave money to someone to take care of him. Chen Xian gently touched Wang Hai's small head and comforted him. "Don't cry anymore, Xiao Hai. How did uncle die? Can you tell Brother Xian?" Hearing this, Wang Hai wiped his tears with his small hand, sniffling as he said, "I don't know. I stayed where my father lived, but at night, I was driven out. They said my father was dead. Get lost." The child's tearful eyes looked at him. The scene from that day replayed in his mind. The fierce-looking man, grabbing him up with one hand, tossing him out like a little chick. He hit the ground hard, his head ringing. When did this happen? It has been a long time, probably about 10 days. During these days, he survived by eating leftover food. When he couldn't get any, he drank water. He was also bullied every day. If he hadn't met Chen Xian, he really didn't know if he could keep going. "All right, Brother Xian knows now. From now on, you will stay with me, Wanqiu, and Sister Yin to take care of you. And you'll have food to eat and clothes to wear." "Really?" "Of course, Brother Xian has never lied to you." "Yes. I won't have to go through those days of not eating enough and being bullied anymore, not even by Dad." Just as he was thinking about having enough to eat and wear and no longer being bullied, a smile was about to appear on his face. But when he thought of his dad, tears welled up in his eyes again. At this moment, Su Yun quickly came over and took him aside. She opened some small toys she bought earlier on the street, letting him play with them and comforting him. "Look, these are little toys my sister bought. They're very fun." Soon after, Wang Haiming stopped crying and started playing nearby. At this time, Chen Xian sat down again, his face darkening. Wang Daming was probably the kindest person in this world besides Su Wanqiu and Su Yun. Although he didn't know each other for long, he was truly a good person. But in this world, good people rarely live long. Unconsciously, Chen Xian's mind drifted to Wang Daming's silly smile. Such a good person, gone just like that. Chen Xian knew his personality. Honest, kind-hearted, never seeking conflict. Who could have killed him? Why? Was it about money? No, that's impossible. Wang Daming was poor and weak, with only his strength. Even if it was robbery, he wouldn't have been a target. What could it have been? Chen Xian muttered to himself. Then his gaze turned to Lu Rushi and he asked slowly, "Can you help me find out?" He was taken by the yamen to make weapons. "All right, at most 3 days." Lu Rushi didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Thank you so much, Miss Lu. Chen Xian sincerely expressed his gratitude. After all, this was a personal matter, and he didn't want to trouble her. If he didn't know about this matter, it wouldn't matter. But now that he knows, if possible, he still wants to take revenge on Wong Daming. He considers it a way to thank those who took care of him in the village during these days. After all, when he first helped make the bow, he even took out his treasured stones. Young master, you're too kind. Chen Xian didn't say anything more. He felt a bit sad and moved to the window, opening it to get some fresh air. From the third floor, looking down, everything looked peaceful. Vendors shouting, passers-by bargaining, everything seemed lively. But if a war broke out, all of this would disappear in an instant. He wondered how many people would die. Chen Xian sighed. In this chaotic world, ordinary people can die at any time. Life is as cheap as grass. Wong Daming was a vivid example. To survive until the end and live better, one must become stronger. It's okay. I will definitely find the person who killed Uncle Wong. Su Wanqiu came over to comfort him, thinking he was worried about that. Yes, I believe so. Chen Xian didn't say more. After all, Su Wanqiu was just an ordinary woman. Talking about it wouldn't help and might only cause more worry. But Wong Daming was someone he knew well. His death deeply affected him. This world is too cruel. Life is the least valuable thing. Getting stronger. Right now, Chen Xian's only thought was this. He didn't want Wong Daming's death to happen to someone close to him. Lu Mei is here? She didn't tell me beforehand. I could prepare some good food for her. Just then, a clear voice came from outside the private room. Soon after, a creak sounded as the door opened. A woman dressed in a bright green silk dress, embroidered with lotus-like patterns, entered. She wore a white tassel belt around her waist. Her perfect figure was highlighted beautifully. The green dress made her skin look even whiter and more delicate. Her eyebrows were fine and silk-like. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Her black hair was styled high on her head. She walked in with a gentle smile. It was Mo Heyuan's boss, Pei Yuanan. Such a beautiful woman. The moment Chen Xian turned around, he was stunned by her beauty. Unlike Lu Rushi's seductive charm, she was fresh and pure. Her bright eyes made it impossible to think of anything inappropriate. Of course, right now, he had no mind to think about anything else. When Pei Yunan entered the private room, she immediately sensed that the atmosphere was unusual. Her smile quickly faded. Big Sister Pei. Lu Rushi, seeing this, hurried over and took her hand, leading her to Chen Xian. She introduced him, saying, Big Sister Pei, this is our young master of the Chen family, Chen Xian. In this kind of situation, she couldn't call him Young Master Chen. Young Master. Pei Yunan was surprised to hear this. She looked Chen Xian up and down. Young Master of the Chen family? Could he be that person's grandson? But she had never heard of that person having children. At this moment, although she was shocked inside, she showed no sign of it and smiled softly, saying, Greetings, young Master Chen. I am Pei Yunan, the owner of Mo Xian. Miss Pei, please, just call me Chen Xian. Even though he was in a bad mood, Chen Xian was very polite. At this time, Lu Rushi continued, Young Master, the thing I promised you earlier still depends on Miss Pei. What is it? I will definitely help if it's something only I can do. Normally, she would ask more details, but without mentioning Chen Xian's relationship with that Chen Yi, Lu Rushi would definitely help. Chen Xian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the beautiful Pei Yunan, besides her looks, also had a background that seemed quite impressive. Pei. The Pei family. He was no longer the ignorant hunter from Shuanggang village. Although he didn't know much about the specifics of Yunzhi County, he knew about the three major families there. The Pei family was one of them, the largest grain merchant in Yunzhi County, controlling over 80% of the grain in the area. The Chen family was the biggest medicinal herb trader, almost monopolizing the market. Whether it is medicine needed for ordinary people to recover from illness or powerful herbs for warriors training, these are almost all controlled by the Chen family. There is also the Yao family. They control nearly all the mineral resources in Yunzhi County. Therefore, whether it is blacksmiths or the county officials needing weapons, they all rely on the Yao family. These three big families almost monopolize all the resources in Yunzhi County. Among the three, the Pei family is the weakest, followed by the Chen family. The strongest, the Yao family, is said to have gained their status through a connection with an important person from Tianshui Prefecture. Since she is part of the three big families, this matter should not be difficult. Then, Chun Xian briefly explained the situation to her. Is he a blacksmith? Yes, why? Why does Miss Pei look so surprised? Chun Xian was a bit confused. He wondered why she reacted that way after hearing that Wong Daming was a blacksmith. Well, you know there's chaos now, right? So, Tianshui Prefecture has assigned tasks to all the county offices below, requiring them to deliver 20,000 specified weapons within half a year. And of course, this task was naturally handed over to the Yao family by the county office. But, with the time so tight, relying only on the blacksmiths in the town and the Yao family isn't enough. So the county office gathered all the blacksmiths from the villages in Yunzi County. However, as time runs out, the pressure from above on the county office is increasing, and naturally, this pressure has fallen on the Yao family. Recently, they've been working day and night to produce weapons, which has caused many blacksmiths to get injured or even die. So, this might involve the Yao family, right? Chun Xian asked at this point. Yes, then there's no need for Miss Pei to trouble herself. He was straightforward because the Yao family's strength was obvious. He couldn't afford to offend them. Even the Pei family, as part of the three big families, would do the same. And for an outsider like Chun Xian, it was even less likely. At this moment, Pei Yuan chuckled softly. I think young Master Chun has misunderstood. I was only explaining the reason behind this, with no other meaning. Of course, I will do what I promised. I will be at Chin's residence on time in 3 days. All right, then in 3 days, I will be waiting at Chin's house to welcome Miss Pei. At the entrance of Mohexuan, Pei Yunan personally saw off a few people. After they got on the carriage, she entered Mohexuan. At this moment, 2 guards from the government office arrived here. Who are those people? Pei Yunan personally saw them off? From other families? But they look unfamiliar. The speaker was Fang Zheng. Next to him was Tong Shiren, who had gone to Shuanggang village last time to pick up Wong Daming. I don't know. He said this, but his eyes kept watching the departing carriage. Such familiar figures. Where have I seen them before? They definitely aren't from the county town. But outside the county, the people he knows aren't the ones Pei Yunan would personally see off. Stop daydreaming and go eat. Tomorrow I have to go to the village to recruit workers for the Yao family. It's troublesome, and I'd rather stay comfortable in the county. Fang Zheng interrupted his thoughts. Seeing his unhappy face, Tong Shiren also advised, it's nothing, just a bit bored. The villages below are all afraid of us. He pointed to his official uniform. Yeah, true. Oh, I heard last time you went to the village to pick up those blacksmiths and got some benefits. I wonder if I can get a little this time. Suddenly, Tong Shiren was struck by lightning. His mind flashed back. It was Wong Daming's village. He had taken 2 taels of silver, but he only replied vaguely. He couldn't remember the name, something like Xian. He wasn't just an ordinary hunter. So how did he end up in the county and get Pei Yunan to see him off? Oh no, trouble. Immediately, Tong Shiren's face turned pale. Wong Daming was dead. Many blacksmiths had died recently, and Wong Daming was one of them. But he wasn't killed by exhaustion. He was beaten to death. What's wrong, Brother Tong? Your face looks so bad. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. Sorry, Brother Fong, I have something to do. I'll go back first. Without waiting for him to stop him, he hurriedly left. Because he was present when Wong Daming was killed. Because Wong Daming was complaining about being too tired, he was overheard by the head of the Yao family's guards. That person was Tong Xian's older brother, Tong Shiping. At that time, to set an example, Tong Shiping took harsh action and hit Wong Daming in front of the blacksmiths. Although Tong Xian was present, he did not try to stop him. Wong Daming was beaten to death right in front of everyone, including his brother. Brother Xian, is this your family? At the gate of the Chun residence. Wang Hai's big eyes looked at the dark red gate and the stone lion taller than his father. He pointed at the gate with his small hand, as if comparing it to his own home. After pointing, he couldn't close his mouth in amazement. Chun Xian bent down and pointed to the 2 large characters, Chun residence, on the dark red gate, speaking gently. Remember these 2 words, Chun residence. This is not only Brother Xian's home, but also your home from now on. Do you understand? Chun residence? Wang Hai carefully looked at the 2 characters. Although he didn't recognize them, he kept repeating them in his mind. During his time wandering in the county, He felt he had grown more mature and no longer had the childish innocence of the village. Got it, Brother Xian. Wang Hai's young face was very serious at this moment. Good. Qin Xian patted his head. You've grown quite a bit. Although he thought this, he felt more heartache. Holding Wang Hai's small hand, he led him for the first time through the gate of the Chun residence. After dinner, Su Yin took Wang Hai away. Originally, Chun Xian planned for Su Wanqiu to take care of him for a while, since she was more reliable than Su Yun as an older sister. But, unexpectedly, Wang Hai liked Su Yun even more. Is that okay? After they left, Su Wanqiu was a bit worried. Su Yun was still just a child. Could she take good care of little Hai? They're all children from the countryside. They're not spoiled or delicate. As long as they eat well, wear warm clothes, and sleep enough, that's enough. Moreover, in his opinion, Su Yun's playful personality suited little Hai better. Then, Chun Xian looked at Lu Rushi beside him and asked, Miss Lu, I want detailed information about the major forces in Yunzi County. Can you help me get it? Young master, are you referring to the 3 major families and the county government? Yes, Chun Xian nodded. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in all battles. He was too vague about Yunzi County. As his strength grew stronger, he would inevitably come into contact with these forces, so he needed to learn more about them. Moreover, Wang Daming's death likely involved the Yao family or even the county government. After all, these 2 groups are now closely connected. But no matter what, justice must be served. Even if he can't act now, he will definitely not let him go in the future. Sorry, I can get you the general situation, but I really can't provide detailed information. The 3 major families are very powerful. The weakest, the Pei family, appears to be at the late 6th rank, close to the 5th rank, but whether they have a true 5th rank expert, I really don't know. So, the true strength of these 3 families is their secret cards. Not even ordinary people know, and even they might not fully understand each other's true power, let alone me. Lu Rushi felt helpless about what he wanted. Such secret information is impossible for her to obtain. I was thinking too simply. Then, the more detailed, the better. Thank you for your effort. You're welcome, young master. But it will take a few days, so you'll have to wait a bit. All right, no rush these days. Anyway, he had been confused for so long, and these few days wouldn't hurt. Things were going too smoothly. He hadn't encountered any setbacks or troubles along the way. His strength was steadily improving. Now he was at the 6th rank. Even the strongest of the 3 families only showed late 6th rank power, slightly stronger than him. But that was just on the surface. Given how long they've stood firm in Yunzi County, they must have secret cards. Don't be fooled by his current 6th rank status. Without his grandfather's authority, if he faced these 3 families, he would only have one way to die. Unless he could reach the 5th rank. But that's very difficult. Even reaching the next level of the 9-turn secret technique, lower part, might not guarantee a breakthrough. Mid-5th rank is far more difficult than the lower ranks, much more. However, just as he was about to leave, Lu Rushi hesitated but then stopped. Chun Xian saw this and quickly asked, But what? You can ask Lord Chun. He probably knows a lot. Lord Chun? Isn't that the same as saying nothing? Recently, he didn't know where that person had gone. At the black market dock, Chun Xian asked the boatman about him. But Lord Chun hadn't been there for many days. Who knows where he is now? This old man, I really can't understand him. The Pei family. In a room, 2 people sit facing each other. One is Pei Yuannan, and the other is his half-brother, Pei Hu, the next head of the Pei family. At this moment, Pei Hu's brow furrowed. Why do you want to check on an ordinary blacksmith? Pei Hu's face looked complicated. This sister, who rarely returns home, although she isn't from the same mother, has had a good relationship with him since childhood. And he became the next family head largely because of Pei Yuannan. Not only does she have exceptional business talent, but just that isn't enough. You must know, before turning 18, women of the Pei family would marry into other families. And Pei Yuannan is already 20, so beautiful. There are countless people in Yunzi County who have feelings for her. But she hasn't agreed, and even their father doesn't dare to agree, because she is now at the 7th level of martial arts. At only 20 years old, she has already reached the 7th level. If she were a man, the next family head wouldn't be Pei Hu either. Of course, it's not that Pei Hu is particularly outstanding. It's because their father only has him as a son. There's really no one else to choose. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Pei Yuanin took a small bite of the cake on the plate beside her, feeling it was too sweet, and put it down. I don't feel very well. If the Yao family finds out we're investigating this matter, could there be a misunderstanding? Pei Hu expressed his concern. But Pei Yuanan, sitting opposite him, looked at him as if he were a fool. Really, her older brother is too cautious and always worries about everything when doing things. What's wrong? Am I saying something wrong? Seeing her stare at him like that, Pei Hu felt a bit guilty. Sigh. Pei Yuanan sighed helplessly and shook her head. Sometimes, she really wanted to persuade her father to have another child. If Pei Hu were in charge, she wasn't sure if he could handle it. Her father once tested her, asking her to become the head of the family. But there was one condition. She couldn't marry into another family, only take in a son-in-law, and the children had to carry the Pei family name. Of course, Pei Yuanan didn't agree. She wasn't interested in becoming the head of the Pei family. She preferred her current carefree life. Even if the Yao family finds out, what can they do? Fight us. Do they have the time now? Even if they do, we could just fight and let Qin's family benefit? What kind of thoughts are running through their heads? They're really so foolish. Huh? Pei Hu was speechless after her retort. He said all this, but as the young master of the Pei family, he had to think carefully before doing anything. Otherwise, if he made a mistake, it would affect the Pei family. It wasn't just a simple remark like Pei Yuanan made. All right, I'll send someone to investigate. We'll talk after I get the results. Although reluctant, once Pei Yuanan spoke, he had to help. 3 days. I need the results in 3 days. At this moment, Pei Yuanan's tone was very serious, leaving no room for refusal. She promised Qin that she would find out in 3 days. That's 3 days. Although she was doing this for Qin's sake, it also reflected her style, swift and decisive, always keeping her word. Who are you doing this for? That's none of your business. 3 days, remember, only 3 days. If there's no result in 3 days, I will give you a beating. After leaving this warning, Pei Yuanan walked away. Since meeting Mo Hshuan, she hadn't stayed overnight at the Pei family. Her room had always been kept the same, but sometimes she just went to look at it, and after seeing it, she would leave. At this moment, Pei Hu seemed to recall something unpleasant, and a hint of fear appeared in his fierce eyes. Someone come here, he shouted loudly. Meanwhile, at the Tong family, Tong Xian told his brother about what happened today and his guesses. It's okay. I am already at level 8. Tong Xian was not worried at all, because he broke through to level 8 yesterday. After he shared this news with Yao Tian, who is his master, Yao Tian was very happy. He rewarded him with many things and promised to give him a big medicine in a while. Tong Xian has been with him for almost 10 years, and he is his trusted aide. Now that his strength has improved again, he couldn't be happier. Also, in the Yao family, Yao Tian's position is quite high. Although the next head of the Yao family hasn't been decided yet, Yao Tian is the most likely candidate in this generation. As long as Tong Xian is strong enough, Yao Tian will pay more attention to him. Then, he won't just know Pei Yunan. Even if Pei Yunan tries to help him, what can she really do? Breaking through to level 8 gave him great confidence. Besides, he is only 35 years old now, so he still has a lot of hope to go further. If Yao Tian really becomes the head of the Yao family, his status will be almost equal to that of the top person. Pei family. Bah, just a merchant. Tong Xian saw his brother's confidence and felt relieved. In the Tong family, his older brother is like the sky, unquestionable. He managed to get into the government office because of his brother, so he respects him very much. His words are like law. 3 days later, in Mo Hshuan, on the 3rd floor, in Pei Yunan's private room, Pei Hu shared the information he found with her. At this moment, the room fell into silence. Pei Yunan went to the window, and the morning sunlight shone on her face, making her instinctively raise her hand to block it. She looked at the busy street not far away, full of people and carriages. It's so lively. She never expected that this matter was actually related to Yao Tian. At first, she thought it was probably done by a servant of the Yao family. I never expected. Yao Tian? Pei Yuan muttered to himself. Maybe this is a good chance. It depends on whether the young master of the Chun family has enough strength. The Yao family has grown very quickly in recent years, which might cause trouble for them. If things continue like this, not only the Pei family, but also the Chun family could be in danger. Right now, the Yao family is almost connected with the local government. I heard that the head of the Yao family plans to marry one of his daughters to the county official, who is over 60 years old. The Yao family is trying to gain favor with the official, even at the cost of their reputation. Yunnan, I think we should be careful about this. Whether you're helping someone investigate or just giving advice, you should think twice. Forget it. When he heard the information from his subordinates, he was also shocked. Like Pei Yuedan thought, he initially believed it was just a servant from the Yao family. But unexpectedly, Yao Tian happened to be patrolling that day and overheard Wong Daming complaining. His complaints resonated with many blacksmiths. To make an example of him, Yao Tian ordered his men to beat Wong Daming to death in front of all the blacksmiths present. The mastermind behind this was Yao Tian, and the one who carried out the act was his henchman Tong Shiping. Don't worry about this matter anymore. Go back. Pei Yuedan issued a command to send him away. Hey, did you hear what I said? Pei Hu was very unhappy. He had tried to show some concern, but he was simply dismissed. It was too much. If you don't want to stay here, I can throw you out the window. Your choice. Pei Yuedan had no time to argue. He needed to go to the Chun residence. Fine, I'll leave. No need to trouble you. Frightened, Pei Hu quickly slipped away. He knew Pei Yuetan's character well. He always keeps his word. Sometimes, even begging his father for help was useless. At the Chun residence, after Pei Yuetan recounted everything he had found out, he sat quietly. But his eyes never left Chen Xian. But she was disappointed. There was no change in his face, no emotion at all. He remained calm from start to finish. Thank you, Miss Pei. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. I'll leave this in your hands. Chen Xian stood up, gave his instructions, and then left the hall. At this moment, only Pei Yunan and Lu Rushi were in the hall. Oomph! Lu Rushi suddenly snorted coldly, looking very displeased. What's wrong, my sister Rushi? Pei Yunan pretended not to know. Lu Rushi was too lazy to expose her and only warned her. Considering our many years of sisterhood, I want to remind you not to underestimate our young master. It's best not to let your schemes focus on him. Otherwise, the consequences will be more than you can handle. I think you understand what I mean. This matter involved Yao Tian from the Yao family. From her words, it seemed she was trying to incite Chen Xian to deal with him. Given Yao Tian's position in the Yao family, this was basically starting a war with them. If that happened, it wouldn't just be Chen Xian involved. Even Chen Yi would be dragged into it. After all, Chen Yi wouldn't just stand by if the Yao family attacked Chen Xian. Fortunately, Chen Xian didn't show any reaction. He simply gave Pei Yunan a cold glance. This woman clearly had bad intentions. Haha. Pei Yunan awkwardly smiled. She didn't expect Lu Rushi to value Chen Xian so much. Ignoring their years of sisterhood, she said such serious words. I think Sister Rushi misunderstood. I have no other intentions. My sister also hopes that our friendship remains pure. Take care, elder sister. Lu Rushi bowed slightly. I will. Pei Yunan smiled and returned the gesture. The small boat sailed toward the county town. On the shore, Lu Rushi sighed softly, then turned back toward the Chun residence. At that moment, in the back garden, Chen Xian stood under the covered walkway, his expression thoughtful. Yao Tian. He murmured the name to himself. In the message Lu Rushi had given him yesterday, Yao Tian's name was clearly mentioned. He was one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation of the Yao family. It was said that he was also a strong contender to become the next head of the family. His strength was considerable. On the surface, he was a 7th-rank martial artist, though whether he hid deeper power was unknown. Of course, Chen Xian didn't take him too seriously. What concerned him was the Yao family behind him. They were the strongest among the 3 great families, and they had deep connections with the county office. If Chen Xian really took action, it wouldn't just bring trouble to himself. His elder brother might also be dragged into it. That was something he didn't want to see, since this was his own personal matter. Master. At that moment, Lu Rushi walked over gracefully. She's gone. Yes, she left. I'm sorry. Lu Rushi's face showed a trace of guilt. It's fine. I'm not foolish enough to be swayed by a few words. Chen Xian waved his hand casually. Sister Pei is actually a good person. It's just that being part of a powerful family means she sometimes has no choice. Lu Rushi truly liked Pei Yunan. Aside from Master Chen, she was probably her only real friend. It's all right, I understand. I'm not upset. She helped you, and that's what matters. Don't let this affect your friendship. Chun Xian smiled gently, trying to comfort her. Thank you, master. Lu Rushi bowed again. This time, a hint of surprise flashed in Chun Xian's eyes. It seemed this was the first time she had ever bowed to him. When they first met, she had only nodded in greeting. It seems that Pei Yuan and her relationship is truly extraordinary. All right, you go ahead and do your work. I will think about this matter again. Also, if the elder comes, notify me immediately. Understood. Then I won't bother the young master anymore. After Lu Rushi left, Chun Xian fell into deep thought again. It seems that this matter should be put aside for now. It's better not to act until his strength reaches level 5. If he were alone, taking some risks to secretly assassinate Yao Tian might be possible. But now is not the time. He has Su Wanqiu and Su Yun with him. And now, Wong Hai is also following him. If something unexpected happens to him, it will be difficult for them. Good men take revenge. Even after 10 years, Chun Xian squinted his eyes and snorted coldly, a hint of chilliness showing. For dozens of days, Chun Xian began intense training. Whether it was palm techniques, the flowing cloud body technique, or the space-breaking sword, he had become very skilled at them. In the study, on the table, there was a snake egg from the earth spirit snake. Chun Xian placed his hands above it, carefully sensing the situation inside the egg. At the same time, he kept making strange sounds in his mouth. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Chun Xian stopped. Is it not ready yet? His eyes showed some dissatisfaction. A few days ago, after upgrading his beast taming technique, he started incubating this earth spirit snake egg. If the beast taming technique is used on an adult earth spirit snake, the failure rate is quite high. Starting from an egg like this has the highest chance of success. The earth spirit snake is considered a powerful low-level monster. Moreover, Chun Xian once read in a book that the earth spirit snake is said to have the bloodline of pythons. If he could activate the python's bloodline, it would be a huge gain. If a mid-level monster can grow successfully, it would be terrifying. Sitting in a round chair, Chun Xian opened his panel. Name, Chun Xian lifespan. 18 of 160 famous weapon. Spring water, skill point bonus 10%. Spouse binding, Su Yun realm. 6th rank, refining aperture, cultivation techniques. 9-turn secret technique. Lower part, not yet learned, 0/2000. Health preservation technique. Proficient, skills, sun tracking arrow technique. Not yet learned, 0/200. Cloud flowing movement, small success, 0/300. Beast taming technique, small success, 0/450. Breaking void blade, small success, 0/300. Advanced arrow technique, great success. Advanced tracking technique, great success. Bedroom control technique, great success. Palm absorption, small success, 0/500 skill points. For 72, just over 400 skill points, still too few. Chun Xian felt a bit helpless. He worked tirelessly every day, but earning these skill points was too slow. If only it were based on tasks, he thought. Forget about the 996 work schedule. He would bow deeply, dedicate himself completely, and stay in bed without getting up. Sighing, he looked around the room as the light dimmed. It's time to work again. Life is tough, he muttered, touching the snake egg on the table, then left the study. In the black market, at the very center, a 6-story tower. Now on the 6th floor, 3 people sat together, drinking tea. One of them was the long-absent elder. The hall master of the Western District is about to finish his term in a month. What are your thoughts? The speaker wore a long black robe embroidered with a fierce tiger beast in gold thread. The tiger's mouth was open, revealing sharp teeth, looking very fierce. This person was one of the leaders of the black market, Yuan Lei. He had been in charge of the black market for over 30 years. After pouring tea for the 2 others, he asked about the Western District Hall Master. In the black market, each of the 4 districts has a Hall Master with a 3-year term. Now, the Western District Hall Master's term is almost up. Not only are the 3 major families in Yunzi County eyeing this position, but other small families are also starting to unite and compete for it. The power behind the black market is very complicated, but ultimately, the decision about this position still rests with the 3 of them. That is also the reason why I invited these 2 people. Chen Xiao, what do you think? At this moment, the man sitting on the left spoke. He was dressed in plain robes, with some white hair, but his skin was surprisingly smooth and free of wrinkles. After taking a sip of tea, he asked the elderly man who had been silent all along. "Lord County Master, you're asking me? Do I have the say in this?" Qin Xiu, with eyes full of wrinkles, slightly lifted his eyelids and looked at Lord Xian of Yunzi County, Xiao Qiuming, teasing him. "Do you dare to investigate me?" At this moment, he no longer called himself the county lord and looked extremely cold. It felt as if, without a satisfactory answer, he would act immediately. "If I really wanted to investigate you, I wouldn't ask like this. Do you think I, the county lord, am just for show?" Zhuo Qiuming said disdainfully. "Umph." Qin Xiu snorted in dissatisfaction. Yuan Lei looked at the two of them and felt headache. They were both old, and every time they met, they would start fighting. "Enough. Stop talking about these nonsense. No one is a good person. Let's get to the main point." The three of them had been sitting here for over an hour. They had already drunk several pots of tea, but there was no result at all. "Let the Yao family sit here." After talking for so long, Zhuo Qiuming finally spoke seriously. The Yao family? Yuan Lei wasn't surprised at all. After all, his relationship with the Yao family was much better than with the other two. "Yes," Zhuo Qiuming nodded and explained. "This time, the Yao family also made a contribution for the weapons above. They also asked me about the matter of the Western District Hallmaster. I think it's a reward for the Yao family." "Haha." Qin Xiu sneered disdainfully at Zhuo Qiuming, mocking, "Reward? What reward? If it weren't for the Yao family giving you benefits, would you even open your mouth? And I heard that the old guy from the Yao family wants to send his granddaughter to you. You're over 60, and that's just shameless." His words showed no respect for the county lord at all. "So what if he does?" Facing Yuan Lei, Zhuo Qiuming revealed no embarrassment. Instead, he spoke seriously. "So what if I'm 60? Am I no longer in good health? With my status, if the Yao family wants to send me a woman, is that not okay? What if she's young? I like young women." He liked this kind of thing. He admitted it. A woman was just a woman. What was wrong with that? Moreover, I've been the county lord for so many years. Yunzi County is much better than before. Now that I'm old, I should enjoy myself. Ugh. Qin Xiu made a disgusted face. He just didn't like this old guy. He looked like an old bone, and the women in his family were all in their 60s. Truly shameless. All right. Can you two just settle down?" Yuan Lei kept banging on the table, making loud noises. He was really tired of these two old guys. He couldn't stand it anymore. If he had enough strength, he would have already beaten these two troublemakers. "Qin Xiu, it's your turn to speak. After you're done, both of you get out of here," he said impatiently, looking at them. "Me? Of course, I belong to my own group. I didn't care before, but this time I must get the position of the West District leader." Even though Zhuo Qiuming said he would give the position to someone from the Yao family, he still wanted this position, and he looked determined to get it. "All right, then it's settled. In a month, you two will have a contest on the arena. Whoever wins gets the position. Any objections? As for other groups, as long as these three agree, everyone else can leave. I have no objections. I'm leaving now. Old Yuan, next time bring some wine. I don't like tea." He threw his teacup at him and then left through the nearby window. Phew! Yuan Lei was so angry he almost wanted to kill him. His tea was made with beast blood, the best quality. If it weren't for the two of them being here, he wouldn't even want to show it. That old man was quite something. He even looked down on it. He really doesn't know how good he has it. Is he about to die of happiness? At that moment, Zhuo Qiuming suddenly spoke, looking at the window where Qin Xiu disappeared, with a thoughtful expression. "Probably not. He was injured back then, but he's probably healed up by now." Yuan Lei found it hard to believe. He and Qin Xiu had known each other for over 30 years. When he first came to Yunzi County, he was badly hurt. That was around the time the black market was just starting, still unstable. So he invited Qin Xiu to join. With their strong skills, the black market became very secure over the years. 10 years ago, they also brought in Zhuo Qiuming, the county lord. Since then, no one dared to mess with the black market. I just have a feeling. But if I'm right, then this old guy really needs to step back in the future. At this moment, Zhuo Qiuming looked a little afraid. He knew very well how strong Qin Xiu was. Even though he lost a level, he still isn't a match. Only Yuan Lei can fight him evenly. If he really angers him, it will be trouble. Do you still know fear? Are you still trying to compete for that position? Just give it to him. He hasn't asked for much over the years, and this is the first time he's spoken up. It's okay to give it to him. As one of the 3 major leaders of the black market, Chen Xiao has mostly stayed out of black market affairs these years. He only needs to send the profits from the black market to him every month. This also saves him a lot of trouble. I've already promised the Yao family. I can't go back on my word. So Xiaoming has no choice. He has accepted the people and the things. He can't just take them and do nothing, right? He's a man with dignity. Do as you like. I won't interfere anymore. But one thing, if Chen Xiao really doesn't have much time left, don't provoke him. You know his temper. If you disturb the black market, don't blame me for turning my back. He doesn't care about other things, but under no circumstances can the black market be messed up. He worked hard to build the black market. Frankly, it's now his livelihood. Got it. Zhu Xiaoming is also feeling a bit upset now. Chen Xiao, you old guy, why didn't you say earlier that you wanted this position? He can step down from the position, but how can he step down from the woman he used? Oh, and what about the rebellion? Will it affect Yunzi County? As the county lord, Zhu Xiaoming naturally has better information. If a fight breaks out, the black market will definitely be affected. That's what he's worried about. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about these petty matters. It should be fine for now. It won't affect us in the short term. But long term, it's hard to say. Rumor has it that many of the rebel leaders are very strong, and some are said to be escapees from 20 years ago. Anyway, it's uncertain. Zhu Xiaoming didn't hide this information. As the county lord of Yunzi, if the rebels come here, he will suffer the most. If there's a fight, without support from the court, they definitely can't win. As for fleeing, he doesn't have the guts. The court is merciless to deserters. Death without mercy, even implicating their entire family. He said a word and left here through the window, just like Chen Xiao. A chaotic world, Yuan lay sighed, his eyes showing worry. Recently, Chen Xian had been nurturing the earth spirit snake's eggs. Today, after breakfast, he went to his study as usual to sense the changes inside the snake eggs. Using beast-taming magic, he could clearly feel the changes in the eggs these days. A small snake was growing every day. I wonder how long it will take. Chen Xian looked at the eggs on the table and muttered softly. Suddenly, the sound of scratching came from the study. Next, cracks appeared on the eggshell. With a loud bang, a small opening appeared at the top of the egg, revealing a tiny white snake head, flicking its bright red tongue. Even more surprisingly, 2 tiny greenish eyes shimmered with a faint red glow. It all happened in an instant, but Chen Xian saw it clearly. When the little white snake saw Chen Xian, its round eyes looked confused at first. Then, with a quick movement, a white shadow flashed, and in the next moment, a small white snake appeared on his palm. The snake's head kept rubbing against his hand. It licked its tongue. Is it treating me like its mother? Chen Xian couldn't help but smile. But the earth spirit snake was black all over. So how could this one be white? At the same time, from the moment the little white snake hatched, Chen Xian felt a strange sensation. He decided to try asking, "How about calling you Little White?" Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the white snake stood upright and nodded its head human-like. It seems the sensing was correct. Little White can understand what I say. Chen Xian was suddenly very happy. This was not only because of beast-taming magic, but also because Little White was definitely not an ordinary beast. Could it be that the bloodline of the python has been activated? He guessed silently. If that was true, he would have gained a lot. While he was lost in thought, Little White suddenly jumped off his hand and returned to the table. It opened its mouth and started munching on the eggshells with a scratching sound. Chen Xian could clearly see the eggshell turn into white liquid and flow into the little white creature's mouth. Soon after, it had chewed off a quarter of the eggshell. The 2 small eyes looked at the remaining shell, seeming a bit reluctant, but it didn't open its mouth again. In this hesitant moment, it stood with its snake body, turning its head back and forth. It looked very human-like, not at all like a monster. Chen Xian almost laughed at this funny scene. Finally, the little white creature returned to his palm, curled up, and stopped moving. Chen Xian leaned in to look closer. Is it full and now sleeping? Huh? This little guy. He touched the little white snake's body with a finger, muttering, "Eat up, grow big fast. When you're grown, help me fight." Then he carefully placed it on his shoulder and picked up a book to read. Gurgle gurgle, until Chen Xian's stomach protested. It's almost noon. Through the window, Chun Xian saw the bright sun almost at the center of the sky. He turned his head to look at the still sleeping little white on his shoulder. Forget it. I'll take you with me. Such a small creature wouldn't scare even a few women to see it. On the contrary, Su Yun would probably be very excited. The little white is still very cute now. He stood up and opened the door to the study. At that moment, Lu Rushi came walking over. Chun Xian thought she was calling him to eat, about to speak, but she interrupted. Master Chun is here, waiting for you in the main hall. Finally, the master is here. Chun Xian felt like crying. It was like wanting to see a loved one, but unable to. And suddenly they appeared. Lu Rushi nodded. Then the two prepared to go to the hall, walking side by side. At that moment, she noticed the little white on Chun Xian's shoulder. She asked with curiosity, "Did that snake egg hatch?" "Yes, how about it? Pretty cute, right?" Chun Xian pointed at the little white and smiled as he asked, "Isn't that a black snake? Why is it white now?" "I don't know either. It must be its father was white." Along the way, the two discussed issues of right and wrong. Soon, they arrived at the hall. At this moment, the old man sat above, holding Wong Hai in his arms. His wrinkled face rarely showed a smile. Wong Hai was clever and called out, "Grandpa," repeatedly. This made the old man's wrinkles deepen even more. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Su Wanxiu stood quietly nearby, watching the old man and the child. "Grandpa, you're here," Chun Xian said loudly as he approached him. "It's really hard to see you." "See me?" Chun Xiu finally looked up and teased. "You want to see this old man? It shouldn't be like that. Look at you, surrounded by beautiful women, eating and drinking. Your life must make many people jealous. You probably don't have time to think about me. Haha. Grandpa, stop joking. I really have something important to discuss with you." Chun Xian felt tired. This old man was just like a child. "Oh, you have something serious?" After saying that, his old eyes deliberately looked at Su Wanxiu and her sister with a mischievous smile. A cheeky grin appeared on his face. "Grandpa, you." "Oh," Chun Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. He really couldn't handle this old man. "Ha ha." Seeing him get teased, Chun Xiu burst out laughing. "All right, tell me. What's the matter?" As he spoke, he pinched Xiao Hai's face, head, arms. "Look, Brother Xian is more fun than you." Xiao Hai was pinched by the wrinkled old hand, grimacing but not daring to resist. He looked at Chun Xian with pleading eyes. "My grandpa, he's still a child. How can he stand being played with like this? Don't hurt him." Chun Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He pulled Xiao Hai into his arms and gently patted his little head, worried that the old man might be too rough and hurt him. Oh, am I really that stupid?" Chun Xiu rolled his eyes. No, Grandpa. Xian is not meaning that," Su Wanxiu said kindly, coming behind him and gently pressing his shoulder. Chun Xiu let out a comfortable sound. "I am really enjoying Su Wanxiu's service and praising her. Not bad, not bad. This kid is really lucky to marry you." From the moment he entered the hall, Su Wanxiu's performance was impressive. When she learned he was the big brother mentioned by Chun Xian, she showed great respect. She personally served tea and water, calling him Big Brother with every word. Then she took the initiative to come over and help him sit up. She squinted her eyes and looked at Chun Xian. This young man. How did he manage to marry such a kind and capable woman? "All right, you all can go now. I need to talk to this young man," she said. "Yes, Big Brother," they replied. Su Wanxiu stopped and gave a signal to Su Yun. Before leaving, she respectfully bowed to Chun Xian and then exited the hall. "Is it really such a coincidence?" Chun Xian asked after explaining what happened. Chun Xiu looked surprised. "What do you mean, Big Brother?" Chun Xian asked with a puzzled look. He didn't understand what Chun Xiu meant. Seeing his confusion, Chun Xiu explained, "Last time, I told you about a job in the black market. It's the position of the West District Leader, which expires in a month. I was planning to let you take it, but a flirtatious guy recommended someone from the Yao family. So, you're going to fight the Yao family? If you win, you'll be the West District Leader. If you lose, then what?" Chun Xian asked with a smile. "If you lose, you go back to the village." "I can't afford to embarrass myself with this," Chun Xiu said fiercely, glaring at him. He was very displeased with Chun Xian's playful attitude. After all these years, this was the first time he recommended someone. If he lost, those two old men would laugh at him. Usually, he was the one mocking others. If those two old men caught him in a joke, they would beat him to death. Don't worry, big brother. I promise I won't lose, Chen Xian quickly assured him. He could feel the murderous intent from Chen Xiao. Based on his understanding of his big brother, if he really lost, he would definitely get a beating. Who was the person from the Yao family going to fight? Chen Xian asked. He wanted to be sure it wasn't some old guy he couldn't beat. If I lose and get beaten, I would be unfairly punished. Don't worry about that. It won't be the old guy's fault because we set a rule back then. The fight for the head of the hall can't be more than 30 rounds. Of course, it won't be too weak either. At most, a 6th-rank fighter. Chen Xiao's words gave him reassurance. If he's a 6th-rank fighter, he's not afraid. He remembers his elder once said that with his strength, he rarely has rivals at the same level. Of course, it's not just about strength. But at least he has an advantage, and with over a month left, he might gather enough skill points. If the 9-turn secret technique, lower part, breaks through to the next level, he won't have much to worry about. However, it's really unlucky to meet the Yao family now. In that case, Grandpa, if I accidentally hurt someone from the Yao family, would that be a problem? Even if it's not Yao Tian, he could still get some benefits. Plus, a 6th-rank martial artist is enough to make the Yao family worry. Martial arts sparring can have accidents. That's quite normal, isn't it? Chen Xiao spread his hands. But he was smiling brightly. He knew what Chen Xian was planning. Hee. Yes, Grandpa's right. That's right. Chen Xiao happily accepted his flattery. All right, I came here for this matter. Chen Xiao stood up and continued. That kid is pretty good. I just checked him. His bones are decent, a good foundation for cultivation. You can teach him the 9-turn secret technique, upper part, and see how it goes. You mean Xiaohai? At this moment, Chen Xian finally understood why he was so rough on Xiaohai earlier. Turns out, he misunderstood. Of course. Do you think I like messing around with a kid for fun? Chen Xiao looked at him as if he were an idiot. Besides martial arts training, he cares about nothing else. Heaven really is blind. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. Chen Xian, feeling guilty, could only smile awkwardly to ease his embarrassment. Laugh at your own foolishness, you little brat. You're lucky. Huh? Chen Xian was confused at first, but then quickly understood. What are you talking about? He pointed to the small white sleeping on his shoulder. Chen Xiao nodded and said, this little white snake is quite interesting. Take good care of it. Maybe it will bring surprises in the future. Also, I will have someone deliver beast-nourishing pills tomorrow, especially for young beasts to help them grow faster. Relying on your pig brain, it might take many years. Chen Xiao scolded, still feeling unsatisfied, and gave him a slap on the head. Master. Chen Xian looked helpless and almost wanted to cry. He's not a child anymore, and he doesn't usually raise magical beasts, so he doesn't know much about them. There are no related books in the study. It's really unfair. After the master left for a long time, Su Wanqiu and the others finally returned to the hall. Do I really look that stupid? Chen Xian suddenly spoke, asking the others with a voice like a soul. Lunch. A big table full of dishes. Most of these were made by Su Wanqiu herself. Although there is a dedicated chef in the mansion, she is not the type to enjoy being served. So, during these days, especially after Xiaohai came to Chen's residence, Su Wanqiu also started to cook some dishes herself. The kitchen staff even thought she was doing poorly and promised to pay more attention in the future. But after Su Wanqiu explained, they understood. Of course, they didn't dare to stop her. They also found it strange. Has the big family changed? They no longer liked being served. Really delicious, Xiaohai. Eat this. Sister made it. Su Yin picked up a piece of braised meat and put it in Xiaohai's bowl. So tasty. Sister Wanqiu's cooking is getting better and better. Xiaohai also smiled and gave a thumbs up. Eat up. Eat up. Su Wanqiu patted his head. If you ask who in the mansion loves Xiaohai the most, it would definitely be Su Wanqiu. She treats him like her own child. Xiaohai, do you want to learn martial arts? At this moment, Chen Xian remembered what the master said before leaving. Xiaohai's talent was good, and he might try learning. Learn martial arts? Like being as powerful as Brother Xian in the future, Wong Hai put down his chopsticks. Although he had heard his father mention some stories before, he still only understood learning martial arts on a surface level. Some children looked confused and looked at Chen Xian. Well, kind of, he replied. It's hard to explain, and since he's so young, explaining clearly is tiring. I want to learn. I want to be as strong as Brother Xian when I grow up. Then I can protect Sister Yun, Sister Wanqiu, and Sister Lu. Wang Hai happily sat on a stool, dancing and waving his arms. Chen Xian felt very pleased. After the boy started practicing martial arts, his first thought was to protect Su Wanqiu and the others. If he is suitable for practicing martial arts, that would be good. In the future, if something happens, he will have someone he can trust nearby. Brother Xian, can we practice too? Seeing Wang Hai practicing made Su Yun envious and immediately asked him. She looked at him with hope. You? Chen Xian wasn't sure about that. After all, he only knows the 9 turns secret technique and a broken health-preserving technique. And the health-preserving technique might still be incomplete. He guessed this because when he upgraded the health-preserving technique, it didn't add any lifespan, which was strange. Recently, in his grandfather's study, he found a book mentioning that the military once spread some secret techniques that involved mutilation. It's likely that the technique his ancestor was rewarded with was one of those mutilated techniques. Maybe I can teach Sister Yun, Lu Rushi said to help Chen Xian out when she saw he was in trouble. Is Sister Lu also a martial artist? Su Yun looked at her in surprise. Ha ha. Seeing her confused look, Chen Xian burst out laughing, feeling much better. Aren't there even more foolish people? He has been in the Chun family for a long time, and he has spent more time with Lu Rushi than with others. Now, she still doesn't know that Lu Rushi is a real martial artist. Her eyesight is really impressive. Brother Xian. Su Yun saw everyone looking at her, and she suddenly understood. Her face turned red, and she pouted at Chen Xian. All right, no more laughing. Just learn from Sister Lu, he said, then looked at Su Wanqiu. If you want to learn, you can join too. Okay, Su Wanqiu nodded, and a smile appeared on her face. She was very happy to be able to practice martial arts. But the most important thing was that Chen Xian had her in his heart. As for Xiao Hai, although he promised to learn from her, he was still too young, and most importantly, he didn't even recognize many characters. So, they decided that he would first learn to recognize characters from a maid in the household. They told him that they would teach him after he finished recognizing the characters. Despite being young, Wang Hai's face showed firm determination, and he promised to study seriously. When he said this, Chen Xian felt that he had truly grown up. What? There are others too? In the main hall of the Yao family, Yao Tian was stunned when he heard the news brought back from the county office. The Yao family had spent a lot of money to secure the position of the head of the Western District, and they thought it was a sure thing. But now, the result was different from what they expected. At this moment, Yao sat at the top, his face dark and gloomy. Today, he went to the county office to inquire about the head of the Western District, but received this disappointing result. However, at Zhuo Qiuming's place, even if he was unhappy, he dared not show it. Instead, he smiled politely and thanked him for giving the Yao family this opportunity. After all, he had something to ask of him. But, when he returned to the Yao family, he started smashing things in anger. Looking at the messy hall, it was clear how furious he was. That old lecher is really disgusting. He promised before, and now he's doing this again. Is he just mocking the Yao family? It was Yao Jing, Yao's eldest son, who spoke. Although he said this, a faint smile flickered in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. In the Yao family, only he and Yao Tian had the right to compete for the family head position. That's why only they were present in the main hall. Others had no right to be here. The family had spent an enormous amount of money this time, all for Yao Tian to get the position of head of the Western District. The Western District was the most important area in the black market. In Yunzi County, anyone with a bit of strength was eager for a shop in the Western District. If the Yao family controlled the Western District, anyone who wanted to be friendly with them would have to come through them. By then, those who support either the Chun family or the Pei family will not all turn against us, but quite a few might. Perhaps the Yao family can make further progress then. But what does that have to do with him? If everything goes well, it will be thanks to Yao Tian, and he has nothing to do with it. Moreover, by then, the position of family head will be in his hands. As for the current situation, it's the best possible. In fact, it would be even better if Yao Tian doesn't get this position, because then his status in the Yao family would not only drop sharply, but also suffer a big. Dad, who is the other person? Yao Tian, although angry, is still clear-headed. This position is too important to him. I don't know. That old lecher didn't say anything. I tried to ask, but I was cut off each time. Whenever Yao thinks about what happened back then, he feels furious. My son thinks it's either the Chen family or the Pei family. Besides these two, who else dares to compete with our Yao family? Yao Jing spoke at this moment. You don't need to say that. Yao Tian replied, annoyed that he was talking nonsense. What he really needs to know now is who is fighting him for this position. How strong are they? He is only at the 7th rank now. Although he's close to the 6th rank, he's not sure if he can reach it in time. But neither the Chen family nor the Pei family are stronger than him within their direct line. At most, they are about equal. However, outside the direct line, there are a few who are stronger. Of course, the Yao family isn't without strength, but he doesn't want to rely on that. This time, he must personally secure the position of family head, which is crucial for his chance to become the next head. Dad, if it's really impossible, don't let the 4th son take it. Our Yao family has a few at the 6th rank. That's a safer choice. Big brother, don't go too far. Yao Tian looked like a furious cat, glaring fiercely at Yao Jing. What's wrong? My good brother, I'm doing this for the benefit of the Yao family. Look at you, why are you angry? We can't let all our efforts go to waste after all the trouble we've gone through. Yao Jing looked quite aggrieved at this moment. I know what you're thinking, don't I? For the sake of the Yao family, big brother, you are really too hypocritical. Look at you. I only made a suggestion, and you act like that? I am your brother, after all. Saying that to your brother isn't very nice. Besides, father hasn't agreed yet. Our Yao family is still led by father. Whatever happens in the end, it's up to him to decide. Shut up. All of you shut up. Yao Da shouted angrily. His fierce eyes stared at his 2 sons below. Rebels, all rebels. Big brother Yao Jing is cruel and fake, like a poisonous snake. 4th son Yao Tian isn't much better. His mind is only on becoming the head of the family. How did he end up with these two? Everyone get out. I want to be alone. Father, you can't believe what big brother just said. If it were someone else's family, it would be a joke, Yao Tian said anxiously. He knew what kind of person his father was. From the situation, it was clear that what big brother said had convinced him. Yao Da is a person who always puts the family first. Get out. Yao Da instantly stood up, his fierce eyes glaring. His aura as a 5th-rank martial artist burst out completely. His long hair floated without wind. He looked like an angry lion. At this moment, whether it was Yao Tian or Yao Jing, seeing Yao Da angry, their faces changed. If their father really got serious, even his own sons would have to obey. This is his authority as the head of the Yao family. No one can question it. Son, you may leave. Tian, you may leave. The 2 sons left the main hall one after the other. Sigh. After they left, Yao Da sank into his chair like a deflated ball, looking complicated. Should I replace Tian? Although what big brother said was aimed at Yao Tian, it wasn't without reason. After all, Tian is only his 7th rank now. That strength really isn't enough. He spent such a big price this time. If it all ends in failure, the Yao family will suffer a huge loss. But if he really changes him, he feels a bit reluctant. The next head of the family, compared to Yao Jing, he actually favors Yao Tian more. Someone come here. At this moment, Yao Da suddenly spoke. Next moment, a figure dressed in a black robe appeared in the hall, with their face hidden. Master, the black-robed person spoke in a hoarse voice. Yao Da, sitting above, took out a purple golden wooden box from his. He gently stroked the box with both hands, his eyes full of reluctance. Inside the box was a nearly 700-year-old medicinal herb. He had spent a huge amount of money to obtain it. This herb was originally meant to help break through to the 4th level. But over the years, his martial arts progress had stalled. Moreover, he was almost 70 years old. At this age, dreaming of reaching the 4th level was just wishful thinking. Forget it, just give it to Tianer. He decided to give him one last chance. He threw the wooden box over and ordered, give it to Tianer. Tell him to break through to the 6th level within a month, or else he won't participate in the competition for the Hall Master position. If he can't, find someone else. Yes, Master. After the black-robed person left, Yao Da leaned back in his chair. Tianer, I hope you won't let your father down. At this moment, Yao Tian and Yao Jing were walking side by side. 4th brother, you just said that in front of Dad, and it really hurt my feelings. Hee. Big brother, are you still capable of feeling hurt? Of course I am. I'm only thinking about the Yao family, unlike you, who are obsessed with that position. Are you really that good, big brother? Of course. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Hee hee. Hee hee. The two brothers smiled at each other, completely relaxed, with no sign of the earlier tension. If not for their conversation, others might think they were close brothers with deep bonds. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Early morning, Chun Xian opened his eyes. Last night, I spent a passionate night with Su Yun and am very satisfied. Reward, 50 skill points. Bonus, 5 points for the spring water device. 50 points? That's a lot. Chun Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. He had been getting 40 points steadily during this time. Why did he suddenly get 50 points this time? He was happy to receive more points, but he wanted to understand why. So, I began to carefully recall the detailed events of last night. There was nothing special, positions, tricks, all the fun stuff I had already experienced before. If I had to mention any change, it would be that Su Yun seemed to have become a little stronger last night. At the time, I didn't notice this. But why did she suddenly become stronger? Could it be because she's been practicing martial arts with Lu Rushi? That thought suddenly came to mind. If that's true, then maybe Su Yun's increased strength also means I would get more skill points. No, I need to ask Lu Rushi about this later, and check how Su Yun has been training lately. If that's the case, I need to pay more attention to this. Phew. I exhaled softly and habitually summoned my panel. Name, Chun Xian, lifespan, 18 out of 160, legendary weapon. Spring water, skill point bonus 10%, spouse bound. Su Yun, realm, 6th rank, refining aperture, cultivation techniques, 9 turns secret technique, lower part, not started, 0/2000. Health preservation technique, proficient, skills, sun tracking arrow technique, not started, 0/200. Cloud flowing step, small success, 0/300. Beast taming technique, small success, 0/450. Space cutting blade, small success, 0/300. Advanced arrow technique, great success. Advanced tracking technique, great success. Bedroom control technique, great success. Palm absorption, small success, 0/500. Skill points, 1132, still a long way to go. Chun Xian muttered to himself. Working hard every day, but progress is still too slow. There's more than half a month left. He started to calculate carefully. With 50 points per day plus the 5-point bonus, in half a month, that's about 825 points. If he keeps this up, it should be enough to upgrade the lower part of the 9 turns secret technique to the next level. But he wasn't sure if his guess was correct. He looked down at Su Yun, still sleeping peacefully, gently pecked her on the forehead, then quietly got up. The first thing Chun Xian did after waking up was go to the kitchen, not because he was hungry, but to prepare breakfast for Xiaobai. A chicken, a duck, and a half-meter-long fish. Then, they arrived at the pond in the front yard. Little White, time for breakfast, he shouted loudly, then threw the chicken, duck, and fish into the air above the pond. Suddenly, a white shadow burst out of the water. Little White. After half a month, it has grown to about 1 meter long, and its snake body is now as thick as Chun Xian's small arm. Under the sunlight, Little White's body shimmered with a golden glow. It opened its snake mouth and swallowed one thing after another. Then Chun Xian took out a white porcelain bottle from his pocket, poured out a red pill, and threw the beast-nourishing pill into Little White's mouth. Hiss hiss, Little White, after eating the nourishing pill, made a series of hissing sounds, and its snake eyes looked happy. Good, digest it well, and grow quickly. Chun Xian clapped his hands, feeling more and more that Little White was becoming smarter. Little White responded with more hissing sounds, as if replying to him. At this moment, heavy footsteps sounded from afar. Chun Xian looked toward the sound, and after a moment, he saw Lu Rushi appear in his sight, followed by 6 burly men carrying a large wooden box. The 6 men looked somewhat fierce, with sweat on their foreheads, and each step they took was accompanied by gritted teeth and heavy breathing. It was clear that the wooden box was quite heavy. Young master is feeding Little White, Lu Rushi said with a smile, greeting him. Yes, what is this? Chun Xian pointed at the wooden box behind her. This, was sent by Master Chun. Last time I mentioned it casually. Since the Earth Spirit Snake is almost done eating, someone was sent to deliver a lot of monster meat. Oh, I see. Master Chun is very thoughtful, and you've worked hard too. Chun Xian felt very grateful. The Qin family really couldn't do without Lu Rushi. You're too polite, young master, Lu Rushi smiled, then directed the 6 men, just take these to the kitchen. After giving the orders, she took out a bag of silver and handed it to the leading man. Thank you for your hard work. Have some drinks. Thank you, Lady Lu. 6 strong men all thanked him together, and their faces lit up with happiness. They knew that the bag contained at least several dozen taels of silver. These men were the lowest-ranked laborers in the black market, and their earnings could support several months of living expenses. Naturally, they were very happy. How have Su Yun and the others been doing with their martial arts training lately? Chun Xian asked after the men went to the kitchen. Martial arts, he replied. Yes, big sister Chiu is a bit behind, but Yun is doing quite well. She has trained for many days and made some progress yesterday. At her current pace, she could become a martial artist within half a year. Half a year? Qin Xian was surprised by her talent. Yes, Yun's talent is quite good. In fact, she was also surprised. She remembered it took her almost a year to become a martial artist, and that was under Chun Ye's guidance. She couldn't compare herself to Chun Ye. This meant Su Yun's talent was much higher than hers, but she started training too late. At this moment, Qin Xian felt excited. He didn't expect this girl to have such high potential for training, and it proved that his guess was correct. This means that as Su Yun's strength grows, she will earn more points. Young master? Young master. Lu Rushi saw him lost in thought, but her lips curled slightly, giving the impression of a child happily eating candy. What's wrong? Qin Xian was pulled back from his thoughts. You're so happy thinking of something. Can you share it with me so I can be happy too? Lu Rushi asked curiously. It's nothing, just a little surprised by Yun's talent, Qin Xian said with a smile. But Lu Rushi clearly didn't believe him and looked at him with a disdainful expression. Never mind then. You can just play with little Bai here. I need to go busy myself. Then, Rushi, thank you for your hard work. Humph. Lu Rushi rolled her eyes at him. Such beauty. Truly captivating beauty. Looking at her curvy figure and that glance just now, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh. After spending so much time together, their relationship had become as close as friends. Qin Xian called him that. However, she still addressed him as young master. Even though Qin Xian asked her to call him brother Xian or younger brother Xian, Lu Rushi refused, saying she was used to calling him young master. Compared to the peace in the Chun household, the county of Yunza was already in chaos. People were all discussing who would take the position of the West District Hallmaster. At this moment, in the Chun family residence. So, you're saying that besides the Yao family, there's another person involved? The one speaking was Qin Fangyuan. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, giving off an upright and serious impression. He was the current head of the Qin family. Yes, father. It was someone under Yao Tian who was investigating another person, and that's how the news got out. Also, by now, all the major families in the county probably know about it. After hearing the news, I also sent people to investigate this person, but we couldn't find any information. Qin Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction. Qin Qi was his eldest son, careful and capable. Most of the Chun family's affairs were already managed by him. More importantly, his martial talent was quite good. He had already reached the 7th rank. He truly was the one Qin Fangyuan had chosen to be the next head of the family. Could it be the Pei family? However, when asked, Qin Qi shook his head. It shouldn't be. The people we placed in the Pei family have been watching closely these days. The Pei family hasn't made any moves. In fact, Pei Hu seemed very surprised when he heard the news. He had confirmed this with their informant in the Pei family. Based on Pei Hu's reaction at the time, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Then which family could it be? Qin Fangyuan couldn't figure it out either. After all, in Yunza County, only 3 families held real power. If it wasn't the Pei family, then who could it be? They had also wanted to compete for the position of West District Hallmaster back then. They had even prepared generous gifts to visit Zhuoqiuming. But they were a step too late. The Yao family got there first. As for the other 2 figures in the black market, Yuan Lei rarely got involved in the appointment of Hall Masters. After all, the East District Hall Master was already his person. For many years, the other 3 districts had changed hands several times, but the East District had never changed. Even when the term ended, no one dared to compete for that position. As for the other mysterious figure, they had never even seen him. They only knew his surname was Chun, Nothing else was known. When Yuan Lei announced this news that year, the other forces in Yunzhi County still thought it was their Qin family. This was considered a show of power for the Qin family. Let's wait and see. It won't be long now, and we'll find out then. Yes, I understand, Dad. I hope it's not the Yao family this time. If it is, then the Yao family will truly dominate Yunzhi County. Qin Fanyuan looked worried. The Yao family's growth over the years had been very rapid. They not only had a close relationship with Zhuoqiuming, but also connected with important figures in Tianshui Prefecture. Over the years, the Chun and Pei families had been feeling more and more pressured. Many smaller families in the city, who used to be friendly with them, had now sided with the Yao family. If they managed to get the position of hall master in the Western District again, more small families would try to curry favor with the Yao family. After all, the Western District is a big piece of territory. Who wouldn't want to share? At that point, Qin Shi saw his father's face grow more serious. Given the current situation, he understood what his father was worried about. He was the first to speak up. Dad, I think there's no need to worry too much. Oh, Qin Fanyuan looked puzzled. Why would he say that? He asked, tell me your thoughts. Yes. Based on my guess, the Yao family has been watching Zhuoqiuming for some time. Given Zhuoqiuming's status, if he truly agreed to this position, the other two in the black market probably wouldn't offend him. But now, someone else is trying to take this position. This makes it interesting. Yuan Lei probably isn't a strong candidate. The only possible person is that Qin family head we've never seen before. After hearing his analysis, Qin Fanyuan nodded, thinking it was very possible. Seeing his son's confident look, he was increasingly satisfied. The Qin family could be assured in his hands. However, go to the Pei family now. Given the current situation, I think they are even more uncomfortable than us. Talk to them. If you can find someone to compete with the Yao family for the hall master position, even if it costs something, it's worth it. Yes, father. After Qin Shi left, Qin Fanyuan sat in his chair with a deep, fierce look in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the Pei family, Pei, who was also confused, just as the people sent by Qin Shi observed. He was truly shocked inside. He thought that this position was already in the hands of the Yao family. After all, they had received news immediately when Yao Da went to seize Zhuoqiuming. But who would have thought that someone else would appear at the last moment? Father, what should we do now? Do? Nothing. Don't you find this more and more interesting? Pei Geng's face showed a hint of excitement. Interesting? Pei Hu, with a rough appearance, looked at him in confusion. Fool, he was really tired of his son. Is it really okay to give him the head of the family? If only Yunnan were a boy, he had thought about this many times. His daughter was truly talented and smart, so outstanding. But she was a girl, which was really unfortunate. Pei Hu, although scolded, showed no displeasure on his face. To him, this was very normal. He wasn't used to days when Pei Geng didn't scold him a few times. Enough, stop staying here. Go to Mo Hixin and ask Yunnan about it. Pei Geng flicked his sleeve and left, shooting him a glance before going. In the hall, Pei Hu looked up at the ceiling and showed a bitter smile. He shook his head and left the Pei family to go to Mo Hixin. At the entrance of Mo Hixin, it was almost noon, but the gate was tightly closed. A carriage was parked at the door. A man in a light blue robe slowly got out of the carriage. It was Qin Shi. He didn't go to the Pei family because he knew that Yunnan's influence there was less than Pei Hu's. But when he saw the gate of Mo Hixin was closed, his brow furrowed slightly. Why is it shut? It's almost noon. He was a bit puzzled. He didn't know whether Yunnan had gone back to the Pei family or somewhere else. Just as he hesitated whether to knock on the door, a wheel rolling sound came from nearby. Qin Shiqin looked over and saw a carriage coming from afar. Pei family's carriage. Even from a distance, he immediately recognized the Pei banner on the carriage. At this moment, a slight smile appeared on Qin Shi's face. He probably already guessed who was inside the carriage. Sure enough, when the carriage reached the door of Mo Hixin, Pei Hu hurriedly got out. But when he saw Qin Shi standing at the door, he froze in surprise. Well, what a coincidence, Brother Pei. Qin Shi greeted him with a smile, and at this moment, he was confident that Pei Yunnan was inside Mo Hixin. Coincidence. Brother Chun, this, same as Brother Pei, with me. Pei Hu hadn't finished speaking, but he quickly reacted. Just then, there was a creaking sound as the door opened. A young woman in green appeared before the two. Come in. Miss is on the third floor, the maid said respectfully, bowing her head. Hee. Yunan is truly talented. I expected this. Brother Pei, let's go upstairs together, Chen Qi said sincerely, admiring Pei Yunan. Please, Pei Hu, however, showed no surprise on his face. He was used to this kind of thing. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have sent him here. The two entered Mo He Xian one after the other. Third floor. Pei Yunan brewed a pot of fresh tea. Immediately, the tea aroma filled the room. Whenever she faced big events, she liked to drink tea and quietly think. She was also waiting for Pei Hu. But Chen Qi's visit was a bit unexpected. However, it made sense. After such a big event, the Chen family wouldn't be indifferent. Now, in Yunzhe County, the Yao family was the dominant force. If things continued like this, their two families would face more difficulties. A few days ago, she suggested to her father that the Pei and Chun families could join forces, but her father wanted to wait and see. Now it seems, the Chun family probably has the same idea. Knock, knock, footsteps came from the stairs. After a moment, the door to the room opened. Yunan, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Chen Qi praised her with a warm smile. Brother Chen Qi, you really must have tricked many young girls in Yunzhe County with your sweet talk. Pei Yunan was not the type of girl to be easily fooled by a few kind words, so she didn't believe his lies. Yunan, you're joking. Even if his flattery wasn't perfect, Chen Qi showed no embarrassment at all. After all, Pei Yunan was not an ordinary woman. Sit down and try my new brewed tea. Pei Yunan pointed to the seat opposite her, then looked at Pei Hu and was less polite. You sit too. Why are you standing? Hee. Pei Hu smiled and didn't mind her attitude. He was used to it. It smells so good. Chen Qi picked up a white jade teacup, held it near his nose, took a small sip, and sighed. Then he drank it all in one go. Rich, smooth, sweet, and moist. Excellent. This sip of tea made his restless heart feel much calmer. Brother Chen Qi, you praised it wonderfully. A hint of pride appeared on Pei Yunan's face. She was confident in her tea skills. As for Pei Hu, he drank like it was water, with no special feeling. He wasn't interested in tea. He preferred wine. Of course, he wouldn't dare say that in front of his sister Pei Yunan. At this moment, he quickly praised the tea. Good tea, good tea. But Pei Yunan rolled her eyes at him. How could she not understand her brother? A rough man. Then she looked at Chen Qi across from her and said, All right, we've had the tea. Now it's time to get to the main point. Hearing this, Chen Qi's face immediately became serious. In the private room, the three of them discussed for a long time. Mostly, it was Pei Yunan and Chen Qi talking, with Pei Hu occasionally adding a few words. After Chen Qi left, in the room, Pei Yunan stood by the window, watching Chen Qi's carriage gradually disappear into the distance. She then turned to Pei Hu and asked, What does Dad think about this matter? Huh? Pei Hu didn't expect her to suddenly ask him, but he quickly repeated Pei Geng's words exactly. Yes, Dad's thoughts are right. Pei Yunan nodded. Old people often have good judgment. But then she looked at Pei Hu and shook her head. Seeing her disappointed look, Pei Hu felt truly troubled inside. At home, my father doesn't like her, and here, neither does my sister. After all, I am the next head of the Pei family. Can't they give me some respect? But I have no choice. I can only bravely ask, Yunan, can you guess who that person is? Although Chen Qi also asked her the same question earlier, and she denied it, for some reason, I just feel that my sister knows. I think I have a pretty good idea. This time, she didn't hide it from her older brother. Actually, she is quite sure, about 90% sure, that the person is him. In my mind, I see Chen Xian's face. He is one of the top 3 leaders of the black market. Zhuo Qiuming recommended the Yao family, and Yuan Lei has been managing the East District. So, the only one who might compete with Zhuo Qiuming is that Mr. Chun. Therefore, it must be Chen Xian. Another half-month has passed quickly. During this time, the entire Yunzhe County has been very lively. Many big and small families are guessing who will fight for the position of Hall Master with the Yao family. Some think it might be Yuan Lei, as he is one of the biggest leaders openly recognized in the black market, especially in the East District. Others guess it could be that mysterious Mr. Chun. But even if they guess it's him, no one knows who will appear in the arena. The black market officially announced that in 3 days, whoever wins on the central arena will become the West District Hall Master. Right now, on the 3rd floor of Mo Hshuan, Pei Yunan looks troubled. She is thinking about whether to visit the Chun residence to confirm her suspicions. She has been pondering this since morning. But in the end, she decided against it. First, her last visit to the Chun residence made Lu Rushi a bit upset. Although she apologized in the end, Lu Rushi's feelings are still unclear. Second, with her status, she doesn't know how many people are watching her near Emohashuan. Thinking about it, it's better not to cause trouble or alert the enemy. Suddenly, a knocking sound brings her back from her thoughts. Come in. As her voice fell, the red-clad maid from last time entered the room. She bowed her head respectfully and said, Young master has sent word that Yao Tian has reached the 6th level. Got it. You may leave now. Pei Yunan waved her hand. 6th level, huh? I didn't expect Yao Tian to reach that level. I wonder if he's capable. Looking out the window, he muttered softly. Meanwhile, Chen Xian had been following a steady routine these days, feeding Little White during the day, practicing the Lu Yun body technique and absorbing palm techniques, and at night, working on skill points. In the study, name, Chen Xian, lifespan, 18 out of 160, legendary weapon, spring water, skill point bonus 10%, spouse bound. Su Yun, realm, 6th level, refining aperture, cultivation technique. 9 turns secret technique, lower part, not yet mastered, 0/2000. Health preservation technique, proficient, skills, sun tracking arrow technique, not yet mastered, 0/200. Lu Yun body technique, small success, 0/300. Beast taming technique, small success, 0/450. Breaking skyblade, small success, 0/300. Advanced. Arrow technique, great success. Advanced tracking technique, great success. Bedroom technique, great success. Absorbing palm, small success, 0/500. Skill points, 1957. Just one more day. Chen Xian's expression was filled with excitement. Although he had been in the Chun household these days, he knew most of what was happening in Yunzhe County. It's probably Yao Tian from the Yao family. Humph. Chen Xian snorted coldly. This was just what he wanted. A martial artist who just broke into the 6th level was not worth his attention. Let him live for 3 more days. At this moment, Chen Xian squinted his eyes, a fierce light flashing in them. Bang! 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 Yao Jing was furious, smashing everything in the hall like a madman, leaving it a complete mess. He couldn't believe Yao Tian had reached the 6th level. Earlier today, he had deliberately shown off in front of him, thanking his father, Yaoda, for giving him that big medicinal herb. Without it, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Thinking of Yao Tian's smug face now made him feel sick. And also, father, you are really too biased. At this moment, Yao Jing's furious eyes almost seemed to be burning with fire. He lowered his head and sat on the chair. The maid below was trembling with fear. Even her breathing was cautious, afraid of provoking Yao Jing's anger. After a long time, Yao Jing slowly raised his head, his face dark and terrible. But more than that, his eyes showed a sense of helplessness. At this point, he felt powerless to do anything. Is there really no chance left? He leaned his head on the chair, his gaze distant. I really can't accept this. As the arena battle in the western district of the black market drew closer, the atmosphere in Yunzhe County also grew tense. Those loyal to the Yao family hoped their master could win this position, so they could share in the benefits. But the most uncomfortable were the families with ambiguous ties to the Chun and Pei families. Because if Yao's side won, it would be difficult for them. Switching allegiance to Yao, would the Chun and Pei families make things hard for them? But if they did nothing, given the temperament of the Yao family head, the Western District's territory would be completely out of their control. Now, they were caught between the 3 major families, feeling the most uneasy. 2 days before the arena battle, in the Chun family study, Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, looking excited. The 9th turn secret technique, lower part, is finally almost complete. Today, when he was practicing his skills, he got up and came to the study. Chen Xian slowly stood up, lowered his head, looked at himself, then stretched his body, feeling the changes. It was explosive. His whole body was filled with strength. Not only that, he could clearly sense that his internal acupoints were filled with qi. He clenched his fists tightly. Bang! 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 He threw several punches in succession, and the sound of explosions echoed in the study. This is too powerful. Chen Xian was extremely excited and shouted loudly. He could even feel that one punch could crush his previous self. It should have reached the critical point between the 6th and 5th ranks. System. A shimmering panel appeared before his eyes. He gasped in shock. 9th turn secret technique, lower part. Almost complete, 0/4000. The next level requires 4,000 points, which is a huge increase. This almost feels like it will drain his life. Even if he earns 55 points a day, it will take over 2 months without stopping. And that's just for the 9 transformations secret technique. There are still many other skills and beasts waiting to be trained. In an instant, the joy of breaking through was halved. I hope Su Yun can advance soon, Chen Xian muttered to himself, feeling very hopeful. But this girl is really unreliable. Like a child, she often gives up after a few days. She has great talent, but she loses interest quickly. A few days ago, he asked Lu Rushi about her, but all he got was a sigh and a helpless shake of the head. That night, Chen Xian gave her a strict lesson with a stick and scolded her harshly. But she still questioned him, saying, "Chen Xian, you're so strong. Can't you protect me and my sister? Why do I need to keep training?" He was left speechless. Suddenly, Chen Xian slapped her backside because she dared to talk back. It was necessary. He also told her firmly that she must train well with Lu Rushi from now on. The next day, the girl went to complain to Su Wanxiu, but she was scolded again. She was told she must listen to Chen Xian, or her sister would ignore her in the future. Feeling very upset, she had no choice but to obediently follow Lu Rushi to train. 2 days later, Chen Xian stood in the corridor of the backyard garden, looking into the distance with a serious expression. Today was the memorial day for Yao Tianming. "Young master," Lu Rushi walked over from afar with a smile on her face. Today was the day of the arena match for the position of the West District Hall Master. Only she and Chen Xian knew about it in the Chen family. But Lu Rushi was not worried about him. She believed he would win without a doubt. "Rushi has arrived." Huh? At this moment, Chen Xian's serious face also showed a smile. For some reason, every time he saw her, his mood would improve a lot. Yes, Lu Rushi came to his side, and the two looked into the distance together. Master Chen sent someone. The meeting is at noon, and someone will take the young master to the Black Market Center. Where is the old master? From her words, it seems he won't be coming today. Master Chen will be there. He asked me to tell you to do what you need to do without worries. But remember, there's only one chance. Lu Rushi knew he might resort to violence. But, as Master Chen said, in such a situation, with Yuan Lei and Zhou Ming present, if he wants to kill Yao Tian, he must do it in one strike. Otherwise, there will be no second chance. Understood, Chen Xian nodded calmly. In his heart, he had already made his plans. He believed that with absolute strength, Yao Tian was just a piece of meat on the chopping block, waiting to be cut. However, he still warned Lu Rushi, "Don't tell them about this. After lunch, I will say I need to go to the black market for some business." Sharing this with Su Wanxiu and others would only cause unnecessary worry. There's no need for that. Rushi understands. Today, the black market dock was especially lively. One group after another arrived here, and none of them were ordinary people. They all held prominent positions in Yunzi County. But even these people, if they wanted to go to the black market, had to obediently take the small boat at the dock. That's the rule of the black market. No matter who you are, you must follow it. Uncle Pei, Brother Pei, Yunnan, Chen Qi greeted them. "Where's your father? Are you going alone?" Pei Geng actually admired him quite a bit. He was thoughtful, talented in martial arts, and well-rounded. He could say he was talented both in literature and martial arts. In recent years, almost all matters of the Chen family were handled by him. Old Chen Fanyuan had almost retired. This made him quite envious. He was tired too, but Pei Hu, sigh. Fortunately, his precious daughter, Pei Yunnan, always helped him, which eased his worries. There had been rumors among the upper circles of Yunzi County that Pei Yunnan was to marry into the Qin family, but he immediately denied it. It's not that Qin Shi isn't talented. On the contrary, in Yunzi County, if anyone could match his precious daughter, it would only be him. However, he is reluctant to agree to this marriage unless absolutely necessary. Only if the Chun and Pei families are overwhelmed by the Yao family would he consider it. Otherwise, she can decide her own matters. Probably, The only woman in Yunza County who can truly control her own marriage is Pei Yuanan. My father no longer manages much. He mostly stays at home tending to his plants and flowers. As you know, he loves this, he said. Today, he also asked Chen Fanyuan, because such occasions still require the head of the Chun family to appear. But his father simply said, the Chun family is now yours. Handle these matters yourself. I won't interfere. He had no choice but to take two of the family's top 6-tier experts with him. That old man is really lazy. I can't be like that. Let's go together, he said. Uncle, please go ahead, Chun Chi said politely, extending his hand. Pei Geng nodded secretly, increasingly satisfied with him. His son was indeed strong and brave. How did he pick such a good one? It fits perfectly. Everyone gradually boarded the same boat, but only Pei Geng entered the cabin. The others stayed outside. Chen Shi then asked Pei Yuanan nearby, Yuanan, do you think well of the Yao family? No, I don't, she replied. Why not? Isn't brother Chen Chi thinking the same? She asked him with a meaningful look. Haha, of course I don't, he said. Everyone here was on the same path, and Chen Chi showed no hesitation. Then that's good, she said. At the Chun residence, today's lunch was earlier than usual. After a simple bite, Chun Xian stood up and said, I'm going to the black market to handle some things. Brother Xian, are you going to the black market? Su Yun asked cautiously. Yes. Can I go with you? She asked tentatively. No. Focus on practicing with Ruo Shi. Don't think about other things. Aim to reach a higher level soon. Chun Xian immediately saw through her little plan. All right. Su Yun immediately looked like a wilted eggplant, feeling defeated, but she continued to eat. Seeing this, Chun Xian helplessly shook his head. This girl is like an old ox, insisting that someone hold a whip behind her and occasionally give her a lash. Meanwhile, Su Wanqiu also stood up and came to his side. She thoughtfully helped tidy his clothes, and when she reached his collar, she quietly said, Be careful. Yuner and I are waiting for you at home. Okay. Chun Xian nodded and gently patted her hair. She really can't hide anything from her. After Chun Xian left, Su Wanqiu sat there dazed. She didn't know what he was doing at the black market, but in recent days, she could clearly sense that he was acting strangely. Although he was no longer the ordinary hunter from Shuanggang village he used to be, as his woman, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. All right, Sister Wanqiu, don't worry. Chun Yi is here. Lu Rushi leaned her head close to her ear and softly comforted her. Since these sisters came to Chen's house, she had grown fond of them. Sister Su Yun was lively and innocent, often acting like a child, but she had no bad intentions and was easy to get along with. As for the older sister, Su Wanqiu, she was gentle and caring, giving her the feeling of a big sister next door. Sometimes, she even felt that Su Wanqiu was like her own sister. Thank you, sister. Su Wanqiu looked at her gratefully. She knew Lu Rushi probably knew what Chun Xian was doing at the black market, but she didn't ask. In her heart, if Chun Xian didn't say, he must have his reasons. As his woman, she just needed to follow his plans. However, her gaze fell on her younger sister, Su Yun, and she shook her head with some helplessness. Actually, someone like Yun is quite good, and the young master also likes her. Isn't that enough? Yes, liking is enough. In the center of the black market, there was a huge fighting arena. It was almost noon now, and the match at the Western District Hall Masters Arena was about to start. The area around the arena was almost completely filled with people. These were important figures from Yunza County, but now they could only stand here. They didn't even have the right to sit. Not far from the arena, there was a 3-story pavilion. At this moment, on the 3rd floor, Yuan Lei and Zhuo Qiuming were clearly present. The two looked down from above. Who do you think will win? Yuan Lei asked, as he had never seen Chen Xian before and didn't know his strength. I have no idea, Zhuo Qiuming shrugged, showing indifference. It didn't matter to him who won or lost. The Yao family had the opportunity. Whether they could seize it was not his concern. Haha, you're really useless, Yuan Lei sneered. That old guy was truly shameless. Meanwhile, at the arena, Pei Geng and his group arrived late. Brother Pei is here, someone said. Brother Yao, congratulations in advance. Yao Tianxian has already reached the 6th level. It seems the position of the West District Hall Master is within reach. Pei Geng clasped his hands and smiled, offering his congratulations. Tianer, you should thank Uncle Pei, Yao said to Yao Tian beside him. Thank you, Uncle Pei. When the time comes, just say the word, and the shop in the West District is yours. Yao Tian acted very generous. You're so arrogant, Yao Tian. We don't know who will win or lose yet. Pei Hu shouted loudly, upset by his arrogance. Such words, spoken by a junior, were a direct insult to his father. He couldn't bear to stay silent. Huazi, don't talk nonsense. As a junior, you can't be so rude in front of the Yao family head. It's impolite, Pei Hu scolded. Got it, Dad. I was wrong. Pei Hu apologized, then respectfully bowed to Yao Da, saying, sorry for my rudeness. Please don't take it to heart. I'm just a rough person and sometimes can't control my mouth. After speaking, he slapped himself hard. Immediately, Yao Tian's face darkened. Pei Hu had slapped him in front of so many people. Chen Qi watched the scene, amused. He didn't expect the rough Pei Hu to be so attentive sometimes. That slap was really loud. Remember, everyone here was a prominent figure in Yunzi County. Now Yao Tian has truly lost face, especially in front of everyone. And he has also embarrassed the Yao family. He was very happy to see this scene. All right, the event will start soon. Please prepare yourself quietly. Although Yao Da was unhappy with his recent behavior, he didn't scold him in front of so many people to save his face. Yes, father, Yao Tian replied with his head lowered. But the moment he looked up, he cast a fierce glance at Pei Hu. Pei Hu, on the other hand, smiled cheerfully at him. The onlookers, especially those from the Chun and Pei families, found it hard to laugh openly. Some faces turned red with embarrassment. Pei Gung patted Pei Hu's shoulder firmly, smiling without saying a word, but his expression showed everything. Although this young man usually didn't perform well and often did silly things that made him angry, that slap just now made him happy for a whole month. Father, it hurts. Pei Hu pretended to look sad and hurt. All right, since everyone is here, the Western District Hall Master Competition should begin now. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a blue brocade robe walked over from afar, followed by two maids. As soon as he appeared, almost everyone present respectfully bowed and said, Greetings, Manager Ning. Ning Xian was the second in command of the black market and a close confidant of Yuan Lei. Of course, the Western District Hall Master Competition needed a powerful person from the black market to preside over it. He was a fifth-rank martial artist and the second in command of the black market, making him the perfect choice. All right, everyone, no need to be so formal. You are all important people in Yunzi County. Let's not ruin the mood over small matters. If the county lord gets upset or Yuan Darun is unhappy, that would be bad. Ning Xian smiled politely, but his words were not very kind. Yes, Manager Ning is right. Exactly, it's just a small matter. Among the crowd, some flatterers started to speak up. But who was Ning Xian? Yuan Lei hardly managed anything, and the black market was almost entirely under his control. He had heard all kinds of flattery before. He just smiled and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Immediately, the place fell silent. This is the authority of the black market boss, and it is not an exaggeration to say that commands are obeyed instantly. Yao Da, your Yao family can go up to the arena, he said directly, calling out the name. Apart from a few people in Yunzi County, Ning Xian has no fear of anyone else. Yes, Director Ning, Yao Da showed great respect, and then instructed Yao Tian nearby. Tian, go up now. Yes, Yao Tian responded loudly on purpose. Although he was just humiliated, after winning this arena fight, he could return all the shame he just suffered. Master, your sword. Tong Shiping, standing nearby, slightly bowed and handed a long sword to Yao Tian. Han Jing's sword, someone in the crowd exclaimed at this moment. Yao Tian took the sword, looking proud, and strode confidently toward the arena. Yunnan, is there any problem? That old guy even brought out the Han Jing sword. Pei Hu whispered to Pei Yunnan when the sword appeared. Don't worry, she replied confidently, or rather, her confidence mainly came from the mysterious Mr. Chun. At this time, Chen Qi frowned slightly. The Han Jing sword is out, so the purple armor must be now on Yao Tian. Yao family's two treasures, one offensive and one defensive. Both are top tier. Especially this purple armor, which is said to be the best of the best. Wearing it, no one below the 5th rank can hurt you. This is going to be tough, he started to worry. Not because he doubted Yao Tian's opponent, but because he was worried that the Western District Hall Master might really fall into Yao's hands. which would be a big to the Chun family and the Pei family. His gaze then shifted to Pei Yunan. Something's wrong. Why does she also look a little worried? Not only that, she seems very confident. Could it be that she knows something? Chen Qi was very confused. These two top treasures, Pei Yunan couldn't possibly be unaware of. But, even if she knew, she showed no signs of panic or worry. This was very unusual. That's why he had his earlier suspicion. After all, compared to the Qin family, the Pei family has many more shops in the Western District. If the Yao family truly gains the position of the Western District leader, the biggest loser will undoubtedly be the Pei family. Interesting. Chen Qi is very curious now. At this moment, Yao Tian has already reached the center of the arena, holding his head high, looking down confidently. He feels very excited inside. Chen Qi guessed correctly. The purple armor he is wearing now is the same as the one he had on earlier. No one below the 5th rank can hurt him. That is the source of his current strength and confidence. No matter who it is, or whose person they are, no one can stop him from becoming the Western District leader. Otherwise, a cold light flashes in his eyes, and his killing intent rises. Manager Ning, may I ask who my opponent is? It's been so long, and the black market hasn't announced anything. I think not only I, but everyone here is very curious. Chen Xian, Ning Xian loudly responds. Sure enough, it's him. When Pei Yunan hears Ning Xian say those two words, she feels very proud. She guessed right. Even Pei Hu, standing nearby, is full of admiration for his sister. She really knows. Chen Qi has been watching Pei Yunan from the beginning. From her proud expression just now, he is sure of his earlier judgment. Who is this Chen Xian? The mysterious Mr. Chen? But what does he have to do with Pei Yunan? More questions keep popping up. Not only him, but everyone around the arena is full of doubts. Chen Xian. These two words feel unfamiliar. But he has the surname Chen. Could it really be, as some people guessed a few days ago, that he is a descendant of that Mr. Chen? If that's true, it's very interesting. Here he comes, Manager Ning. Only the voice is heard, but the person is not seen. At this moment, everyone looks in the direction of the sound. As the footsteps get closer, Chen Xian's figure appears for the first time in the sight of the many families in Yunzi County. Young, and that face gives a kind of youthful charm. This might be the common feeling among the people present. Almost everyone looks at him with confusion, except for one person, Tong Shuren. When I heard Chen Xian's name, my heart skipped a beat. Seeing his face, my expression suddenly changed dramatically. Pale. His lips had almost no color. His eyes were full of fear. Is it him? Is it really him? He kept repeating this, trembling slightly all over. What's wrong with you? What are you muttering about? Tong Shiping quickly sensed his abnormality and scolded him softly. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. In this situation, he had no right to speak. If he hadn't been begged to come here today, claiming he wanted to see the world, he wouldn't have this chance. Brother, it's him. It's really him. Tong Xian tightly grabbed his arm, already trembling and speechless from fear. Calm down. Tong Shiping glared at him sharply, but he found that his usual trick of calming people down didn't work this time. Then, with firm hands, he grabbed his neck and gently squeezed, whispering angrily in his ear, calm down. What exactly happened? The iron grip on his neck and the intense pain finally made Tong Xian calm down a little. What's wrong? Why are you so scared? It's him. The one I told you about last time. Pei Yuan personally sent him out of Mo Pavilion. What? It's him? But compared to Tong Xian, although he was shocked at this moment, he quickly calmed down. It's okay. The master won't lose. As long as he doesn't lose, we're safe. Tong Shiping comforted his panicked younger brother. He knew that Yao Tian was wearing purple clothes and armor. With that treasure, he was invincible. So, he was full of confidence. Really? Shut up. Just watch. You good for nothing. Yes, brother. Tong Xian was truly afraid of his brother. Seeing his fierce look, he dared not speak anymore, but he still felt scared inside. At this moment, the highly anticipated Chen Xian approached Ning Xian and slightly bowed. Greetings, Director Ning. Compared to earlier, Ning Xian's attitude was very different now. His smile was genuine. Everyone's waiting for you. Go ahead. Let me see how strong you are. But be careful. For a moment, almost everyone turned to look at Chen Xian. It seemed true. He really had a connection with the mysterious Lord Chun from the black market. Otherwise, Ning Xian wouldn't have such an attitude. At this moment, Yao Da's face was dark and serious. He had a bad feeling in his heart, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded at Yao Tian on the stage. Yao Tian then pointed at himself and made a reassuring gesture with his mouth. With purple armor inside, I can't lose. Others might not know, but Yao Da understood how powerful this inner armor was. Back then, he had survived many life-threatening situations thanks to this armor. Thank you, Manager Ning. Then he turned and slowly stepped onto the stage. Yao Tian's eyes were fixed on him from above. Is he Chen Xian, the mysterious Lord Chen? Humph, he snorted coldly in his heart. No matter who you are or whose person you are, this Hall Master position can only be mine. At this moment, he clenched his sword tighter in his hand. Finally, Chen Xian reached the stage, and the two looked at each other. Brother Chen, this is our first meeting. I hope you can show mercy later. Yao Tian wore a fake smile, speaking insincerely. Even Pei Hu, below, couldn't help but curse. So fake. Everyone present knew that Chen Xian could lose, but Yao Tian couldn't afford to lose. If he lost, his status in the Yao family would plummet, and he would have no chance at the family head position, unless some miracle happened, like him reaching the 5th rank. But, haha, if he had that talent, he wouldn't have struggled so hard to break through to the 6th rank. So he had to win. Don't worry, it will be quick. Huh? Yao Tian raised an eyebrow. Quick? What does that mean? Begin. Yao Tian wanted to speak again, but Ning Xian suddenly shouted loudly. Sorry about that. After saying this, he drew out his cold crystal sword slowly with a whoosh. As soon as the sword was drawn, Chen Xian felt the surrounding temperature drop significantly. Under the sunlight, the blade reflected a chilling glow. Nice sword, he couldn't help but praise inwardly. But that's all there is to it. After all, no matter how sharp the sword is, if the person using it is not skilled, it is useless. At this moment, Yao Tian was holding a sword with one hand. Kill, he shouted loudly, rushing toward Chen Xian, with the cold white light of the sword shining. Chen Xian squinted his eyes, watching Yao Tian just a step away. He showed no panic. In an instant, the energy inside his body's acupoints suddenly surged. All 108 acupoints lit up brightly like 108 lamps. His figure disappeared from the spot. What? Yao Tian exclaimed in surprise. The swift movement technique, Ling Yun's method, was so fast that a small beginner at the 6th rank could not see it clearly. Be careful, Tianer. Suddenly, Yao Da shouted from below the arena, warning him. Careful? Too late. Chen Xian's voice sounded like it was right next to his ear. The next moment, a figure appeared before him. His eyes flashed with coldness. Die. With all his strength, Chen Xian threw a punch directly at Yao Tian's heart. This punch went straight through Yao Tian. At this moment, Chen Xian was actually holding something, Yao Tian's heart. Why keep such a dirty heart? He gently squeezed, and it shattered into pieces. Bright red blood flowed from his hand, dripping onto the arena. What? These were the last 2 words Yao Tian ever spoke. Until death, he understood how he lost. In all previous arena battles, there had never been death. Why was it different for him now? It had changed. Unwilling, confused, Chen Xian pulled his hand out of Yao Tian's chest and gently pushed him. With a loud bang, Yao Tian's body fell to the ground, and his cold crystal sword clattered to the side. His eyes remained fixed on Chen Xian, even in death. He died with his eyes open. Tianer, Yao Da's voice was heart-wrenching. His old hands trembled uncontrollably as he looked at the arena in disbelief. The son he admired most, Yao Tian, was dead. No way, no way. At this moment, Yao Da had lost his mind, repeatedly muttering these 3 words. Not only him, but everyone below the arena also couldn't believe it. There was a sudden uproar. It's over. Yao Tian was wearing the so-called 5th grade or lower armor that no one could hurt, right? They thought this was a fierce arena fight. After all, Yao Tian had the purple armor and the cold crystal sword, and was a 6th grade martial artist. It seemed he was completely invincible. But, in just a moment, Chen Xian punched through his heart and even crushed it cruelly. This completely exceeded their expectations. Yunnan, how can he be so strong? Even Pei Hu was shocked as he watched this scene. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Yunnan shook his head at him and subtly nodded toward Yao Da, signaling him not to speak for now. At this moment, Yao had completely lost his mind. His fifth-grade strength erupted fully. His long hair floated in the air without wind. His tiger-like eyes flashed with fierce light. In an instant, a figure rushed onto the arena. He had completely lost his reason and forgot that this was the black market. He slapped Qin Xian with a palm, using almost all his strength. The power of a fifth-grade martial artist pressed down on Qin Xian with great force. Suddenly, Qin Xian's body hairs stood on end. Seeing Yao approaching so quickly, he was too fast for Qin Xian to react. Is this the strength of a fifth grade? Qin Xian swallowed his saliva and looked serious. The energy in his acupoints suddenly became restless. Kill, he shouted angrily. Just as he was about to unleash a full-force punch, a figure appeared between them. Ning Xian. In an instant, he struck with his palm. On the arena, Yao De and Ning Xian's palms collided. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. Yao De's body flew backward in an arc and crashed heavily to the ground. Ning Xian stood calmly on the arena. This was the strength of the black market boss. Both were fifth grade, but Ning Xian's strength completely crushed Yao De's. Father! Father! Yao Jing hurried over to Yao De, helping him up. Father, are you okay? Cough, cough, cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yao De's face turned pale very quickly. In the arena, no interference during the fight. Yao De, this is the first time to give your Yao family some face. But next time, I won't show mercy. Ning Xian's tone was calm, but there was a deadly threat behind his words. Everyone around felt a shiver run through them. This shows how powerful the black market is. Even though the Yao family is the top clan in Yunzi County, and Yao De is the head of the family, Ning Xian's words could mean death without hesitation, giving him no respect at all. I'm reckless, Yao De admitted. I was blinded by grief over my son's death and broke the rules. He had no choice but to bow his head because the black market was too strong, and Ning Xian was only the manager. But the pain of losing his son made him unwilling to accept it. He looked at Qin Xian with hatred. What about him? The black market arena always forbids killing during fights. That's the rule. Manager Ning, what do you think should be done with him? However, Ning Xian simply explained calmly, no one wants this to happen. No one expected it to happen so quickly. Yao Tian couldn't even land a single hit. It was really surprising. And I think Qin Xian was also very surprised, right? He looked at him. Yes, Manager Ning. I really didn't expect his strength to be so weak. Sigh, I should have been more careful. But I heard he was wearing some purple armor, so I thought it was safe, so I didn't think much about it. Qin Xian also looked regretful. Hearing his shameless words, Pei Yunan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Others might not understand the situation, but did she not know? She really wanted to laugh. But she dared not, and could only hold back with all her might. You are very good, very good. To be so biased. Dad, Yao Jing hurriedly interrupted him. Could he say such things here? That would offend the black market terribly. Would the black market still care about the Yao family after this? And those forces loyal to the Yao family, the consequences would be more than they could bear. So he quickly apologized, saying, Sorry, Commander Ning. My father has lost his mind because of my brother's death and is talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. He bowed respectfully to Ning Xian. That's enough. An older person losing a younger one is understandable. Take Yao Tian's body and go home, Ning Xian replied. Yes, thank you, Commander Ning. Then he looked at Yao Tian's follower, Tong Shiping. Go, bring Tian's body down. Tong Shiping was so scared he almost fainted. Yao Tian, his master, was dead. It all happened in an instant. He knew why Qin Xian wanted to kill his master. And he also knew that he was the one who killed Wong Daming. Now, he was ordered to go and collect Yao Tian's body. Qin Xian was still there. Was this going to cost him his life? But he dared not disobey Yao Jing's words. In the past, he might have had the courage, but now, he was too afraid. Hurry up. What are you hesitating for? Yao Jing saw him standing still and grew impatient. All right, young master. I'll go now. Tong Shiping nodded repeatedly and took a deep breath. His mind calmed a little. There are so many people here. He wouldn't dare attack. Yes, he definitely wouldn't dare. Confident that Qin Xian wouldn't make a move here, he slowly walked toward the arena. Step by step, but he kept his head down, afraid to look at Qin Xian on the stage. But Yao Tian's body was right at his feet. Although Tong Shiping was reluctant, he had no choice but to steel himself and walk over to Qin Xian. He bent down, picked up Yao Tian's body, and was about to leave the stage when Chun Xian's voice sounded like a death sentence in his ears. Next will be you. I think you know what that means, right? From the fear in Tong Shiping's eyes just now, Chun Xian could tell he suspected something. And after saying this, he clearly saw Tong Shiping's body tremble. This confirmed his suspicion. He knew what was going on. But Tong Shiping endured his fear, acting as if he hadn't heard. Chun Xian lowered his head and carried Yao Tian off the stage. So, it's a revenge story. Ning Xian immediately understood. No wonder he had fought so fiercely from the start. It must have been arranged by Lord Chun. After all, on the fighting platform, there is only one chance to kill someone. It seems that Yao Tian's death was not unjust. And even if he had survived this time, he probably wouldn't live long. Lord Chin's disciple is quite strong, said Zui Qiuming from the attic, sighing. Yes, very strong. He's between the 6th and 5th rank, and the punch that killed Yao Tian can even compare to some ordinary 5th-rank fighters, replied Yuan Lei, surprised. He didn't expect Qin Xiu to have such an outstanding disciple. The most impressive thing is that he's very young, with a bright future ahead. Also, be careful with the Yao family. I heard they got involved with some big figures from Tianshui County. Don't let them cause trouble. Got it? Don't worry. There won't be any problems, they said. For people like them, who are basically the rulers of Yunzi County, the most important thing is stability. Only then can they gain the greatest benefits. After that, the two of them left the attic one after another. They weren't really interested in the battle for the West District Hall Master. They were just curious about how strong Chun Xiu's disciple was, especially since he had shown so much confidence in front of them a few days ago. Now it seems, that old man was really pretending well. The Yao family people left, along with some other closely related families. At this moment, on the fighting platform, Ning Xian announced that Chun Xian had become the West District Hall Master. All the families of Yunzi County below the platform started to congratulate him. After all, Chun Xian is now considered a very valuable person in their eyes. The West District is a big piece of territory. Who wouldn't want to share? Especially the Pei family. Pei, who quickly asked Pei, went in beside him. Last time, we also helped him a bit, and you have a good relationship with that woman from Chen's family. So, our shop in the West District should be safe now, right? Every time the hall master of the West District changes, all the shops there have to be rented again. Moreover, the hall master has absolute power over each district, even over the black market. As long as they pay the required amount regularly, everything is fine. That's why the Yao family valued the position of West District Hall Master so much. But now, the Yao family is left with nothing, and for Pei and Qin families, this is the best outcome. Pei Yunan and Lu Ru sure had a good relationship. Plus, they had helped him last time, which made him more confident. That's why Pei, who was so eager to act. I don't know. Lu Ru sure shook her head, feeling bitter inside. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have tested Chun Xian last time. What? You don't know? Why? Pei, whose face immediately changed when he heard this. The Western District was where they had the most shops, and its income could be very large. If something went wrong, the Pei family would suffer. Stop asking. It's annoying. Pei Yunan looked upset and glared at him. Let's talk about this later. Pei Gung interrupted them because he saw his daughter's strange expression. He had overheard what they just said. But why was she acting like this? 3 days had passed since the battle for the position of the leader of the Western District. Chun Xian's name was now famous throughout Yunzi County, and he was the center of attention. Meanwhile, Chun Xian was playing with Little White in the pond at the front yard, completely ignoring the outside world. Wong Deming had finally avenged his revenge, which was the only thing he cared about. Young master, you're so elegant. Lu Rusher's clear voice came from afar. No choice. Those people are too enthusiastic, Chun Xian said, tossing a piece of meat into the air. Little White appeared and quickly gobbled it up. He was playing with Little White like a dog. There's no more. Go play by yourself, Chun Xian said, clapping his hands and showing Little White that his hands were empty. Hiss hiss. Little White seemed a bit dissatisfied, flicking out its tongue. Every day, it's just you eating so much in the Chun residence. Get lost. Chun Xian scolded with a smile. But Little White didn't seem to care. It wagged its tail, opened its mouth, and let out a hissing growl, teasing him playfully. Then it disappeared into the water. This Little White is getting more and more naughty, Chen Xian added. And more clever. Of course, look who's raising it, he said proudly. Currently, with the help of the beast cultivation pill, the little white creature has grown quite a bit. It is about 3 meters tall, and its thickness is just a little more than before. As Lu Rushi said, it now truly has a spirit. At first, only Chen Xian could feed it, but over time, the women in the mansion can now do so as well. Even Xiao Bai is more affectionate towards Su Yun. All right, young master, you're quite impressive now, Lu Rushi said with a charming look, feeling helpless inside. It's really because of Xiao Bai's own nature, not because of him. Really. By the way, what did you want to see me about? That look was truly captivating, but Chen Xian's self-control has improved a lot. At least, Lu Rushi, dressed so beautifully, couldn't tempt him anymore. Young master, do you know that you've been hiding in the mansion these days, but the invitation letters keep arriving in heaps? What are you planning to do? Lu Rushi was truly impressed with him. He ignores everything and leaves it all to her. As for himself, he's quite carefree, reading books, playing with snakes, and every night, Su Yun and Su Wanqiu take turns serving him. It's a very enjoyable life. Even she envies it. When she mentioned this, Chen Xian also felt a headache. That day, when he stepped onto the arena, everyone present rushed to congratulate him. Fortunately, he had seen such scenes in his past life. If it had been the original host, he might have been so scared he'd wet his pants. But even with some experience, these people are all cunning and sly. Compared to them, Chen Xian felt much more naive. Whether Chen Tangzhu is married or not, I am 16 years old, and I think I am very suitable for Chen Tangzhu. Our young lady is 16, and her beauty is unmatched in Yunzi County. Chen Tangzhu, I recently acquired a treasure, but I can't quite see what it is. Would you be kind enough to take a look? One after another, they either wanted to marry off their daughters or give him treasures. Some even brought their family members directly to his side. They showed no regard for his feelings at all. In the end, Chen Xian could only say 2 words, later. Finally, Ning Xian couldn't stand it anymore and took him away first. That's why he has been staying at the Chun residence these days. If he didn't leave again, those old men might hurt him. Hee, it seems like the young master is now the leader of the Western District, and that doesn't make him happy, Lu Rushi teased on purpose. You already know everything, Chen Xian said helplessly. Isn't this just asking obvious questions? But it's not good for you to hide like this, Lu Rushi said, now no longer smiling. Not only the people in Yunzi County want to see him, but also those from the black market have sent people to ask him to come soon. The situation in the Western District still needs his attention. I know. I will rest for a few more days. There's no rush. Isn't the Western District open for business now? There's no big problem. For him, as long as the Western District is stable, it's not a big issue. Do you want to hear my opinion? Lu Rushi asked at this moment. Tell me, he replied. He didn't have many people to help him, only Lu Rushi. And she managed Chen's family well, which showed her talent. Chen Xian wanted to hear her advice. All right, I'll say it. Just listen. Okay, Chen Xian nodded. But he felt a bit confused inside. Usually, she would speak directly, but this time she seemed hesitant. What's really going on? If you find managing the Western District troublesome, you can work with others. You only need to control the main direction and let others handle the small matters. This way, it won't interfere with your cultivation, and you can still ensure the black market gets its monthly share of silver. Who should I cooperate with? Besides the Yao family, everyone else is fine. Like, Pei family. Lu Rushi hesitated for a moment before finally saying the Pei family's name. She had no choice. Pei Yuanin had sent her many letters recently, asking her to help by speaking well of him in front of Chen Xian. It was hard to refuse, especially since the Pei family shop in the Western District was very important to them. At first, Lu Rushi didn't agree, but she couldn't resist the repeated requests. The last letter from Pei Yuanan was almost begging her to help. In the end, she decided to help because of their sisterly bond. After all, she also had a hard time. The last incident was somewhat helpful. Of course, she only spoke up briefly. She didn't care about Chen Xian's thoughts or what he should do. Most importantly, Pei Yuedan contacted you. Faced with Chen Xian's question, she didn't hesitate at all and nodded. Yes, I don't know how many letters she's sent. I felt sorry for her, so I agreed to talk. But everything still depends on the young master. I can only do so much to help her. Chen Xian nodded slightly. Pei Yuetan, the Pei family. According to Lu Rushi's idea, she was a good choice. Let her come to the mansion. We can discuss the details then. Chen Xian neither agreed nor refused. This wasn't a small matter. He couldn't decide just because Lu Rushi said a few words. All right, I'll notify her. She said this and was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, she stopped, turned around, and said, "By the way, young master, according to Pei Yuetan, if you're willing to cooperate, you can suggest any conditions. Anything is possible." After saying this, she winked at him, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Chen Xian was suddenly speechless. Watching Lu Rushi walk away, Chen Xian thought about her words. Suggest anything? What does she mean by that? Is this woman trying to get me to accept Pei Yuetan? At this moment, he finally understood. But then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. It's not impossible. Meanwhile, at the Pei family. Recently, Pei Yuetan had rarely stayed here. In Pei Gung's study, Pei Yuetan and Pei who sat below. Has that Miss Lu still not replied? Pei Gung asked his daughter, who looked a bit upset. No. Pei Yuetan shook her head. These days, she had written so many letters herself, but Lu Rushi hadn't responded to a single one. In the past, she would have gone to Chen's house to cause trouble. But since the last incident, there was some distance between them. This made her hesitate to lower her pride. Sigh. Pei Gung sighed after hearing this. Why is Qin Mansion living there? He felt helpless. Qin Mansion is a forbidden area in the black market. Although people in Yunzi County know where it is, no one is allowed near without the permission of Qin Mansion. When the mysterious Lord Qin first arrived at the black market, someone tried to visit him in person. But before they got close, the guards of Qin Mansion threw them into the lake. Later, it was also said that anyone who approached without an invitation from Qin Mansion would be dealt with harshly. Since then, no one dared to go near Qin Mansion. After Pei Yuetan became friends with Lu Rushi, she was the only one allowed to go to Qin Mansion freely. Let's wait a bit longer. The Western District is still calm, so the new head of the hall hasn't made a move yet. Although he said this, his eyes showed worry. He remembered that the two used to be very close, like sisters. In theory, it should be easy to talk to her. He didn't know what had happened between his daughter and Lu Rushi. It's okay, Dad. If it really comes to it, I can go to Qin Mansion myself. If she didn't come back for a long time, there was nothing they could do. Compared to face and family honor, this was a small matter. Pei Tiger, the young master of the Pei family, had not spoken a word the whole time. Not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't know what to say. If he said the wrong thing now, he would be scolded by both of them. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't do such a thing. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door. Who is it? Didn't I say no one is allowed near the study without my permission? Pei Gung raised an eyebrow, feeling annoyed. These servants were becoming more and more unruly. It's all your fault. He glared at Pei Tiger below. Can I really be blamed for that? Pei Tiger felt bitter inside. His father was becoming more unreasonable. He had been very careful, not even saying a word, yet he still got scolded. Am I really his biological son? Pei Tiger felt very wronged. At this moment, the maid standing outside was trembling with fear, but she had to speak again. Master, we've received a letter from the Chun residence. The Chun residence? Hurry, come in. Didn't I say that when we get a reply from the Chin family, it should be delivered immediately? Why is it taking so long? At the entrance of the Chun residence, Pei Yuetan stood there, hesitating for a long time before taking the first step to enter. She arrived here immediately after receiving Lu Rushi's reply. She stopped just a short distance from the door. In the past, she believed her friendship with Lu Rushi was pure and free of any other feelings. But since she opened her mouth about it, she felt she might not be worthy of such a pure friendship anymore. Suddenly, the heavy sound of the large door of the Chun residence opening. Lu Rushi appeared. I checked the time, and you should have arrived by now. Why are you just standing there? Come in quickly. Yes, I'm coming. With just 2 words, the 2 women exchanged smiles. All past misunderstandings seemed to vanish in that moment. Lu Rushi, as usual, linked her arm with Pei Yuetan's, and they walked into the Chun residence together. Let's have a good talk. The young master has a good personality, not petty at all, especially towards women, Lu Rushi said softly in the corridor. Pei Yuetan looked at her with some suspicion. What does she mean by, especially towards women? What is her point? But Lu Rushi just smiled slightly and didn't explain further. Soon, they reached the study. The young master is inside. You can go in by yourself. I won't interfere with these matters, Lu Rushi said. Thank you so much. Pei Yunan felt very grateful to her. If it weren't for her, considering their sisterly bond, she probably wouldn't have a chance to see Qinxian now. She knew that being early could make a big difference in the outcome. All right, enough of this. Go now, Lu Rushi urged, and then left. In front of the study door, Lu Rushi took a deep breath, then reached out her delicate hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door isn't closed. Qinxian's voice came from the study. A faint, slightly harsh scraping sound followed, and Pei Yunan entered the study, then gently closed the door behind her. At that moment, Lu Rushi stepped out from the corner in the distance. Why does Lord Chun want to match them together? She wondered, feeling confused. At first, she didn't want to reply to Pei Yunan. She wasn't foolish. If she was going to meet Qinxian now, it must be for some reason. It wasn't that she was petty. She had already let go of what happened last time. She just didn't want to get involved in these matters, and Qinxian had his own ideas. However, yesterday, Lord Qin sent her a message, strangely asking her to help match Qinxian and Pei Yunan. She found it quite odd. Why was he meddling in this? But no matter what Lord Qin said or asked her to do, even if she didn't understand, she would follow his instructions completely. That was why she later met Qinxian, asked for his opinion, and then contacted Pei Yunan. Forget it. Lord Chun has his reasons. We'll understand later, she thought, feeling close to Qinxiu, like family, perhaps even closer. In the study, Qinxian sat quietly in a round armchair, holding a book in his hand, simply watching. Pei Yunan had been in the study for a while. Besides the initial invitation to come in, he hadn't spoken again. They just stood and sat there, feeling a bit strange. Just do it, Qinxian finally said, putting down his book and pointing to the chair beside him. Thank you, young Master Qin. It seems you've calmed down a bit, she replied with a smile, despite feeling ignored for a long time. What are you angry about? Qinxian asked with a pretend look of confusion. It's nothing. I spoke out of turn. Sorry for the trouble, she said politely. The two foxes exchanged smiles. Actually, Qinxian wasn't deliberately causing trouble, nor was he petty. He just wanted to warn Pei Yunan. Don't have any tricks in the future. He didn't like that. This matter was now over, but if it happened again, it wouldn't be so easy to resolve. Pei Yunan understood this well, so she lowered her stance from the beginning. Of course, she didn't have the right to stand equally with Chun Ximping now. At least, when the Pei family needed those shops in the West District, she wasn't qualified, and neither was the Pei family. After she sat down, she didn't beat around the bush. Everyone knew she wasn't stupid. So she said, I believe young Master Qin understands my purpose for coming. The shops in the West District are very important to the Pei family. I hope young Master Qin can continue renting those shops to us. Of course, if you have any conditions, feel free to say them. Yes, Qinxian answered very straightforwardly, without any hesitation. Even Pei Yuan thought she had heard wrong and couldn't believe her ears. Yes? She asked to confirm. Yes, Qinxian gave her a clear answer again. No other conditions? Happiness came so suddenly that she couldn't believe it at first. If you want, I can have some too, Qinxian said with a teasing smile. But Pei Yuan was very serious. As long as young Master Qin speaks, the Pei family will do whatever we can. That's enough? I just said it. Qinxian waved her hand, not intending to tease her further. Sometimes, overthinking makes things less fun. In this case, Su Yun was more straightforward. She said what she thought without tricks. Thank you very much, young Master Qin. At this moment, Pei Yuan confirmed he wasn't joking. She stood up and bowed politely. Although Chun Xian's few simple words seemed easy, it was a huge matter for the Pei family. Just do it. And don't call me young Master Qin. Call me Qin Xian, or just call me Gongzi, like before. Young Master sounds awkward. Okay, young Master. Gongzi. Pei Yuan quickly changed her way of addressing him. Qin Xian nodded with satisfaction. But then, his next words shocked her again. What if I give the entire West District to your Pei family to manage? What? Pei Yuan couldn't sit still. Her expression suddenly became excited. This was no longer a lucky break. It was a treasure chest. The Yao family had spent so much to get this, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Yao Tian even died. But now, Chun Xian unexpectedly agreed to hand over the management of the Western District to the Pei family. If at first he agreed to let the Pei family shops in the Western District continue renting to them, it was to ensure that the Pei family could maintain their position among the three major families in Yunzhi County. Now, it could be seen as an opportunity for the Pei family to take a further step forward. Such matters naturally made her very excited. At this moment, she even found it hard to breathe, her chest constantly heaving. Her rounded curves moved up and down, making Chun Xian unable to look away. That must be conditional, right? Pei Yuedan didn't even realize her voice was trembling slightly. Of course. Is there really such a thing as a free lunch in this world? What conditions? Young master, just tell me. Even if I have to sell everything, the Pei family will do it. Pei Yuedan showed absolute confidence now. As long as he spoke, everything would be possible. The right to manage the Western District was extremely important to the Pei family. No matter the cost, it was worth trying. Before I hear your conditions, I need to ask. If I tell you that as long as the Pei family manages the Western District, you can set any conditions, is that true? Chun Xian deliberately emphasized the word, any. Is that what you said? Yes, she said it was you who agreed. Ah, yes, I said it. Although Pei Yuedan hesitated for just a moment, it was so brief that it was hardly noticeable. But with Chun Xian's current perception, he sensed it clearly. He also confirmed in his mind that it was actually Lu Rushi who said those words, not Pei Yuedan. But why did she say that? Is it just to get him to meet Pei Yuedan? That shouldn't be the case. Even if it was because of what happened before, as long as she spoke, she wouldn't defend him openly. She should know that well. But why? Chun Xian's mind was racing rapidly. Master! The words almost escaped his lips. The only person who could make Lu Rushi do such a thing was the master. So, does this mean it was the master's idea? To match him with Pei Yuedan. Why? Could it be to establish a connection with the Pei family? But that doesn't seem necessary. He couldn't figure this out either. Because, whether considering his strength or his status as a young master, the Pei family is one of the top 3 families in Yunzhi County. They are not to be underestimated. Otherwise, when killing Yao Tian, the young master wouldn't have spoken such confident words. Even the strongest Yao family head didn't take him seriously. So what about the Pei family? Young master, Pei Yunan called out several times, pulling him back from his thoughts. After regaining focus, Chun Xian began to observe Pei Yunan from top to bottom. Today, she was clearly dressed up specially. She wore a bright red long dress, tightly hugging her delicate body, showing off her curves. Her round, though not as powerful as Su Wanchio's, were still impressive and not easily controlled by one hand. Sitting upright in a lounge chair, her fair hands rested on her legs. Through the gaps in the chair, one could clearly see the perfect curve of her hips. She had beauty, a good figure, and a pair of eyes that dared not be disrespected. Such a woman. Top quality, a perfect match for him. With her strength and status improving, Chun Xian's standards also rose higher. Ordinary women no longer caught his eye. But Pei Yunan could. Feeling Chun Xian's unabashed gaze roaming over her, she was very familiar with this situation. In the past, if she was in a good mood, she might ignore it. If she was in a bad mood, she would definitely give him a beating. Pei Yunan hated being looked at like that. But now, Chun Xian was so blatantly staring, especially after what he just said. She instantly understood his meaning. Is he trying to hit on me? Young and a 6th-rank martial artist, with such a mysterious backing as Lord Chun. There's no one in Yunzhi County more outstanding than him. Someone like him. Maybe. Thinking of this, a blush appeared on Pei Yunan's face. I want you. Chun Xian boldly declared his condition at this moment. Although she had guessed his intention just now, she hesitated when Chun Xian spoke those 3 words. She didn't answer immediately. Moreover, this was only the first condition. She asked about the others, but Chun Xian didn't say anything. From his tone, if she didn't agree to the first, then forget it. So, Pei Yunan asked for 3 days to think it over. Chun Xian generously gave her that time. Just 3 days. If there was no result after 3 days, the matter would be cancelled, and he even said in front of her that he would go to the Chen family. Looking at the ripples on the water, Pei Yunan fell into deep thought. After a long while, she sighed softly and then forced a smile. She thought about Lu Rushi's words, saying he was kind and not scheming, which proved that women's words can be tricky, especially beautiful women. Pei Yunan went to the Chen residence, and she's already back? In the Chun family's backyard, Chun Fangyuan put down his small scissors, lost in thought. Yes, father, she replied. Recently, Chun Shi had been sending people to watch the Pei family, especially Pei Yunan. Just now, his people reported that she left the Pei house and went to the black market dock, where the boatman was from the Chin family. When she returned, her face showed no surprise or worry, just calm. Ah, Pei Geng's son isn't much, but he has a good daughter. Pei Yunan is really impressive, Chen Fangyuan said with a hint of envy in his eyes. He had many daughters, but it was complicated to explain. Luckily, Chen Qi was outstanding enough, so it was okay. What about the Yao family? Have they made any moves these days? Since the Yao family suffered such a big loss, Yaoda wouldn't just sit still. They are closed off, refusing to see anyone, claiming Yaoda is sick, she answered. He's a fifth-rank martial artist. How could he be sick? He's just pretending, Chen Fangyuan said disdainfully. He knew his old rival well and wondered what mischief he was up to. This time, it seems he has little choice unless he contacts the higher-ups. However, based on what our inside source at the Yao family told me, it seems they are investigating these days why Chun Xian wants to attack us, whether he was offended by someone or perhaps by that Chen Yi. Have they found out? No, Chen Qi shook his head, then added, maybe Pei Yuanin knows. Why do you think so? Just because of his relationship with Lu Rushi? Not exactly. During the arena battle, I observed her expression, especially when Yao Tian was killed. She showed no surprise at all, which makes me think she might know something. Chun Fangyuan nodded happily. His son was becoming more and more satisfying. Chin's family would definitely be stronger under his control. Keep watching them. Also, it's good to find out what the Pei family is planning. The shops in the Western District shouldn't be fewer than before. Yes. 3 days later, a piece of news caused a sensation throughout Yunzi County. The control of the black market in the Western District was taken over by the Pei family, and they had full control. Chen Xian was just a figurehead. Besides a fixed monthly dividend, everything else was handed over to the Pei family. Suddenly, the upper class of Yunzi County was in an uproar. The Yao family had tried so hard and spent so much to get the position of district master in the Western District. But in the end, it was the Pei family who benefited. No one could understand this. Even those who knew about Pei Yuannan's close relationship with Lu Rushi from the Qin family found it hard to believe. The Western District was such a big piece of territory. This wasn't something that could be gained just through connections. When Yaoda heard this news, he almost spat out old blood. He never expected that in the end, it would be the Pei family. At this moment, in the main hall of the Yao family, Yaoda was disheveled and looked very forlorn. In the room were only Yao Jing and the person who had been covered in black clothes last time. How is the investigation going? Why did Chen Xian target our Yao family? When Yaoda returned to the Yao family that day, he thought over the whole process and concluded that Chen Xian was deliberately targeting them, which was why he had initially wanted to kill Yao Tian. But he couldn't understand what offense the Yao family had committed, or perhaps it was the person behind him, Lord Chun. If he was upset, it was only because the Yao family participated in the Western District arena battle this time. Is that all? There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Also, Chun Xian's strength is clearly much higher than Yao Tianxiu, so there's no need to worry about this. But why? Got it, sir. The man in black replied respectfully. Speak. Yaoda gritted his teeth and asked. It's because young master Yao Tian himself. Next, the man in black recounted the entire story and how he discovered it. He noticed Tong Shiping acting strangely these days, distracted and absent-minded. At first, he thought it was because Yao Tian had died, and he was worried about his future in the Yao family. But later, he realized something was wrong. Even if the master had died, he was still an 8th-rank warrior, and the Yao family treated warriors well. So he immediately arrested him. After a thorough interrogation, he learned the truth. What? You mean just because of a blacksmith? Yaoda's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just because an ordinary blacksmith caused Yao Tian's death and brought such a big loss to the Yao family. Yes, Tong Shiping and his brother were both questioned. It must be about this. I also investigated afterward, and the blacksmith's son is now in Lord Chin's residence, so it shouldn't be wrong. Not only Yaoda, but even he himself was reluctant to believe it when he first heard. Meanwhile, Yao Jing nearby was feeling incredibly happy inside. The Yao family had suffered losses, but the head position would no longer be contested by anyone in the future. Yao Tian. Oh Yao Tian, I didn't expect that in the end, you would fall into the hands of an ordinary blacksmith. How laughable. How sad. How regretful. He felt both happy and mournful at the same time. Life is truly unpredictable. Ha ha ha. Yao Da laughed fiercely, like a madman. Meanwhile, Yao Jing slightly raised his head and stole a quick glance at him. Just one look, and he was so frightened he quickly looked down. Crazy, crazy. Yao Jing kept muttering in his heart, as Yao Da's eyes now looked like a bloodthirsty beast, full of killing intent. Father wouldn't do something foolish, right? A sense of worry began to grow in my heart. That person is Lord Chun, one of the 3 leaders of the black market. Remember, on the fighting stage, Ning Xian easily pushed Yao Da back and was badly injured. If Yao Da truly loses his mind, the Yao family will be in great danger. After a long time, Yao Da finally calmed down. But his face still looked very grim, though his eyes returned to normal. It's good that you're calm now. At this moment, Yao Jing also let out a sigh of relief. Jinger, go write a letter by hand and send it to Lord Chen's residence. Say that Yao Tian's death was his own fault, caused by our family's poor management, and that we will send a big gift to apologize, and also the heads of the Tong brothers. Yes, father, Yao Jing quickly responded. Go now? Right now, the only person I can rely on in the Yao family is you. I hope you won't let me down. Yao Da looked at him. Yao Tian is already dead. Now, the only one who can stand tall in the Yao family is Yao Jing. He's like the tallest among the short ones. Father, don't worry. Jinger will handle this well and clear up the misunderstanding between our family and Lord Chun. The Yao family was filled with excitement. Since Yao Tian was pushed down, Yao Da hadn't spoken to him like this for a long time. And the meaning of his words was clear. He was going to become the next head of the family. Finally, he felt like he was about to turn things around. How could he not be excited? He respectfully left, and, as he stepped out of the gate, his smile couldn't be hidden anymore. If the situation had allowed, he would have burst out laughing loudly. At this moment, Yao Da sighed. His expression was sad. Yao Tian's death was a reason, but more of it was because of Yao Jing. He really can't do it. Old Ghost, what do you think of Jinger? The old ghost was the man in black in the hall. Besides Yao Da calling him Old Ghost, everyone else in the Yao family, whether Yao Jing or the late Yao Tian, had to respectfully call him Uncle Ghost. It was because Old Ghost and Yao Da had a life-and-death friendship. In the Yao family, the person who could change Yao Da's mind was Old Ghost, and he was also the one with the greatest opportunity. This shows that Yao Da's several sons are not capable. First son, he's lacking a bit. Maybe. Enough. You don't need to keep up his confidence, Yao Da interrupted him. He knew this was his way of saving face for himself. After all, Yao Da was once a talented young man, at least in Yunzi County. But among his sons, only Yao Tian was somewhat promising. The others were not suitable. At this moment, he felt a bit discouraged, his eyes clouded with confusion. No, I can't. Suddenly, his confused look turned firm. The head of the Yao family must not be a useless person, not even his son. Then he said, Old Ghost, go find a young man under 20 from all the relatives of the Yao family. He should have talent in martial arts, a good character, intelligence, and most importantly, loyalty. Pick a few good ones and give them to me. Only you and I will know about this, and it must be kept secret. That Old Ghost felt a jolt in his heart after hearing this. Is he planning to find a successor from the relatives? Giving up on all his sons? His heart was also stirred. Yao Da was still the young man he once was, always putting the family first. Letting go of Yao Tian's grudge and apologizing to the Chun family was for the family. Not letting his own son be the head was also for the family. He was ruthless toward himself and his son, all for the family. Just for this, he admired him deeply. Yes, sir, Pei family. Pei Geng looked at his beloved daughter with guilt. He had sold his daughter for fame this time, though such things were common in big families like theirs. But he still felt very guilty. Father, you don't need to do this. I'm a woman. I have to get married. No one in Yunzi County can compare to Xianchun. Since that's the case, and I can get control of the Western District, why not? Pei Yuan showed a faint smile. But although she said this, her heart was bitter. Once she was proud. Everyone in Yunzi County knew she was the only one who could decide her marriage. Now, She had to agree to Xianxin for the sake of the Pei family's interests and become his woman. This was truly a to her pride. Even as the daughter of the head of the Pei family, she couldn't become Chun Xian's official wife, not even have a wedding ceremony. Chun Xian said he didn't care about having a formal wife. He believed all women were equal and on the same level. As for the wedding, neither Su Yun nor Su Wanxiu had one, and neither would Pei Yu Nan in the future. His future women wouldn't have one either. This shattered her lifelong pride. She had been proud all her life, but in the end, this was the result. No wonder Pei Gong felt so guilty, feeling he had let down his daughter. Sigh. He sighed deeply, feeling very frustrated. When did the Pei family become like this? Time passed quickly, and a month went by. Today was the most lively day in Chen's house ever. Because today was the day Pei Yunan officially entered the household. From today on, she would be Chun Xian's wife. Although Chun Xian had said there wouldn't be a grand wedding, he was worried that Su Wanxiu and Su Yun might feel upset. But in the end, with their persuasion, they held a simple ceremony. According to Su Wanxiu, Pei Yunan was from a prominent family, one of the wealthiest in Yunzi County. They needed to show some respect. So, when both women agreed, he agreed too. They just held a simple ceremony at Chen's house. His generosity moved him deeply. Right now, in Chun Xian's room, it was decorated happily. 8 red lanterns hung, and even though it was already dark outside, the room was brightly lit. Pei Yunan was dressed in a bright red wedding gown, sitting in front of the dressing table. Su Wanxiu and Su Yun stood on either side of her. Su Wanxiu held a delicate wooden comb, helping her style her hair. Su Yun was arranging her phoenix crown and some jewelry, constantly comparing which looked best on her. And Brother Xian is very indulgent toward us. My sister will understand this someday. Su Wanxiu gently brushed her smooth, shiny black hair and spoke softly. Both she and Su Yun were happy for Chun Xian to find a woman. Given Chun Xian's current status and strength, such women were quite rare. He even chose not to hold a wedding to avoid upsetting his sisters, which moved her deeply. Of course, she was understanding and wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted. So she advised him kindly. Don't worry, sister. I understand. I will take good care of my husband together with you and Yun's sister in the future. Looking at herself in the bronze mirror, Pei Yuanan's face was full of a bright smile. Today was her wedding day, and the wedding had been arranged. Although everyone was family, it was still a happy event. All of this was thanks to Su Wanxiu. Although she had only met Chun Xian's 2 women once before at Mo He Xian, after these days of contact, she genuinely liked them. They didn't compete or fight. All their thoughts were on Chun Xian. Although they were just ordinary village women, with little experience or education, Chun Xian's love for them was enough. She hoped Chun Xian would treat her and these 2 sisters the same way in the future. She wished silently. All right, Sister Yuanan, these earrings make you look the most beautiful. At this moment, Su Yun finally chose the earrings herself and carefully put them on Pei Yuanan. Then she smiled and asked, Do you like what I chose, sister? I like it. Thank you, little sister. Pei Yuanan smiled naturally. Compared to Su Wanxiu, she liked Su Yun more. She was straightforward, saying what she thought. Not that Su Wanxiu was scheming, but she was more steady. She was also very kind to her. In the main hall, only a few people were present, but they were all important figures in Yunzi County. Even a cough could cause a stir. Zhou Mingshi, the county lord. Yuan Lei, the leader of the black market. And Qin Xiu. As for the Pei family, only Pei Gong and Pei Hu were there. Previously, Pei Gong was still upset about Chun Xian not giving his beloved daughter a proper wedding. Unexpectedly, now not only was the wedding held, but even though only a few people attended, these guests were the most prominent families in Yunzi County. No one else had as much status as they did. Everyone was smiling so broadly they couldn't close their mouths. As for Pei Hu, he was feeling very nervous and sweating a lot. If he weren't Pei Yuanan's brother, he wouldn't have had the chance to sit with these important people. Didn't you see how carefully his father behaved? Whenever he raised a glass, he always stood up, and his cup was at least half smaller than usual. Today, Chun Xian wasn't wearing a groom's suit, but he was dressed in a red brocade robe. He looked handsome, not overly so, but he was very fair and fresh-looking. He was even younger than Pei Yuanan. All right, you're the main guest today. Don't just stand here serving us and neglect the bride. Go ahead, it's getting dark. and it's time to do your part. Hopefully, you'll have a child soon, and everything will be fine here. Chen Xiao was especially happy today and joked in front of everyone. Go on, don't keep Yuan waiting, and I hope you treat her well. At this moment, Pei Geng also stood up, his eyes slightly moist. Although he was the head of the family and part of the Pei clan, his current role was simply being Yuan's father. A father who loved his daughter and wished her happiness. That was all. Thank you, father-in-law. I will take good care of Yuan, he said respectfully, bowing deeply. Good, good, good. Pei Geng was so moved that he said good 3 times, his voice trembling with emotion. Then Chen Xian respectfully bowed to Chen Xiao. His respect for him was like that of a parent. Without him, Chen Xian wouldn't be where he was now. Even with the system, he wouldn't have climbed to the top of Yunzi County so quickly. He was very grateful in his heart. Chen Xiao's face was full of a smile, but his wrinkles deepened. That smile was probably the happiest Chen Xian had ever seen. Go on, go on, Chen Xiao murmured like an elder. They left the main hall. Walking through the long corridor, every few steps, you could see a beautiful red lantern with a character for happiness written on it in red paper. These decorations were arranged by Lu Rushi, and the calligraphy on them was done by an elderly man from Yunzi County. At this moment, in the room, Pei Yuan, dressed carefully by Su Wanqiu and Su Yun, had already put on a bright red veil and was sitting on the bed, waiting for Chen Xian to arrive. Suddenly, with a creak, the door opened. Chen Xian just appeared in the room, and he saw Su Wanqiu and Su Yun both greeting him happily. Congratulations, Brother Xian. Congratulations, Brother Xian. Huh? At this moment, Chen Xian was just smiling happily, not knowing what to say. In this scene, on Blue Star, he would never have the courage to do something like this in his dreams. His woman not only helped him prepare as a bride, but also cheered for him together. The scene was so beautiful, he couldn't even imagine it. At this moment, Su Wanqiu pulled Su Yun to his side. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up. Tonight is Yuan's and your most important day. Yes, yes, go quickly, Brother Xian. After saying that, the 2 women left the room, leaving Chen Xian and the newlywed Yuan alone. Life is like this, what more could I ask for? Chen Xian felt deeply moved. He slowly walked toward the bed, looking at Yuan, who was covered by the big red veil. Although Yuan couldn't see him clearly now, she could vaguely see his figure through the veil. She kept fiddling with a corner of her dress nervously. Even though she was the eldest daughter of the Pei family and a martial arts expert at level 7, at this moment, she was still a woman, about to transform from a girl into a woman. She was very nervous. Chen Xian saw her small movements and smiled slightly. He didn't expect that Yuan, famous throughout Yunzi County, would be nervous on her wedding night just like any other ordinary girl. He leaned down and sat beside her, holding her delicate, fair hands. Are you so nervous? Sweaty hands. Am I a tiger or a beast? Are you afraid of me? Should I come back later to let you get used to it? He asked several questions in a row, each more exaggerated than the last. Haha. This made Yuan laugh, and her nervousness eased quite a bit. You are neither a tiger nor a monster, but you are even more powerful than them. Oh? I didn't realize I was so scary. You better be careful tonight. Chen Xian pretended to be surprised, then lifted the big red veil. Suddenly, Pei Yuan's perfect face appeared before him. So beautiful, Chen Xian couldn't help but praise, especially her bright eyes like stars, so pure that no evil thoughts could arise. They deeply attracted him. Under his intense gaze, Pei Yuan's face instantly turned red. Even Chen Xian, who was usually very calm, couldn't help but swallow a few more times because she was so tempting. Just a moment ago, she looked pure and innocent. Now she was shy and charming, making one want to take a bite. It's late at night, my wife, it's time to rest. At this moment, Chen Xian could no longer hold back. Pei Yuan's voice was soft like a mosquito's hum, and she lowered her head even more, her face turning redder. In an instant, they saw their figures fall onto the bed naturally. The room was filled only with their slightly hurried breathing and the faint sounds of removing clothes. One of life's 3 great joys, the wedding night. This was Chen Xian's 3rd time. He had to say, this was one of the main reasons he liked this world so much. On the bed, the atmosphere was romantic. Chen Xian was dominant, while Pei Yuanan's eyes were closed tightly. Chen Xian, already full of energy, began to act. Pei Yuanan frowned slightly and let out a soft, Chen Xian was like a wild horse galloping across the plains, reckless and free. Night deepened. In the sky, a bright full moon shone. The cold moonlight cast a thin layer of silver dust over the garden of Chen's residence, especially over the pond, where the water surface looked icy. At this moment, in the pavilion, Chen Xiao and Yuan Lei sat facing each other. As for the others, they had already left Chen's residence. "Why did you ask me to stay?" Yuan Lei was quite surprised. After he was asked to stay, the two of them came to this pavilion, but the old man didn't say a word. Although he is not interested in women, he still has a few. But late at night, two grown men and an old man. He would rather go back and find a woman to keep him warm. "Isn't that better?" "I am leaving," Chen Xiao finally spoke. "Leaving? Where to?" Yuan Lei frowned, confused about what he meant. "Back home, where I belong." Chen Xiao looked up at the full moon in the sky, his eyes complex, full of thoughts. "What's really wrong with you?" Yuan Lei asked in a deep voice, feeling uneasy. Could it be? He chuckled bitterly, and then looked at Yuan Lei. "What else?" "I'm old now, missing home." He paused here. "Well, I probably won't live much longer." After a long silence, he finally revealed the main reason. "What?" Yuan Lei exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. "Is it true that your injury from back then still hasn't healed?" "Yes," Chen Xiao nodded, pretending to be carefree. "It's not fully healed, and it's getting worse. But it's okay. I've endured for so many years, so it's worth it." Though he seemed relaxed, his heart was full of regret. Falling from a 4th rank to a 5th rank wasn't enough. Over the years, he had been tormented by this injury. If he weren't so strong, he would have died long ago. Back then, a group of top officials from the court's inspection department, 3 4th-rank experts, attacked him. He managed to escape, which made him proud. But the cost was countless blows to his body. His internal organs were broken, his acupoints shattered, and his energy was scattered inside him. If he hadn't reached the 4th-rank realm before, he would have died long ago. Even so, he felt his body weakening day by day. He probably wouldn't last much longer. That's why he wanted to go home. Old people miss their hometowns, returning to their roots. No one wants to die far from home, as a lonely ghost wandering the world. That's also why he worked as a boatman at the black market dock. He hoped to find a talented person, take them as a disciple, and pass on his skills. After risking his life to obtain the secret technique of the 9 turns, losing it would be a huge loss. Fortunately, heaven was kind to him, and he met Chen Xian. An ordinary rural hunter was surprisingly a level 8 martial artist, and he was so young. The most important thing was that he called him Grandpa, which made him feel very close. This is why he later gave him a special training manual. He never expected this, truly never expected it. This young man managed to perfect the 9-turn secret technique, upper part, in a short time. When he first gave him the manual, he didn't have high hopes. Now it seems that heaven is kind to this dying old man, sending Chen Xian right in front of him. The upcoming arena battle in the Western District was also to help him establish himself in the black market. Getting engaged to the Pei family was the same. He is now just one step away from reaching the 5th level of cultivation. With his incredible speed of progress, it will probably take only a month or 2. By then, this young man will be almost there. He has done everything he can for him. Now, it depends on his own talent. Xiao-chun, why did you have to steal that manual back then? With your talent, even if you're not at the 3rd level now, you're just a hair's breadth away. Yuan Lei looked at his old friend, who had known him for many years. Seeing such talent, yet he was about to die, made him very sad. Xiao-chun, haha, I haven't heard that name in many years. It seemed he was recalling his younger self, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Back then, he was a prominent figure, with a bright future ahead. But who would have thought that after the new emperor ascended the throne, he would do such things? Suddenly, all martial artists were cautious and kept a low profile. But Chen Xiao was a rebellious person. When he was investigating a sect, he got the news of a 9-turn secret technique. This technique wasn't the top one, but it was still a high-quality manual. So he was tempted. He then stole it from the investigation department. Although he eventually got it, it led to this outcome. Regret? At that time, he didn't regret it. Now, even if he did, he wouldn't admit it. He was a proud person. Yes, young Master Bai Xiao Chen once bewitched many young women. But now he's just an old man full of wrinkles. He probably can't imagine it. Suppressing his sadness, Yuan Lei forced a smile and joked. If I hadn't been so badly injured, I wouldn't be in this sorry state, Chen Xiao said angrily, glaring at him. You're better off than I am. Back then, you weren't doing badly either. Now, aren't you just hiding out here in this broken Yunzi County, waiting to die? Yeah, waiting to die, Yuan Lei sighed. He was scared. There was nothing he could do. The new emperor was too ruthless, killing too many people. Even warriors like them were terrified. Even geniuses didn't dare to show themselves anymore. Who knew if one day they would wake up and find themselves caught by the inspection department, turned into monsters? That's why they came to this remote place, hiding in Yunzi County. They even brought Zhuo Qiuming along. Otherwise, with his limited strength, why would he need to share a third of the black market's profits every year? Maybe it was safer to buy peace with money. Yeah, I'm scared too, Chen Xiao nodded. His deep-set eyes showed a hint of fear at this moment. When will you leave? Wait until that young man reaches the 5th rank. He can hold on for a while longer, but... He paused and looked at Yuan Lei with a pleading look. After I leave, if he gets into trouble, I hope you can help him, considering our long friendship. This is my last request as an old friend. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The only problem is, I might not have the time, Yuan Lei said with concern. Things had been calm for a few years, but now everything was chaotic again. According to Zhuo Qiuming's message, Feng County in Tianshui Prefecture was besieged by the righteous army. It was said the city was about to fall, but the court hadn't sent any reinforcements, and Tianshui Prefecture hadn't sent anyone either. Feng County was only about 100 miles from here. If Feng County fell to the righteous army, Yunzi County would be in danger too. At that point, they would really have to run away. Let's leave it to fate. I've done what I can for him. What happens next is his own business. If you can help, do so. I'm not his father. I can't control everything, Chen Xiao said calmly. He had already done enough. But before I leave, I still want to give him a big trouble, he suddenly said, changing the subject. Are you talking about the Yao family? Yuan Lei knew him too well and immediately guessed what he was thinking. Yeah, Yao is not a good person. That man is cruel and cunning. This time, he swallowed his anger, apologized, and even offered generous gifts. Who knows what he's really planning inside? Yuan Lei nodded in agreement. Yao was known for his ruthless nature. The Yao family's current position was mostly thanks to him and his ruthless methods. However, for now, don't make a move against him. Zhuo Qiuming won't agree. The mission from Tianshui County to collect weapons still depends on the Yao family. If you act now, Zhuo Qiuming will definitely turn against you, and things will get messy. Yuan Lei advised him carefully. Although Zhuo Qiuming's strength wasn't great, he was still a government official. It was best not to provoke him unless necessary. All right, I'll talk to him first. After all, Chen Xian still has to stay in Yunzi County. I can't just cause trouble and leave him to deal with the consequences. He wasn't foolish. He understood that much. All right then. After speaking, he slowly walked away from the pavilion. Yuan Lei looked up at the cold, round moon in the sky, sighed softly, and his figure gradually disappeared into the night. Morning. Today, Chen Xian could hardly open his eyes. It had been a long night of training and sparring with Pei Yuanan. Even though it wasn't as intense as his previous sessions with Su Wanxiu, Pei Yuanan's endurance was remarkable. As a man, he refused to show weakness in any challenge. They practiced again and again until both were completely exhausted. By the time they stopped, dawn was already breaking. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Successfully collected the flawless artifact. Reward, 200 skill points. Flawless artifact collected. Cultivation and martial arts comprehension difficulty reduced by 20%. Flawless artifact collected. Artifact count increased. Spring energy effect now adds 20% to skill point gain. You and Pei Yuanan completed multiple rounds of training. Reward, 60 skill points from your bonded partner Su Yun. Additional spring energy bonus, 12 points. Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Even if his eyelids felt as heavy as 10,000 pounds, he couldn't stop himself from waking up. At the corner of his eye, lines of words flickered and shimmered. Famous treasure. This woman is truly a famous treasure. He looked at Pei Yuan lying beside him with shock. He had thought that a famous treasure was something like Su Wanxiu. but he never expected. She is a flawless treasure. This unexpected joy was truly a surprise. At this moment, he couldn't help but smile widely, no matter how hard he tried to hide it. System. A golden panel appeared. Name. Chun Xian. Lifespan. 18/170 years. Famous treasure. Chun Shui. Skill points 20%. Wuxia. Cultivation method. Martial skill comprehension difficulty reduced by 20%. Spouse binding. Su Yun. Realm. 6th rank. Refining aperture. Cultivation techniques. 9 turns secret technique. Lower part. Small success. 0/4000. Health preservation technique. Proficient. Skills. Beast taming technique. Small success. 0/450. Cloud flowing body technique. Small success. 0/300. Skill points. 2347. Wuxia. Understanding cultivation methods and martial skills. The difficulty is reduced by 20%. Does this mean that in the future, his cultivation of these techniques and martial skills will be easier? If that's really true. Then, thinking of this, Chun Xian was overjoyed. He knew that his current body's talent for cultivation was very poor. He had tried practicing for a while before, but neither the techniques nor the martial skills showed any effect. If what he thought is true, he can now cultivate on his own, and his progress will speed up again. Right now, he can only rely on these skill points. The process is slow, and his methods are too limited. Although his current cultivation speed is already quite fast, who would complain if it gets even faster? But I wonder how much the 20% reduction in difficulty really helps. At this moment, Chun Xian was no longer sleepy and felt full of energy. Even with a beautiful woman in his arms, it couldn't shake his determination to continue cultivating. A man should not be bound by women. He got up, dressed, and then left the room, heading to the study. Just after he left the room, Pei Wet-An opened her starry eyes. What's wrong? Why is he so happy? When Chun Xian got up, she sensed it. She was just pretending to sleep. He didn't notice her. Usually, Pei Yuetan's small tricks wouldn't fool him, but he was too excited and focused on practicing, so he didn't pay attention. In the study, Chun Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, deeply immersed in his training. Right now, he was running the 9-turn secret technique, following its path step by step. Each cycle, or turn, flowed smoothly, and each time he passed through a point, the energy there flickered. It seemed like the energy was responding to him. This had never happened before. Moreover, after several cycles, he felt something different in his mind about the 9-turn secret technique. It was rare, but he was sure it was there. It's really working. At this moment, he felt like crying tears of joy. Finally, he was no longer useless. Since having the system, things had been better. When he was in Shuanggang village, he could go hunting in the back mountain during the day to pass the time. But, since coming to Chen's house, he had no worries about food or clothing. During the day, he mostly read books. After reading all the books in the study, he had nothing else to do. He kept practicing martial arts, but even after studying them repeatedly, he only understood his current level. He had no insights into future levels. This greatly hurt his confidence. Eventually, he just gave up trying. It was like that. As long as he had enough skill points, once he broke through, he would gain new techniques and martial arts insights in his mind. He just needed to absorb and understand them. That's why Chun Xian always waited until he had enough skill points before adding to his skills. Because without breaking through, adding points was useless. So, every night, he looked forward to the moment when he opened his eyes in the morning and saw the shining information. But from now on, things would be different. He could practice on his own now. Although he's not sure how effective it will be for now, as long as he has it, that's enough. Thinking about this, Chun Xian immediately felt full of energy. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. Chun Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He took a long, deep breath to clear his mind. System, he eagerly called out the system, wanting to see if he had made any progress. He carefully looked at the panel in front of him. 9-turn secret technique, lower part. Small success, January 4000. Just a little improvement. After practicing all day, he was a bit tired at first, but when he saw the number 1, his fatigue disappeared like a wave, and he felt very energetic. Although it was only a 1-point increase, the main reason was that his body's talent was very poor, or perhaps he had no talent at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stuck for so many years practicing health exercises, even the simplified version, and still made no progress. Dinner time. Today was the first time Pei Yuan ate with everyone as Chen Xian's partner. Su Wanqiu also specially cooked a few more dishes. On the round table, there were over 20 dishes including meat, vegetables, and soups. They even prepared wine thoughtfully. At this moment, Chen Xian finished his day of training and walked in with a happy smile. Oh, look at Brother Xian. He's in such a good mood today. It seems that Sister Pei took good care of him last night. Su Yun, a young girl, saw his happy face and immediately started teasing him. Keep in mind, Chen Xian had been practicing in the study all day and didn't eat lunch. Today was also the first time she saw him. It's not that she was jealous. She just felt a bit uneasy because she hadn't seen Chen Xian all day, like a child missing their candy. But as soon as she finished speaking, Pei Yuan's face turned red instantly. Last night, the two of them. It was really wild, lasting until almost dawn. Humph, if you dare joke about my husband, you'll be in trouble. Chen Xian came over and pretended to be angry. He pinched her chin with one hand and made a motion as if he was going to hit her. But Su Yun wasn't afraid, and she knew in her heart that his pretend hand wouldn't really hit her. He was just reluctant to do so. However, the mischievous girl immediately asked her sister Su Wanqiu for help. Sister, look, Brother Xian is going to hit me. His hand is almost on my face. What? Chen Xian was speechless. This little girl was really exaggerated. His hand was at least a foot away from her face, right? Now it's almost touching her face? Life is like a play, all about acting. He quickly let go of her hand, not knowing what else to say. Stop talking nonsense. Su Wanqiu glared at her and didn't bother with her anymore. She was just a little kid. Humph, sister, you're not helping me. Sister Lu, will you help me? Seeing she was ignored, she immediately turned around and looked pitifully at Lu Rushi. All right, it's time to eat. There's so much delicious food, all your favorites. Open your mouth, have some meat. Ah. This little girl happily opened her mouth. She bit into the meat, and the juice dripped from the corner of her mouth. It's really tasty. I want more. Ah. Without caring about the juice on her lips, she opened her mouth again. Lu Rushi had no choice but to feed her another piece. Thank you, Sister Lu. Hee hee. A little glutton, Su Wanqiu teased with a smile. Meow. Su Yun also joined in, making everyone laugh. Even Lu Rushi and Little Hai giggled. Pei Yuan had never seen such a scene before. She wanted to laugh, but felt embarrassed, making her a bit uncomfortable. She's just a kid, even though she's grown up. I've spoiled her since she was little. Now Brother Xian spoils her too. You'll get used to it. Don't take her words to heart. Just see them as innocent childhood words, Su Wanqiu explained, worried that Su Yun's words might cause misunderstandings. It's okay, Sister Wanqiu. I think it's good that Sister Su Yun is like this. It makes her happier. Pei Yuan's face returned to normal, but her eyes showed a bit of envy towards Su Yun. She was touched by the harmonious atmosphere among everyone. It was clear that Chen Xian truly spoiled her from the heart. These were things she had never experienced before. Born into the Pei family, she was raised with the idea that family always comes first. Especially since she showed great talent from a young age, she was given special training by the family. So, the phrase, family first, was deeply ingrained in her heart. She hadn't had such a joyful dinner with her family in a long time. Really, it had been ages, or perhaps she had never experienced it from childhood. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't get used to her personality, someone said. Her own sister, Su Wanqiu, knew what kind of person she was. They were all women of Chen Xian, and since she was a bit older, Chen Xian couldn't help her much in practicing cultivation, but she understood that a peaceful family makes everything better. As long as the women at home comforted him, he could focus on his cultivation. Honestly, Chen Xian was very lucky to have Su Wanqiu in his life. Su Wanqiu's actions also caught Chen Xian's attention. He felt both touched and satisfied. However, Su Yun, the young girl, still needed a little discipline, so he asked, "How is your cultivation going lately? Have you made any progress?" Suddenly, Su Yun lowered her head, afraid to look at him. She looked just like a student who hadn't finished her homework when the teacher checks. Chen Xian found her behavior both amusing and a bit frustrating. "All right, let's eat. Compared to before, you're doing much better. Give her some time," he said. At this moment, Lu Rushi came out to smooth things over. She had no choice. Su Yun kept looking at her with that pitiful expression. Lu Rushi was kind-hearted and genuinely liked Su Yun. Being with her felt like having a little sister. Chen Xian sighed helplessly. Everyone was spoiling her so much. Just one word, and someone would plead for her. It was truly spoiled. Tonight, Pei Yuanan was taking care of Chen Xian again. This was arranged by Su Wanqiu. After all, they had just married, and they needed more time to be together. As for the future, it would be 3 of them taking turns. Late at night, Pei Yuanan leaned against Chen Xian's chest, her breathing uneven. She slightly looked up, secretly glancing at him. I didn't expect that he, who seemed so serious, could be so perverted. Suddenly, her delicate face turned red with embarrassment. Last night, they both used some energy, but tonight, it was her who paid the price. He made her pose in such a shameful way and even made her do things she wasn't comfortable with. All right. Chen Xian gently patted her back to comfort her, then added some cheeky words. Getting used to it will be fine. You. Pei Yuanan was so angry she couldn't speak properly, only glaring at him with wide eyes. But Chen Xian just chuckled to himself. Did Sister Wanqiu also serve you like this? Yes. And Sister Siyun too? Of course. You're really a troublemaker. Pei Yuetan cursed through clenched teeth. He thought she was innocent, like a child, but he couldn't believe she would do such things. How bold. You should be punished. A clear voice rang out in the room, and a red handprint appeared on Pei Yu's behind. Pei Yu was very annoyed and snorted coldly. He couldn't hit her, and he couldn't argue with her either. So, he just buried his face in the blanket and ignored him. Now it was Chen Xian's turn to feel awkward. He just wanted to tease her, but it seemed she was really angry. Women from big families are different. She's not as fun as Su Yun. That's one reason Chen Xian spoiled her so much. What should he do? He should just coax his woman himself. If Su Yun found out tomorrow, she would definitely nag him again. In this family, the only person he would listen to is Su Yun. Not because Chen Xian was afraid of her, but because he deeply respected her. Maybe it was because she used to be his sister-in-law. All right. You're not angry anymore. So how about I promise you one thing? Chen Xian shook the blanket, trying to tempt her out. Really? Before he finished speaking, she stuck her head out. Of course. Do you think I would lie to you? Then, tomorrow, come with me to the Pei family. Chen Xian saw her looking at him with hope. Without hesitation, he nodded. He needed to go there, even though there were some interests involved with Pei Yuanan. But now, she was his woman, so those things didn't matter much. Moreover, Chen Xian always spoiled his woman, as long as she served him sincerely. He was never worried about Su Yun or Su Wanqiu. As for Pei Yuanan, he would see about her later. Thank you. The newlywed woman was supposed to return to her family, but she was afraid Chen Xian wouldn't like it, since her relationship with the Pei family was mainly based on interests. She had just tested him, and to her surprise, he agreed. Happy, she leaned forward and gave him a kiss. But just as she was about to lie down, Chen Xian held her, whispering in her ear, "Let's do it again." The next day, Pei Yuanan woke up early, even before Chen Xian. She sent someone to the Pei family to arrange everything, but kept it simple, as Chen Xian had specifically asked. He didn't like noisy places, and with his current status, going to Yunzi County could easily lead to accidental meetings with others. He found it troublesome. Pei Yuanan agreed and repeatedly told the servants to be careful. After finishing these tasks, she helped Chen Xian get up, dress, and wash, though she was a bit clumsy. Chen Xian was quite satisfied. After all, he was used to being served since he was young, and it was rare for a family young lady to do this well. After breakfast, Chen Xian and Pei Yuanan boarded a small boat, heading to Yunzi County. This time, Su Yun didn't insist on coming along, understanding that it was a visit to the Pei family, a kind of return visit. On the boat, Chen Xian stood at the bow, looking at the clear water. He could see the fish swimming happily, and his mood became much calmer. This world was good in this way, no pollution. He reached out a hand, lightly hooking his finger. A small red fish, which had been swimming happily in the water, suddenly jumped into his palm. It seemed startled and kept flapping its tail against Chen Xian's hand. Little one, you're not happy now. Chen Xian chuckled softly, but in the next moment, he threw the fish back into the water. He was just playing around. Next to him, Pei Yuanan was surprised and asked, "What kind of martial skill is that?" She was a 7th-grade martial artist and clearly sensed a faint pull at that moment. Although weak, she was sure she felt it. Just a small trick, just for fun. Humph. Seeing his dismissive attitude, Pei went and huffed like a little girl and turned away, ignoring him. But this time, Chen Xian didn't bother her. He just smiled faintly. He knew techniques that even Su Wanqiu and the others didn't know, and he wouldn't tell her. Soon, they arrived at the black market dock. There weren't many people there now. The two quickly got into the carriage prepared in advance by the Pei family and headed home. By now, everything in the Pei family was ready, waiting for the newcomers. Is everything prepared? Pei Gong asked Pei Hu beside him. All set. Don't worry, Dad. Today, we have the best ingredients and rare monsters. Good. Pei Gong nodded. Since this was Chen Xian's first visit to the Pei family, he felt guilty about his precious daughter. Pei Yuenen had sacrificed a lot for the family this time. Although, with Chen Xian's current strength and status, it was a good choice for her. But it involved interests. He was worried that Chen Xian might look down on his beloved daughter because of this. So, even though Pei Yuenen said everything should be simple, the family spared no effort in making everything top quality. They wanted to give Chen Xian the best face, so he would treat Pei Yuenen well. They even prepared a generous gift. Even though Chen Xian kept a low profile this time, many families in Yunzi County had already heard the news. After all, he was now a big figure, and he was associated with the mysterious Chen Yi. Who wouldn't want to make friends with such a person? At the Chen family home, Chen Xian has come to the county, and Pei Yuenen is still holding his arm. Yes, father. Since Chen Xian became the leader of the Western District, he has been sending people to watch the black market dock constantly. He ordered that any news about him should be reported immediately. Haha, I understand now, said Chen Fanyuan, suddenly realizing the truth. He thought, why was the Pei family able to control the Western District? It turns out they exchanged Pei Yuetan for Chen Xian. It's not entirely his fault. Only a few people knew about Chen Xian's wedding. He had some guesses before, but he wasn't sure. Now it seems clear. He said, the shops in the Western District have been quiet for so long, but yesterday, old Pei spread the news that they would start renting again. It looks like Pei Yuetan entered Chen's house not long ago, maybe just a couple of days. Now, Chen Xian has taken Pei Yuetan back to the Pei family, which means everything is settled. That old Pei Gong got a good deal, Chen Fanyuan cursed, thinking if he had known this kid like this, he would have a daughter too. Although his daughter isn't at Pei Yuetan's level, if one isn't enough, he could send two, or even more. For families like theirs, trading a daughter for control of the Western District is like winning a lottery. No wonder Chen Fanyuan said the Pei family got a good deal. Chen Qixin agreed with his analysis. Although his father usually doesn't interfere much, he's quite shrewd. Small clues can help him guess the whole story. Father, what should we do now? Now, Chen Xian is basically part of the Pei family. It will be hard to win him over again. Go talk to the Pei family. They can't monopolize all the shops in the Western District. Besides, the Yao family is still watching closely, right? The Yao family has been closed for over a month, not involved in outside affairs. Now that Chen Xian is with the Pei family, they probably won't fear the Yao family anymore. That's not right. Chen Qi immediately denied his own idea. Chen Fanyuan, standing nearby, wasn't in a hurry. He just watched him, curious to see what his son would figure out. He wanted to see what conclusion his son could reach. Even if Chen Xian married Pei Yuetan, he probably doesn't stand on the Pei family's side. At most, he's just cooperating. Why? Chen Fanyuan asked. Such a big event, the Pei family hasn't announced it. You should know that Chen Xian's strength and background are impressive. If I were the Pei family, I would promote it widely. This way, the Pei family's status in Yunzi County would rise again. He continued, there's no reason to hide such good news. Good, haha, Chen Fanyuan said with a smile. His son was becoming more like a family head. Then he added, also, don't underestimate the Yao family. At least for now, we can't ignore them. The weapon task assigned from above still depends on the Yao family. The Pei family seems successful now, but a big tree attracts the wind. So, at least for now, we need the Pei family. The son replied, I know what to do. Yes. While Chen Fanyuan and his son discussed, Chen Xian had already arrived at the Pei family. Father, seeing Pei Gong, Pei Yuenen ran over and leaned into his arms. Good. Pei Gong gently patted her, saying, This home will always be yours. And you are no longer that spoiled young lady. You need to remember that. Got it, father? A daughter who leaves home is like water spilled from a bowl, especially in a big family like the Pei family. But from Pei Gung's words, she felt she was still the young lady of the Pei family, at least in the family she was. At this moment, Pei Yuan also stepped away from his embrace. Chun Xian saw this and walked over respectfully, calling out, "Father-in-law, I hope you can treat Yuan sincerely." In the room, only Chun Xian and Pei Gung were present. Pei Gung was no longer the head of the Pei family. He was now just Yuan's father. When he lowered his pride and almost begged to say this, Chun Xian was deeply touched. Of course, he understood why Pei Gung was like this. In this world, men are superior to women, and women have very low status. Moreover, he was the head of the Pei family, which made Chun Xian even more attentive. He assured him, "You can rest assured. As long as my women behave properly in the Qin family, I treat them all equally." After hearing this, Pei Gung finally felt relieved. However, the experienced man showed his good intentions and said, "Yunnan is now under your care. Also, if you ever need anything from the Pei family, just ask. We will do our best to help." "Thank you very much, father-in-law," Chun Xian replied happily, bowing to him. After all, the older man was helping him get closer to Yunnan and also showing goodwill toward the Pei family. Although Chun Xian didn't fully understand, he trusted that the older man was always right. Later, they chatted for a long time about Chun Xian's situation and his ideas about the black market in the Western District. Their relationship grew closer. They stopped only when Yunnan came in to call them for dinner. Today, the Pei family showed their greatest sincerity. In the room, there were only 4 people: Pei Gung, Pei Hu, Chun Xian, and Yunnan. Yunnan was serving these 3 men, which was something Pei Gung specifically requested. Although Yunnan was unhappy about this, she had no choice but to do as told. In the past, she would have simply walked away because she was the eldest daughter of the Pei family. Even Pei Hu, she thought, she could easily fight if she wanted, but she wouldn't do such serving work. Chun Xian, this meat is from a mid-level magical beast. It's the lowest grade among mid-levels, but it's rare in Yunzi County. Try it. It's very beneficial for warriors, Pei Gung said, pointing to a plate of braised meat in front of him. Mid-level magical beast? Chun Xian was surprised. Even the weakest mid-level magical beasts are close to 5th-rank warriors in strength, and they have intelligence, making them very hard to kill. He didn't expect the Yao family to have such a beast. He quickly took a bite. Fresh, tender. Chun Xian couldn't help but praise. The meat melted in his mouth like tofu, sliding down his throat into his body. In an instant, he felt a warm, comforting sensation inside. Suddenly, he felt much more energized. Good meat. Truly good meat, he exclaimed happily, praising it non-stop. Since my son-in-law likes it, bring some back when you leave. Consider it my wedding gift to you, as your father-in-law. Pei Gung was very generous at this moment. Thank you very much, father-in-law. This was a rare and valuable gift, so he didn't hold back. However, since he was in a position of respect, Chun Xian quickly stood up and raised a glass to thank him. Pei Gung's smile grew even wider. Since entering the Pei family, Chun Xian had been doing well and treated him as a father-in-law. But it all seemed to be for the sake of Pei Yunnan's reputation. However, when he called him father-in-law just now, Chun Xian felt it was from the heart. It was worth bringing out the family's treasured mid-level beast meat. As the meal went on, the atmosphere became more and more friendly. Even Pei Yunnan, who was always serving the 3 men, kept smiling. She felt warm inside. Pei Gung did everything today, knowing it was all for her, to make Chun Xian see her in a better light. She didn't want to be seen as just a woman exchanging benefits. She hadn't felt this kind of love from her father in a long time. Although Pei Gung had cared for her before, it was mostly because of her contributions to the family. Today, he was acting just as a father. Chun Xian also gave her face today, especially now, acting more like a son-in-law. Looking at these 2 important men in her life, sharing drinks and chatting happily, Pei Yunnan's eyes started to water. Even Pei Hu, who usually had a low status, became bolder. He called Chun Xian brother and put his strong arm on Chun Xian's shoulder. He was very happy about this. Normally, Pei Hu wouldn't dare to be so bold. As the evening drew to a close, All three men were already blushing, especially Chen Xian. His face, which was normally pale, was now bright red. He wasn't drunk, since with his near 5-star strength, it wasn't easy to get drunk. At that moment, Pei Gong suddenly spoke. Son-in-law, there's something I want to ask for your opinion on. What is it, father-in-law? Please tell me, Chen Xian asked respectfully. This is about the Yao family shop in the Western District. The Yao family has approached me. As Pei Gong finished speaking, Pei Yuan saw Chen Xian's smile suddenly fade. He was about to pick up his chopsticks to serve food, but they paused in midair. He became anxious and said, Dad, why are you talking about this now? Even though the Yao family is now much stronger than the Pei family, Chen Xian had already told Pei Gong about the feud with the Yao family. Is there really a need to ask? Even if he wanted to ask, she could have been the one to find out first. It's okay, Yuan. Chen Xian waved his hand and smiled. Then he added, it's fine for my father-in-law to ask. Besides, I think you already know about the feud with the Yao family. If I don't clarify, it will be hard for him to handle. Chen Xian was acting very generous now. This made Pei Gong breathe a little easier. Actually, this matter wasn't just about the Yao family approaching him. Even the local officials seemed to be subtly pressuring him. He also knew well the relationship between Chen Xian and the Yao family. It's really a difficult situation on both sides. The reason he didn't let Yuan speak was because he didn't want her to be the bad guy. So, taking advantage of today's good atmosphere, he decided to speak out. Chen Xian's smile disappeared because this matter reminded him of the day of his wedding, when Zhuo Qiuming had also brought it up in front of the master. But back then, the master had refused. Now it seems that not only the Yao family and Pei Gong had discussed it, but Zhuo Qiuming probably also put pressure on him. Otherwise, just the Yao family alone wouldn't have made things so difficult for him. Give to the Yao family what it used to be, and what it is now. Chen Xian thought carefully and finally decided to compromise. Of course, it wasn't just for the Pei family or Yuan. More importantly, it was to give Zhuo Qiuming face. All right, I understand now, Pei Gong said. The difficult problem was solved, and it seemed Chen Xian was not angry anymore. His smile returned. Yuan also felt a big relief. In the evening, the sunset cast a golden glow across half the sky, like ripe rice grains. Chen Xian went ahead and entered the carriage, while Yuan was outside talking to Pei Gong. He was holding a book on martial arts. Broken Sky Palm, the most advanced martial skill in the Chen family. When Pei Gong just handed it to him, he confidently told him that this martial skill was the best in Yunzi County. With one palm, 1,000 gene boulder could turn to tofu. That's why it's called the sky-shattering palm, and it can become stronger as one's strength improves. This was the biggest gift he gave to Chen Xian. Just as he was about to open the book titled Sky-Shattering Palm to see what it was about, a voice came from outside the carriage. Greetings, Uncle Pei, Yuan. Long time no see. Chen Xian put down the sky-shattering palm and tilted his head slightly, peering through the carriage window. It was Chen Qi from the Chen family, dressed in white, followed by 2 attendants, walking slowly toward them. Is that Chen Qi, the talented nephew? And who is this? In response to Pei Gong's question, Chen Qi honestly answered, I came specifically to find Uncle for the matter in the Western District. Pei Gong nodded and then said, you can go inside first. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Chen Qi didn't immediately enter the Pei residence. Instead, he looked curious and asked, is Yunan going somewhere? Inside the carriage, Chen Xian sneered inwardly. This kid was really good at acting, with that expression and look of confusion. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Qi arrived. What a coincidence. Does he not know where he's going? Sure enough, people from big families are all hypocrites. Chen Xian really disliked dealing with these kinds of people. That's one reason why, when Lu Rushi suggested he cooperate with the Pei family, he didn't hesitate much. He just didn't want to deal with these people. Of course, Pei Yunan was also a major reason. At this moment, seeing him pretend to be confused, Pei Yunan asked calmly, don't you know where I'm going? Emohi Pavilion? Since he continued to pretend, Pei Yunan went along with him. He replied softly, yes, home. Then, after hugging Pei Gong, he got into the carriage. Wow. Chen Qi felt awkward now. His eyes had been fixed on the Pei residence, even standing nearby. He was just waiting for this moment, hoping to meet Chen Xian. But unexpectedly, Pei Yunan simply said, go home. At this moment, The coachman on the carriage was ready. He pulled the reins and waved his whip, causing the carriage to move slowly forward. Now, he felt even more anxious. Although he knew Qin Xian was inside the carriage, he couldn't say that now. It's really like shooting himself in the foot, feeling helpless and wanting to cry. Meanwhile, Pei Geng stood nearby, feeling unsure of how to feel. In a very good mood, he even deliberately made a joke. Nephew Qin Xian, do you like that carriage? If you do, I have an identical one at the Pei residence. As an elder, just say the word, and I'll send someone to deliver it to the Qin family.